Chapter 1. Gu Changsheng, a panel. In the grand realm of Daqian, within the jurisdiction of Yunzu, in the city of Linen, lies the outer sect of the Hanhai Sect. Nestled near the majestic and awe-inspiring Changsheng mountain range, there exists a vast expanse of spiritual fields, encompassing thousands of acres, all cultivated with ethereal flora. At the easternmost edge of these fields, a small plot of land, spanning about 3 to 4 acres, is graced by a gently meandering stream, shrouded in mist. Within the depths of the stream, various aquatic creatures occasionally flit about in search of sustenance, among which the most captivating is a fish, no larger than a palm, entirely adorned in glistening white. Beside the stream, a young man sits cross-legged upon the ground, draped in a flowing blue robe, his hair tied in a bun, with starry brows and piercing eyes, his appearance strikingly exceptional. In his hands, the blue-clad youth wields a fishing rod, engaging in the art of angling. However, what is most astonishing is that, unlike the common practice of using earthworms or other baits, his hook is adorned with a single green grain of rice. With his eyes gently closed, the young man appears to have grown weary to the point of slumber, yet his breathing remains rhythmic as clusters of blue light particles continuously flow into his body with each breath. Evidently, while fishing, he is also engaged in cultivation. Suddenly, the fishing rod quivers violently, and the float plunges beneath the surface. Is there a fish on the line? Sensing the tremor in the rod, Gu Changsheng's heart leaps with joy. He grips the rod with one hand and gently pulls upwards. However, to his astonishment, what leaps from the water is not the snow-white fish he envisioned, but rather a clump of emerald green aquatic grass, drifting along with the current. Damn it! Another empty catch. As he disentangles the grass from the hook, Gu Changsheng's face contorts with indignation. 3 days. Since my arrival in this world, I have faced nothing but empty hooks for a full 3 days. Oh heavens, why is it so difficult to fish in the realm of cultivation? Indeed, Gu Changsheng is a traveler from another realm. 3 days prior, he had been merely navigating a torrential downpour, assisting 2 lost foreign girls on the street, and inadvertently spent an entire night at their home learning a foreign language. As a result, both of his kidneys were taken from him. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself transported to an entirely different world. This was a realm of cultivation, where demons and spirits roamed, and the human race waged perpetual war against various factions for control of fertile resources. Daqian is one of the many dynasties of a human race, with sects flourishing within its borders, where the pursuit of cultivation is revered, and cultivators hold a status above all else. Gu Changsheng is fortunate he has transmigrated into the body of a disciple of the Hanhai Sect who shares his name. Starting as a cultivator, he is indeed among the privileged. Yet, he is also profoundly unfortunate. The original owner of this body, at the age of 20, had been a disciple for 9 years, yet remained at the second layer of chi refinement, ranking among the least talented of the tens of thousands of outer disciples of the Hanhai Sect. Moreover, the Hanhai Sect enforces a rule whereby outer disciples undergo an assessment every 3 years. Those who fail 3 consecutive assessments will be dispatched to battlefields against foreign races as cannon fodder, sacrificing themselves to expand the sect's territory. Of course, if someone manages to break through to the foundation establishment stage within their lifetime, the Hanhai Sect may still welcome them back. However, nearly all outer disciples sent to the battlefield end up sacrificing their lives. The original owner met his demise after failing 2 consecutive assessments. With only 1 month remaining until the next assessment, he resolved to take a gamble, utilizing all available resources to purchase a breakthrough pill, the Hachidan. Alas, the pill turned out to be a dud, and the original owner succumbed to the backlash of its toxicity, resulting in his untimely death. Thus, Gu Changsheng's transmigration occurred. Sigh, I thought my life was already tragic enough, yet I find that you, a cultivator, have it even worse. Upon absorbing the original owner's memories, Gu Changsheng, with the mindset of making the best of his situation, initially intended to swiftly integrate into this world of cultivation and embark on an extraordinary life. But he was gravely mistaken. Once he truly stepped into the original owner's life, He comprehended why a cultivator could live a life more miserable than his own. To survive and thrive in the world of cultivation, one must possess the four essential elements: law, wealth, companionship, and land. However, upon thorough reflection, Gu Changsheng realized that the original owner was woefully deficient in all four aspects. An orphan without kin, the original owner had entered the Hanhai Sect purely by chance when an inner disciple discovered his latent spiritual root while he was begging as a child. In truth, being recognized by a powerful mentor in the cultivation world is a stroke of fortune. If properly nurtured, such a connection could propel one to great heights, at the very least ensuring a place in the outer sect. Yet, the original owner was as dense as a block of wood. After joining the outer sect, he never once sought out that inner disciple. He harbored a stubborn pride, wishing to prove his worth through self-reliance and validate the inner disciple's insight. As time passed, the inner disciple gradually became indifferent, neglecting the original owner entirely. He squandered a significant opportunity, akin to a lifeline for a novice cultivator. With such poor aptitude and no backing from influential mentors, the original owner had spent the past 9 years practicing the most rudimentary qi refinement technique, the water element technique, which is utterly devoid of merit, being the most mediocre of practices. In terms of spells, both the original owner and Gu Changsheng possess not a single advantage. As for wealth, the original owner displayed some cunning after failing the first assessment. He rented 4 acres of low-tier spiritual fields from the Hanhai Sect's task hall, cultivating spiritual rice to exchange for some resources for cultivation. At least, it was somewhat sustainable. However, that was the extent of it. After a year of diligent toil, the 4 acres yielded merely 4 to 500 jin of spiritual rice. After deducting the rent owed to the sect, the remaining yield amounts to a mere handful of spiritual stones, barely sufficient for daily cultivation expenses. With no advantages in law or wealth, companionship became an impossibility. A penniless individual draws no interest, and with low cultivation, he cannot vie for a rich spiritual abode, leading to a progressively miserable existence. After a day of practicing the water element technique, realizing that his cultivation had barely improved, Gu Changsheng's mind began to stir. He understood that continuing to cultivate spiritual flora in exchange for resources was a path to stagnation. Thus, he quickly turned his attention to the cold river spirit fish. The cold river spirit fish, a pure white fish, is a specialty of the Hanhai Sect. This fish thrives on spiritual energy, possessing a unique spiritual essence. Its flesh and blood enhance spiritual energy and improve aptitude, making it highly sought after by cultivators in the qi refinement stage, renowned throughout the Yunzu cultivation community. However, only adult fish possess these special properties, prompting many disciples of the Hanhai Sect to capture them, offering them to the sect in exchange for contribution points to procure cultivation resources. 4 adult cold river fish could equate to an entire year of farming. Gu Changsheng calculated, his ambitions ringing clear from miles away. Regrettably, after 3 days of fishing for the cold river spirit fish, he realized that these fish were incredibly intelligent, exhibiting cognitive abilities comparable to those of ordinary humans. It was impossible to catch them in a short span, leading to his extreme frustration after 3 consecutive days of empty-handedness. What significance does this transmigration hold, devoid of protagonist privileges? Am I merely destined to relive the original owner's tragic existence? No, it might be even worse. Recalling the dire consequences of failing the 3rd assessment, Gu Changsheng couldn't help but shiver. Few outer disciples return alive from the battlefields against foreign races. Returning to the present moment, Gu Changsheng recognized that his only opportunity to pass the assessment lay in capturing the cold river spirit fish. With gritted teeth, he cast his line once more. However, this time, as the rod sailed through the air, a notification appeared before his eyes. Fishing Experience 1. Suddenly, a message flickered before Gu Changsheng, only to vanish in an instant. Gu Changsheng was taken aback. He shook his head, suspecting he had succumbed to madness. Thus, he reeled in the line and cast again. Fishing Experience 1. What the hell? What is this nonsense? Gu Changsheng was certain this was no illusion. Could it be? Does my transmigration come with a golden finger? In the next moment, before he could fully process this revelation, a translucent panel materialized before him more accurately. It was a data interface. It displayed an array of information. Name, Gu Changsheng. Lifespan, 2053. Realm, Qi Refinement 2nd Layer. Technique, Water Element Technique 2nd Layer. 189200. Spells, Spring Rain Technique Beginner. 80100. Living Beings Technique Beginner. 56100. Thunder Summoning Technique Beginner. 78100. Water Arrow Technique Beginner. 56100. Skills, Fishing Beginner. 2100. A panel? Gu Changsheng's heart raced with astonishment. Heavens above. A transmigration with a golden finger. How delightful. Chapter 2. Frenzied Fishing for Cold River Fish. Regaining his composure, Gu Changsheng calmed his racing heart and began to scrutinize his golden finger with great diligence. Before long, however, his initial excitement began to wane. He discovered that this panel was merely a simple interface that could shift according to his thoughts, able to be summoned or dismissed at will. Yet, with no additional functions or hidden abilities, unable to converse like a system, devoid of any task assignments, and consequently, lacking any rewards, Gu Changsheng felt a twinge of disappointment. In his previous life, he had been an avid novel enthusiast. He had anticipated that his golden finger would operate akin to a system flow, bestowing divine bodies and artifacts at will, alongside divine pets and skills effortlessly. However, to his dismay, he merely possessed the fundamental capability to view attribute panels. A proficiency panel appeared, stating, by continuously repeating a specific attribute, one could steadily grow stronger. A commentary materialized beneath the panel. Gu Changsheng chuckled. Goodness, this is not merely an attribute panel, it is, in fact, a proficiency panel. As long as I persist in repetition, I can continuously enhance my abilities? Now, that is intriguing. Upon realizing the true function of the proficiency panel, Gu Changsheng reeled in his fishing rod only to cast it once more. He repeatedly executed this motion. Indeed, Fishing Experience 1. Fishing Experience 1. In the Skills section, the number beside Fishing began to rise. Skill, Fishing, 102, 1000, entry level. After casting the rod 100 times in one breath, the entry-level standard for fishing transformed into the threshold of proficiency. Entry likely signifies the initial stage of learning thus. The next phase should be the attainment of mastery. Let's continue to hone my proficiency. While others perceived fishing as a tedious endeavor, a waste of time, Gu Changsheng grew increasingly invigorated. As his fishing skill advanced to the stage of mastery, he could distinctly sense his grasp of fishing's intricacies deepening. Though he still cast his rod methodically, the force, angle, and distance of his casts were evolving into a seamless art. Fishing Experience 1. Fishing Experience 1. Skill, Fishing, 100, 110000, great accomplishment. Gu Changsheng did not cease his casting. Unlike the average person whose interest in fishing was merely a hobby, he could visibly observe his proficiency rising. He was now engrossed in this endeavor, akin to playing a game in his previous life on Blue Star. Half a day later. Skill, Fishing, 10000000, peak accomplishment. Rubbing his sore arms, Gu Changsheng cast his rod once more. Fishing Experience 1. Yet the next moment, the rod trembled and the float submerged. Could it be? A surge of joy filled Gu Changsheng's heart as he grasped the rod with one hand, gently pulling upward to reveal a snow-white fish leaping from the water surface. Wow, it's the Hanjiang spirit fish. Gu Changsheng was so excited that his words stumbled. He truly did not expect that with a peak proficiency level, he could catch a Hanjiang fish. The proficiency panel is remarkably powerful. Ha ha! At that moment, Gu Changsheng could not help but burst into laughter. Though he did not possess the invincible beginnings like other transmigrators with systems, the proficiency panel enabled him to ascend step by step from the lowest echelons of cultivation, allowing him to relish the scenery along the path of his spiritual journey. 5 spirit stones secured. After catching a Hanjiang fish, Gu Changsheng refrained from casting again. Instead, he pried open the fish's mouth to retrieve the hook. After tossing the fish into the basket at his feet, he first took out a piece of white cloth from his sleeve, unfurling it to reveal a dozen grains of spirit rice. With utmost care, Gu Changsheng detached a grain of spirit rice from the hook and placed it in the cloth, then replaced it with another grain for the hook. This spirit rice was, in fact, a precious commodity. Logically, given that Gu Changsheng cultivated spirit fields, spirit rice should not be so scarce. However, in reality, the Hanhai Sect mandated that disciples with cultivated fields must submit 50 pounds of spirit rice annually for every acre. The Hanhai Sect provided no spirit fertilizers, spirit seeds, or spirit tools. Everything relied on the disciples' personal finances. Moreover, there existed certain risks in farming within the realm of cultivation. Periodically, pests such as locusts might devastate the fields, consuming the spirit rice. A cultivator at the second level of chi refining, like the original owner, could manage individual pests, but once an infestation took hold, it would be catastrophic. They would need to enlist the help of a cultivator of higher rank, often at the cost of spirit rice or spirit stones. Thus, after a year of tending to 4 acres of spirit fields, the original owner could realistically harvest only about 150 pounds of spirit rice. Consequently, the food consumed daily consisted mainly of spirit bran and rice husks, with spirit rice being exceedingly precious. Particularly after the original owner exchanged all resources for that worthless harmonization pill, he was left with merely a handful of grains. Gu Changsheng cherished this moment greatly. He continued to fish. Upon catching a cold river fish, he felt a surge of excitement. Each fish in the stream seemed to beckon to him like a spirit stone. Fishing experience 1. After 1,000 casts, a completely snow-white cold river spirit fish once again bit the hook. Gu Changsheng's smile nearly split his face in two. He continued to immerse himself in the enhancement of his fishing proficiency. Suddenly, a chime echoed in his ears. Though he could not discern how much time had passed, Gu Changsheng immediately halted his casting, lifting his gaze to the heavens, where he noticed the sun positioned directly to the south. It was noon. The chime served as a reminder for disciples of the Hanhai Sect, signaling that an elder would be delivering a sermon in 2 hours. Those keen on attending would make their way there. Today marked the day an elder of the Hanhai Sect would impart wisdom. It was time to return to the sect. Gu Changsheng counted the cold river spirit fish in his basket, 9 in total. His fishing proficiency had reached 201,314. After wrapping the spirit rice securely, he rose to pack away his fishing gear and, with the basket in hand, headed north. Minutes later, he arrived before a massive mountain gate, its towering structure exuding an air of grandeur and authority. The entrance bore the 3 ancient characters of Hanhai Sect, radiating an intangible aura, suffused with celestial energy. The Hanhai Sect, situated in the eastern part of Linen Prefecture, was built along the shores of the vast sea, occupying an extensive area. To the west lay the boundless ocean, an endless expanse, while to the south loomed the majestic mountains, their peaks resembling swords piercing the clouds, creating a breathtaking vista. Within Yunzhou, there existed 9 mid-sized cultivation sects, with the Hanhai Sect being one of them, renowned for its water-based techniques. The number of outer disciples alone reached several hundred thousand, showcasing formidable strength. Although the Hanhai Sect was not among the most elite sects across the entire Qin dynasty, in the relatively obscure Linen Prefecture, it was undoubtedly a towering presence. Truth be told, the original owner's ability to join the Hanhai Sect as an outer disciple was a stroke of fortune, yet his ignorance of social intricacies relegated him to the lower echelons. Shaking his head, Gu Changsheng strode resolutely inside. Chapter 3. The Affairs Hall. Upon entering the Hanhai Sect, Gu Changsheng did not rush to secure a prime spot for the sermon. Instead, he returned to his own cave dwelling. Dubbed a cave, it was essentially a small, dilapidated quadrangle situated on the outskirts of the Hanhai Sect's spiritual vein. The sect's spiritual vein was a 4th-tier resource, with elders, true disciples, and inner disciples occupying the central positions, where the spiritual energy was abundant and conducive to cultivation. Outer disciples, however, were assigned their cave dwellings based on their strength. Thus, in the outer sect, As long as one possessed sufficient strength, they could claim any territory they desired. Despite the original owner's lowly status, he remained astute enough to avoid unnecessary disputes and potential threats to his cultivation path, opting for a location that was the most secluded. Arriving before the dilapidated quadrangle, Gu Changsheng retrieved a talisman from his sleeve. With a hand gesture, a bright light emanated from the talisman. In the next moment, 5 small swords of varying colors materialized before the entrance, parting to reveal a pathway, allowing Gu Changsheng to enter the courtyard. These 5 small swords formed a protective array known as the 5-element sword array, which the original owner had purchased for 2 spirit stones. After securing the door, Gu Changsheng entered the main room. After fishing for half a day, he was feeling a bit hungry. He ignited the stove, placed a pot atop it, and poured in water, then retrieved the wrapped spirit rice from his sleeve. He took out 2 grains of spirit rice, slightly depleted of their spiritual energy from fishing, and tossed them into the pot. However, upon seeing the cold river fish in the basket, he pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and increased the number of spirit rice grains to 10. The water boiled rapidly, and the spirit rice rolled about, transforming the once clear liquid into a murky concoction, wafting an enticing aroma. Half an hour later, a pot of spirit porridge appeared before Gu Changsheng. The porridge was quite thin, more accurately described as a pot of milky white water with a few grains of rice floating within. However, Gu Changsheng did not mind. After all, the original owner typically consumed spirit husk and similar remnants. Being able to savor spirit porridge today felt akin to celebrating a festival. Scooping a generous bowl of spirit porridge, Gu Changsheng did not bother to let it cool, gulping it down eagerly. After finishing the bowl, his face was alight with joy, as if he had been transported back to his childhood in his previous life, when his parents were alive and he could only indulge in beef once during the new year. Delicious. Unbelievably delicious. The spirit rice was entirely different from ordinary grains found among mortals. Each grain was infused with abundant spiritual energy. After consuming a large bowl of porridge, Gu Changsheng was enveloped in a sense of satisfaction, as the spirit rice swiftly transformed within his stomach, channeling streams of spiritual energy into his meridians. For the first time, Gu Changsheng truly felt the sensation of abundant spiritual energy. The past 3 days had seen him forego even a single grain of spirit rice. Seizing this opportunity, he closed his eyes, channeling the spiritual energy from the spirit rice to circulate his water origin technique. In this world, spirit rice was not priced in gold or silver, but rather in spirit stones, with a single spirit stone capable of purchasing about 10 pounds of spirit rice. The spiritual energy within the rice was gentler and more easily absorbed by the body, making it highly sought after by cultivators. Now, aided by the spiritual energy from the spirit rice, Gu Changsheng's water origin technique soared like a kite lifted by the wind. Completing half a cycle in just a quarter of an hour, Gu Changsheng's face lit up. He sensed that if he consumed a greater quantity of spirit rice, the speed of his cultivation would accelerate even further. Thus, he drained the remainder of the spirit porridge in one go. This time, merely minutes later, his technique completed a full cycle. Water origin technique experience 1. The spiritual energy contained within 10 grains of spirit rice was not substantial. It was gratifying enough that it supported Gu Changsheng through one full cycle. He needed to acquire more spirit rice to sustain this delightful existence. Having tasted the spirit rice, Gu Changsheng had no desire to consume spirit husk or grain shells. While they too contained spiritual energy, their quantity was low and often gritty, typically reserved for feeding spirit pets by inner disciples. Technique. Water origin technique. Level 2190200. Upon checking his status panel, Gu Changsheng noted that the proficiency of his water technique had transformed to 190200. He quietly calculated that once his proficiency surpassed 200, he might ascend to the 3rd level of chi refinement. It was time to prepare for the sermon. Glancing at the time, he realized that only an hour remained until the elders' discourse at the Hanhai Sect. He retrieved 7 larger cold river spirit fish from the basket, placing them into his water tank, leaving only 2 smaller ones behind. Though cold river spirit fish could be exchanged for spirit stones, Gu Changsheng did not intend to sell all of them at once. After all, the world of cultivation was fundamentally one of survival of the fittest. Rife with deceit among cultivators, he was well aware of the adage that a common man bears the burden of his wealth. If Gu Changsheng were to sell all 9 cold river spirit fish at once, he was certain he would vanish without a trace from the outer sect that very night. N01 would overlook the opportunity to earn 45 spirit stones in a single day. In times of weakness, one must tread carefully, especially for a transmigrator. The path of caution is never a misstep. With 2 cold river spirit fish in hand, Gu Changsheng swiftly exited the quadrangle. Soon, he arrived before a magnificent hall, where a plaque adorned the main entrance, inscribed with the 3 ancient characters of Affairs Hall, its calligraphy swirling like dragons and phoenixes, brimming with vitality. The Affairs Hall served as the designated venue for the Hanhai Sect to issue tasks. Disciples who completed these tasks could earn contribution points. The hall also purchased various spiritual items from disciples at prices exceeding market value, allowing them to choose between spirit stones or contribution points. Upon entering the Affairs Hall, Gu Changsheng felt a rush of activity before him, finding himself in a bustling main hall filled with cultivators. The sides of the hall were lined with opulent windows, each attended by a beautiful woman responsible for reception. These women radiated no spiritual energy, akin to mere servants who could not compare to outer disciples. Yet their beauty was striking, capturing attention effortlessly. The Affairs Hall certainly employed every means to attract cultivators. As Gu Changsheng strolled, he surveyed his surroundings until he found a secluded window with few patrons. "Welcome, senior brother, to the Affairs Hall. Are you here to receive or hand over tasks, or to sell or purchase spiritual items?" The receptionist greeted him with a standardized smile. "To sell," Gu Changsheng replied succinctly. "What would you like to sell?" "Cold river spirit fish." Gu Changsheng handed the fish basket to the woman, who opened it only to be taken aback. Within the basket lay 2 live Hanjiang spirit fish. At that moment, her gaze towards Gu Changsheng shifted significantly. It is known that the Hanjiang spirit fish possesses a remarkably high level of intelligence, making it exceedingly difficult to capture. Typically, some outer sect disciples resort to spells or talismans for fishing. Consequently, by the time they reach the Affairs Hall, the Hanjiang spirit fish are usually dead, with the fresh fish holding far greater efficacy than the deceased. The price, too, is considerably higher. "Senior brother, are you certain you wish to sell both?" The reception woman hesitated for a moment before inquiring, suspecting that Gu Changsheng might have stumbled upon a fishing spot and caught 2 at once. For disciples in the Qi refining stage, the benefits of fresh spirit fish far surpass those of spirit stones. Many disciples opt to consume the fresh fish themselves to prevent any last-minute change of heart. It is customary for them to double-check. Indeed, Gu Changsheng nodded. "Very well, senior brother. Since both of these fish are alive, the price is rather steep. Our Affairs Hall offers you a total of 11 spirit stones. Would that be acceptable?" Upon seeing Gu Changsheng's insistence on selling, the reception woman presented her offer. "Agreed. Also, could you please check how many contribution points I have left?" Extracting a token engraved with the characters Hanhai Zone, Gu Changsheng handed it to the reception woman. "Senior brother, you currently have 10 contribution points." How impoverished! Gu Changsheng felt a wave of dismay. With each encounter with aspects of the original owner's life, he felt increasingly sympathetic to the hardships endured. "Please convert 5 spirit stones into contribution points." "Certainly, senior brother. 5 spirit stones can be exchanged for 50 contribution points." The token in Gu Changsheng's hand radiated a soft glow, indicating the transaction was complete. "I recall task number 4200. The cultivation of spirit fields is still available, correct? Please accept it on my behalf." Upon hearing this, the reception woman regarded Gu Changsheng with increasing astonishment. It was her first encounter with such a capable cultivator. Generally, disciples at the Qi refining stage seldom cultivate more than 4 acres of spirit fields, as farming consumes a considerable amount of time and hinders their cultivation. However, Gu Changsheng, an outer sect disciple, held a status significantly higher than that of the servant disciples. Thus, she had no choice but to comply. "Senior brother, task number 4200 involves the establishment of 4 acres of low-level spirit fields. The first year of completing the task is exempt from rent, and I have accepted it on your behalf." The reception woman swiftly explained the task details before returning 6 spirit stones and the task token to Gu Changsheng. "Very well." Subsequently, Gu Changsheng departed from the affairs hall, preparing to attend a lecture on the Tao. Gu Shidi, I finally found you. How did that Huchi Dan work for you? Quite effective, I presume. Just as Gu Changsheng reached the entrance of the affairs hall, he was confronted by a group of individuals, the speaker being a flamboyantly dressed man leading the pack. Lin Jie. Gu Changsheng instantly recognized the speaker, and his expression turned frosty. This was the very person responsible for the demise of the original owner. Lin Jie was also an outer sect disciple of Hanhai Sect. However, unlike Gu Changsheng, who was among the lowest tier of cultivators, he operated in a rather eccentric manner, often surrounded by several outer sect disciples, gradually forming a small faction. His cultivation life was quite affluent, and some even refer to Lin Jie as the overlord of the outer sect. In truth, Lin Jie's rise was not due to his high cultivation level, but rather his influential background. Though he only possessed a cultivation level of the 4th layer of qi refining, his brother was a disciple within the inner sect of Hanhai Sect. The two brothers colluded, frequently acquiring resources from the inner sect, such as discarded elixirs, damaged spiritual tools, and low-level cultivation methods, to sell at exorbitant prices to outer sect disciples to maximize profits. Lin Jie even devised a lending scheme for spirit stones, allowing disciples unable to afford resources to incur debt. What could usually be obtained for 3 to 5 spirit stones often ended up costing nearly 10 under his exploitation. Some female disciples, in desperate need of a few replenishing elixirs, were even coerced into viewing his goldfish under his intimidation. The original owner had borrowed 5 spirit stones from Lin Jie to purchase a Huchi Dan, and according to the lending terms, still owed Lin Jie 7 spirit stones, which needed to be repaid within 3 days. Hanhai Sect had a rule that every time an outer sect disciple broke through a boundary, they received corresponding rewards. The original owner had planned to collect a reward after breaking through to the 3rd layer of qi refining, intending to repay the debt. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, and he met an untimely end instead. Gu Changsheng scoffed coldly. He had no desire to engage in further dialogue and pretended not to hear as he brushed past the group. Gu Changsheng, you want to even greet your senior brother upon meeting? What do you mean by that? Stop right there. Lin Jie, taken aback by Gu Changsheng's lack of response, called out, What can I do for you, Lin Shixiao? Gu Changsheng halted, a cold smile gracing his lips. Do you have something to discuss? Of course I do. Lin Jie clapped his shoulder, and one of his lackeys immediately nodded and placed a rattan chair on the ground. Gu Changsheng, have you forgotten that you still owe me spirit stones for that Huchi Dan? When do you intend to repay me? Lin Jie boldly plopped down onto the rattan chair, wearing a brazen grin that moment. Upon hearing Lin Jie audaciously bring up the debt, Gu Changsheng's expression darkened considerably. It is crucial to note that the original owner had perished due to the toxicity of a failed elixir, and that very failed elixir had been sold to him by Lin Jie at a standard market price. How could he shamelessly demand spirit stones? Repay? On what ground should I? Gu Changsheng retorted, his tone frigid. The Huchi Dan you sold me was a failed elixir. It not only failed to enhance my cultivation, but nearly poisoned me to death. Do you believe that paying a dozen spirit stones for a failed elixir is reasonable? Lin Jie's smile faltered immediately. Throughout his years of conducting business in the outer sect, he had encountered many who refused to repay debts. But he never expected someone like Gu Changsheng, a mere 2nd layer qi refining disciple without influence or background, to dare speak in such a manner. Lin Jie narrowed his eyes, sensing that today, Gu Changsheng was markedly different from his usual self. Have you always been this audacious, Gu Changsheng? Let me remind you that all my elixirs carry a degree of toxicity. That is common knowledge. The one I provided you with only had a 60 toxicity level, which is already considered a decent elixir. If your cultivation did not improve, it simply indicates you are of no merit. Enough chatter. You owe me a total of 7 spirit stones. When will you repay me? Lin Jie signaled with his eyes, and several of his sycophants surrounded Gu Changsheng. Oh no, another victim of Lin Jie's bullying. Given the circumstances, it seems this disciple will surely face a beating today. Sigh, Lin Jie is truly a piece of work. Is there no one to put a stop to this? Stop? Who would dare? His brother is a well-known genius disciple in the inner sect, Even the outer sect elders treat him with respect. As the conflict between Gu Changsheng and Lin Jie unfolded outside the affairs hall, a crowd of outer sect disciples quickly gathered. However, most were merely there to watch the spectacle, with no one daring to intervene. This is the status quo of the cultivation world, where indifference reigns supreme and the strong prey upon the weak, with little reason to engage in matters that do not concern them. I, Lin Jie, have been conducting business in the outer sect for years, and I have always upheld the principle of integrity. I do not appreciate your tone. Now, tell me, which leg would you prefer to have broken first? A sinister smile crept across Lin Jie's face that a mere second-layer Qi refining disciple dared to challenge him. It seemed he had been too lenient recently, allowing some to forget his authority. Just then, a series of deep, resonant chimes echoed through the air, heavy and urgent, far more hurried than previous sounds. It was the bell from the lecture square. Ji Yu Changsheng felt a surge of hope. Break? I'd rather break your face. Lin Jie, you surely do not wish to create a scene before the elders of Hanhai Zone, do you? I am but a mere pawn in this world, indifferent to my own fate. Yet, are you truly willing to take the risk? The Hall of Affairs is not far from the preaching square, and the urgent tolling of the bell signifies that an elder is about to commence his sermon. What do I have to fear? Lin Jie's expression darkened as he spoke, only to be interrupted by a tug from a companion beside him. Brother Jie, today's sermon is delivered by Elder Yin. The companion informed that the mention of Elder Yin. Lin Jie shivered involuntarily. Yin Zhongping, known as Elder Yin, is the most adept elder in the art of talismans within the Hanhai Sect, and his temperament is notoriously capricious. Harboring a deep-seated aversion to wrongdoing. It is rumored that a certain inner sect disciple, having offended him, was cast out from the inner sect and relegated to the outer gate to tend to spirit beasts, ultimately becoming fodder for those very beasts. Thus, for some disciples, Elder Yin represents a taboo. Even Lin Jie must conduct himself with utmost decorum during his preaching. Ji Yu Changsheng. So your reliance is on Elder Yin. You knew I would be powerless against you today, didn't you? Lin Jie gritted his teeth, shooting a fierce glare at Gu Changsheng. Indeed, you possess some wit, Gu Changsheng replied, a hint of a smirk gracing his lips. The only reason he dared to confront Lin Jie today was due to Elder Yin's vengeful nature. In the outer sect, only bullies like Lin Jie would dismiss the identity of the elder delivering the sermon. Fine, I concede you are cunning. Lin Jie fumed, his fists clenched in rage, wishing to shatter Gu Changsheng's teeth. Yet recollecting Elder Yin's temperament, he ultimately released his grip and regained his composure. Boy, I shall grant you another day. If you do not return the spirit stones by then, I will render you incapacitated. With that, Lin Jie rose and, accompanied by his entourage, made his way into the Hall of Affairs. One day, tomorrow, I shall return your spirit stones, and it will be in your name. As Lin Jie and his sycophants departed, Gu Changsheng's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Did they truly believe he was still the pathetic, bullied original? He possessed a proficiency panel. Moreover, he had come to Elder Yin's sermon today with a plan in mind. Should his scheme succeed, Lin Jie would be compelled to kneel and call him grandfather. Once Lin Jie's group vanished from sight, Gu Changsheng proceeded to the preaching square. The preaching square is a designated area within the Hanhai Sect, arranged in a fan shape, adorned with stone tables. At this moment, numerous outer sect disciples were already seated at the stone tables, for opportunities to attend lectures by the elders are scarce, resulting in nearly full attendance each time. Ji Yu Changsheng arrived rather late and could only find a seat at the back. Dong, the bell tolled 12 times, and an unkempt, disheveled elder with hair cascading down approached the podium. It was none other than Elder Yin Zhongping. His unkempt yellow hair exuded a sense of lethargy, and upon reaching the podium, he casually waved his hands through the air. The path of talismans. As he gestured, spiritual energy coalesced in the air, forming several large characters that lingered for an extended period. Chapter 5. The Little Golden Armor Talisman in the Realm of Cultivation. The most frequently utilized talismans are the spell talismans. Spell talismans encompass a vast array of types, roughly categorized by function into attack, defense, healing, spirit communication, sound transmission, item storage, divination, tracking, concealment, and more, divided into 9 ranks. Each rank is further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The crafting of a talisman requires meticulous attention to detail, from the choice of paper and ink to the brush techniques employed. A first-rank talisman can be made using vermilion and black dog blood as ink, with yellow paper as the talisman sheet. However, talismans of the second rank and above necessitate the use of rare materials, such as spirit beast blood for ink and specific spirit beast membranes or skins for talisman paper. Some special talismans even require various rare treasures and exotic creatures, rendering the profession of talisman makers predominantly pursued by affluent families in the realm of cultivation. Nevertheless, once one achieves proficiency, it can become as lucrative as the path of alchemy. Just imagine when facing a formidable foe with the outcome uncertain and your spiritual energy waning, having a life-saving talisman. Even the lowest grade could turn the tide of battle. Subsequently, without any introduction, Elder Yin began his lecture. However, the path of talismans proved to be exceedingly challenging to this point. The elder, who had been speaking eloquently, suddenly paused. That a complete talisman consists of 3 parts: the talisman head that guides spiritual energy, the runes that define the spell, and the talisman tail that stabilizes and contains the energy. Can anyone tell me how many types of talisman heads there are? A few individuals eagerly raised their hands, but Elder Yin did not even glance their way, seemingly oblivious as he continued. Correct, there are 2 types: command and obey the command. As he spoke, his finger lazily lifted, and he effortlessly drew in the air, causing the words command and obey the command to materialize. The talisman tail comprises Zhonggang and Tiangang, each further divided into 5 styles: thunder, cloud, wind, fire, and water, totaling 10 variations. Today, we shall practice the lower-grade defensive talisman, the little golden armor talisman, using the command protect me with the power of the righteous, and ending with the Zhonggang cloud style. He continued, you may now practice freely. With that, Elder Yin raised his hand in the air, sketching the little golden armor talisman. The runes coalesced in the void, and with a resounding clang of metal, a golden light shimmered brilliantly around him. After completing the talisman, Elder Yin closed his eyes, feigning slumber. However, the disciples below, upon witnessing the little golden armor talisman, grew increasingly restless. Heavens, yet another first-rank lower-grade little golden armor talisman. Elder Yin has taught this talisman 6 times out of 7 classes this year, hasn't he? 7 times. He left halfway through once without finishing. The complexity of drawing this talisman and its lack of practical application left many bewildered. Doubting the utility of their practice, some disciples, discouraged, decided to leave, feeling that they would be better off meditating and cultivating their qi. Instead, in contrast to those departing, Changsheng remained, diligently practicing the drawing of the little golden armor talisman with a brush on sheets of yellow paper, dipped in vermilion. The materials he used were those left by the original owner, and having previously listened to Elder Yen's teachings, he had hoped to find success in talisman crafting, believing he might achieve something where he felt he lacked talent in cultivation. Alas, he ended up with nothing. Failure. As the brush fell upon the yellow paper for the final stroke, and no trace of spiritual energy fluctuation appeared, Changsheng could only let out a soft sigh. However, at that moment, a piece of information flashed before his eyes, vanishing almost instantly. Path of Talismans Experience 1. Meanwhile, a line of text appeared in the skills section of his panel. Path of Talismans Beginner 1100. Goodness, he was indeed correct. The Path of Talismans could also grant proficiency. Changsheng's heart soared with joy, and he promptly retrieved another sheet of yellow paper to continue practicing the little golden armor talisman. Path of Talismans Experience 1. Path of Talismans Experience 1. As time passed, the number of disciples in the preaching square dwindled, until eventually, the vast area, capable of accommodating thousands, was left with but one person, Changsheng. After a while, Elder Yin opened his eyes and surveyed the empty seats before him. A smirk of disdain crept upon his lips as he stretched and prepared to leave. However, just then, he noticed a figure at the farthest row of desks, still engrossed in drawing talismans.hm. In the past, this group would vacate before the class ended. Why is there an exception today? Elder Yin pondered as he approached. The disciple before him had a low cultivation level, merely at the second level of qi refining, someone he would not have even glanced at previously. Upon inspecting the desk, he found it cluttered with thick stacks of yellow talisman paper, haphazardly strewn across the table and surrounding area. Elder Yin casually picked up 2 sheets and shook his head. Not a single successful one. That it appears to be a stubborn rock without enlightenment. He tossed aside the discarded papers and was about to leave when, inadvertently, he caught sight of the talisman Gu Changsheng was currently drawing. Suddenly, Elder Yan's eyes widened. The talisman being drawn, although still a flawed version, was significantly better than the ones he had just picked up. Moreover, this lad, upon recognizing a failed talisman, persisted in completing the remaining strokes rather than discarding it carelessly, as he picked up a piece of talisman paper and began to draw, one after another. The cycle repeated itself, leading to a gradual improvement on each sheet. Elder Yan's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Diligence could indeed compensate for lack of talent. Although the youth before him possessed poor aptitude, his character was commendable. Thus, under the gentle sun and mild breeze, the old man and the young one stood together in the preaching square, one drawing, the other observing. Talisman crafting experience, one after an indeterminate amount of time. A new message flashed before Gu Changsheng. Simultaneously, an update appeared on his panel. Talisman crafting, entry level, 11,000. His proficiency in talisman crafting had reached the threshold of entry. Subsequently, as Gu Changsheng began to draw the next talisman, his strokes flowed with divine grace. The talisman head commanded, and the protective runes of the Vajra deity shielded him. Concluding seamlessly with a powerful flourish, the talisman was completed. Waves of golden light danced upon the yellow paper. It was done. Gu Changsheng's heart soared with joy, an exhilarating feeling akin to a fervent pursuit of mastery. Just as he was about to revel in his success, a voice suddenly interrupted him. Not bad. Not bad. Gu Changsheng looked up to see Elder Yin, his hair disheveled. Gazing at him, he instinctively exclaimed, "What the—" The moment the words left his lips, he quickly covered his mouth, realizing that if Elder Yin heard him, he might find himself laboring in the spirit fields, quite literally as fertilizer. However, at that moment, Elder Yin seemed oblivious to his outburst, picking up the small golden armor talisman Gu Changsheng had drawn and examining it closely. Although your talent is mediocre, your diligence compensates for it. You are indeed a promising individual. Hearing Elder Yan's praise, Gu Changsheng blurted out, "Elder, you flatter me. It was merely a stroke of luck." Chapter 6. Third layer of Qi refinement. Luck. The art of talisman crafting is a path of cultivation. Even luck is a form of talent. Elder Yin cast a sidelong glance at Gu Changsheng and set the talisman aside, continuing, "Since I am in a good mood today, if you have any questions regarding talisman crafting, feel free to ask, that I shall enlighten you." With that, Elder Yin plopped down on a nearby table. Gu Changsheng furrowed his brow, pondering for a long while, only to realize that he did not lack questions. Rather, life was a series of inquiries, and he was at a loss as to where to begin. The original owner's understanding of talisman crafting was akin to an elementary student grappling with Gaussian equations. Beyond what he knew, he was utterly clueless. Additionally, his ability to craft talismans was not a product of innate talent, but merely the result of grinding experience. What questions could he possibly have? Nonetheless, Gu Changsheng recognized that Elder Yan's willingness to converse with him indicated a degree of appreciation. This was an inner sect elder. After all, he was not like the original owner, who, despite having a golden opportunity, failed to seize it. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Changsheng finally spoke. "Why do you not teach the second-tier talismans?" Elder Yin paused momentarily. "You ask that? A decayed wood will always be a decayed wood." Shaking his head, he stood and replied, "It is not that I refuse to teach, but rather that teaching would be futile. You outer disciples lack a solid foundation, and yet aspire to lofty heights. A fundamental first-tier talisman, like the small golden armor talisman, has only been successfully drawn by you in an entire year. How can you expect to learn the second-tier talismans? Even if I taught you, would you be able to draw them? Moreover, second-tier talismans require rare materials, such as spirit beast blood for ink and specific spirit beast membranes for talisman paper. Can you afford to draw them?" This time, it was Gu Changsheng's turn to be taken aback. Cultivation relies on resources and wealth. Truth be told, those at their level could hardly afford to draw them. After a moment's thought, Gu Changsheng replied, Elder, I still wish to see a second-tier talisman, if possible. Elder Yan's brows knitted slightly as he regarded Gu Changsheng, then scoffed, Young man, it is not that I look down upon you. Here's what I will do. I will give you a more challenging talisman. With that, Elder Yin took a piece of yellow paper, raised his hand, and some cinnabar flew up automatically. He used his hand as a brush to inscribe a rune upon the yellow paper. By decree, let the celestial general strike without mercy. A first-tier upper-grade offensive talisman, flying wind slash. Within a month, draw a complete version and come a Huanyun Palace to find me. I will teach you intermediate talisman crafting. Before Gu Changsheng could respond, Elder Yin had already floated away. Looking down, Gu Changsheng noticed that the flying wind slash talisman shimmered with an invisible force that resembled a blade. It was evidently a more complex talisman than the small golden armor. The concluding thunderous patterns interspersed with wind patterns, presenting a high degree of difficulty. Yet its offensive power was formidable, potentially rivaling the full-force strike of a 9th-layer chi refiner. As Elder Yan's figure vanished, Gu Changsheng could no longer contain himself, erupting into unrestrained laughter in the empty preaching square. His plan had succeeded. Indeed, drawing the small golden armor talisman had drawn Elder Yan's attention. It had all been part of his scheme. Everything was aimed at seizing the opportunity presented by Elder Yin. What he hadn't anticipated was how generously Elder Yin would impart to him the flying wind talisman that a strike from the 9th layer of chi refinement. With his talisman in hand, he finally possessed the means of self-defense in the outer sect. As for Lin Jie and the like, should they dare to seek trouble with him, they would be sent to meet their doom. Calming his exhilarated emotions, Gu Changsheng quickly composed himself, returning to the matter at hand. The task of drawing the flying wind talisman within a month seemed trivial to him. After all, he had the proficiency panel. As long as he drew, success would inevitably follow. With that, Gu Changsheng gathered his belongings and returned to his dwelling. Upon entering his courtyard, he discovered that someone had scrawled words on his door. Repaying debts is a natural duty. The words were written in black dog-esque blood, fresh and dripping, exuding a pungent odor. Lin Jie. Gu Changsheng's brows knitted together. Lin Jie's threats echoed in his mind. Damn, the world of cultivation truly is a survival of the fittest. Being weaker in realm renders all efforts futile. Strength is the foundation of everything. With a stoic expression, Gu Changsheng dismissed the minor 5-element sword talisman and opened the door to enter his room. He then turned his gaze to the cold river spirit fish in the tub. Licking his lips involuntarily, an innocent man bears no guilt. Possessing a treasure brings trouble. Selling this fish would only invite complications. It would be better to consume it. With this thought, Gu Changsheng began to kindle a fire and processed a single cold river spirit fish. He only prepared one because his current cultivation was too low. Even if he consumed too much fish meat, he would be unable to refine it and would merely dissipate. The cold river spirit fish was rich in spiritual essence, and the best way to prepare it was to gut it and make soup. However, even the entrails were treasures in Gu Changsheng's eyes, so he set them aside to dry on a stone outside, planning to grind them into powder for future consumption. Once the fish was in the pot, the flames rose and the water temperature increased. Before long, a steam rich in spiritual energy wafted from the iron pots. Gu Changsheng felt a pang of regret as he waved his hands to direct the escaping spiritual vapor towards his face. Only when the aroma filled the air did he swallow hard, scooping the milky white soup, along with the fish, into a bowl without leaving a trace behind. He lifted a piece of fish. Disregarding the heat, he took a hearty bite. The sweet and tender flesh of the cold river spirit fish satisfied his palate immensely. With his eyes closed, he savored the experience, feeling the abundant spiritual energy travel from his mouth to his stomach, immersing himself in the sensation that he needed to eat quickly. Otherwise, with the original body's constitution, within an hour, the spiritual energy would dissipate into innate energy and escape through the orifices. Once the last mouthful of fish soup had disappeared, Gu Changsheng contentedly set down the bowl and promptly moved to his bed to sit cross-legged. The water elemental technique, completing a small circulation around his 100 meridians, constituted one small cycle, with 12 small cycles forming a large one. As he repeated the process, his proficiency panel continuously reflected changes. Water elemental technique experience, 1 water elemental technique experience, 1 water elemental technique experience, 1 as the sky darkened and the sun dipped low. After countless large cycles, the water elemental technique finally advanced once more. Skill. Water elemental technique. Third layer 1300. The proficiency of the water elemental technique had successfully broken through 200. With the upgrade of his skill. Gu Changsheng's cultivation bottleneck shattered at that moment. A faint blue light flickered around him as he broke through to the third layer of qi refinement. At last, he had reached the third layer of qi refinement. Upon witnessing the enhancement of his cultivation, tears nearly welled up in Gu Changsheng's eyes. Although he still faced a gap of 6 minor realms before reaching the foundation establishment stage, he had at least made some progress. With progress comes a reason to strive. Moving forward, as long as he could cultivate a few acres of spiritual fields, he would have established a solid foundation within the vast expanse of the Hanhai Sect. With this thought in mind, Gu Changsheng stepped outside and made his way to a nearby wooden cottage, gently knocking on the door. After a brief moment, an elderly man with graying hair opened the door. Looking puzzled, "Changsheng, is there something you need?" The one who opened the door was Uncle Chun, a fellow outer disciple like Gu Changsheng, albeit at the 6th layer of qi refinement. After spending decades within the Hanhai Sect, he had grown old, his hair turning gray with little advancement to show for it. Gu Changsheng spoke up. "Uncle Chun, I wish to cultivate a few acres of spiritual fields at D. Will you have any spare farming tools that you could sell me?" To cultivate spiritual fields, one requires specialized tools imbued with spiritual energy, as ordinary tools are utterly inadequate for such tasks. However, purchasing new tools would cost at least 4 spirit stones, and Gu Changsheng found himself with only 6, which he needed to use judiciously. Thus, he intended to buy a set of second-hand spiritual farming tools, and Uncle Chun, being an experienced spiritual farmer after decades in the outer sect, was likely to have some idle equipment. After a moment's contemplation, Uncle Chun turned to retrieve 2 farming tools from within his home, saying, "Here, this is all I have left. Do you think they will suffice?" Upon a mere glance, Gu Changsheng felt tears welling up again. These were hardly spiritual tools. They scarcely qualified as toys. The tools were palm-sized, a spiritual hoe and a spiritual plow. While size was not an issue, as they would adjust to the appropriate size upon activation of the incantation. This was contingent upon the tools being rich in spiritual energy. The 2 before him, however, were lacking in vitality. If it weren't for the faint residual spiritual energy, Gu Changsheng would have thought they were mere toys brought by some traveler from another world. Observing Gu Changsheng's expression, Uncle Chin quickly deduced his thoughts and chuckled. "What is the matter? Are they not to your liking? Though their spiritual energy is waning, with a bit of your time spent infusing them, they will still perform admirably. Did I want to ask for much? Just 3 spirit stones. 3 stones for these rusting relics? You must be jesting. Just 1 stone. Gu Changsheng's expression fell instantly, his hand outstretched. "Changsheng, your offer wounds me. We have been neighbors for years. How about 2 stones? I can't go any lower. Half a stone. Is there even market for half a stone? Are you mocking me? Half a stone. Fine, fine. You've worn me down. 1 stone it is. Just take them quickly." Uncle Chun hastily pressed the tools into Gu Changsheng's hands. They had sat unused in his possession for years. He was keen to part with them. "No matter the price. Old man, you have a foul temper," Gu Changsheng thought as he received the tools, then added softly, "As for the spirit stones, I'll owe you for now and settle with contribution points at the affairs hall tomorrow." With that, he dashed out, clutching the 2 tools tightly. Upon returning home, Gu Changsheng promptly stowed the tools away in a cabinet. The day had grown late, and it was no longer feasible to cultivate the spiritual fields. Tomorrow, he would have to contend with Lin Jie's harassment. Gu Changsheng contemplated that Lin Jie was undoubtedly a relative of an inner disciple. Although he had made some preparations, he still felt insecure. This evening, he resolved to strengthen himself further, perhaps by consuming more of the cold river spirit fish to elevate his water elemental technique to the 4th layer. Moreover, he needed to practice the minor golden armor talisman, as it was the best way to hone his proficiency in talisman crafting. Not to mention the flying puff talisman gifted by Elder Yan So many tasks awaited him. He longed for a moment of peace. Gu Changsheng had not anticipated that the life of a cultivator could be so fraught with complications. He remembered the protagonists from the online novels he had read in his previous life, who seemed to navigate their journeys with such ease, unlike himself, who was truly living to survive. Sigh. Having wasted much of his previous life in idleness, now, with the advent of a proficiency panel and a glimmer of hope, he could not afford to be lazy any longer. Ultimately, Gu Changsheng gritted his teeth, took out paper and pen, and crafted a schedule for himself. Each day, aside from attending lectures from the elders and tending to the spiritual fields, he allocated his leisure time as follows: fishing for 2 hours, meditating for 2 hours, and crafting talismans for 2 hours. From this day forth, he vowed to adhere strictly to this schedule and become a disciplined individual. He contemplated adding a famous quote at the end of his schedule, but, after much thought, finally penned, "An inch of time is worth an inch of gold, yet an inch of gold cannot buy an inch of time." Done. He lamented his lack of education. Having completed his preparations, Gu Changsheng approached the water tank and retrieved a cold river spirit fish, beginning to cook. After a hearty meal, taking advantage of the abundant spiritual energy, he began to meditate. Water Elemental Technique Experience 1. Water Elemental Technique Experience 1. Technique. Water Elemental Technique, 4th layer 1500 at last. As the water elemental technique upgraded once more, Gu Changsheng's cultivation finally ascended to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Bathed in a radiant blue glow, each layer of technique corresponded to a layer of cultivation, though his water elemental technique could theoretically carry him all the way to the foundation establishment stage. The success rate for breaking through to that stage was exceedingly low. It seemed prudent to seek a more formidable technique in due course. The water elemental technique was the most widely practiced cultivation method among the outer disciples of Hanhai Sect. Yet its mediocrity led to only a 30% success rate in breaking through to foundation establishment. Consequently, most disciples would switch techniques upon reaching the 5th layer of Qi refinement. At the 5th layer, one was already considered a competent practitioner among the lower-tier disciples, able to accept independent tasks from the affairs hall. Many disciples would only exchange their accumulated contribution points for stronger techniques after amassing sufficient merit. Gu Changsheng did not desire to rely on the water elemental technique for his foundation establishment, but he understood that it was still too early to switch techniques. For now, he needed to follow his plan to strengthen himself and earn some money. Gu Changsheng leaped from his bed, seized paper and pen, and began drawing talismans. Talisman Crafting Experience 1. Talisman Crafting Experience 1. Talisman Crafting Experience 1 for reasons unknown, while drawing the minor golden armor talisman. Gu Changsheng found it surprisingly effortless. His hand moved with divine assistance, each stroke flowing seamlessly. Before long, a substantial stack of shimmering minor golden armor talismans lay upon his desk. How could this be? Gu Changsheng furrowed his brow. His proficiency in talisman crafting was merely at the entry level. Yet he felt as though he had no chance of failure while crafting a first-tier talisman under the influence of his current proficiency. Could it be that my proficiency in talisman crafting has reached a level sufficient to allow me to craft first-tier talismans effortlessly? Both the minor golden armor talisman and the flying puff slash were first-tier talismans. If I can craft the minor golden armor talisman with such ease, then I should also be able to create the flying puff slash without difficulty. If I can produce the flying puff talisman, it might confirm my hypothesis. Hesitantly, Gu Changsheng picked up the talisman for the flying puff slash. Observing the intricate patterns at its tail, he swallowed hard but steeled himself to lift the brush. However, the moment the brush tip made contact with the yellow talisman paper, his strokes flowed effortlessly, as if he had practiced dozens of times before, completing the flying puff slash in one go. Talisman Crafting Experience 1. Indeed. Once proficiency reaches a certain standard, I should be able to craft any first-tier talisman with ease. What a delightful revelation. This felt utterly exhilarating. The flying puff slash, equivalent to a full force strike from a 9th layer Qi refiner, had been so easily accomplished. Gu Changsheng was overjoyed. It is worth noting that a first-tier upper-grade flying puff slash talisman could fetch 30 spirit stones even at the affairs hall. He could potentially amass a fortune simply by selling these talismans in the future. Gu Changsheng was immensely satisfied with this outcome. With a simple yellow talisman paper, he could create talismans to outsmart Lin Jie on the expansive yellow talisman paper. Grand symbols were drawn, as Lin Jie was destined to suffer great shame. Beneath the flickering candlelight, Gu Changsheng summoned his spiritual power, and one by one, the flying talismans were deftly crafted under his hand. Talisman Crafting Experience 1. Talisman Crafting Experience 1. As the dawn light began to brighten. A sudden bang at the door jolted Gu Changsheng awake from his reverie. Gu Changsheng, get out here! Lin Jie. Gu Changsheng wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and peered out of the window. Spotting Lin Jie accompanied by a few of his lackeys, already at his doorstep. Just in time, Gu Changsheng rose, strode confidently to the door, and coldly regarded Lin Jie, asking, "What do you want?" Seeing Gu Changsheng's nonchalant demeanor, Lin Jie's anger flared, and he laughed maniacally. "Stop pretending. I let you off yesterday, but today I want to see which elder will come to your aid. Pay up. I have no money, and I won't pay." Gu Changsheng retorted, hands tucked into his pockets, discreetly feeling the small golden armor talisman in his grasp, scoffing, "Even if I had money, I wouldn't give it to you that I borrowed it through my own means. Why should I repay you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Jie bellowed in fury, "You're asking for death. Get him. Break his legs." With a wave of his hand, his lackeys unleashed their sinister grins and advanced point one of them. Fists brimming with spiritual power, swung his hand, sending a blue fist strike towards Gu Changsheng in that critical moment. Gu Changsheng raised his hand, and a talisman manifested between his fingers. The BYD Cree. The Diamond Guardian protects my being. The talisman ignited with spiritual energy, instantly transforming into a shimmering golden figure surrounding Gu Changsheng, successfully intercepting the blue fist strike. Boom! The blue fist dissipated like mist, while the golden figure continued to radiate brilliance. Lin Jie's eyes widened in astonishment. The small golden armor talisman? No wonder this brat dares to challenge me. Though the small golden armor talisman was one of the simplest talismans, it could withstand attacks of the same level for a time. The lackeys, merely at the second level of chi refinement, could not breach his defense. However, how many small golden armor talismans could this brat possess? One single talisman would not save his life. "Attack!" Lin Jie sneered maliciously. The lackeys, upon his command, gathered their spiritual energy and unleashed a barrage of attacks in the form of various colored fist strikes and gusts of wind. The golden figure, conjured by the small golden armor talisman, sustained the onslaught for a moment before it finally shattered into countless glowing specks. Yet within a breath's time, another talisman ignited, and the golden figure reappeared. The lackeys were left aghast, after expending so much effort to break one. He still had another? Gu Changsheng, I refuse to believe you possess so many small golden armor talismans. Keep attacking. Lin Jie ground his teeth, forcing out those words in response. Gu Changsheng remained unfazed, a smile spreading across his face as he produced several more small golden armor talismans from his robes. Fanning them out like a blooming flower, clapping his hands together as he declared, "Strike away. They're merely small golden armor talismans. I have plenty to, if I don't exhaust your lackeys to tears today. I'll change my surname." Seeing the talismans shimmering with golden light in Gu Changsheng's hands, the lackeys turned pale. After all their efforts, they had only managed to break one. Yet he must have at least 7 or 8 left. If they continued, they would tire themselves out before they could deplete all his talismans. Sensing the shift, several lackeys, not foolish, retreated to Lin Jie's side, their faces clouded with worry. "Jiegu, what do we do? We can't break through his defense." Lin Jie clenched his jaw. He could hardly fathom that Gu Changsheng possessed so many small golden armor talismans. Each finished small golden armor talisman could easily fetch half a spirit stone in the outer sect. This brat would rather waste these talismans than exchange them for spirit stones to repay him. Clearly, he held Lin Jie in contempt. "Get out of my way." Lin Jie stepped forward, his gaze icy as he addressed Gu Changsheng. "Had you offered the small golden armor talismans as repayment from the start, I might have spared your life. Now, even if you kneel and apologize, I will still break one of your legs." With that, Lin Jie raised his hand, summoning a palm-sized, shimmering blue spirit sword. The spirit sword. Gu Changsheng's eyes widened in shock. The spirit sword was a spiritual artifact, and moreover, it was a treasure that could only be forged in the foundation establishment stage. In this world, treasures for chi refinement were known as magical tools, while those for foundation establishment were classified as spiritual artifacts, and those for core formation as magical treasures. That it was evident that Lin Jie had borrowed this from his brother. Azure Edge / Lin Jie commanded, and under the condensation of spiritual power, the spirit sword unleashed a blue light, aiming directly at Gu Changsheng. Clang. An ear-piercing sound echoed as metal clashed, and the golden figure instantly disintegrated into motes of light. With a single strike, Lin Jie shattered Gu Changsheng's small golden armor talisman. Seizing the advantage, he sent another sword strike hurtling towards Gu Changsheng. With resolute eyes, Gu Changsheng ignited another small golden armor talisman. And with a subtle movement of his right hand, he discreetly drew a flying wind / talisman. The moment the sword strike pierced through the small golden armor talisman, Gu Changsheng's fingers clamped around the talisman. Gathering his spiritual energy as he chanted, "By decree, may the celestial general strike without mercy." Flying wind / the yellow talisman ignited, and a blinding white light erupted, intertwining with azure lightning to form dozens of swirling wind blades. Converging towards Lin Jie, swish, a sound like the wind tearing through fabric rang out, and Lin Jie's eyes bulged as he felt a searing pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw his robe drenched in blood. The wound gaping as the wind and lightning tore through him. The surrounding lackeys were rendered speechless, frozen in shock at the sight before them. Easily defeated, Gu Changsheng scoffed. This was his strategy, using the small golden armor talismans to make Lin Jie believe he was solely on the defensive. Once Lin Jie dropped his guard and unleashed his full aggression, Gu Changsheng would strike back with a blow equivalent to the full force of the 9th level of chi refinement. Gu Changsheng, you concealed your abilities so well. What a cunning scheme! Lin Jie slumped to the ground, utterly dejected. The severe injury to his waist made it difficult for him to articulate much, leaving him gasping for breath. Lin Jie, given our past as fellow disciples, I shall spare your wretched life today. But should you dare to trouble me again, I may not show any mercy. Observing Lin Jie, bloodied and pale from loss of blood, Gu Changsheng spoke coldly that he had no desire to eliminate this pest from the outer sect directly. His brother, Lin Dong, was an inner sect disciple, and in the Hanhai Sect, the only condition for ascending to the inner sect was to reach the foundation establishment stage. He was not yet strong enough. Killing Lin Jie would undoubtedly summon Lin Dong's vengeance. Good lad, you've got some guts. Lin Jie realized today he could do nothing against Gu Changsheng, gritting his teeth. He gestured for his lackeys to assist him, and they helped him up, stumbling as they turned to leave. The fact that I was defeated by Gu Changsheng must not get out. My brother Lin Dong must never know. If he does, I swear he will make me suffer. Until they near the healing hall. That Lin Jie gritted his teeth and muttered, but before he could finish, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Rest assured, Jie Gu, we will keep our lips sealed. The lackeys trembled at the mention of Lin Dong's name, quickly affirming their loyalty. Lin Dong was known for his brutal temperament. Once, an outer sect disciple who offended him with a mere word had their dantian destroyed. Moreover, Lin Dong was relentless, harshly punishing Lin Jie as well. Should they learn that Lin Jie was defeated by a mere waste of the outer sect, it would surely lead to repercussions for his lackeys. Gu Changsheng must not be let off. Lin Jie felt a surge of animosity, yet he remained silent. Have Feng Zhang come to see me. Inform him that I possess news of a foundation establishment pill. In our hometown, amidst the hopeful fields, Gu Changsheng's heart swelled with joy as he tidied up Lin Jie. He infused his spiritual tools with energy and eagerly made his way to the desolate land on the mountainside. This 4 acres of uncultivated land, overrun with weeds, represented the very foundation where he would establish his future. Come forth, my spiritual tools. Gu Changsheng, a bit overly dramatic, channeled energy into them. Under the incantations he invoked, the hoe and plow transformed into tools of human-like stature, finally taking on a semblance of their intended purpose. For cultivators, the task of reclaiming wasteland typically does not require manual labor. By activating the incantation, the spiritual plow began to operate autonomously as the sun climbed high in the sky. The bright sun hung overhead, and just around noon, Gu Changsheng had already cultivated roughly 3/10 of a spiritual field. 1 mu 10 fun. 1 fun 10 li. 1 mu 100 li. After the spiritual hoe dug several small pits, Gu Changsheng proceeded to channel his magical energy to bury the grains within the soil. Seeds, drink your fill, he proclaimed, invoking the spring rain technique. With a hand gesture, he activated the technique, transforming spiritual energy into vapor, which coalesced into a dense rain cloud that swirled above the 3/10 of the spiritual field. The spring rain technique, experience 1.as, its name implies, the spring rain technique is a form of rain-calling magic. Most outer disciples of the Hanhai Sect utilize this spell to irrigate spiritual plants and nourish all living things. Although a low-tier technique, when wielded skillfully, it can achieve the power to summon wind and rain. However, Gu Changsheng had never heard of any disciple mastering the technique to such an extent. Most would advance to higher-tier spells after enhancing their cultivation. Thunder Summoning Technique. A thunderous incantation was cast, and a bolt of lightning, as thick as a thumb, flashed within the rain cloud, instantly stirring up a series of faint rumbles of thunder, infusing the raindrops with spiritual energy. Thunder Summoning Technique. Experience 1. The Thunder Summoning Technique is a mid-tier first-level spell capable of invoking a bolt of lightning. Gu Changsheng chose to use this technique after the Spring Rain technique because thunder embodies both destruction and vitality. When used in conjunction with the Spring Rain technique, it imbues the falling spiritual rain with a unique life force. With a torrential downpour, the spiritual rain fell, swiftly merging with the earth. The once yellowed soil transformed into a rich brown, gathering into small streams that flowed between the furrows. Almost there, once the soil of the spiritual field had been moistened and softened, Gu Changsheng lifted the incantation, dispersing the rain clouds. Next, it was time for the Vitality Technique. Vitality Technique. Experience 1. This was the only upper-tier first-level spell that Gu Changsheng mastered, capable of revitalizing seeds and awakening spiritual plants. Once again channeling his water elemental technique, combined with the Vitality Technique. The seeds buried in the earth responded to the spiritual energy, sprouting and breaking through the soil to reveal their tender shoots. In no time, the 3/10 of the spiritual field blossomed with lush greenery. Gu Changsheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having consecutively employed 3 farming incantations had nearly exhausted his capabilities. He needed a moment to rest. Indeed, even in the realm of cultivation, farming was no easy feat. Gu Changsheng sighed, reflecting on how much effort it took to cultivate just 3/10 of land. However, just as he was about to stow away his spiritual tools and turn to leave, he suddenly widened his eyes in shock. There, on the newly sprouted spiritual rice, flickered crimson points of light. Oh no, it's the red moth larvae. Chapter 9. The red moth. Gu Changsheng often encountered pestilence during the planting process. Spiritual energy has a natural allure for various pests. Among these pests, the most perilous and troublesome were the red moth larvae. These creatures were not mere pests. Rather, they were demonic beasts that specifically absorbed spiritual energy. Their adult form is the red moth, and once transformed, they become the red moth demon. However, for a red moth larvae to develop into a red moth demon, it takes many years, far more than the time required for cultivators. The moths lay their eggs hidden among the vegetation near the spiritual fields, allowing them to slumber for decades, even up to a century. Yet, once a spiritual field is cultivated, the first wave of spiritual energy from the crops can awaken them, leading them to absorb the spiritual essence from the cultivated crops. Dozens of red moth larvae could drain the spiritual energy from several acres of spiritual fields, resulting in a barren harvest. These larvae are impervious to ordinary agricultural remedies and lack natural predators, leaving cultivators with no choice but to combat them using their spells. Gu Changsheng surveyed the scene, and to his dismay, nearly 100 twinkling red moth larvae clung to the tender shoots, greedily siphoning the spiritual energy from the spiritual rice. Seeing the struggling shoots, Gu Changsheng's anger ignited within him. How dare you waste the fruits of my labor after a day of hard work? With that, Gu Changsheng activated the water elemental technique, condensing a stream of vapor in his hand, which gradually transformed into a pale blue water arrow. an offensive spell inherent to the water elemental technique. Guided by his will, the pale blue arrow flickered like a star, soaring forth to instantly shatter the crimson-red moth larvae, converting them back into spiritual energy to nourish the spiritual field. One strike, swift and decisive. Water arrow technique. Experience 1. Gu Changsheng was momentarily stunned, then filled with exuberance. He almost forgot the task at hand. On his proficiency panel, he realized that all skills could be enhanced through practice, and reaching a certain level of proficiency would allow for skill upgrades. The water arrow technique is the most basic yellow-tier offensive spell, since mastering spells often requires prolonged training and may encounter bottlenecks. Most individuals do not focus on refining low-tier techniques. However, low cost does not equate to lack of utility. The effectiveness of a spell varies greatly depending on the practitioner, while some might struggle to wield the same yellow-tier offensive technique. The Golden Blade Slash. Those at the Qi refining stage find it difficult even to chop wood. Yet for the elders of the Hanhai Sect, the same technique can easily pierce through several meters of solid stone. While others may find it nearly impossible to master low-level spells to perfection, Gu Changsheng could do so with ease. All he needed to do was continuously cast it. With this realization, Gu Changsheng once again gathered spiritual energy. Activating the water arrow technique, and another red moth larvae was dispatched. Water arrow technique. Experience 1. Water arrow technique. Experience 1. After unleashing a barrage of over 10 water arrows, Gu Changsheng felt his internal spiritual energy dwindling. This morning alone, he had utilized the spring rain technique, the thunder summoning technique, and now the water arrow technique, nearly exhausting his reserves. Yet more than half of the red moth larvae continued to greedily drain the tender shoots. He needed to meditate and restore his energy quickly. Otherwise, his spiritual fields would be in jeopardy. Gu Changsheng promptly seated himself on a nearby stone, channeling the water elemental technique to recuperate. Moments later, he rose again, unleashing another series of water arrows. Beneath the blazing sun, Gu Changsheng felt akin to a machine gun, the water arrows reflecting brilliant arcs of light as they danced freely above the spiritual field. Wherever they struck, the red moth larvae were swept away. What a thrill! Patience, focus, accumulation, and enhancement. The tangible rewards of his efforts manifested as his proficiency steadily increased on the panel. This visible improvement transported Gu Changsheng back to the exhilarating days of monster hunting in his previous life, reminiscent of a video game. Just then, as he launched another water arrow, he noticed that the originally pale blue arrow transformed into a deep azure, resembling a solid entity, soaring toward one of the red moth larvae. With a piercing sound, the azure arrow tore through the red moth larvae, continuing unabated, piercing the soil and leaving a finger-sized dark hole in the spiritual field. Upon witnessing this, Gu Changsheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Instinctively opening his panel, water arrow technique, advanced 1-2-0-0, IT had upgraded. The water arrow technique had broken through its bottleneck, advancing from novice to advanced. That last water arrow, in terms of both the state of condensed spiritual energy and its lethality, surpassed all previous iterations by several multiples. This breakthrough filled Gu Changsheng with elation. What of his low aptitude? What of his poor foundation? Perseverance can carve stone, with enough dedication, through 1,000 or 10,000 repetitions. Even this most basic water arrow technique could possess the power to shatter mountains. Enlightenment dawned upon him, and his execution became more fervent. Seizing the moment, Gu Changsheng diligently cleared away the remaining red moth larvae one by one. Soon, the newly cultivated spiritual field began to rejuvenate. Just then, Old Chen rushed over in a flurry, grabbing Gu Changsheng and urging him to return, exclaiming, "Changsheng, quickly, come see what is happening in my field. It's a disaster." Curious, Gu Changsheng followed him to the spiritual field, his eyes widening in shock. Wow, what a colossal moth! In the skies above Old Chen's spiritual field, two enormous red moths circled gracefully. The red moths that Gu Changsheng had encountered previously were no larger than the palm of one's hand. Yet, the two before him were each as large as an eagle, with wingspans stretching a full 4 meters, the shimmering golden dust on their wings, coupled with the bristling hairs on their 6 legs. each about an inch long and resembling sharp spines adorned with glimmers of crystalline green, clearly indicated their venomous nature. At that moment, the two red moths hovered in midair, one of them possessing an extraordinarily large abdomen, flapping its wings in a chaotic dance, while the other circled around it incessantly. Look at those enormous red moths. They must be on the verge of becoming demons. Old Chun exclaimed anxiously. That one with the particularly large abdomen must be a female. It intends to lay eggs in my spiritual field. If this continues, my field will be ruined. A single red moth can lay at least 1,000 eggs, and given the size of these two, it was not far-fetched to assume they could lay tens of thousands, if not more. Once the eggs burrowed into the ground, they would remain hidden until the life-giving spirit technique triggered their emergence. When that time came, not only would Old Chin's spiritual field be in jeopardy, but the entire expanse of the Kangmang mountain range might suffer the consequences. Gu Changsheng furrowed his brow, observing the relentless circling of the red moths. But his gaze gradually softened, transforming into fervor. Although the red moths were the foremost pests of spiritual fields, they also possessed another function. They could be used in medicine, as pests that feasted on spiritual energy. Their bodies held even greater medicinal value than the cold river spirit fish, and their wings were vital materials for crafting mid-grade talismans. The golden dust on their wings could also be utilized to produce mid-grade talisman ink. The value of these two colossal red moths could easily surpass 100 spirit stones. Upon hearing Gu Changsheng's silence, Old Chun mistook it for shock and sighed. Well, there's no use in your presence now. Just keep watch here. I shall fetch someone of higher cultivation from the sect. The moment he said this, Gu Changsheng became alarmed. The prospect of losing something worth over 100 spirit stones would surely deprive him of sleep for an entire month. Don't go. Gu Changsheng hastily pulled Old Chun back. You can't seek help. Why can't I? Old Chun looked at him in confusion. These two red moths are beyond the capability of us chi refinement practitioners. If we don't seek help, are we to rely on you? Gu Changsheng paused momentarily. Indeed, his cultivation level was only at the 4th layer of chi refinement, placing him among the lower-tier disciples within the sect. Although the golden armor talisman and the flying wind slash represented hidden strengths, both talismans pertained to the realm of talisman crafting, a secret of his own. Lin Jie and his muddy-footed companions had suffered such a significant loss at his hands. Given their character, they would never spread the word. Even if they did, Elder Yin would provide cover, as he had also gifted Gu Changsheng with a flying wind slash talisman. Similarly, the upgraded water arrow technique was also a concealed strength, not to be revealed lightly unless absolutely necessary. These two red moths were indeed quite large, but they had not yet reached the stage of becoming demons, as long as they had not transformed. With the aid of the flying wind slash talisman, or even the upgraded water arrow technique, they could be easily dispatched. It would be better to wait for Old Chun to leave before secretly eliminating them, thus claiming all their valuable remains for himself. After pondering for a moment, Gu Changsheng scratched his head and said, "What I mean is, we cannot seek help from just anyone, even if we summon 7 or 8 others of our caliber. It would be futile." Old Chin shot him a look of exasperation. Am I not aware of that? Stop wasting time. Just keep an eye out. I'll go call for someone. With that, Old Chun hurriedly turned and departed. Once Old Chun was a distance away, Gu Changsheng fixed his gaze intensely on the two red moths. Perhaps due to the overwhelming aura of murderous intent he had unconsciously emitted, the male red moth ceased its circling and faced Gu Changsheng. Its enormous compound eyes fixated upon him as if ready to charge, that a protective instinct ignited within him. On Valentine's Day, one must disrupt a couple whenever possible, that if misfortune were to befall someone, it could only be attributed to their own actions, meddling with the spiritual fields of others. Water arrow technique. With the energy of the water element coalescing, a brilliant blue arrow swiftly formed, racing toward the two massive moths. Gu Changsheng was almost prepared to collect the remains of one, only to witness the male red moth suddenly flap its wings and charge at the water arrow, effortlessly halting its rapid advance with the golden dust from its wings. Without hesitation, it lunged at Gu Changsheng. What the heck? Gu Changsheng was taken aback. His judgment had been flawed. This was not merely on the brink of becoming a demon. It was already undergoing the transformation. There was no time to think. As the red moth drew closer, he quickly rolled to the side, raising his hand to ignite a small golden armored talisman. Command, let the golden armored guardian protect me. The ethereal image of the golden armored guardian materialized in an instant, just as the sharp claws of the red moth grazed it, leaving a mark upon the shimmering surface. Thank heavens, it hadn't truly transformed into a demon yet. Otherwise, I would have been in serious trouble. Changsheng waved his hand again, conjuring another water arrow technique, his eyes locked onto the male red moth while subtly redirecting his energy toward the female. The male red moth, still lacking true sentience, mistook Changsheng's focus as a target and, in its ignorance, attempted to use its wings to shatter the water arrow. However, the water arrow sped past the male, targeting the egg-laying female instead. The azure arrow zipped by the male red moth, which now lacked the speed to intercept this assault. With a piercing sound, under the sunlight, the water arrow pierced through the female red moth. Erupting in a spray of emerald blood, the female, previously engaged in laying eggs, fluttered her wings a couple of times before plummeting to the ground, rolling twice in the spiritual field before coming to a halt. With the death of the female, the unhatched eggs within her would inevitably perish. Even if her abdomen were cut open now, it would be of no use. Upon witnessing this, the male red moth seemed to fall into a frenzy, emitting a shrill and thunderous sound as its originally dark compound eyes transformed into a bright crimson. That a surge of demonic energy erupted from it, swirling like a red mist in all directions. It had transformed into a demon. Changsheng's eyes widened in disbelief. What he had thought to be a clever ruse had backfired spectacularly. Who could have anticipated that the male red moth would, in its fury, complete the final stage of demonization? Before Changsheng could process this turn of events, the newly transformed demon red moth shot forward, its spiny legs firing like a flurry of silver needles toward him. Clang, 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 a torrential barrage of poisonous needles struck the ethereal image of the golden armored guardian, and in less than a heartbeat, cracks began to spread across the protective form. What the hell? Changsheng swiftly retrieved another golden armor talisman, igniting it as he launched another water arrow technique. However, the demon red moth did not evade or retreat. It soaked up the arrow's impact, allowing green demonic blood to splatter while relentlessly firing its poisonous needles at Changsheng. Desperation surged within him as he witnessed the second golden armor guardian's ethereal image nearing collapse. Changsheng could no longer hold back. He pulled out the flying wind/talisman and ignited it with determination. As winds and thunder converged, blades of light erupted. Dozens of wind blades spiraled and concentrated into one point, piercing through the body of the demon red moth in an instant. Demonic blood sprayed forth, and the onslaught of poisonous needles ceased. The frenzied demon red moth finally plummeted from the sky, meeting its end. Seeing this, Changsheng let out a sigh of relief. A moment of carelessness had nearly cost him his life. In this world of cultivation, one could not afford to underestimate any foe. If it hadn't been for his prior mastery of the golden armor talisman and the flying wind slash, he would almost certainly have met his demise today. Yet conversely, if he hadn't possessed the proficiency panel, he would never have had the audacity to target such formidable red moths. That it was best to promptly collect the corpses of these two colossal moths. Changsheng focused his energy, levitating the two red moths into the air, and hurried back home, casually tossing them inside before turning back to Old Chen's field. Just as he was preparing to clean up the green blood on the ground, he spotted Old Chen approaching briskly, accompanied by a steward from the affairs hall. Steward Su. Right up ahead. I've never seen red moths this large. Look. Before he could finish his sentence, Old Chen was left dumbfounded. The enormous red moths were nowhere to be seen. What happened to the massive red moths? Where are they? Old Chen, are you playing tricks on me? Do you think I'm easily fooled? Steward Su furrowed his brow, about to reprimand Old Chen, when he suddenly caught a whiff of lingering demonic energy in the air. His expression changed drastically. Why is there a trace of demonic energy? Do the red moths transform into demon red moths? As the two spoke, their gazes involuntarily turned toward Changsheng. The existence of the red boar moth is beyond dispute, The disarray in the Ling Tian serves as undeniable evidence of its presence. However, whether it is the red boar moth or the red boar demon, it is certain that they will not leave until the oviposition is complete. Could it be that this fellow has managed to exterminate them? No, that is utterly impossible. Su, the manager, immediately dismissed such a notion that Jiyu Changsheng is merely a practitioner at the mid-lower stage of qi cultivation. Not to mention the red boar demon. Even a half-demon red boar moth is beyond his capacity to handle at this stage. Furthermore, given the habits of the red boar moth, the female moth, prior to laying eggs, employs a unique method to transfer a portion of her strength to the male, thereby significantly enhancing the male moth's power. At that time, even a practitioner at the late stage of qi cultivation would find it challenging to contend with the male red boar moth, after pondering for a while without arriving at any conclusion. Su, filled with confusion, turned to Gu Changsheng and inquired, "Speak up. What exactly is going on?" Gu Changsheng remained silent for a moment before replying, "I don't know. They just suddenly flew away." Flew away. Su furrowed his brow. With a cold laugh, he remarked, "Didn't you say they were preparing to lay eggs here?" "Yes, but they just flew away all of a sudden. Perhaps they felt the feng shui here was unfavorable." "Then what of the blood on the ground? Did you do that?" "No, the male red boar moth thought the feng shui was poor here, while the female moth found it acceptable, leading to a conflict between the two. And after a scuffle, they both flew away." "Keep making things up." Su's forehead bulged with veins as he pointed at Gu Changsheng, exclaiming, "You're still here trying to baffle me over such a significant matter as the oviposition of the red boar moth. If you don't clarify this today, I will deduct all your contribution points from the affairs hall. Do you believe that?" As the manager of the affairs hall, Su indeed possessed the authority to make such a declaration. Gu Changsheng, without hesitation, pleaded, "Please, Manager Su, don't pressure me. That elder forbids me from revealing it to others." "Elder?" Su's interest peaked at once. "Which elder?" Gu Changsheng feigned urgency, saying, "I truly cannot say. Otherwise Elder Yin would surely flay me alive." "Elder Yin?" Su paused momentarily. "Elder Yin is the most proficient elder in talisman crafting within the sect, and most materials required for crafting talismans indeed come from the red boar moth. This seems plausible. But how would Elder Yin know about the presence of two red boar moths here?" Su contemplated this in his heart, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Changsheng, feeling that the fellow was concealing something. "What else did Elder Yin say?" Gu Changsheng, upon hearing this, wore a troubled expression and replied, "He really didn't say much. He merely instructed me not to make a fuss when the people from the affairs hall arrive. As an ordinary practitioner, why would he divulge everything to me? If you truly don't believe me, you may inquire with Elder Yin yourself." Seeing him so frightened, Su shook his head. "Ask Elder Yin? That would be tantamount to relinquishing my position. Elder Yin excels in the art of talismans and is known to nurture some demon beasts that yield materials. Perhaps these two red boar moths are his own that accidentally escaped. What would it mean to confront him about it? It would be akin to slapping his face in public. Since nothing serious has transpired, I shall simply treat this as a non-event and maintain a good impression before Elder Yin." After a moment of contemplation, Su spoke sternly, "Since there is nothing amiss, I shall take my leave. Do not speak of what has transpired here to anyone. Understand?" As he said this, he cast a glance at Old Chun. Old Chun, being perceptive, immediately understood that this was directed at him and quickly proclaimed, "I haven't heard a thing." That Su nodded and turned to depart. Once Su was out of sight, Gu Changsheng remarked, "Old Chun, if there is nothing else, I shall return home as well." Him upon returning home, Gu Changsheng promptly locked the door, gazing at the two red boar moths with a frown. To be precise, there was one red boar moth and one red boar demon. The value of these creatures was at least 200 spirit stones. However, he lacked the audacity to bring them to the affairs hall to exchange for contribution points. Their worth surpassed that of the cold river spirit fish by a significant margin. He had no foundation in alchemy or talisman crafting, rendering him ignorant on how to concoct materials. They were neither consumable, usable, nor sellable. What was the point of going through all this trouble to retrieve them? Just then a knock sounded at the door. Jiyu Changsheng immediately became alert and called out, "Who is it?" "There is no one home." The visitor laughed heartily at this, their voice ringing like silver bells. "If no one is home, then who is speaking?" "I am a disciple from the External Affairs Hall, here to inform you that today marks the grand birthday of the Master of Linen Prefecture. There will be a gathering tonight. If you wish to trade, you may report to the External Affairs Hall to join the group. Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng's eyes brightened. How could he have forgotten this? The Master of Linen Prefecture's birthday is nearly an annual grand event. Practitioners from all over Linen, whether from insignificant sects or wandering cultivators, converge in the city to it is akin to a temple fair, with stalls and bartering occurring everywhere, where spirit treasures, magical tools, techniques, and materials may all make an appearance. The External Affairs Hall is responsible for the external matters of the Hanhai Sect, and every year at this time, they organize the sect as practitioners to descend the mountain, either to engage in trade or to broaden their horizons. For them, it is a rather significant opportunity. Last year, he had specifically descended the mountain and exchanged 2 pounds of spirit rice for a nurturing essence pill, which had subsequently elevated his cultivation to the second layer of qi. For Gu Changsheng, this was the perfect chance to convert his accumulated treasures into resources for cultivation. After all, in the realm of those exceptional goods at the gathering, a mere few cold river spirit fish and 2 red boar moths would be inconsequential. He opened the door crack, peering out to ask, "When is the gathering? Is there anything I need to register?" Outside stood a girl with pigtails, who glanced at Gu Changsheng through the door gap and scoffed. "What? Afraid of being seen? We'll gather after lunch at the External Affairs Hall. By the way, let me clarify. This time there are many people going down the mountain, and the External Affairs Hall has limited slots. If you don't have anything worthwhile to offer, don't take up a spot." As she spoke, she appraised Gu Changsheng from head to toe, a trace of derision curling at her lips as she added, "Looking at you, it seems you have nothing of value. A mere child dares to look down on me." Gu Changsheng's expression darkened as he retorted, "Understood, goodbye." With that, he slammed the door shut. The girl was left on the other side, taken aback, scowling at the door and hissing, "Humph, not much skill, yet a big temper. Let us see what you can bring out." After saying this, she turned and departed. Gu Changsheng waited until her footsteps faded before letting out a slight sigh, glancing at the 2 enormous red boar moths, pondering how to conceal them. How could he possibly take them out like this? Chapter 12. The Ingenious Sue. The Manager. There are many types of storage artifacts, ranging from low-grade storage bags among chi-level magical tools to higher-level spirit tools like storage rings, storage talismans, and even storage bracelets and belts. That it is said that at the immortal level, one can shatter the void to create space dedicated to storage. Storage artifacts are not exactly scarce in the realm of cultivation, yet they are not within the reach of a chi-level practitioner like Gu Changsheng. Even a storage bag. The original owner had never managed to acquire one in all those years. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Changsheng laid out 2 options before him. The first was to approach the Affairs Hall and rent a storage bag using contribution points. The second was to seek out Elder Yin and learn the method of crafting storage talismans from him. After some deliberation, Gu Changsheng ruled out the second option. The reason was simple. Seeking Elder Yin would require presenting his crafted flying pung slash talisman. If Elder Yin were to discover that he had crafted the flying pung slash within a day, he would surely want to dissect him to ascertain the nature of his prodigious talent. Moreover, if memory serves, storage talismans are of the second tier. Even if Elder Yin taught him how to craft one, he currently lacked the time and materials to practice. The only feasible path left was to head to the Affairs Hall and exchange contribution point for the storage bag. Gu Changsheng gritted his teeth. One cannot reap rewards without investing effort. In business, how can one expect to profit without incurring costs? With this thought, Gu Changsheng hastily locked the door and made his way to the Affairs Hall. He arrived at the window where he frequently exchanged tasks, and the attendant was the same woman he had encountered previously. "Welcome, junior brother, to the Affairs Hall. Are you here to receive or hand over a task?" The attendant clearly recognized Gu Changsheng and exclaimed in surprise, "You completed the task of cultivating the spirit field so quickly." "Not really." Gu Changsheng waved his hand. "I'm here to exchange for something." "Oh, I see." The woman was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. Indeed, how could a cultivator in the chi refinement stage possibly establish 4 acres of spiritual fields in just a single day? "What would you like to exchange?" she inquired. Gu Changsheng replied, "I wish to rent a storage bag." The attending woman nodded in acknowledgement. You must be preparing for the gathering in Linen Prefecture. Today, quite a few storage bags have been rented out. I hope there is still some left in stock. Please wait a moment while I check the inventory. With that, the woman rose and headed to the storeroom. Sue, do we have any storage bags left? Let me take a look, she called out. Sue waved his hand, and an ethereal ledger appeared before him. All storage bags are gone. We only have low-grade storage rings available. Who wishes to borrow one? The attending woman handed over Gu Changsheng's identification token, and upon seeing the name, Sue was momentarily taken aback. Gu Changsheng. The one from the spiritual fields today. What does he need a storage bag for? Sue frowned and stood up, saying, take me to see him. Upon reaching the counter, Gu Changsheng felt a sudden pang of anxiety. What a coincidence! Sue, recognizing him, immediately expressed his confusion. Is it really you? What do you need a storage bag for? Gu Changsheng chuckled awkwardly, replying, is it now necessary to register the purpose for borrowing a storage bag? You impudent brat, Sue retorted, rolling his eyes. Spare me your nonsense, we have no storage bags left, only low-grade storage rings. According to the rules, the use of such spiritual treasures must be registered. Gu Changsheng fell silent at this. While the storage ring offered substantially more space and convenience, its rental cost was considerably higher. Renting a storage bag required only 10 contribution points, while a storage ring demanded 30 points. 3 spirit stones. Sue observed Gu Changsheng's troubled expression and suddenly shifted to a more mysterious tone. I know what you're up to without you saying a word. He leaned closer to the counter and whispered, did Elder Yin send you? You need to capture those 2 red moths to exchange for something, right? Yes, exactly. Gu Changsheng felt a surge of admiration for Sue's astute deduction. How had he made that leap? Sue's ability to connect the dots was astonishing. How could you possibly guess that? You are truly remarkable. My idol, my admiration for you flows like an unending river, as relentless as a flood. Sue, flattered by the praise, responded, indeed, without a bit of insight, I couldn't be the steward of this affairs hall. A smug smile crept across his face as he continued. The sect has decreed that during the ancestor's seclusion, no elder may descend the mountain without permission, hence why he requested your assistance. This opportunity to work with Elder Yin is a stroke of fortune for you. With his knowledge of talismans, even a small lesson could benefit you for a lifetime. Gu Changsheng nodded vigorously. You speak the truth, Sue, sensing Gu's eagerness, produced a storage ring and handed it to him. Take this storage ring for now. Return it after your task, and I won't charge you any contribution points. However, you know how to explain this to Elder Yin, right? Elated, Gu Changsheng responded, you are truly wise. Rest assured, I will inform Elder Yin precisely who lent me this storage ring. There will be no deceit. Sue nodded with a smile, saying, a promising youth indeed. With that, he turned to leave, holding the storage ring. Gu Changsheng's spirits soared. He had said nothing at all. Does the esteemed brother require any further assistance? The attending woman smiled at him. No. Thank you, he replied, and with that, he hurried home. Using the storage ring was quite straightforward. Upon activating it with spiritual energy, a faint beam of light emerged. Gu Changsheng directed the light at the corpses of the 2 red moths, and with a flash of white light, the bodies were instantly absorbed into the storage ring. Afterward, he prepared a meal and enjoyed a hearty feast. Following a brief meditation to absorb the spiritual energy from a few grains of spiritual rice, Gu Changsheng made his way to the outer affairs hall. Upon arrival, he found a multitude of people gathered. At least several thousand. The staff were diligently maintaining order. Observing the crowd, Gu Changsheng felt a twinge of anxiety. In previous years, there had been no limit on numbers, and descending the mountain had been a simple matter. However, under the current circumstances where the sect was imposing restrictions, the opportunity to descend had become scarce. With so many individuals present, how would he secure a spot? Just then, a melodious voice rang out behind him. Oh, you actually came? Gu Changsheng turned to see the girl with the braided hair who had notified him earlier. Why wouldn't I come? He replied, slightly annoyed. I told you, there are many people this time. Not everyone can descend the mountain, she retorted, sizing him up with an air of disdain. What do you have to trade that warrants your descent? At her words, other outer disciples turned to glance at Gu Changsheng. Clad in the humble farming attire he had worn earlier in the day, he appeared clean yet exceedingly plain, lacking any semblance of a cultivator. Laughter erupted around him. Isn't this Gu Changsheng? Did you fail to advance again? Why must one belittle another's cultivation? What cultivation? I saw Lin Jie demanding repayment from him yesterday, and he was even splattered with black dog blood on the wall. He must have just been humiliated. The square erupted with joyous laughter. The girl with the braid joined in with a few chuckles before turning back to Gu Changsheng, saying, if you have nothing of value to bring down, just find someone here to help you sell your things. Don't waste a spot. Gu Changsheng merely scoffed, reaching into his pocket to produce a small golden armor talisman. Hey, take a good look. Is this worthy? My name is Ganming, not some stinky girl, she retorted, but her eyes widened in surprise as she snatched the talisman from his hand, inspecting it closely. A small golden armor talisman. Did you draw this? The crowd fell silent at the sight of the talisman, although it was merely a low-grade talisman. Many from the inner sect were capable of crafting them, and those who could do so among the outer disciples were exceedingly rare. The notion that Gu Changsheng had indeed drawn it was unfathomable. To admit one's weakness is acceptable, but to witness someone once deemed weaker excel in a particular area was a bitter pill to swallow. No, it couldn't be true. Those who had mocked Gu Changsheng earlier were inwardly protesting. Gu Changsheng scanned the crowd. Realizing he had plunged into the depths of jealousy, he seized the opportunity to reveal a stack of small golden armor talismans. If I didn't draw these, would you have done it instead? Just tell me, is this enough for me to descend? The small golden armor talisman was primarily defensive in nature, revealing it would bear little consequence. Rather, it would deter any nefarious thoughts from those outer disciples who might harbor ill intentions. Ganming's face flushed as she beheld the stack of talismans. There were at least 100. And even at half a spirit stone each, they were worth dozens of spirit stones. For outer disciples, such as some represented an entire year's worth of savings. With a dismissive huff, she tossed back the small golden armor talisman she had taken from Gu Changsheng and pouted. It's just a few small golden armor talismans. What is so impressive about that? There are plenty of cultivators down the mountain. Who needs your talisman? If anyone else wishes to descend, come register with me. With that, she turned on her heel and left. Gu Changsheng, unperturbed, collected his talismans with a smile. While there were indeed many cultivators below, the vast majority were still in the chi refinement stage. Who wouldn't desire a small golden armor talisman for protection? The census of disciples was swiftly completed, and the vibrant cohort of Hanhai Sect began their descent from the mountain. The distance from Linen Prefecture to Hanhai Sect was but a single mountain apart. By the time dusk approached, the throngs had already entered the city. This moment. Linen Prefecture was adorned with splendid decorations, bustling with practitioners from various sects who flocked from all directions, their diverse spells coalescing into resplendent patterns of longevity that spiraled gracefully in the air, exuding a festive atmosphere. The streets of the city were alive with a cacophony of voices, as merchants and hawkers occupied every corner, peddling an array of materials and tools, a dazzling variety that left one in awe. The surrounding disciples of different sects were filled with exuberance, engaging in animated discussions. Indeed, Linen Prefecture was a hive of activity. After all, it was the grand birthday celebration of the Prefecture Master, an annual extravaganza. Who knows what level of cultivation the Prefecture Master possesses? You don't know. The Prefecture Master is already at the late stage of the nascent soul realm and could break through to the transformation stage at any moment, becoming the only transformation master in Linen Prefecture. I dare say our sect's ancestor could potentially achieve the transformation first. That is not certain. Who can tell? The ancestor of Hanhai Sect is 172 years old, at the 9th level of the nascent soul realm, and has been stuck at this stage for many years. In contrast, the Prefecture Master is barely over 100, having just ascended to the 9th level of the nascent soul realm 2 years ago, and is rumored to be preparing for a breakthrough to the transformation stage. For who reaches the transformation stage first, that is yet to be determined. However, from Gu Changsheng's perspective, the Prefecture Master has a far greater likelihood than the sect's ancestor. Yet all of this bore little significance to Gu Changsheng. This thought merely flickered in his mind before he was drawn to a nearby stall. The stall was selling a variety of chi cultivation artifacts, most of which were single-use but came in numerous types. Artifacts are the most commonly encountered treasures for chi refining practitioners. They have no usage restrictions and require only a small amount of spiritual energy to activate. They're simple to produce, and with a design blueprint, any practitioner can create them step by step using their own spiritual energy. The only drawback is that most are single-use and consume a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Gu Changsheng's I was caught by a spiritual canister that could store spiritual energy, as well as a mask that could obscure one's cultivation level and appearance, capable of storing the energy of an ordinary qi refining practitioner at the 5th level. When in use, one merely needed to extract it present. What Gu Changsheng needed most was spiritual energy. Tending to the spiritual field and drawing talismans required a substantial amount of it. The most evident example was the flying pong slash. Although he could now draw this first-tier superior technique, his entire reserve of spiritual energy allowed him to produce only 3 to 4 talismans. The time required to meditate and recover spiritual energy was excessively long. So such a spiritual canister, which could grant him an abundance of spiritual energy, was invaluable for honing his skills. As for the mask, its ability to conceal one's cultivation and appearance was indispensable. Akin to a specialized artifact for pretending to be harmless while striking unexpectedly. Its only limitation was that it could only shield against the probing of foundation-building practitioners. However, the price was somewhat steep. The spiritual canister cost 10 spirit stones, and the mask 5 spirit stones. Perhaps it would be prudent to sell some items first. Gu Changsheng glanced around and found a recently vacated spot, producing a small gold armor talisman. Taking a deep breath, he shouted loudly, "Come and take a look." The small gold armor talisman is on a cliffside clearance sale. Half a spirit stone. You can't go wrong. You can't be fooled for half a spirit stone. You can acquire a protective gear that deflects hidden arrows, prevents ambushes, and ensures safety. A must-have for journeys. The small gold armor talisman. Don't miss out as you pass by. Chapter 14. Fengzhang Gu Changsheng even took out a small gold armor talisman and ignited it with spiritual energy. The golden armored deity's phantom suddenly rose, towering 3 feet high and radiating golden light, startling those around him. Yet it was merely a momentary fright to this grand event. Various captivating methods were on display. Just moments ago, a vendor selling spiritual herbs had nearly set his stall ablaze while concocting pills. Nevertheless, this spectacle did indeed attract a considerable number of onlookers. For half a spirit stone, you acquire a means of safeguarding your life. The price is truly reasonable. Point 2 for me. 2 for me as well. At these words, Gu Changsheng's heart soared with joy. Although he had anticipated sales, he was pleasantly surprised by the immediate interest. Subsequently, a steady stream of customers arrived. And within less than an hour, the small gold armor talismans had sold over half their stock, leaving only a few dozen behind. After selling over 40 spirit stones, Gu Changsheng promptly purchased the spiritual canister and the mask. Next came the pivotal moment of this descent from the mountain, the 2 red moths in his storage ring. The purpose of acquiring the mask was for them, unlike the small gold armor talisman. The red moths, while not particularly notable in Linen City, posed a significant issue for disciples from other sects of Hanhai. If he were to display the red moths, particularly one that had fully transformed into a demonized form, it could lead to considerable trouble. Who could predict if someone might become envious and spread tales within the sect? That would be a predicament he could scarcely navigate. That Gu Changsheng made his way directly out of the city, seeking a secluded area devoid of people, preparing to change into the attire concealed in his storage ring and don a mask before re-entering the city. However, just as he was about to retrieve the prepared clothing, he suddenly noticed movement in the shadows nearby, startling him. Peering into the darkness, he saw only an expanse of blackness. The sky had already darkened, and the surroundings were filled with ancient trees. Under the moonlight, the swaying shadows of the trees appeared like haunting specters, and with the occasional gust of wind, the branches seemed to reach out like clawed hands. In this world, supernatural powers truly exist. Creatures of myth and legend are not mere figments of imagination. Could it be that he had stumbled upon some nefarious cult? Gu Changsheng swallowed hard, casting another glance at the restless branches, and could not help but let out a derisive laugh at that moment. A gust of wind swept by. Something unknown brushed against Gu Changsheng's cheek and flew past. With a soft thud, it embedded itself in the tree behind him. Gu Changsheng felt a sharp sting on his face. Reaching up to find that he had been cut, a shallow but bloody wound appearing. This sudden turn of events spurred Gu Changsheng into action. Instinctively, he retrieved a small gold armor talisman and ignited it. Golden light surged forth, illuminating the surroundings with the phantom of the golden-armored deity. "Who goes there? Step forward." As soon as he spoke, a figure emerged from beneath a nearby tree, with a shifty gaze and a menacing demeanor. He was clad in the garb of an outer disciple of Hanhai Sect, brandishing a short sword inverted in his grasp, a cold smirk playing upon his lips beneath the radiance of Gu Changsheng's golden-armored deity. Gu Changsheng instantly recognized him. Feng Zhang. Like himself, he was also a disciple of Hanhai Sect. The difference lay in the fact that he ranked among the top 50 of the outer disciples. A celebrated figure within their ranks. During the last sect competition, he had emerged as a dark horse, defeating several disciples at the 9th level of Qi refining with his cultivation at the 8th level, aided by the low-grade spiritual artifact he had crafted himself, the Golden Bell Shield. However, Feng Zhang had remained stagnant at the 9th level of Qi refining. Once he transcended to the foundation-building stage, he would inevitably enter the inner sect, becoming a coveted talent sought after by the elders. A flicker of foreboding passed through Gu Changsheng's mind. He couldn't possibly be planning to harm him for robbery. Could he? With his strength at the 9th level of Qi refining, taking Gu Changsheng's life would be a trivial task. In this dire situation, he needed to buy time and ascertain Feng Zhang's intentions. With this in mind, Gu Changsheng wiped the blood from his face and forced a calm smile at "It's you, senior brother Feng. Are you here for a moment of relief as well?" Feng Zhang's lip curled in disdain as he regarded Gu Changsheng. "Aren't you afraid? Afraid that your moment of relief might be overly fragrant?" Gu Changsheng replied with a smile. "To be honest, my own moments can be rather pungent too." Seeing Gu Changsheng jesting in such a situation, Feng Zhang let out a cold snort. "Laughing in the face of death shows your remarkable courage. No wonder you dare to stand against someone like Lin Jie." At this, Gu Changsheng's brow furrowed slightly. "Was it Lin Jie who sent you? Are you here to defend him?" Feng Zhang sneered derisively. "Defend him? He lacks the clout for that. He has offered a foundation-building pill for your life. I initially thought you were something special, worth a foundation-building pill. Now it seems that Lin Jie is such a waste that he can't even handle a Qi refining practitioner relying on a small gold armor talisman." Gu Changsheng's heart sank. The function of a foundation-building pill is to enhance the likelihood of breaking through to the foundation-building stage for those at the 9th level of Qi refining, a prospect of utmost importance for someone like Feng Zhang. This meant that unless he could produce a foundation-building pill immediately, Feng Zhang would certainly not hold back. At the 9th level of Qi refining, such an adversary was far beyond Gu Changsheng's capabilities. Feng Zhang, noticing the grave expression on Gu Changsheng's face, stepped forward with a short dagger drawn. "Don't worry. We bear no enmity. I'll grant you a swift end." Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng hurriedly waved his hand and said, "If you wish to kill me, you must first inquire if he is willing." As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed towards the space behind Feng Zhang. Feng Zhang was momentarily taken aback and turned to look, only to find the area behind him completely vacant. Just then, Gu Changsheng raised his hand and shouted, "By imperial decree, all heavenly deities shall strike without mercy." Flying pung slash. The talisman ignited, and thunder and wind clashed. In an instant, numerous blades of wind formed, hurtling towards Feng Zhang with incredible speed. The sudden turn of events caused Feng Zhang's brow to furrow. However, he was not Lin Jie. At the moment the talisman ignited and the wind blades materialized, Feng Zhang had already drawn forth a palm-sized bronze bell, which shimmered with brilliance, coalescing into a golden bell of a yard in size. Golden Bell Shield. The wind blades collided against the bell, instantly stirring up a wave of force, with the bell's golden light flickering. Even Feng Zhang himself was momentarily blinded by the radiance. The Golden Bell Shield was a low-grade spiritual artifact he had refined himself, more than sufficient to withstand a first-grade superior flying pung slash. The only flaw being that his line of sight would be obscured within the bell. And this fact, Gu Changsheng happened to know. As the momentary distraction arose, Gu Changsheng wasted no time, raised his hand to launch another water arrow, and then fled towards Linen City without a backward glance. Escape. The brilliance of the Golden Bell Shield faded, and Feng Zhang found himself staring at empty space before him. Turning around, he saw that Gu Changsheng had already fled several hundred meters away. Thinking of escaping? I wonder just how far you think you can run. Gu Changsheng sprinted for his life. His gaze remained fixed on the city gates of Linen. Once within the city, Feng Zhang would dare not lay a hand on him. As long as he entered the city, he would be safe. As long as he entered the city. Damn it. Gu Changsheng abruptly halted, his eyes widening in disbelief. He beheld thousands of cultivators from a small sect, appearing out of nowhere, blocking the city gates. Simultaneously, they had sealed off Gu Changsheng's only avenue of escape. Chapter 15. Today, I shall play for keeps. As Feng Zhang rapidly closed the distance behind him, Gu Changsheng's heart raced with urgency, and he noticed the disciples of the small sect had the inscription Hanhai Sect upon them. Hanhai Sect was also one of the many small sects within Linen Prefecture. Suddenly struck with inspiration, he called out to the disciples of Hanhai Sect, "Listen up, disciples of Hanhai Sect. Lay down your weapons. Hand over your maidens, and swiftly clear the way for me." After uttering this proclamation, he feigned puzzlement and turned to face the approaching Feng Zhang without a hint of fear. The disciples of Hanhai Sect, having arrived late and now thoroughly irritated by being blocked at the city gates, were instantly provoked upon hearing Gu Changsheng's loud shout. The disciples at the back turned to see a farmer-like figure, similar to themselves, glancing back, only to spot a vicious-looking man charging towards them. Feng Zhang caught up with Gu Changsheng and coldly scoffed, "Flying pung slash. You seem to have quite the array of talismans." Gu Changsheng quickly shouted, "What? You plan to raid the Hanhai Sect's lair? You intend to cripple them? Such a ruthless heart you possess." Feng Zhang's brows knitted in confusion as he retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Before he could finish, the disciples of Hanhai Sect had already surrounded them, angrily confronting Feng Zhang. "You certainly have a big mouth. We stand right here. If you have the guts, try laying a finger on us." Gu Changsheng swiftly leaped to the side of the Hanhai Sect disciples, speaking in a hushed but firm tone. "Exactly. How can you be so brutal? To speak such words before another sect, how audacious of you." Hanhai Sect. The disciples of Hanhai Sect glared at Feng Zhang, their faces filled with fury. "And what of the Hanhai Sect? Though we Hanhai Sect may not match your strength, we will not allow you to act with impunity." The vicious-looking man, clearly not of good repute, declared, "If we don't settle this matter today, you shall not enter the city." Feng Zhang's expression tightened. It dawned upon him. That wretched Gu Changsheng was using the Hanhai Sect's disciples as a shield. Gu Changsheng, seeing Feng Zhang entangled, shot him a mocking smile, raised his middle finger, and turned to enter the city. That moment, the city was even livelier than during the day. Various forms of spiritual power coalesced into prominent characters, shimmering above the stalls. This fantastical scene reminded Gu Changsheng of a style from his past life, cyberpunk. This method of inscribing characters with spiritual energy was not particularly advanced. Any foundation-building cultivator could employ it, and it could last a considerable time. It was likely that the stall owners had paid foundation-building cultivators to create these inscriptions. As Gu Changsheng strolled down the long street, he was suddenly confronted by a familiar figure. It was Feng Zhang. His attire was somewhat disheveled, hair in disarray, clearly having been in a scuffle at the city gates. When he looked at Gu Changsheng, his eyes burned with rage as he gritted his teeth and said, "Gu Changsheng, you have some nerve. I had initially intended to grant you a swift end, but now I shall torment you until you wish for death." Gu Changsheng took a step back, filled with disdain, and pointed towards the Linen Prefecture guards not far away, saying, "Try laying a finger on me and see whether you perish or I do." Fighting among cultivators was strictly prohibited within Linen City, especially during the governor's birthday celebrations. The guard appeared to be stationed at various entrances, yet they were on high alert, ready to respond at the slightest disturbance. These were all foundation-building guards. Feng Zhang's face was taut as he glared at Gu Changsheng, stating, "Do not think that hiding within the city will save you. I do not believe you will not return to your sect. The moment you step a foot outside Linen City, I will kill you without hesitation." Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng scoffed, choosing to ignore him and leisurely browse the streets. Feng Zhang followed closely behind, maintaining a distance of several steps, neither too far nor too near. Gu Changsheng cursed inwardly. His primary purpose for descending the mountain was to sell the 2 red moths within his storage ring. But with Feng Zhang tailing him so closely, how could he possibly retrieve his items? Moreover, how could he exit the city? The sect only facilitated the descent down the mountain, with no regard for how one would return. Outer disciples were well aware that they might not pass the assessment, and no one would concern themselves with whether they could return to the sect after leaving. Changsheng felt overwhelmed. In a vague recollection, it was as if he had returned to his past life, being cornered by a school bully on his way home. Damn it. After being bullied by a school bully in my previous life, I transmigrated to cultivate immortality, only to be bullied again, Changsheng thought. Was all this cultivation for naught? Resolutely, Changsheng made his way back to the stall where he had previously purchased the storage spirit pot. The stall owner, spotting Changsheng's return, greeted him with a smile. Greetings, fellow cultivator. What else might you wish to purchase? Changsheng glanced back at Feng Zhang. Noting he was standing several steps away, maintaining a cold demeanor, he leaned closer to the stall owner and whispered, "Do you have anything that could take a life?" The stall owner paused in surprise, glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention, and whispered back, "What level of cultivator do you intend to deal with?" 9th layer of Qi refining. Ah, the stall owner was taken aback. To kill a 9th layer Qi refining cultivator with a magical artifact is indeed quite challenging. Changsheng felt disheartened, turning to leave for another stall. Just then, the stall owner grabbed his arm and said quietly, "Wait a moment. While it may be difficult to kill him, creating some trouble for him is quite easy." With that, he rummaged through his storage bag and produced several magical artifacts of varying sizes and shapes. Holding one of the artifacts, he explained, "This is the Mother and Child Thunder, a mid-grade magical artifact that it consists of the Mother Thunder and the Child Thunder." Holding the Mother Thunder and channeling spiritual energy, the Child Thunder will explode within 300 feet, with a force equivalent to a full strike from a 5th layer Qi refining cultivator, priced at 8 spirit stones. And this one, the 10-step instant movement, when infused with spiritual energy and placed upon oneself, will allow one to instantly teleport 10 steps away upon being attacked, leaving behind a magical mark with a force equivalent to a full strike from a 3rd layer Qi refining cultivator, priced at 10 spirit stones. Then there's the 10-linked soul pursuit nails. When infused with spiritual energy, will track enemies within 100 steps, autonomously releasing an attack upon close proximity, each nail's force equivalent to a full strike from a 4th layer Qi refining cultivator, priced at 15 spirit stones. Lastly, we have the divine movement armored horse. When affixed to the leg, will double your speed. While it lacks offensive capability, is invaluable for escape, priced at 8 spirit stones. If you truly wish to acquire them all, I can let you have them for 40 spirit stones. Additionally, I will throw in a dummy doll. Once infused with spiritual energy, it will create a perfect replica of yourself that cannot move. Changsheng gazed at the magical artifacts, and a bold idea began to take shape. He cautiously retrieved the still cool spirit stones, meticulously counting out 40 pieces before stowing away the various magical artifacts into his storage ring. Turning to glance at Feng Zhang, who was still glaring at him with malevolence, Changsheng let out a cold snort. "You old bastard. You wish to kill me, do you? Today, I shall play with your life." Chapter 16. A scheme, provocation tactics, and a stealthy maneuver. The night had deepened, with twilight descending and stars hanging low in the sky. Over the city of Linen, the vibrant display of magical energies and celebratory inscriptions gradually faded, revealing a tranquil starlit sky, where constellations twinkled softly under the cloak of night, exuding an aura of serenity and peace. The cultivators scattered across the streets had begun to disperse. The grand event in Linen Prefecture lasted for 7 days. Today, they parted ways, only to return with renewed vigor on the morrow. Only a few small vendors remained on the streets, lazily tidying their stalls. Occasionally, a couple of ornately dressed mortal women, seasoned by the winds of the world, meandered around nearby streets, seeking companions to share fleeting pleasures, hoping to earn a scant spirit stone to sustain their livelihoods. Changsheng squatted by the roadside, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the alluring figures of the women. A look of eager yearning gracing his face at a few paces away. Feng Zhang mirrored his position, crouched on the ground, his expression fierce, his jaw clenched, nervously watching Gu Changsheng. This tense standoff had persisted for 2 hours. The flames of anger within Feng Zhang were intensifying. A distinguished disciple of the Hanhai Sect, at the 9th level of Qi refinement and on the brink of foundation establishment. He was a genius cultivator poised to enter the inner sect. How could he, a promising figure in Linen Prefecture, be toyed with by a mere mid-stage Qi refinement brat, wasting such precious time? Did this insolent youth intend to prolong this feudal game in the city? At that moment, Gu Changsheng suddenly rose to his feet. Feng Zhang's heart leapt with joy, hastily following suit. However, he was taken aback to see Gu Changsheng walking toward a flirtatious courtesan. Both wearing smiles and occasionally gesturing with their fingers, seemingly negotiating a price. Feng Zhang's forehead twitched with rage. This audacious brat! He still had the gall to indulge in frivolities. Did he not realize that I was hunting him down? Has he always been this brazen? After finalizing the transaction, Gu Changsheng, beaming with satisfaction, turned to Feng Zhang and said, "Brother Feng, you seem tired as well. Would you care to join us? I can let you go first." Feng Zhang's lips twitched slightly, casting a cold gaze at him as he retorted, "You seek death." I know. Gu Changsheng interrupted with a chuckle. Waving his hand dismissively, he then addressed the courtesan. "My brother here is a bit shy. Let us attend to our business, and he can wait outside." Handsome, won't your brother resent you for indulging alone? How about inviting him along? I could give him half price, if need be. My brother is quite generous and won't mind. But you seem rather eager for a dual arrangement. Not at all. I genuinely hope for a straightforward encounter. As Gu Changsheng bantered playfully, he wrapped his arm around the courtesan's waist, leading her into a nearby inn. Feng Zhang, seething with rage, stormed after them, witnessing Gu Changsheng pay for a room and ushering the woman inside. Moments later, the sounds of soft, sultry moans wafted out from within. "Damn it, that scoundrel!" Feng Zhang fumed, stamping his foot in frustration. This was utterly intolerable. How could Feng Zhang, a man of renown, endure such humiliation? He yearned to burst in and slay this wretch, but he was wary of the restrictions within Linen Prefecture. It was said that the wards here were laid by a formidable deity at the god transformation stage. Should someone perish within the confines, their presence would be instantly locked onto, and the patrols would arrive swiftly. Unless one was a nascent soul cultivator, escape would be nearly impossible. Grinding his teeth, Feng Zhang resolved to wait outside. Sitting on the ground, he refused to believe that this brat could last the entire night. Time trickled by, with the intermittent moans from within fluctuating in intensity. Feng Zhang clenched his fists, his nails nearly digging into his flesh. An hour had passed. This beast had been at it for an entire hour. Damn it, that woman's hips must be shattered by now. Even as a cultivator, could he truly be so vigorous? Just then, an unsettling thought struck Feng Zhang, and he sprang upright, a cold sweat breaking out across his brow. Could it be that this wretch had already escaped? He lunged forward, crashing through the door. Inside, he found the courtesan lying on the bed, fully clothed and panting, while the window beside her stood wide open, revealing the inky darkness outside. Upon seeing Feng Zhang enter, she smiled nonchalantly. "Oh, brother, you certainly have stamina. I've been calling for half an hour, and you finally decided to join me." Yet Feng Zhang had no time for banter. His face twisted with fury as he advanced, gripping her arm and demanding, "Where's Gu Changsheng? Hey now, how can you be so unkind? That charming young man has already left. He said to wait for you to come in so I could serve you. He has already paid in full. Will you come or not? If not, the spirit stones are non-refundable. I'll be damned." Feng Zhang gritted his teeth, casting the courtesan onto the bed. Again, he had been outsmarted. He longed to slap himself. How could this brat assume I wouldn't barge in? A chilling thought struck him. Could it be that he had already read my intentions? Seeing his silence, the courtesan spoke teasingly. "If you truly desire me, it's not impossible. You just need to pay more. Get lost." Feng Zhang ground his teeth, raising his hand to reveal a talisman. "That you'll run, will you? Let us see how far you can escape." With a flourish, he activated the tracking talisman, a first-tier low-grade talisman. Once ignited, it could trace the target within 1,000 miles, the smoke guiding him to his quarried eye in his pursuit of Gu Changsheng. He had prepared 3 such talismans, And this was the last one. The talisman ignited in Feng Zhang's hand. Wisps of smoke spiraled upward, drifting through the window and into the night, based on the speed of the smoke. Gu Changsheng could not have traveled more than a few dozen miles in that hour. Feng Zhang scoffed. This brat, he has underestimated me after all. He likely never guessed that I had prepared several tracking talismans for him. With this thought, Feng Zhang leaped through the window, the wind swirling beneath his feet as he sped out of the city, following the trail of smoke. Outside the city was peaceful, shrouded in darkness. With only a ribbon of smoke guiding Feng Zhang's path, as the smoke began to slow, it indicated that he was closing in on Gu Changsheng. Just then, Feng Zhang caught sight of a flickering light on a nearby hillside. It was a torch, only 300 or 400 feet away, and the smoke from the tracking talisman was drifting toward that light. I found you. Feng Zhang's heart surged with elation. You bastard. You can't escape this time. Cursing under his breath, he pressed on, closing the distance. 300 feet, 200 feet. His heart raced with anticipation. I will torment you till you wish for death, then flay your skin, shatter your bones, and feed your flesh to the dogs. The torch was within sight, but suddenly, Feng Zhang's eyes widened in shock. There, the torch stood upright, beside it a wooden sign with faint lettering. Furrowing his brows, he approached and leaned down to read the sign. Look down, look down. Feng Zhang furrowed his brow, lowering his gaze, and his pupils constricted in horror. Chapter 17. A second strategy, waiting to take advantage. At his feet lay a palm-sized crimson orb. Mother and child in thunder. Before Feng Zhang could react, the trap detonated. In an instant, thunder and flames erupted, the shockwave cascading across the hillside, toppling trees in its wake. When the smoke and fire cleared, Feng Zhang's robe was tattered. His body marred with wounds, and one of his shoes lay in tatters. Though the damage from a mother and child in thunder was not overly severe for a 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator, it was the humiliation that was unbearable, to be toyed with by a mere mid-stage Qi refinement nobody. I will have your life. I will have your life. The mother thunder could only detonate within a 300-foot radius, which meant Gu Changsheng must be nearby. Consumed by rage, Feng Zhang surged forward, chasing the smoke from the tracking talisman. With renewed speed, he soon spotted Gu Changsheng. At this moment, he stared in sheer terror at the rapidly approaching Feng Zhang. Frozen in place, clearly paralyzed by fear. Die. I want you dead. Feng Zhang let out a low growl from his throat. Pushing off the ground with force, he lunged forward, bringing Gu Changsheng crashing to the ground. With no finesse, he unleashed a flurry of punches, striking Gu Changsheng's face like a tempest. Run. Go on. Keep running. You plotted against me. You mocked me. You dare to use the mother-son thunderclap. I want your life. With each punch that rained down, Gu Changsheng remained utterly silent, not even a whimper of pain escaping his lips. After an indeterminate number of blows, a suddenly pungent stench assaulted Feng Zhang's senses. Inciting a wave of nausea, he stood in shock as he witnessed Gu Changsheng, whom he had been mercilessly pummeling, rapidly wither before his eyes, the foul odor emanating from him. A decoy. Deceived again. The decoy was merely a low-grade artifact, serving no purpose beyond a cruel jest. Now, Feng Zhang was enveloped in the repugnant stench left by the shattered decoy, reminiscent of rotten eggs left to fester for days, slowly being cooked to release their foulness. Damn it! Ugh! Enraged, Feng Zhang fought against the urge to vomit, slapping his own face. This was not the first time. How many artifacts did this wretched creature possess? Had he already devised a plan to deal with me, while in Linen City? No, I cannot be fooled again. After a few slaps, Feng Zhang had noticeably regained his composure, and he directed his gaze along the trail of the tracking smoke, observing that its movement had significantly slowed. Now on the verge of dissipating, it seemed Gu Changsheng was not far ahead, perhaps merely 100 paces away. Clenching his teeth, Feng Zhang forcibly suppressed his rising agitation, carefully advancing towards the smoke. Just then he felt a gust of wind rush by. Whoosh, 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 a series of sounds resembling the buzzing of bees filled the in an instant. Feng Zhang had drawn forth his golden bell shield. Channeling his spiritual energy, causing it to shimmer with golden light, he saw several rivet-like projectiles hurtling towards him, colliding against the barrier of the golden bell shield, igniting a flurry of golden sparks. The 10 consecutive, soul-piercing nails, Feng Zhang scoffed. This brat could only produce such trifling items. They could hardly breach the golden bell shield. The casting range of the 10 consecutive soul-piercing nails was merely 100 paces, indicating they were now very close. Feng Zhang dared not relax any further, maintaining the activation of the golden bell shield as he continued his pursuit of the smoke. After covering a few dozen paces, he indeed spotted a dark silhouette beneath the trees ahead. That it was Gu Changsheng. Upon seeing Feng Zhang closing in, he immediately began to flee. Feng Zhang's face twisted into a snarl as he leaped forward, pursuing Gu Changsheng with an exceptionally unnatural speed, raising his hand to unleash a golden blade strike. Golden blade slash. Gu Changsheng let out a cold grunt, raising his hand to counter with a water arrow technique, colliding head-on with the golden blade strike. Both the golden blade slash and the water arrow technique were first-tier spells. However, upon impact, the azure water arrow surprisingly tore through the golden blade, crashing against Feng Zhang's golden bell shield. Although the blow was absorbed by the shield, Feng Zhang's heart trembled. After the previous encounters, he had grown cautious. He had initially only intended to test Gu Changsheng's abilities with that golden blade strike. Yet, how could a first-tier spell from Gu Changsheng surpass his own? Could it be that this brat's water arrow technique had reached the intermediate level? Just as Feng Zhang was struck with astonishment, Gu Changsheng seized the opportunity to hastily retreat, firing off another water arrow technique in passing. The water arrow struck Feng Zhang's golden bell shield. Still failing to breach its defenses, Feng Zhang sneered, resuming his pursuit, proclaiming, "Save your breath, you cannot escape, nor can you break through my golden bell shield's defenses. However, you do possess some skill. You're the most formidable opponent I have encountered among those in the Qi refinement stage. To be honest, I feel somewhat reluctant to kill you. If you were to submit, I could take you to apologize to Lin Jie and even spare your life. What do you say? I haven't been so accommodating before." Upon hearing his words, Gu Changsheng raised his hand to give him the middle finger, unhesitatingly unleashing 2 more water arrows. Almost simultaneously, the brilliance of the golden bell shield began to fade, its once radiant golden hue turning nearly transparent. Feng Zhang's heart raced with urgency. The dimming golden light signified that the duration of the golden bell shield was nearing its end. In a short time, his spiritual energy could not sustain it for a second use. It appeared he needed to settle this swiftly. Feng Zhang snorted, suddenly unleashing a burst of power from his legs, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. Golden movement technique. The golden movement technique. A first-tier superior body technique from the 5 elemental arts of the Hanhai Sect, enhanced his agility. Under the technique's influence, Feng Zhang rapidly closed the distance to Gu Changsheng, condensing golden light around his short blade as he aimed a downward strike at Gu Changsheng. Gung golden slash, with a clash of gold and steel. In an instant, the golden light surged, the short blade generating a blade aura extending several meters. Just as the blade aura was about to strike Gu Changsheng's head, he dissipated like mist, instantly erupting in a cloud of steam. The vapor obstructed Feng Zhang's vision once more, causing the strike to miss entirely. 10-step instantaneous movement. Gu Changsheng's figure reappeared 10 steps away, raising his hand to unleash several azure water arrows that shot forth with the speed of meteors. It was precisely these water arrows that led to the complete disintegration of Feng Zhang's golden bell shield, which had been worn down by Gu Changsheng's relentless assaults and prolonged engagements, reducing it to golden dust. Waiting for this moment, a cold smirk crept across Gu Changsheng's lips as he raised his hand. 3 talismans materializing in his grasp. The talismans ignited, summoning winds and thunder. By decree, heavenly deities, no mercy in the strike. Flying pungent slash. Chapter 18. Kill Feng Zhang. The wind blades coalesced, spiraling rapidly. Seeing this, Feng Zhang hastily retreated. However, Gu Changsheng's energy had long since latched onto him. 3 wind blades, unleashed at full strength from the 9th level of Qi refinement, whirled toward him like a tempest, piercing through his chest with lightning speed. Even for Feng Zhang, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, This attack was too much to bear, and he instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Only then did Gu Changsheng breathe a slight sigh of relief. Finally resolved, he approached, intending to see if Feng Zhang possessed any valuable items. Suddenly, the previously downed Feng Zhang surged back to life, his body radiating golden light, transforming into a gleaming blade of brilliance. Charging toward Gu Changsheng with astonishing speed. Damn, this bastard feigned death. In an instant, Gu Changsheng hurriedly produced a small golden armor talisman, igniting it, just as the spectral form of the golden armor appeared. It was immediately shattered by Feng Zhang's collision, disintegrating into a flurry of golden powder, with the remaining force sending Gu Changsheng flying several meters. Both of them lay on the ground, completely motionless, as if the world around them had fallen silent. Time passed. Gu Changsheng's body slowly stirred. Ugh! He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, enduring the pain as he propped himself up, the searing agony in his chest tugging at his nerves, causing him to emit a few groans. Upon looking up, he saw Feng Zhang lying nearby. What the hell? I, a 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner, ambushed by a mere 4th-level Qi refinement. How shameless! Pa! Gu Changsheng's anger flared as he raised his hand to cast another water arrow technique. The water arrow pierced through Feng Zhang's body, causing a spray of blood, yet Feng Zhang remained utterly still. Only then did Gu Changsheng cautiously stand, grabbing a nearby stick, and approached to poke at him. Was he truly dead? He flipped Feng Zhang over, revealing that his chest had been shredded by the wind blades of the flying pungent slash. With blood and dirt smeared across his face, indicating that he had perished upon colliding with Gu Changsheng. After all, he practiced a golden attribute cultivation technique. Truly formidable. Gu Changsheng finally slumped back down onto the ground. Within the 5 elemental techniques of the Hanhai Sect, the golden element technique focused on both offense and defense, being the only technique that excelled in both aspects, possessing lethal power comparable to the fire element technique and defensive strength rivaling the earth element technique, making it one of the stronger techniques among the outer disciples. Feng Zhang's desperate strike was a first-tier superior attack technique of the golden element technique, transforming his body into a blade. Had it not been for Gu Changsheng's small golden armor talisman absorbing most of the impact, he too might have ended up as a corpse. Remember to deliver the finishing blow. Don't forget the finishing blow. Gu Changsheng mumbled those 4 characters several times, etching them firmly into his mind. In the realm of cultivation, there are numerous life-threatening techniques, far beyond the simplistic method of transforming one's body into a blade. Perhaps Gu Changsheng himself was unaware, but this experience instilled in him a commendable habit of delivering a finishing blow at any moment. After a brief respite, he then bent down to explore the belongings of Feng Zhang. Although Feng Zhang's short knife was not of exceptional quality, it could adequately compensate for Gu Changsheng's current lack of weaponry. He took the short knife and swung it a couple of times casually. Surprisingly, it felt quite comfortable in his grip. Blade technique experience 1. Blade technique experience 1. Is this even possible? Gu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback and hastily opened his status panel. His astonishment. He saw an additional skill listed beneath his attributes. Blade technique, beginner 2100. Swinging a knife counts as a skill. This can level up? Gu Changsheng suddenly recalled a character from a martial arts novel he had read in his previous life. For decades, that character practiced solely the motions of drawing, striking, and sheathing the sword, ultimately becoming a master swordsman. Could it be that Gu Changsheng could achieve the same? With this thought, he swung the knife twice more. Blade technique experience 1. Blade technique experience 1. Swing the knife countless times, and drawing it will become second nature. It seems that from now on, he ought to swing it a couple of times whenever he has the chance. He sheathed the knife and looked down again. Feng Zhang had a storage pouch hanging from his waist. Upon opening it, Gu Changsheng couldn't help but grin widely. Over 300 spirit stones, a bottle of Qi harmonizing pills, 2 bottles of Qi recovery pills, a bone strengthening pill, and a book. Gu Changsheng was well aware of the function of the Qi harmonizing pills, which are used by Qi refining stage cultivators to assist in breaking through realms. The Qi recovery pills enable rapid restoration of spiritual energy, thus avoiding the tediousness of meditation, While also possessing certain healing properties. As for the bone strengthening pill, it enhances the spiritual roots, making it a valuable item. The more refined the spiritual roots are before establishing a foundation, the more stable one's power will be after foundation establishment, leading to swifter progress in cultivation. As for the remaining book, Gu Changsheng opened it to find himself utterly bewildered. Not a single character was recognizable. Gu Changsheng was speechless. The writing on these pages was entirely foreign to him. However, the fact that Feng Zhang had placed this book in his storage pouch indicated that it was no ordinary tome. Without further deliberation, Gu Changsheng returned the book to the pouch and stowed it, along with the pouch, into his ring. It seemed that Feng Zhang had long been preparing to break through to foundation establishment. Had he succeeded in his assassination attempt, he likely would have been able to return to Lin Jie with a foundation establishment pill. With this thought, Gu Changsheng felt a surge of anger. Damn it, that scoundrel Lin Jie. Had it not been for his brother, I would have dealt with him on that very day. Now that Feng Zhang had failed in his assassination attempt, it was certain that Lin Jie would not let this matter rest. The grand event in Linen City would continue for several more days. Perhaps he should spend some time cultivating outside, increasing his proficiency before returning. Just then, Gu Changsheng noticed something amiss. It was nearing dawn, the pale moon fading in the west, and a mist began to envelop the forest around him. The thick fog obscured his surroundings, prompting Gu Changsheng to glance around in confusion. Where on earth am I? He had been fleeing for his life, completely unaware of where he had ended up. The mountain where the Hanhai Sect was located occupied only a small portion of the vast Changsheng mountain range. Since arriving at the Hanhai Sect, he had not ventured beyond its borders or those of Linen City. Apart from various small sects, much of the Changsheng mountain range remained undeveloped. Now, with the fog swirling around, he couldn't discern the direction at all. That he decided to find a random place to spend the night. He certainly couldn't stay with the dead Feng Zhang until dawn. After walking for a while in a random direction, Gu Changsheng realized that the fog was becoming denser, as if he had stepped into the clouds. At first, he could barely make out the path ahead, but after a short while, even visibility within a meter was severely impacted, and the torch in his hand flickered like a firefly in the thick mist. Changsheng finally understood what it meant to be unable to see one's hand in front of one's face. He wandered through the woods like a headless fly until the sun rose high in the sky, at which point the fog gradually thinned, revealing a village before him. Exhausted from walking all night, Gu Changsheng only wished to find a place to rest, so he approached the village and, in a daze, noticed a stone tablet at the entrance inscribed with 3 characters. Qingwu Village, Chapter 19. 2 monsters. The name is quite fitting. Gu Changsheng scoffed lightly. After traversing through such heavy fog, it's no wonder this village is named Qingwu Village. As fatigue washed over him, Gu Changsheng thought little of it and stepped into the village. Just a few steps in, he encountered an old farmer carrying a hoe approaching him. Gu Changsheng quickly stepped forward and inquired, "Old man, might I ask if there is an inn or a place to stay in this village?" The old farmer appeared somewhat surprised upon seeing Gu Changsheng, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and asked curiously, "Are you from outside?" Gu Changsheng nodded. The old farmer gestured towards the village, saying, "This village consists entirely of farming households. There are no inns. If you seek a place to rest, just follow this road straight ahead. To the far end by the water pool, there is a shrine where the village's Taoist priest resides. You should be able to find lodging there." Gu Changsheng nodded in acknowledgement, clasped his hands in gratitude towards the old farmer, and proceeded deeper into the village. Just a couple of steps later, he sensed something unusual and turned back to see the old farmer still watching him. Upon noticing Gu Changsheng's gaze, the old man hurriedly turned away, hoisting his hoe and retreating into the woods. Gu Changsheng shook his head in slight confusion, but didn't dwell on it. Continuing his way into the village, it was still early morning, the morning dew yet to dissipate, and a light mist still lingered around the village. As he walked, Gu Changsheng observed that every household had a bawa mirror affixed to their door, a copper bell hanging from the doorframe, and a branch inserted into the door crack, seemingly a peach branch judging by the leaves. Just as he was pondering this, he noticed several households catching sight of him, their expressions filled with fear. Without waiting for Gu Changsheng to speak, they immediately turned and hurried back inside, promptly shutting their doors. What is going on? Are the villagers really this timid? Gu Changsheng muttered a few words, deciding not to look around any further, and headed straight to the village's end. There, the village backed against a low peak. And at the foot of the peak stood a massive peach tree, far more formidable than any Gu Changsheng had ever seen. Its thick trunk rivaled that of a banyan tree, and its drooping branches were adorned with vibrant pink blossoms in full bloom. Beneath the peach tree was a clear water pool, where several unfamiliar ornamental fish swam freely. Adjacent to it was a shrine with its doors wide open. Yu Changsheng glanced inside and saw a Taoist seated in the main hall, meditating before an idol of the Taoist ancestor. He approached, gently knocking on the courtyard door, and called out to the Taoist, "Esteemed Taoist, may I ask if I could seek lodging for a night?" As soon as he spoke, the Taoist turned, his expression one of astonishment, and then he stood up, walking towards Gu Changsheng with a puzzled look. "How did you arrive here?" The Taoist appeared relatively young, probably in his early 30s, yet his robe was faded from washing. Yu Changsheng was taken aback for a moment, then recalled the strange occurrences he had observed since entering the village, asking in confusion, "I walked here. Is there something wrong?" The Taoist glanced around, pulled Gu Changsheng into the shrine, and then said, "May I ask where you are from?" "I am Gu Changsheng, a disciple of the outer sect of Hanhai Sect." "Hanhai Sect?" The Taoist paused, astonished. "Is that the cultivation sect? So you are an immortal. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive me." As he spoke, he bowed deeply to Gu Changsheng. Yu Changsheng quickly helped him up, his mind filled with even more questions. Although Linen Prefecture and the Kangmang mountain range were vast, there were numerous sects, surely numbering in the dozens or even hundreds. These sects often visited the various villages in the mountains to select suitable children for cultivation. In Linen Prefecture, for ordinary folk, cultivators were hardly a rare sight, at most akin to civil servants. Their status was hardly exalted, let alone someone addressing a cultivator as a mortal. Could it be that this village had not had anyone come to recruit disciples for so long that the villagers were so uninformed? It wasn't entirely impossible. After ruminating on this, Gu Changsheng finally asked with curiosity, "Esteemed Taoist, I notice some oddities among the villagers. Every household has a bagua mirror, an octagonal bell hanging on their doors. And there are peach branches inserted as well. There's something going on in the village." Upon hearing this, the Taoist's expression instantly darkened. He chuckled awkwardly a couple of times and sighed softly. "I am surnamed Luo. You may call me Taoist Lu. To be honest, there are indeed some matters in this village." "What kind of matters if it's not too inconvenient to share?" "There is, in fact, no inconvenience. Please wait a moment. Esteemed immortal." The Taoist, Luo, chuckled awkwardly a couple of times, rose to his feet, and entered the room. He returned with a bagua mirror and an octagonal bell, which he handed to Gu Changsheng, saying, "These are the two items. The bagua mirror and the octagonal bell are objects that I have provided for them. According to ancient texts, these items can effectively repel evil spirits and demons. Furthermore, the peach tree is known to suppress malevolent forces, and the willow tree wards off ghosts. With the presence of the millennial-old peach tree in this ancestral hall, our defenses against sinister beings and evil spirits become significantly fortified." As Taoist Luo spoke, he shrugged his shoulders in embarrassment and sank back onto the cushion with a deep sigh, lamenting, "Were it not for these items, this village would likely have been devoid of any living souls long ago." Gu Changsheng finally grasped the implication behind Taoist Luo's words. The implication was that there were indeed malevolent beings in this village. Taoist Luo nodded and replied, "Indeed, to be candid, half a year ago, a family in the village accidentally unearthed a coffin while tilling their field. The coffin had been buried for an unknown length of time, yet the corpse within remained entirely uncorrupted." Yu Changsheng inquired with a hint of skepticism. "Uncorrupted? Could it possibly have transformed into a corpse demon?" The term corpse demon refers to a body that has been interred in an area rich in yin energy, subjected to prolonged exposure to such energy, and under specific conditions, ultimately becoming demonized. Hence the name corpse demon. That a corpse demon lacks intelligence, shows no fear of blades or swords, and is drawn to the yang energy of the living, resulting in aggressive behavior towards them. Generally, an ordinary person would find it nearly impossible to inflict harm upon it. Taoist Luo nodded. affirming at that time it had not yet transformed into a corpse demon. It was merely uncorrupted, according to my teachings. To deal with such a corpse demon before it becomes fully demonized, one must expose it to the blazing sun for 7 days, expelling the yin energy before reducing it to ashes. However, during the exposure, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A yellow fairy took possession of the corpse, and at that moment, it became demonized. Gu Changsheng felt a slight tremor in his heart. Any demon, to some extent, possesses a degree of cultivation. Take, for instance, the crimson moth from the vegetable patch. It had only recently attained demonhood, its demon essence not yet stabilized, and during the confrontation with Gu Changsheng, it was nearly frenzied, attacking without defense, which allowed Gu to seize an opportunity. In truth, corpse demons are not particularly difficult to handle, as they possess only a demonic form without the intellect of true demons. A few spells could easily reduce them to fragments, which is why they are often referred to as semi-demons. The yellow fairy is another type of semi-demon, essentially a failed transformation of a yellow weasel. However, if a corpse demon were to merge with a yellow fairy, it would not merely be a semi-demon of ordinary caliber. Such a creature is referred to as a dual-nature demon among cultivators, embodying both the cunning of the yellow fairy and the corporeal form of the corpse demon. This kind of demon may not be easily dealt with, even with a flying blade technique, let alone in Gu Changsheng's case, where he currently lacked any flying blade techniques. In an instant, Gu Changsheng had already formulated polite phrases for his farewell. Remaining here would be akin to courting death, would it not? Yet wait, Taoist Luo had mentioned that the event occurred half a year ago. If such a dual-natured demon truly existed, wouldn't the villagers have all perished by now? Chapter 20. The enveloping mist of demons. This world does possess Taoists, yet they are primarily mere mortals bearing faith, fundamentally different from true cultivators. The most significant distinction lies in the presence of spiritual roots. Spiritual roots form the foundation of cultivation. Without them, no matter how fervently one yearns for immortality, it would be of no avail. As for the Bagua mirror, octagonal bell, and peachwood mentioned by Taoist Luo, Gu Changsheng regarded them as tools of mere mortals. Perhaps they held a modicum of effectiveness against malevolent beings, but they certainly would not suffice to protect an entire town from attack. Noticing Gu Changsheng's somewhat constrained expression, Taoist Luo immediately reassured him. Esteemed immortal need not worry. This malevolent being has not appeared for quite some time and has likely moved on to other locales. Gu Changsheng nodded in acknowledgement. Taoist Luo provided him with a guest room and prepared a simple meal of coarse tea and rice. Gu Changsheng nibbled a bit before collapsing onto the bed in exhaustion. Whether due to the fatigue of a long night or the weight of weariness, he fell into a deep slumber, oblivious to the passage of time. After an indeterminate period, he was vaguely aware of someone knocking at the door. In his drowsy state, he responded with a murmur before drifting back into sleep. Eventually, he opened his eyes, still uncertain whether he had slept too long or if the day had simply been too draining. For he felt a heaviness in his head. The daylight had faded, leaving the room enveloped in darkness. The Gu Changsheng shook his head and waved his hand, gathering spiritual energy at his fingertips to conjure a small flame, which he used to light the candle holder. Upon opening the door, he discovered a wooden tray outside, laden with some coarse tea, plain rice, and a small dish of pickled vegetables, likely prepared by Taoist Luo. The food of mortals lacked any trace of spiritual energy, and given Taoist Luo's frugal lifestyle, combined with the coldness of the meal, Gu Changsheng found it difficult to swallow. If only there were a roast chicken or something similar. Nevertheless, realizing he could not return to sleep, he resolved to practice his skills instead. Rubbing his stomach, Gu Changsheng stood up, taking the short blade he had procured from Fengzhong and stepping into the courtyard. With one hand gripping the blade, he swung it fiercely. Sword technique. Proficiency 1. Sword technique. Proficiency 1. Sword technique. Proficiency 1. With each swing, Gu Changsheng became increasingly invigorated, and his technique began to show signs of improvement. After 100 strikes, the interface displayed changes once more. Sword technique. Entry level 11,000. The proficiency of skills increased exponentially. Attaining the entry level required a proficiency of 1000 to reach the ultimate realm. Would it not necessitate a million swings? Gu Changsheng shrugged. A million swings were merely a million repetitions of the motion. For him, it was the most straightforward method, just as he was preparing to continue swinging the blade. Darkness suddenly descended around him. Yu Changsheng looked up, his brow furrowing slightly. The moonlight that had previously illuminated the sky was now obscured by a sudden fog that enveloped the surroundings, completely blocking out the faint rays of the moon. Gu Changsheng felt a flicker of confusion. Generally speaking, fog is a phenomenon that appears during autumn and winter. Even atop the spirit-rich peaks of the Hanhai Sect, fog is a rare occurrence. Yet here we are, at the cusp of spring and summer. How could such thick fog manifest? At that moment, Gu Changsheng's brow furrowed deeply. There is demonic energy within the shroud of fog. An ethereal trace of demonic energy lingers. Could it be that the dual-nature demon is about to commit another atrocity? A flicker of concern crossed Gu Changsheng's mind as he contemplated pursuing the source of the demonic energy, only to halt his steps abruptly. Since Taoist Luo claimed that the Bagua mirror and octagonal bell had efficacy, it should not lead to any calamity, right? He felt a moment of trepidation. The true strength of the dual-nature demon remains uncertain. If it were indeed beyond his capability to confront, venturing forth would be akin to delivering himself to the jaws of death. He swallowed hard, turned on his heel, and hurried back to his room. Swiftly closing the door behind him, he sat cross-legged on the bed, attempting to meditate. However, for reasons unknown, he found it impossible to calm his mind and circulate his water element technique. After an eternity, he managed to complete a small cycle. Thoughts of the dual-nature demon plagued his mind, and the demonic energy he sensed seemed to intensify, wrapping around him as if it were a tangible presence, making each breath heavy with the scent of malevolence. Cursed fate! Gu Changsheng clenched his jaw tightly, deciding to leap from the bed. In novels, he had often heard that mental obstacles could give rise to inner demons that impede one's cultivation. Now it seemed to be a stark reality. With his mind preoccupied, he found it impossible to focus on his training. Should he go take a look? In the worst-case scenario, he could burn a few small golden armor talismans and escape without harm. Right? Muttering to himself, he found his feet carrying him toward the door. The fog had thickened, now obscuring his vision even more than the previous night, enveloping him like a shroud, and the darkening sky made it feel as though he were plunging into an abyss. Gu Changsheng furrowed his brow tightly, retrieving a torch from his storage ring and igniting it, allowing him to glimpse the ground beneath his feet, following the trail of demonic energy through the dense fog. He advanced cautiously. Just outside the ancestral hall, he sensed that the demonic energy had indeed intensified. The swirling demonic essence permeated the entire village, causing Gu Changsheng's heart to tremble uncontrollably. This demonic energy was several times stronger than that of the Crimson Moth demon. Could it truly belong to a dual-nature demon? A wave of trepidation washed over Gu Changsheng. According to Taoist Luo, the dual-nature demon had only been demonized for half a year. Even if it were powerful, it could not possibly reach such a level. If such a formidable demon truly existed, not even a village full of bagua mirrors and peach trees could save its inhabitants. What does it matter? What does it matter? Muttering to himself, Gu Changsheng quickened his pace. This entity was undoubtedly beyond his current capabilities to handle. The wisest course of action was to make a hasty exit. However, what should have been a mere few steps back to the ancestral hall turned into an arduous journey of over 10 minutes for Gu Changsheng. Yet before him lay nothing but a dense, gray fog. Amidst the thick mist, while direction was difficult to discern, it was hard to believe that he could truly be lost. Was it a ghostly barrier preventing his escape? Clenching his teeth, Gu Changsheng drew forth a small golden talisman from his bosom and scoffed. Damn it, you wish to bar my way. Then let me unveil your true nature. Resolutely, he strode towards the source of the sinister aura. The oppressive miasma thickened around him, almost palpable, as faint whispers and soft chants echoed through the fog, accompanied by the unsettling sound of nails scraping against gravel. Gu Changsheng's heart raced, his mind a tumult of confusion. Yet instinct compelled him to press onward. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror at the sight unfolding before him. Chapter 21. The sacrifice to the malevolent deity. The miasma swirled ominously, green flames flickering. embodying a scene of dread and despair, with ruin visible in every direction that a horde of demons danced chaotically amidst a sea of bones, evoking terror, as the path of righteousness was utterly forsaken. Not far ahead, the fog coalesced into a mass, surrounded by ghastly green ghostly flames that twisted and swirled. Countless bones lay piled like a wall, remnants of cattle, sheep, pigs, and even humans, all stained with deep crimson. Unmistakably dried blood. Dozens of villagers bowed in reverence, hands raised high, like devout worshippers facing the ominous fog, including the old farmer he had seen earlier. The Taoist Luo's face contorted in rage as he wielded a soul banner, shaking it fervently while muttering incantations that I end this world devoid of justice. In the shadowy depths of the underworld, I urgently summon my master, the Dark Lord, to descend upon us, granting me unparalleled power to restore his glory. The villagers all knelt, chanting fervently, "We humbly beseech you." As the last syllable faded, a child not yet a year old was brought forth and placed beneath the ominous fog. In an instant, the miasma surged violently, and the infant's wails filled the air. The Taoist soul banner shook violently, and amidst the churning fog, a face began to materialize. The visage, formed from a mist, bore a grotesque expression, laced with malice and greed. As it directed a cruel laugh towards the infant, the fog roiled and twisted, lifting the child into the air, gradually engulfing it within the haze. With the cessation of the infant's cries, crimson mist surged forth, and as it dissipated, a scattered skeleton fell to the ground. Changsheng's heart sank, terror evident on his face. What a farce! This so-called Dark Lord was nothing but a fabrication of Taoist Luo. Though Changsheng had not heard of this title before, his limited knowledge and the nature of the sacrificial ritual led him to surmise that this so-called Dark Lord was indeed an evil deity. And Taoist Luo, along with the entire village of Qingwu, were nothing but vile adherents to this malevolent cult. The miasma that manifested at night was not a natural occurrence, but a veil of sorcery to obscure the truth. Realizing this, Changsheng felt compelled to flee. He was merely a practitioner at the fourth stage of qi cultivation. The situation before him was far beyond his capacity to handle. However, with the fog still thick, where could he possibly run? Just then, Taoist Luo's voice broke through the chaos. "Dark Lord, grant me your divine power to aid my cultivation." The cacophony of sinister laughter echoed from the mist. "I have received your offering. But a mere mortal sacrifice cannot satiate my hunger." Taoist Luo, alarmed, hastily inquired, "What kind of offering do you require, my lord?" "Your blood and flesh." The Taoist's face paled, stammering, "But my lord, I lack the power to procure such offerings. Moreover, Qingwu village has not seen a cultivator in years, shrouded as it is in your fog." The miasma erupted in fury, howling, "You lie. I sense the aura of a cultivator within the mist. He is here." Changsheng's heart plummeted. Discovered, just as he turned to flee, a blade of grayish fog surged forth, hurtling straight towards him. In an instant, he furrowed his brow, forming a hand seal, invoking his water element technique. Water arrow technique. The clash of spells erupted, and the gray mist was scattered by the water arrows. Breathing a sigh of relief, Changsheng realized that the miasma was merely a projection of the Dark Lord, incapable of unleashing its full power. The miasma, startled by his display of skill, hesitated before growling. A mere fourth-stage qi practitioner, capable of elevating a basic spell. "My appetite for your flesh has only intensified." Roshing, seize him. Hearing this, Taoist Luo's eyes glinted as he bowed deeply, pleading, "My lord, I yearn to serve, yet lack the strength. Bestow upon me your divine power to aid my cultivation, and grant me the ability to capture this man for you." Changsheng was momentarily stunned. Damn it, this Taoist was using himself as a bargaining chip. The Dark Lord, unable to wield its own power, could surely bestow it upon Taoist Luo. Once ensnared, escape would become nearly impossible. He quickly interjected, "Taoist Luo, if you seek to cultivate, why rely on him? I see potential in you, a rare talent destined for greatness." If you embark on the path of cultivation, you could soar to unimaginable heights. If you truly desire this, I can take you to Hanhai Sect, where the salvation of the world rests upon your shoulders. Taoist Luo shot him a cold glance, scoffing, "Nonsense, my innate roots are withered. I cannot cultivate. Where is this so-called potential?" Gu Changsheng retorted, "I speak the truth. Withered roots do not preclude cultivation. Who says a deficient root cannot become a cultivator?" Taoist Luo scowled. "The elders of Hanhai Sect declared it so. Do you think I have not sought their guidance? If I had known I was incapable of cultivation, would I risk my life seeking the aid of a malevolent cult in this Qingwu village?" Gu Changsheng's heart sank. Damn it, he had stumbled into a trap. Who could have known that this old fool had even been to Hanhai Sect and was rejected for lacking special talent? Taoist Luo was ensnared by his own delusions, blinded by his desire to cultivate, indifferent to whether the means were righteous or malevolent. Gritting his teeth, Gu Changsheng shouted at the villagers, "Why do you all remain kneeling? Do you not see the malevolent deity before you? And you, Taoist Luo, do not be swayed by his deceptions." Yet the villagers remained bowed, paying no heed to his pleas. Taoist Luo sneered, "Stop wasting your breath. Do you not see? They have long since lost their minds. Until the sacrifice concludes, they are but walking corpses. My Bagua mirror and octagonal bell are not merely for warding off evil." Suddenly, realization dawned upon Gu Changsheng. This ritual was not a first. Taoist Luo had used the Bagua mirror and octagonal bell to control these villagers, conducting nightly sacrifices while weaving tales of corpse demons to dupe them, all to obscure the truth of those who had perished in sacrifice. It was utterly depraved. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to the miasma and declared, "Look, he knows you are an evil deity. If you grant him power, will he still heed your command? You may find yourself starved in the future." The miasma cackled, "You are more cunning than we evil deities. You seek to sow discord among us. Do you? Indeed, a daily feast is preferable to an occasional banquet. Yet I feast upon humans daily. Sometimes I crave a change of flavor." Gu Changsheng replied darkly, "A hasty change in taste could lead to disappointment. Is it not preferable to continue your feasting on humans?" The miasma laughed wickedly, commanding, "Enough of your prattle. Roshing, I grant you the art of corpse control in the form of a demon. Capture this gluttonous cultivator." Chapter 22. The soul zombie. As the command echoed, a surge of demonic energy erupted from the miasma, violently entering Taoist Luo's body. His complexion turned ashen, eyes bloodshot, trembling violently, before unleashing a wave of potent demonic energy. A savage grin spread across his face as he cackled, "Huangtian Sect, Hanhai Sect, Yunlai Sect. I, Roshing, have sought to cultivate so many sects, only to be turned away. Now let me show you all. I, Roshing, shall tread the path of cultivation. I will annihilate all righteous sects." Gu Changsheng's brow furrowed in dread. This was it. The demonic energy emanating from Taoist Luo was far more potent than that of the Qi Ming demon. Before Gu Changsheng could ponder further, Luo Daoren lifted his hand and retrieved an octagonal bell from his waist. With a swift gesture, the bell rang out, its sound echoing sharply. The villagers who had been prostrate on the ground immediately rose. At that moment, their faces were ashen, their eyes devoid of spirit, resembling mere shells of puppets, shambling toward Gu Changsheng like soulless automatons under the tolling of Luo Daoren's bell. Gu Changsheng's heart tightened, and he hastily drew forth a small golden armor talisman. "That I command. The golden armor guardian shall protect me." As the talisman ignited, the ethereal visage of the golden armor guardian materialized with a resplendent golden glow, dispersing a significant portion of the surrounding malevolent aura. A small golden armor talisman? Quite intriguing. The sinister mist sneered. "You possess quite a repertoire for a fledgling cultivator. Luo, relying solely on these reanimated corpses won't suffice. These villagers have become of little use. Employ the corpse refinement technique." At this, Luo Daoren snorted coldly, vigorously shaking the octagonal bell. The villagers, upon hearing the chime, trembled violently and collapsed to the ground, a faint azure soul swiftly detaching and wailing in midair. Luo Daoren, fingers forming incantations, intoned solemnly, "Gather the 100 souls. refine the soul corpse. Suddenly, the suspended soul surged into one of the villagers' bodies. This villager, once emaciated, underwent a dramatic transformation as dozens of souls entered him. The sound of cracking bones echoed from within him as his body swelled like an inflated balloon. Before Gu Changsheng's very eyes, the villager morphed from a height of about 5'7" and weighing merely 100 pounds into a towering brute nearing 6.5 feet. His physique imposing. However, his muscles bulged grotesquely, veins protruding and capillaries bursting, resembling a grotesque figure of blood. Have you ever heard of the term soul corpse? The sinister mist cackled. I don't think that just because you're at the 4th layer of chi refinement, or even the 9th layer, you can escape the wrath of my demonic soul corpse. I advise you to conserve your energy and willingly offer your flesh. I might just spare your life for my enjoyment. Gu Changsheng clenched his jaw tightly. A soul corpse is a type of zombie. Generally, zombies are categorized into various grades. White zombie, green zombie, hairy zombie, flying zombie, wandering corpse, prostrated corpse, and untransformed bone. The soul corpse lies between the white and green zombies. Yet its strength surpasses that of the green zombie. Zombies possess bodies but lack souls, while spirits possess souls but lack bodies. The soul corpse forcibly infuses the spirit's essence into a zombie's form, thus combining the resilience of the zombie with the agility of the spirit. The soul corpse before him, even more fearsome, was a fusion of dozens of villager souls. Gu Changsheng discreetly stepped back, activating his water elemental technique, forming a vibrant blue water arrow in his hand. Water arrow technique. The azure projectile shot forth, striking the soul corpse. However, the water arrow failed to inflict any damage, merely causing the creature to sway slightly. A chill ran down Gu Changsheng's spine. His water arrow technique had been enhanced. Even Feng Zhang, at the 9th layer of chi refinement, wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Yet this soul corpse not only withstood it, but remained unscathed. Ha ha ha! Overestimating yourself. The sinister mist howled with laughter. Luo, show this little brat his place. Luo Daoran, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort and shook the bell again. The soul corpse emitted a low growl, and, in an instant, was upon Gu Changsheng, raising its fist to strike the ethereal image of the golden armor guardian. Boom! The golden brilliance of the guardian flickered dimly, clearly unable to endure a second blow. Seeing this, Gu Changsheng quickly retreated a step, unsheathing a short blade and slashing at the creature's arm. Clang! The blade met the soul corpse, producing a shower of sparks, and upon inspection, the blade was left with a deep notch. This blade was merely an ordinary item, not even qualifying as a magical artifact, and thus could not harm the soul corpse. Damn it! Gu Changsheng cursed under his breath and turned to flee. No sooner had he taken a few steps than he heard the sound of hurried footsteps behind him, but he glanced back, nearly losing his wits. The soul corpse moved with incredible speed, each step kicking up clods of earth and grass, as though a bulldozer were barreling toward him. What the hell? Gu Changsheng lamented his misfortune. All he had sought was a place to rest, only to stumble into this wretched Qingwu village and provoke such calamity. Now he had exhausted all his cards, unable to fight back or escape, while the sinister mist projection taunted him mercilessly, and the sycophantic Luo Daoran flanked the monster. How could he fight? How could he survive? No. Wait, that a sudden thought struck Gu Changsheng. Luo Daoran? He couldn't handle the malevolent projection, nor could he contend with the soul corpse. The only entity he could confront was Luo Daoran, who controlled the soul corpse with the bell. Choose the softest fruit to squeeze. If he could eliminate Luo Daoran, he would achieve two objectives at once. The only challenge lay in executing this plan. Gu Changsheng gritted his teeth, a bold idea taking shape in his mind. He continued his flight, conjuring water arrows that struck the soul corpse, hindering its approach. Simultaneously, he retrieved a vital energy pill and swallowed it, desperately replenishing his depleting spiritual power. The sinister mist, observing this, cackled even louder. Little cultivator, are you trying to run a bit longer to make your flesh more succulent for my feast? Ha ha ha! Gu Changsheng snorted coldly, channeling his water elemental technique once more, but this time he summoned Thunder Invocation. Spiritual energy coalesced into vapor, transforming into storm clouds that swiftly gathered overhead. The Thunder Invocation not only assisted in summoning rain, but also served as an offensive technique of the first tier, albeit less damaging than the water arrow technique. Silently, he evaded the soul corpse while gathering the thunderous clouds. Dense storm clouds rolled ominously above, and soon, the air resonated with the sound of thunder. In a matter of moments, thick bolts of lightning began to descend. The sinister mist, witnessing the burgeoning storm, cackled. "Oh, are you panicking?" Desperately grasping at straws. "You think the Thunder Invocation can affect a soul corpse?" Gu Changsheng snorted, having unknowingly drawn closer to Luo Daoren, who was still shaking the octagonal bell. As Gu Changsheng fled, he deliberately darted back and forth, and Luo Daoren, oblivious to his intent, was distracted by the storm's presence. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Changsheng halted abruptly, raised his hand, and formed the incantation. Water arrow technique. The arrow shot forth. Luo Daoren, startled by the sudden attack, attempted to evade, but it was too late. That moment, a rush of azure mist surged forth. Colliding with the water arrow, the collision caused the mist to dissipate, diminishing the arrow's speed and power, allowing Luo Daoren to roll aside and narrowly escape the lethal strike. "What a useless fool." The sinister mist scoffed. "You can't even recognize such a simple attack intent. If I had other options, you would have been the first on my menu." Luo Daoren's expression darkened, yet he gritted his teeth and continued to command the soul corpse in pursuit of Gu Changsheng. Meanwhile, beads of sweat began to form on Gu Changsheng's forehead, and a surge of frustration ignited within him. The malevolent projection had thwarted his attack, making any subsequent ambush seem impossible. Countless thoughts raced through his mind, yet none presented a path to safety. The relentless soul corpse pursued him, and any hint of escape was thwarted by the mist's sorcery. He could only continue to unleash water arrows while laying down thunderclouds to obscure the mist's view. What to do? What to do? Just then, a notification appeared before him. Thunder Invocation, Advanced 11-000. The Thunder Invocation had actually advanced at this critical juncture. Gu Changsheng instinctively conjured another thundercloud. Instantly, vapor condensed, and dark, thick storm clouds enveloped the sky, reverberating with the sound of war drums. Boom! 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 The sinister mist was taken aback. In Advanced Lightning Technique. "Luo, finish him off quickly." Luo Daoren noticed the swirling thunderclouds above, feeling a prickling sensation throughout his body that sent him into a panic, prompting him to shake the bell with fervor. Yet, Gu Changsheng's speed remained unyielding, and the soul corpse had reached its limit. It had failed to catch up before, and still could not now. The sinister mist, witnessing the chaos, was utterly flustered, shouting frantically, "Fool! Useless! If you can't catch him, just pull me back." Luo Xing finally came to his senses. Just as he was about to step forward, a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens. Shattering the silence, crack, a lightning bolt as thick as a thumb struck down with a resounding crash, directly hitting the soul puppet. In an instant, the soul puppet, which had previously withstood the water arrow technique, was mercilessly cleaved open. Its body charred and blackened, its malevolent aura instantly diminished. However, this was merely a single strike of lightning. Subsequently, one bolt after another descended from the storm clouds. In the blink of an eye, the soul puppet lost all its malevolent energy, collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Luo Taoist felt his spirit nearly flee in terror. Staggering a couple of steps forward, just as he was about to approach the demonic mist, another bolt of lightning crashed down. In that moment, an excruciating pain akin to 1,000 needles piercing his bones overwhelmed him, causing him to lose consciousness. Yet the lightning did not cease. One bolt after another continued to strike until Luo Taoist was reduced to charred remains. With no target left, the lightning naturally locked onto the last remaining target, the demonic mist. As the lightning struck, a wretched howl erupted from the mist. "No, please don't strike me. I beseech you. The power I have painstakingly gathered cannot simply dissipate like this. Quickly, lift the lightning spell. Hurry." Gu Changsheng furrowed his brow. He himself had not anticipated such a turn of events. The summoning of lightning technique, like the water arrow technique, was also a first-tier spell, and normally, the water arrow technique, being a single target attack, should be far more powerful. Even if it had been upgraded, it would not surpass the upgraded water arrow technique. That it was illogical that a creature impervious to the water arrow technique could be harmed by the summoning of lightning. However, upon witnessing the demonic mist being struck and howling in agony, Changsheng finally understood the reason. It could only be said that the lightning technique was indeed the nemesis of evil entities. If the opponent were a practitioner like Feng Zhang, the summoning of lightning might not necessarily inflict harm. However, against a malevolent entity like the demonic mist, the corrupted Luo Taoist, and the soul puppet forged through demonic arts, the summoning of lightning was akin to a father disciplining a son, truly formidable. On the other hand, the demonic mist was being struck by multiple bolts of lightning, howling in distress, its malevolent energy waning. By the time the duration of the summoning of lightning concluded and the storm clouds dispersed, the demonic mist had diminished to less than the size of a palm, its once overwhelming malevolent aura rendered utterly feeble. Observing this, Changsheng was about to unleash the summoning of lightning once more for a decisive blow, when the demonic mist suddenly pleaded, "Spare me! Celestial being, spare me! Heaven is benevolent. I implore you, do not kill me." Changsheng glanced at it with a cold scoff, raising his hand to begin conjuring the storm clouds. The demonic mist, seeing this, cried out in terror, "No, I beg you, as long as you spare my life. I will do anything for you. I can serve you like a loyal beast." Changsheng replied with a cold smile, "You? How could I dare? Having such a malevolent entity by my side, who knows when you might manipulate me? It is best I eliminate you." "I wouldn't," the demonic mist exclaimed in alarm. "I would never manipulate you. I lack the ability to do so. Do you see that bottle beneath me?" Hearing this, Changsheng immediately looked down and indeed saw a palm-sized jade bottle beneath the demonic mist. The demonic mist explained, "This is a spiritual treasure meant to seal me. The pure, glazed jade bottle. As long as the cork remains closed, I cannot emerge nor affect the outside world. Even if the cork is opened, I cannot escape beyond 3 zhang from it. I cannot even freely enter or exit the bottle. Otherwise, I would have hidden in it before the lightning struck. Thus, I pose no threat to you. Trust me, keeping me alive will yield far greater benefits than killing me." Changsheng, upon hearing this, hesitated, retracting his spell and stating solemnly, "A spiritual treasure. Are you trying to deceive me with your meager abilities? Do you truly warrant a spiritual treasure for your containment? Magical artifacts are myriad and their ranks complex. However, spiritual treasures are legendary artifacts only usable by those at the nascent soul stage of cultivation. Not only have I never seen one, I have scarcely even heard of them." The demonic mist quickly replied, "No, it truly is a spiritual treasure. It was specifically crafted to contain me, to be precise. It was forged solely for my confinement." "Is that so?" Changsheng exclaimed in astonishment. "What makes you so special that someone would forge a spiritual treasure just to contain you? How preposterous! A scholar may be slain, but cannot be insulted. How dare you belittle me?" The demonic mist retorted angrily, but upon seeing Changsheng forming the incantation for the summoning of lightning, it quickly changed its tune. "Thank you. Because of you, the seasons have become warm." "Silence," Changsheng shot back. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "What a grand figure you must be." The demonic mist, filled with a sense of pride, responded, "Of course. I am one of the 24 demon marshals of the demon sect." "Never heard of it." Changsheng shrugged. The demonic mist, upon hearing this, said, "That is merely your ignorance. I mean, celestial being, you are out of touch with current affairs. Less idle chatter. Get to the point." "Yes." The demonic mist pondered for a moment before explaining. "It is quite simple. You know the demon sect, right? Besides you cultivators, there are also demon practitioners and various races. Our demon sect is a formidable organization of the demon race infiltrating the human race. The demon sect has 9 kings and 24 demon marshals, and I am one of the 24 demon marshals. The corpse demon marshal in my heyday, I was a top-tier demon cultivator at the mid-nascent soul stage. Renowned and unparalleled, rampant and unrestrained." Changsheng scrutinized the demonic mist. "So how did you end up sealed in that bottle?" "I was defeated." The demonic mist replied tersely, "That is not important. What matters is that although I have lost my power, My knowledge remains. You may ask me anything regarding cultivation, and I will provide you with all the answers. Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng suddenly recalled something. He retrieved the book he had previously acquired from Feng Zhang and placed it before the demonic mist. Asking, "Do you recognize these characters?" The demonic mist glanced at it and exclaimed in surprise, "Ancient script? Come closer, let me see." Gu Changsheng leaned a bit more, placing the book before it. The demonic mist conjured an arm to flip through the pages. Gasping in astonishment intermittently, "Oh, so that is how it is? How intriguing." Gu Changsheng, noticing his reaction, inquired, "What did you see?" After finishing the last page, the demonic mist replied solemnly, "This is a cultivation technique written in ancient script, recording an unheard of method of practice called the six-form mystical art. That the four refers to the four limbs, while the six pertains to the six senses: eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. Through cultivation, one can ultimately achieve the ability to move mountains and fill seas." Knowing all, however, this book is a fragment, only detailing the methods for cultivating the limbs. Gu Changsheng's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. Wasn't he in dire need of a technique? "Can you translate it?" "A trivial matter," the demonic mist responded, conjuring several hands to glide over the book, and in no time had filled the pages with text. Gu Changsheng picked it up and perused it, his face alight with elation. Although this book was merely a fragment, the cultivation methods for the limbs within the six-form mystical art were complete. According to the text, among the limbs, the hands could cultivate the heavenly restoration technique, and upon mastery, one could catch the torrential rain from the heavens, allowing not a single drop to escape. The feet could cultivate the boundless steppes, traversing 100 miles in an instant. Simultaneously, the strength of the limbs could indeed move mountains and fill seas. Reaching to the heavens and the earth, the terms limbs and six senses were specialized Buddhist terminology, indicating that this book was likely a martial arts manual left behind by ancient Buddhist practitioners. It is said that the masters of physical arts in the ancient Buddhist sect could shoulder mountain ranges and travel vast distances in an instant, while the cultivation of the six senses enabled one to see 1,000 miles and hear in all directions, comprehending the past and future. If you were to obtain the remaining fragments of the six-form mystical art in the future and complete its cultivation, perhaps no one beneath the true immortal stage would be your match. What do you think? Am I not quite useful? The demonic mist boasted, whispering in Gu Changsheng's ear. Gu Changsheng nodded with a broad smile, raising his hand to gather spiritual energy into storm clouds above him. The demonic mist, seeing this, was instantly alarmed. "What are you doing? I have helped you translate this technique, and yet you still wish to kill me. You are ungrateful." Gu Changsheng, his smile unwavering, put away the book and stated solemnly, "You are a demon cultivator. I am a Tao cultivator. We are inherently adversarial. What is wrong with me wanting to kill you? As for your claim of being useful to me and guiding my cultivation, that is utterly absurd. Setting aside whether or not I need your guidance, how much guidance could a demon cultivator offer me in my path? Moreover, how can I be certain that you won't secretly conspire against me? You individuals from the demon sect are utterly untrustworthy. As for whether I will ever have a chance to obtain the complete version of the 4-6 profound arts, that remains an uncertainty. Perhaps by then, I might even master the ancient script. In conclusion, let us meet again in the next life." Gu Changsheng let out a cold laugh as thunderclouds gathered ominously. The demon mist immediately trembled in fear, exclaiming, "You despicable scoundrel! You are even more shameless than those from the demon sect. I will never let you go." A deafening thunderclap resounded. Lightning struck down. The demon mist was enveloped by the crackling electricity, its curses gradually transforming into wails of despair. "You are doomed. Have you ever wondered why those who sealed me all those years ago did not kill me? The one who slays the demon lord will bear a mark. You will be hunted down by all demon cultivators, and the one who kills you will be worthy of inheriting the title of demon lord. You are doomed." Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng's brow furrowed deeply. Before he could inquire further, the anguished cries abruptly ceased. The demon mist dissipated entirely. Gu Changsheng's expression remained tense, and at that moment he saw a pitch-black mist rapidly rising, lunging directly at him, swiftly infiltrating his body. In an instant, a wave of heart-racing sensation flooded his being. Is this the mark of the demon's sect? Gu Changsheng's heart raced uncontrollably. It seemed he had stirred up great trouble. He needed to enhance his strength swiftly. With a cold smirk, Gu Changsheng stowed away the porcelain vial from the ground. After all, it was a treasure of the Xiantian grade. Perhaps it would come in handy when demon cultivators sought him out in the future. Gu Changsheng glanced at the lifeless bodies of the villagers around him and couldn't help but sigh. Dozens of lives. If I don't kill you, it would be a grave injustice at this moment. The demonic aura had dissipated, the thick fog lifted, and the sky gradually brightened, leaving behind a myriad of crimson clouds, resembling a golden path laid out for mortals. Gu Changsheng gathered his belongings, dug a deep pit, and buried the villagers' bodies before turning to leave. By midday, Gu Changsheng finally returned to Linen City. Some disciples from distant minor sects had already arrived, and Linen City was even more bustling than on the first day. Gu Changsheng had no time to ponder. His first task was to purchase some yellow talisman paper and cinnabar to replenish his stock of the flying pung/talismans. The events of the day had made him acutely aware of the necessity of having a few trump cards on hand. Although the flying pung/ was powerful, the energy consumed during its creation was exorbitant. For Gu Changsheng at present, his entire energy reserve could only suffice to draw 2 talismans. However, with the spirit storage jar, things would be different. Thus, Gu Changsheng found Nin, where he sketched talismans while meditating, occasionally consuming a harmony pill to cultivate the water elemental technique. Talisman crafting experience: 1 talisman crafting experience, 1 water elemental technique experience, 1 water elemental technique experience 1. Outside Linen City, a few figures were making their way into the city. Among them was none other than Lin Jie. At this moment, his steps were unsteady, clearly still recovering from his injuries, as he remarked with a hint of confusion. Wasn't it said that Feng Zhang descended the mountain with Gu Changsheng? Why has a day passed, and there's still no word from him? Gu Changsheng didn't return to the sect yesterday. What on earth happened? Chapter 25. Return to the Grand Gathering. Just then, a sycophant nearby chuckled and said, Lin Shixiang need not worry. Gu Changsheng is merely at the 4th level of qi refinement, several realms below Feng Zhang. Even if he had all his limbs intact, he would still be no match for him. The Grand Gathering in Linen Prefecture has lasted so long. Perhaps Feng Zhang has already killed him and is simply enjoying himself in the city for another day. Upon hearing this, Lin Jie finally relaxed his furrowed brow. Although Gu Changsheng was a waste, possessing a few talismans, Feng Zhang's golden bell shield was no trifling matter. What a pity for my foundation establishment pill. Lin Shixiang, I heard from the brothers who arrived in the city yesterday that Yichuan Tower has welcomed several new girls, all from Hanhai Sect. Their skills in cultivation and supplementation are quite remarkable. What do you think? Lin Jie's eyes brightened at the sycophant's words. Yichuan Tower was a brothel, but it catered to cultivators. The young women there hailed from dual cultivation sects, excelling in the art of supplementation, fulfilling physiological needs while also nurturing their cultivation. It was truly a win-win situation. With this thought, Lin Jie couldn't help but smile, but even a slight grin caused sharp pain to shoot through his chest. He inhaled sharply, gritting his teeth. My injuries aren't fully healed. I can hardly move. In that case, Lin Shixiang, you could let the girls take the initiative. Exactly, Lin Shixiang can just lie back and relax. Ha ha. At their words, Lin Jie laughed heartily, but then his eyes suddenly widened in shock. Not far ahead, a figure flashed by Gu Changsheng. The figure slipped through the crowd and then vanished without a trace. Lin Jie quickly stood on tiptoe. Scanning the surroundings, the sycophant beside him asked in confusion, Lin Shixiang, what are you looking for? Gu Changsheng. Did you see him? Are you sure it was him? Could it have been a mistake? Lin Jie paused, shaking his head slightly. The other party was still wearing the farmer's garb from the Hanhai Sect. Although it was a fleeting glimpse, he was certain. That face was one he would never forget. It had to be him. Lin Jie ground his teeth and said, Gu Changsheng is still alive. What is that waste Feng Zhang doing? The sycophant quickly produced a tracking talisman from his possession, saying, I have a tracking talisman. We can find Feng Zhang and ask him. Lin Jie hastily replied, wait. Before he could finish, the sycophant had already ignited the talisman paper. As the paper burned, a wisp of green smoke rose slowly, coalescing into a floating puff before dissipating entirely. The group stared wide-eyed. Well, what is going on? It failed. Lin Jie swallowed hard. The tracking talisman failing could mean only three things. First, the other party's power far exceeded his own, able to shield against the tracking talisman. Unless Feng Zhang had reached Foundation establishment, that was impossible. Second, Feng Zhang was too far away, perhaps having left Linen Prefecture, but that was highly unlikely, with Linen Prefecture's vast expanse. It would be impossible to cover that distance in a single day. Thus, only the last possibility remained. The sycophant trembled as he voiced the final possibility. Could Feng Zhang already be dead at this utterance? Everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. Could it be that Gu Changsheng killed him? Impossible. Lin Jie shook his head frantically that a mere waste at the fourth level of qi refinement could never kill Feng Zhang. Not with the flying Peng talisman. Absolutely impossible. The sycophant's face turned pale as he muttered softly, but you at the fourth level of qi refinement were also injured by Gu Changsheng while wielding a spirit weapon. Enraged, Lin Jie snapped, "What did you say?" The sycophant quickly clarified, "Lin Shixiang, don't be angry. I meant perhaps Feng Zhang provoked someone else and never even encountered Gu Changsheng. Now, our concern should be about who to send after Gu Changsheng. Otherwise, Lin Shixiang, you could ask your brother." Lin Jie shook his head immediately that if he sought him out, he would only be inviting a scolding. After pondering for a moment, Lin Jie squinted and asked, "Isn't it strictly forbidden for cultivators to fight in Linen City?" "Indeed, there are restrictions at the city gates. As soon as any magic is used, the guard will be alerted. Oh, you still have a tracking talisman?" "Only one left." Upon hearing this, Lin Jie let out a cold snort. Saying, "Find Gu Changsheng's location," the sycophant produced the tracking talisman. Puzzled, "What do you want to find him for?" "Lin Shixiang, are you planning to take action personally?" Lin Jie smirked coldly. "I intend to kill him with someone else's blade." Outside Linen Prefecture, Gu Changsheng surveyed the bustling crowd, quietly donning a mask and retrieving the crimson twilight moth from his storage ring, placing it by the roadside. "Step right up. Fresh crimson twilight moths on sale. Don't miss out." After calling out a few times, several cultivators approached, inquiring, "Wow, such a large crimson twilight moth. It hasn't turned into a demon, has it? How much do you intend to sell it for?" Gu Changsheng smiled. "I won't ask too much, just 800 spirit stones." The cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief. 800? You aren't asking too much. You're robbing us blind. You could easily take it by force. Yet you're offering it to me? You truly are too benevolent. Gu Changsheng chuckled. "I never said you couldn't bargain. At least give me a number." The group of cultivators exchanged glances, deliberating for a moment before saying, 120 spirit stones. We cannot offer any more." Without hesitation, Gu Changsheng replied, "Deal." Initially intending to sell for 100 spirit stones, he felt quite satisfied with the extra 20. The cultivators pulled together the 120 spirit stones and handed them to Gu Changsheng. Just as they were about to depart, Gu Changsheng called out, "Gentlemen, is one enough?" The group looked at him in confusion and asked, "Do you have another one?" Gu Changsheng nodded, waving his hand to release another male crimson shadow demon. Upon seeing it, the cultivator's eyes widened in astonishment. There was residual demonic energy. Could it be that this was an already demonized crimson shadow demon? What do you think? 300 wouldn't be unreasonable, right? The group shook their heads slightly. Gu Changsheng quickly proposed, "How about 250? They continued to shake their heads. "Come on. You're not seriously considering offering 200, are you? I might as well keep it for myself." "By all means, keep it." The cultivators laughed. "To be honest, we are quite tempted. However, we have barely 30 spirit stones left. Moreover, my friend, selling such a treasure on the street is rather wasteful that I believe we are fated to meet. So allow me to direct you to a better place." As he spoke, he indicated a direction, saying, "Just go straight ahead, make a right, and then another right. There is an auction house there. Although the Crimson Shadow Demon is of low rank, it is not particularly common, and you should be able to fetch a good price there, perhaps even exceeding 300 spirit stones." Hearing this, Gu Changsheng was immediately intrigued. Just as he was about to thank them, a voice interrupted, "Crimson Shadow Demon, how much are you selling it for?" Gu Changsheng turned to see Lin Jie. his brows furrowing in displeasure. Lin Jie appeared not to recognize him, wearing a haughty expression. Gu Changsheng snorted disdainfully. The apothecary hall of the Hanhai Sect indeed had some capability. The injuries from the flying pung slash had been healed well enough for him to get out of bed in just 2 days. However, one could only wonder how many spirit stones he had spent. "I'm asking you, how much?" Lin Jie demanded arrogantly. Gu Changsheng shot him a sidelong glance, retracting the crimson shadow demon as he stated. "Not for sale. Not for sale." Lin Jie scoffed. "Are you looking down on me? Don't think that just because you have a single crimson shadow demon, I can't afford it. Just tell me the price." Gu Changsheng let out a cold snort and turned to leave. Seeing this, Lin Jie stepped forward, blocking his path. "You, selling something on the street without even stating a price, are clearly looking for trouble." Several sycophants nearby chimed in. "Exactly. You can't look down on people when selling your goods." Lin Jie wore a cold expression. He was confident that his blatant provocation would elicit a reaction from Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng furrowed his brow. He couldn't comprehend why Lin Jie wanted the Crimson Shadow Demon so badly, or why he insisted on buying it. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of an unusual expression on one of Lin Jie's lackeys. As if he were staring intently behind him, Gu Changsheng turned around to see a wisp of faint blue smoke swirling in the air behind him. The tracking charm. So, Lin Jie had come for him all along. Realizing this, Gu Changsheng understood his intent. He was attempting to force Gu Changsheng into action, leading the city guards to capture him. "You think you can play with borrow knives? Fine, then I shall indulge you." Gu Changsheng sneered and retrieved the Crimson Shadow Demon from his storage ring, stating coldly, "Since you desire it so much, the price is 1,000,000 spirit stones." 1,000,000? Lin Jie burst into laughter. "Have you lost your mind? Everyone, come look, there's a fool here." The surrounding cultivators stopped to observe, murmuring among themselves. "What is happening? Who knows? Maybe they're arguing. What is there to argue about? If you can fight, just fight. Let us see a brawl." Gu Changsheng remained unfazed, a slight smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "What's wrong? Didn't you ask me quote a price? Who is it that claimed they could afford it? Why act like a big shot if you lack funds? With your meager collection of spirit stones, you might as well save them for your own funeral. But let me give you a piece of advice. Don't engage in such unscrupulous deeds in your next life." Upon hearing this, Lin Jie's eyes widened in disbelief. How did he know I was deliberately seeking him out? Gu Changsheng stepped closer, whispering mockingly into Lin Jie's ear. "Trying to force my hand? You're still too inexperienced. I suggest you behave yourself. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee I want to open up another hole in you, you bastard." Lin Jie roared in fury. One of his lackeys, witnessing the situation, quickly pulled him back, saying, "Lin Shixiang, Jie, hold your temper. You can't make a move." Gu Changsheng laughed heartily. "Indeed, hold your temper. It wouldn't be good if you were caught by the guard that I've heard that in Linen City. There's a special place for imprisoning cultivators, filled with many perverted practitioners who favor young men like you." "Ha!" The lackeys gasped, quickly looking at Lin Jie. They saw his face turn crimson, breathing heavily with rage. Clearly pushed to his limits, "Jie, hold on. I'll hold on to your mother." "Fiery fist!" Lin Jie shouted angrily, conjuring a fire fist with his elemental energy and launching it at Gu Changsheng. However, the moment the attack spell was unleashed, it triggered the city's restrictions. In an instant, a blue glow enveloped Lin Jie, binding his limbs and even suppressing his spiritual energy. Gu Changsheng burst into laughter, clapping his hands as he approached Lin Jie, saying, "Lin Shixiang, Jie, why are you so foolish? Did you lend your brain out while loaning money? How dare you make a move in Linen City?" Lin Jie was already flustered, too preoccupied with the situation to care about Gu Changsheng's mockery. He shouted urgently to his lackeys, "Think of a way out." The lackeys exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of what to do. Just then, a synchronized sound of footsteps approached, revealing a squad of city guards clad in spirit armor. The leading guard, upon seeing Lin Jie dressed in Hanhai Sect robes, scoffed coldly. "A disciple of Hanhai Sect? Truly audacious. You dare to cause trouble in the city during the governor's birthday celebration? Take him away." Lin Jie hurriedly called out to his lackeys, "Help me. Help you." The guard turned to Lin Jie's followers and asked, "Are there accomplices? Are you planning to rescue a prisoner?" No, we don't know him." Right, we're just here to watch. We're not familiar with him. I have water boiling at home. I must take my leave. The lackeys hastily denied any connection and fled the scene in a panic. Seeing this, Lin Jie felt utterly despondent, allowing the guards to bind him with spirit chains. Moments later, he gritted his teeth and glared at Gu Changsheng, saying, Gu Changsheng, don't get too smug. My brother will not let you off. You're doomed. You're doomed. Gu Changsheng snorted dismissively, replying, rest assured, if your brother dares to come for me, I guarantee he'll fare worse than you. One of the guards glanced at Gu Changsheng and sneered, What this? Do you want to stir trouble too? Gu Changsheng quickly waved his hands, chuckling, Not at all. I'm a law-abiding citizen, never engaging in fights. The guard nodded, Smart of you. Let us go. Once the guard had moved on, Gu Changsheng let out a cold snort. With the law enforcement in Linen City, Lin Jie had virtually no chance of getting out. Even if he did, he would have his cultivation completely stripped, rendering him forever unable to practice again. Now, what he needed to worry about was Lin Jie's brother, Lin Dong. Lin Dong is a disciple of the inner sect, at the 4th level of foundation establishment. Although his cultivation is not considered top tier within the inner sect, he possesses a violent and ruthless nature. If he were to learn that his brother has been imprisoned in Linen City due to Gu Changsheng, it would spell certain doom for Gu Changsheng. Unless, of course, Lin Dong is hindered by some concern that prevents him from taking action against his own brother. Chapter 27. The Auction House. The solution to this predicament likely rests with Elder Yin. To gain Elder Yan's favor, one must undoubtedly exert considerable effort. Let us pay a visit to the auction house. With this thought, Gu Changsheng shrugged, I am but a harmless person, kind-hearted, who would not harm even an ant. Cherishing the moths that flutter around the light, anyone who plots against me would surely be devoid of humanity. Muttering to himself, he arrived at the auction house. The grand event in Linen City had brought a surge of business to the auction house. The throngs of people flowed in and out continuously as Gu Changsheng searched for a place to sell his goods. He was approached by a staff member of the auction house, who greeted him with a beaming smile. Hello. If you wish to sell agricultural products, please turn left upon exiting to the next intersection. There is a collection station for agricultural products there. Gu Changsheng looked down at his farmer's attire in exasperation and waved his hand dismissively. What I wish to sell is the corpse of a chiming demon. A chiming demon. The staff member looked at Gu Changsheng in astonishment. Where did you find that? Gu Changsheng rolled his eyes and retorted, You show me one, and I'll believe it. Why so many questions? Do you accept it or not? We do. Come, let us verify the goods. The staff member, still bewildered, led Gu Changsheng to the back room. There were quite a few people waiting there. The staff member whispered a few words to an appraiser, who then approached with an impatient expression. Bring it out. Let me see the quality. Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng immediately retrieved the male chiming demon from his storage ring. The staff member gasped in surprise and stepped forward, examining the chiming demon closely. Indeed, it is a chiming demon, and a male at that, with demonic power stronger than the average chiming demon. It has clearly been enhanced by a female. Was it transformed while she was giving birth? How could you tell? Gu Changsheng nodded, slightly taken aback. The appraiser, noticing Gu Changsheng's acknowledgement, quickly added, Since you have a male, you must have a female as well. Where is the female? I sold it. You sold it? The appraiser's eyes widened in disbelief. Whom? For how much? I don't know. I sold it for 120 spirit stones. Hearing this, the appraiser pounded his thigh, exclaiming with an air of frustration, What a waste! What a waste! Even if the female chiming demon is dead, the demon eggs within her are still valuable. They're the most important material for refining the Qiyang pill. One demon egg is worth 1 spirit stone. A single chiming demon can yield between 800 to 1,000 demon eggs, and you sold it for a mere 120 spirit stones. Gu Changsheng, at a loss for words, replied, How was I to know? Besides, the female wasn't even transformed when she died. Could that still be useful? Not transformed. The appraiser was momentarily taken aback, then lamented, You shouldn't have killed her outright. Waiting for her to transform would have made her far more valuable. Gu Changsheng couldn't help but laugh in disbelief, saying, Are you joking? She was about to lay eggs. If she had transformed, the eggs would have already been laid, and then I'd have had to deal with cleaning up the chiming worms in the field. The appraiser paused, then sighed. In any case, you missed a lucrative opportunity. The intact male chiming demon is worth 300 spirit stones. Would you prefer to take the 300 spirit stones directly, or wait for a sale and receive a commission? Gu Changsheng, puzzled, asked, is there a difference? The appraiser explained, if you take the 300 spirit stones directly, you'll receive the payment now. If you go through the auction house, a commission of 40% will be charged. Given the current crowd, it's uncertain when it might sell. After contemplating for a moment, Gu Changsheng shook his head. A 40% commission means the chiming demon would need to sell for at least 500 spirit stones to surpass the discounted price. Moreover, he had little time to spare. I'll take the discounted price. The appraiser nodded and led Gu Changsheng to collect his payment. Gu Changsheng now had a modest sum of nearly 500 spirit stones, a fortune he had never dared to dream of before. Since he was already at the auction house, why not indulge a little? Just then, as he approached the auction venue, he heard the guard at the entrance announce, admission to the outer area is 10 spirit stones. The inner area is 20 spirit stones, and the private rooms are 50 spirit stones. Gu Changsheng rolled his eyes, gritted his teeth, and handed over 10 spirit stones. The guard accepted the stones and gave Gu Changsheng a token, saying, use this token to place bids. If you bid and fail to pay, you know the consequences, right? Gu Changsheng nodded. Failing to pay after bidding is typically referred to as a fraudulent bid, which usually requires compensating the difference to the second-to-last bidder. Such behavior would yield him no benefit. He was not that kind of person. Upon entering the auction hall with his token, he was struck by the sheer scale of the event. The outer area alone could accommodate 1,000 people, while the front row of the inner area had nearly 300 seats, and there were private rooms on the upper level. The central stage spanned about 100 square meters. Gu Changsheng found his designated seat, and just as he settled down, he heard the auctioneer announce, the next item for bid is a low-grade water attribute technique, the Wuxiang Ju, starting at 300 spirit stones, with each bid requiring a minimum increase of 50 spirit stones. Bidding begins now. As soon as the words left the auctioneer's mouth, a cacophony of bids erupted from the outer area. 350 spirit stones, 400 spirit stones. The Wuxiang Ju, akin to the Shuyuan Gong, is a water attribute technique and is considered an upgrade to Shuyuan Gong. Being a low-grade technique means it can allow a practitioner to gradually advance to the 9th level of foundation establishment. For Gu Changsheng, it was a perfect match. However, before he could place a bid, the price soared to 500 spirit stones. Immediately, Gu Changsheng abandoned the thought. For a loose cultivator, the Wuxiang Ju was indeed a rare find. But for Gu Changsheng, the Hanhai Sect was his foundation. Higher-level techniques could be exchanged for contribution points through tasks, making it unnecessary to spend such an exorbitant amount. The subsequent items presented at the auction failed to capture Gu Changsheng's interest. Given his current cultivation at the 4th level of qi refinement, useful items were unlikely to be auctioned due to their low value. Items beyond the qi refinement stage were either too costly or offered poor value for money. After sitting for over an hour and watching item after item sell on stage, Gu Changsheng began to feel bored. At the same time, he regretted spending 10 spirit stones on the entrance fee. Just as he was preparing to leave, the auctioneer produced a book and announced, the next item for bid is an ancient script study manual, starting at 100 spirit stones, with each bid requiring a minimum increase of 20 spirit stones. Bidding begins now. Chapter 28, by Yu Jiang. Before Gu Changsheng could react, whispers began to circulate nearby. An ancient script manual. What use is that? Why does it seem like the auction house is selling increasingly worthless items? You don't know, do you? The items sold during the day are meant for us cultivators who haven't even reached foundation establishment. The true treasures are only brought out at night. Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over him. He might not know what other uses ancient script have, but their greatest utility at present was to verify the translation of the CC Xiangong he obtained in Qingwu village. Although the corpse demon had translated the ancient script under duress, demon creatures are cunning. Who knows if it harbored ulterior motives and altered some content? If he couldn't cultivate successfully, it would be one thing. But if he were to go astray during his cultivation, it would be a grave loss. With this in mind, Gu Changsheng was about to raise his hand when a voice from the front row called out, 200 spirit stones. Gu Changsheng's heart sank. Damn, someone's bidding against him, and they started with such a high offer. Looking up, he saw someone in the front row of the inner area about to lower their bidding token. The individual wore a pure white robe, rendering their face invisible. Yet anyone dressed so ostentatiously must be of no ordinary background. 200 spirit stones once. Are there any fellow cultivators willing to bid higher? Gu Changsheng cast a glance at his spirit stone, pondered for a moment, and raised his hand to declare, 220 spirit stones. Immediately, those around him regarded him with astonishment, whispering and pointing at a figure in the front row. This esteemed friend. You are quite bold. Do you not know who he is? With a perplexed expression, Gu Changsheng inquired. Who? The individual replied in hushed tones, the son of the city lord of Linen, by Yu Liang. Are you truly daring to bid against him? Do you not value your life? Gu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. As he surveyed the room, he noticed Bai Yuliang turning to look at him. Their eyes met, and Bai Yuliang offered a slight smile before turning back, raising his hand to announce, 250 spirit stones, 250 spirit stones. Does anyone wish to bid higher? Gu Changsheng furrowed his brow, hesitating to determine whether this price was worthwhile. For him, the sole purpose of acquiring this ancient script study manual was to verify the authenticity of the Si Li Xiangong. However, this was contingent upon the assurance that the corpse demon general had not deceived him. The power and efficacy of the Si Li Xiangong were relayed through the lips of the corpse demon general. It was even uncertain whether the book truly contained the Si Li Xiangong he spoke of. What if upon purchasing it, he discovered that the ancient script was merely a diary penned by someone well-versed in ancient characters? Written in idle moments? That would be a grave loss. At that moment, the auctioneer on stage called out, Is there any higher bid? 250 spirit stones once, 250 spirit stones twice, just as Gu Changsheng hesitated. He caught sight of Bai Yuliang glancing back with a look that mingled 3 parts provocation and 3 parts disdain, seemingly conveying, You, a pauper, dare to compete with me without a second thought. Gu Changsheng raised his hand again and declared, 270 spirit stones. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. In a sect like the Hanhai Sect, even if he sold all the spirit rice he possessed throughout the year, he could scarcely amass 100 spirit stones. A practitioner in the Qi refinement stage, 270 spirit stones was nearly a fortune. Clenching his teeth, Gu Changsheng muttered under his breath, If he bids again, I will concede. Bai Yuliang flashed a cold smile towards Gu Changsheng, gave him a thumbs up, and then stood to leave the venue. The individual next to Gu Changsheng was almost beside himself with fear, shaking his head and exclaiming, Brother, I've come to understand. You are truly deluded. For a mere useless manual, you dare to bid 270 and have offended someone you cannot afford to antagonize. You must be out of your mind. Yet, Gu Changsheng felt a sense of relief. The auctioneer waved his hand and announced, 270 spirit stones once, 270 spirit stones twice, 270 spirit stones thrice sold. This esteemed friend may collect his item and payment at the back. Next item up for bid. Gu Changsheng chose not to linger any longer and instead stood up to proceed to the back to collect his item. Presenting his bidding card, he swiftly paid the fee and obtained the ancient script study manual. Just as he was about to leave, a person approached him, clasping his hands in greeting. Esteemed friend, please wait. Gu Changsheng's eyes widened in surprise. Bai Yuliang, he had actually waited for him here. Was he planning to resort to violence to seize his goods? Before Gu Changsheng could speak, Bai Yuliang, with a hint of smile, said, You seem a bit anxious. Fear not. I merely wish to inquire about something. Inquire about me, Gu Changsheng replied, slightly on guard. What is it? Bai Yuliang raised an eyebrow and asked, Are you a talisman master? Gu Changsheng hesitated, then shook his head, responding, Not exactly. Why do you ask? Bai Yuliang expressed confusion. If you're not a talisman master, why did you bid against me for that ancient script study manual? Gu Changsheng retorted, What does the ancient script study manual have to do with talisman crafting? At this, Bai Yuliang furrowed his brow slightly, sizing Gu Changsheng up before shaking his head. I see. Since you are unaware of the relationship between the two and are not a talisman master, this ancient script study manual likely holds no value for you. How about this? 300 spirit stones for it. What say you? Gu Changsheng was at a loss for words that if he desired it so much, why not bid for it at the auction? Why come to the back to buy it? What a ridiculous situation! Apologies, but while I may not be a talisman master, I indeed find this manual useful, so I do not intend to sell it. Farewell." Having said that, Gu Changsheng turned to leave. Yet, he heard Bai Yuliang's cold snort from behind. "I initially believed you were a talisman master, hence my willingness to part with it for the sake of friendship. However, if you leave with it now, do you know the consequences?" Gu Changsheng, upon hearing this, halted in his tracks, shaking his head in resignation as he replied in a deep voice, "I do not know, nor am I interested in finding out." Bai Yuliang gritted his teeth and declared, "There is nothing my family desires that cannot be obtained by any means necessary." Unfazed, Gu Changxing thought to himself about what Bai Yuliang's father might think upon learning that his son was causing unrest in Linen City during his birthday celebrations, challenging others and robbing them of their possessions. Bai Yuliang, in a fit of rage, chuckled coldly and said, "Very well, state your name and sect. I assure you, I will make you aware of the consequences." At that moment, Gu Changsheng, still donning his mask, was about to respond when a thought struck him. He solemnly declared, "Then listen well. A true man does not change his name or alter his surname. I am Lin Dong, an inner disciple of the Hanhai Sect." "Lin Dong, is it?" Bai Yuliang scoffed. "I shall remember you." Gu Changxing smirked. "Be sure to remember it clearly. Do not forget, I am Lin Dong. Keep it in your mind, and next time you encounter someone named Lin Dong, steer clear." Before Bai Yuliang could fume, Gu Changsheng swiftly slipped away. Back at the inn, he could not contain his laughter. Now, even before Lin Dong could seek revenge, he had inadvertently sent a worthy opponent his way. This was truly a case of killing two birds with one stone, or a single arrow striking two targets, one man and two women. Returning to the inn, Gu Changsheng eagerly retrieved the ancient script study manual. He then compared it to the book he had obtained from Feng Zhang, and indeed, both contained esoteric, convoluted, and twisted characters, appearing to originate from the same source. At the very least, he could ascertain that this book was indeed written in ancient script. Next came the comparison. Gu Changxing soon felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. The manual contained over 50 pages, each with 60 characters, totaling 3,000 characters, with corresponding annotations beneath each character. However, the manual was not a dictionary and lacked a search function, necessitating a painstaking one-by-one comparison. Gu Changxing's eyes nearly went blind from searching. Yet he could not find a single corresponding character. In a fit of frustration, he nearly tore the manual apart. Yet, after holding onto it for a while, he ultimately could not bear to waste the 270 spirit stones and reluctantly sat back down, searching while absently sketching characters on the table with his finger. Suddenly, he spotted a character. He found one. Gu Changsheng was both astonished and elated. This character was identical to one of the prominent characters on the title page of the book. The annotation read a single word. His other hand instinctively traced the character on the table. Suddenly, an alert flashed before his eyes. Ancient immortal script proficiency 1G. Gu Changsheng froze for a moment, then hastily opened his interface. To his delight, he discovered a new skill listed under his skills. Ancient immortal script, beginner 1100. Can proficiency really be gained this way? Gu Changxing's heart soared with joy. This meant that every time he wrote a character, he would gain a bit of proficiency. Gu Changxing again compared the characters from the manual, writing them out by hand. Ancient immortal script proficiency 1. It was indeed true. Gu Changsheng was overjoyed. The proficiency panel. How incredible! Without a second thought, he rolled up his sleeves and got to work. He retrieved paper and pen from his storage pouch, compared them to the manual, and began transcribing, one character at a time. Ancient immortal script proficiency 1, ancient immortal script proficiency 1, ancient immortal script, progressing 11,000, ancient immortal script proficiency 1. Writing this way yielded a speed of proficiency gain that was second only to wielding a blade for Gu Changsheng. 2 hours had elapsed, and Gu Changsheng had meticulously copied the calligraphy manual 3 complete times. His proficiency in ancient immortal script had reached the 4th level. Ancient immortal script, mastery 110000. Upon reopening the book he had obtained from Feng Zhang, the initially obscure characters now appeared as familiar as if he had long mastered them, rendering comprehension effortless. So, the name of this technique is indeed Force 6 Mystical Arts. It seems the corpse demon general was quite honest after all, not deceiving me. Gu Changsheng murmured to himself as he delved into the contents within. However, upon reading the first line, he erupted in a torrent of curses. Damn it! I knew that bastard had ill intentions. The cultivation method provided by the corpse demon general was not merely different from the original text. It was entirely unrelated. From the operation of the technique to the training methods, everything was in stark contrast. According to the corpse demon general's translation, success in cultivation was uncertain, and madness was surely inevitable. After venting his frustration, Gu Changsheng began to calm himself, patiently examining the 4-6 mystical arts 0.4 body technique. The 4 limbs are distinct. Hands connect to the heart, feet connect to the mind. Qi gathers at the labor palace point in the palm. Qi flows to the bubbling spring point in the soles, through the tempering of water and fire. Divine skills can be achieved. Gu Changsheng silently recited. He followed the instructions to circulate his spiritual energy, converging at the labor palace point in his palms and the bubbling spring point in his feet. At that moment, a surge of heat suddenly generated in his palms, progressively intensifying to the point of a burning sensation, as if he were grasping a cup filled with boiling water. Ouch! What kind of technique is this? Why are my hands so hot? He exclaimed, shaking his hands while muttering. Repairing the heavens technique mastery 1. Gu Changsheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Had he truly succeeded? Hastily, he opened his interface to find an additional technique in a skill bar. 4-6 mystical arts repairing the heavens technique. Novice 1100, but before he could fully absorb the surprise, he felt a sudden chill at his feet, as if he were barefoot on ice, causing him to stomp in discomfort. Limitless Feet Mastery 1. Only then did Gu Changsheng realize that the so-called water and fire tempering in the preface referred to this. After the technique was activated, his hands became scorching hot while his feet turned icy cold. And as the technique deepened, his hands grew hotter and his feet colder. With a furrowed brow, Gu Changsheng continued to shake his hands and stomp his feet within the confines of his room. Repairing the Heavens Technique Mastery 1. Limitless Feet Mastery 1. As night fell, Gu Changsheng returned to his quarters at the Hanhai Sect. Although the grand event in Linen Prefecture continued, it had become irrelevant to him. Staying any longer would only waste his lodging expenses. After 2 days away, the cold river spirit fish in his pond had begun to wilt. The cold river spirit fish had inherently stringent requirements for its living environment. And after 2 days without a water change, it was a miracle it had survived. Gu Changsheng promptly removed the fish and placed it on the cutting board. Tonight, we feast on fish, armed with a kitchen knife. He chopped some scallions, ginger, and garlic, and with each swing, a message popped up before him. Knife Skills Mastery 1. Culinary Skills Mastery 1. As the night deepened, the light in Gu Changsheng's room remained aglow as he sat in meditation. Cultivating water elemental technique, drawing talismans, and practicing repairing the heavens technique and divine foot technique. With each step of his carefully planned regimen, his mastery steadily increased. For Gu Changsheng, the path of cultivation had transformed into a future he could meticulously chart. As long as time permitted and external disturbances were absent, transcending to the realm of immortals was merely a matter of time. In Linen Prefecture, within the prison, the detainees were not ordinary criminals, but cultivators who had violated the rules of Linen Prefecture. Lin Jie lay on the withered straw, utterly drained. His spiritual roots had been stripped away, rendering him incapable of standing even without shackles. That moment, the prison door creaked open, and footsteps approached, halting at the entrance of his cell. Then a voice filled with both anticipation and dread rang out. "Are you dead?" Lin Jie hurriedly lifted his head, only to see a familiar figure standing outside the cell, the flickering candlelight casting shadows over his face. Failing to dispel the gloom that lingered there, "Brother," Chapter 30, Duel with Lin Dong. "Brother, you finally came." Lin Jie wept bitterly, struggling to sit up from the dry straw, crawling to the cell door, grasping Lin Dong's foot with desperation. Pleading, "Take me away. I can't stand this hellish place for another minute." Lin Dong cast a cold glare, disdainfully kicking Lin Jie's hand away, his tone icy as he retorted, "Useless. You can't even defeat a mere 4th-layer Qi cultivator. And you still have the audacity to speak. What about the spiritual artifact I gave you? Don't tell me you didn't use it." "I did use it," Lin Jie exclaimed hastily, "but that little bastard Gu Changsheng, He must have learned the golden armor talisman and flying blade from someone. I was caught off guard and got injured. Even Feng Zhang wasn't his match. Who knows where he ended up now? Brother, you cannot underestimate him. That kid is incredibly cunning. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong's brows knitted tightly. Feng Zhang. He was well aware of that name, although the Golden Bell Shield was merely a magical tool. Its effectiveness rivaled that of ordinary spiritual artifacts. If even Feng Zhang couldn't match Gu Changsheng, it was no wonder Lin Jie had sustained injuries. Seeing Lin Dong silent, Lin Jie continued to plead. Brother, speak to the guard and get me out. Lin Dong shot him a frosty glance and replied curtly, Do you think I don't want to? It costs 100 spirit stones to buy a pardon for you from Linen City. You've become a waste. How do you intend to repay me that 100 spirit stones? Lin Jie felt his heart sink at those words. That I have money. If you let me out, I'll return to the sect and give you all my contribution points. Lin Dong finally nodded in agreement. Now that's more like it. Saying this, he produced 100 spirit stones and handed them to the guard. The guard opened the cell door, and Lin Jie's lackeys hurried to assist him. And what about Gu Changsheng? Brother, you must help me take revenge. Lin Dong snorted coldly. No need for you to say that. Knowing you're my brother, he dared to lay hands on you and even frame you for imprisonment. He clearly doesn't regard me, Lin Dong, at all. Once we return to the sect, I'll let him know that the Lin family is not someone he can provoke. As dawn broke, Gu Changsheng was on his way to the fields with a hoe in hand. Suddenly, Old Chun rushed over, grabbing Gu Changsheng's arm in a panic. Why are you still here? You need to run. Gu Changsheng looked bewildered. Run? Where should I go? Old Chun leaned closer, urgency in his voice. Did you injure Lin Dong? Did you get him imprisoned in Linen Prefecture? Gu Changsheng nodded, astonished. How did you find out so quickly? Old Chun sighed. Not just me. The entire outer sect knows. Lin Jie's lackeys returned yesterday and informed Lin Dong of your deeds. Lin Dong swore he would kill you and has already descended the mountain to find you. You're lucky. He went down the mountain while you came back up. Otherwise, you'd be in serious trouble by now. When he returns, you would have been skinned alive. Gu Changsheng's brow furrowed. He had almost forgotten about this situation after spending the entire night grinding his mastery. He quickly hoisted the hoe and headed back. Seeing this, Old Chun hurriedly said, If you're running away, can you transfer your spiritual field to me? Not a chance, you ungrateful wretch. Gu Changsheng dodged the old shoe Old Chun threw at him and sprinted home. He emptied his storage ring into a storage bag, packed the remaining spiritual rice, and headed straight to the affairs hall. Along the way, many outer sect disciples noticed him, their expressions tinged with curiosity. As soon as the female receptionist spotted him, she exclaimed, Hey, I heard Lin Dong is after you. Are you planning to run? No worries, Gu Changsheng replied, handing over his storage ring with a smile, that I'm not that easy to deal with. Thank you for your concern. With that, he turned and walked away. The female receptionist gazed at the storage ring in her hand and sighed softly. What a pity. While he resolved the problem of Lin Jie. A disgrace to the outer sect, he still cannot escape his fate. After leaving the affairs hall, Gu Changsheng made his way to the Green Bamboo Courtyard. The Green Bamboo Courtyard was where inner sect disciples diligently studied talismans and also served as the place of seclusion for Elder Yin Chong. Home to Zhuma Xuan. At this moment, Gu Changsheng, clad in outer sect attire, was stopped by the guarding disciples before he could enter the Green Bamboo Courtyard. Inner sect training grounds. Outer sect disciples are strictly prohibited from entering. Gu Changsheng furrowed his brows slightly and spoke in a deep voice. I am here to seek Elder Yin. He sent for me. The disciple guarding the entrance glanced at him and inquired, Do you have a note from Elder Yin? No, then you cannot enter. Gu Changsheng's brows knitted tighter. Just as he was about to respond, he noticed a wisp of green smoke drifting gracefully towards him. Hovering by his side, a tracking talisman. Gu Changsheng's heart sank. From the speed at which the smoke swirled, Lin Dong had likely already returned to the Hanhai Sect. Gu Changsheng's expression darkened, urgency gnawing at him. His plan was to locate Elder Yin and have him serve as a shield. Even if Elder Yin could not assist him, he could exchange for a higher-level talisman to preserve his life or deal with Lin Dong. However, all of this hinged on Elder Yin seeing the flying pung slash he had crafted. If he couldn't even enter the gate, then this plan would be utterly futile, as Gu Changsheng pondered his options. A voice suddenly called out from behind him, Changsheng. He turned around, and his heart nearly stopped. There stood Lin Dong on the long stairs outside the Qingzhou courtyard, his expression icy, his steps swift as he approached. Gu Changsheng's brows knitted tightly, his hand already reaching for the storage pouch at his waist. The moment Lin Dong drew near, he would not hesitate to unleash all the flying pung slashes he had amassed over the past few days. Before Lin Dong could close the distance, Gu Changsheng raised his hand and simultaneously produced 7 talismans. With a surge of spiritual energy, the talisman papers ignited. By decree, divine generals of the heavens, strike without mercy. The winds howled as blades of air swirled rapidly, hurtling towards Lin Dong. Lin Dong, however, snorted coldly and raised his hand to form a seal. Earth Shield, a torrent of earthy yellow spiritual energy swirled around him, forming a protective barrier in an instant. The previously unstoppable flying pung/talismans struck the barrier, creating ripples. Although they dimmed its brilliance momentarily, they ultimately failed to breach it. The chasm between the foundation establishment and Shi refinement stages was as vast as an abyss. No wonder you dared to confront Lin Jia. You truly possess audacity. Lin Dong strode toward Gu Changsheng, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he said, "Originally, I merely intended to confine you, forcing you to draw talismans for spirit stones, but since you dared to strike at me, it proves you are beyond redemption. I have no qualms about destroying those who cannot serve my purpose." As he spoke, he summoned the spiritual sword he had reclaimed from Lin Jia, which now floated beside him. With force, green blade slash, the incantation takes effect. The sword, which had barely dispelled the minor golden armor talisman in Lin Jia's hands, was now enveloped in verdant wood element spiritual energy. Tiny whirlwinds formed around the sword's body, seemingly insignificant, yet the pressure it exuded caused Gu Changsheng, standing several meters away, to break into a cold sweat. By decree, golden armor divine spirit, protect me. A golden radiance erupted as the ethereal image of the golden armor divine spirit materialized. Upon witnessing this, Lin Dong let out a cold laugh. A minor golden armor talisman? Utterly useless. Green blade slash. Go. Chapter 31. Qingzhou courtyard. The command followed the incantation. The spiritual sword, entwined with green radiance, sliced toward Gu Changsheng. Before the golden armor divine image could even approach, it was shredded by the green light, disintegrating into a shower of golden dust. The disparity between the foundation establishment and Shi refinement stages was akin to a chasm. Yet just as one golden armor divine image shattered, another sprang forth anew. This cycle continued, each successive image being obliterated in turn, yet one after another they materialized. Gu Changsheng, against all odds, sustained the onslaught of the spiritual sword solely through the stack of minor golden armor talismans. Holding the sword at a mere 5 inches from his chest, the disciples guarding the entrance were left astounded. As a disciple of Qingzhou courtyard, he was well versed in the art of talismans. Under normal circumstances, a minor golden armor talisman could never withstand the assault of a second-tier spiritual sword, especially when wielded by someone at the foundation establishment stage. Yet, Gu Changsheng had managed to do so. The reason lay in his relentless activation of the minor golden armor talismans, each deployment occurring in less than half a breath. This relentless barrage left the guarding disciple even more astonished. For the release of talismans requires time. Surely igniting the talisman paper necessitates a moment, does it not? Yet Gu Changsheng's hands moved with such alacrity, resembling the flurry of multiple hands in perfect harmony, as he continuously ignited and unleashed the minor golden armor talismans, one after the other, in an unending cycle. This was the art of mending the heavens. At this moment, Gu Changsheng's eyes shone with clarity. The art of mending the heavens was as swift as thunder, and when executed, it gathered energy like rain, ensuring that not a single drop fell within its radius, as if sealing the heavens above. The few moments of delay the spiritual sword experienced may seem inconsequential to others, but to Gu Changsheng, those moments were sufficient to discern the sole flaw in the sword's attack. Just then, Gu Changsheng abruptly halted, the golden armor divine image fracturing once more. This time, however, no new image emerged. At the same moment, a sharp clang resonated. Clang, Lin Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. Even the guarding disciple stood frozen in shock. No one could fathom what was unfolding. Gu Changsheng's sleeve had been shredded by the residual force of the spiritual sword, and dozens of lacerations marred his arms, deep enough to see bone. Yet the true attack of the spiritual sword had come to a halt. Gu Changsheng's hands gripped the very sword that had sought to pierce him. He had withstood it. The guarding disciple was nearly paralyzed with fear. A Qi refinement stage practitioner had managed to block the assault of a Foundation establishment spiritual sword with nothing but his physical body. Was this merely an illusion conjured by the force of impact? Or had he yet to awaken from slumber? Lin Dong's expression darkened. His jaw clenched tight as he coldly remarked, "No wonder you dare to oppose me. You can actually withstand my spiritual sword attack with your bare flesh." But before he could finish his sentence, Gu Changsheng's hand glimmered and the spiritual sword was drawn into his storage pouch. "You bastard!" Lin Dong's fury ignited. It was one thing to have his attack thwarted, but Gu Changsheng had the audacity to stow the sword right before his eyes. Earth force. Mountain control technique. Lin Dong formed seals with his hands, and in an instant his spiritual energy surged, morphing into a small mountain shadow the size of a 3-story building, colored in earthy orange-yellow, crashing down upon Gu Changsheng. The guarding disciple shook his head vigorously at the sight. The mountain control technique was a second-tier martial skill, its power ranking among the top within the 5 elemental techniques. This kid was doomed. Gu Changsheng's heart raced, while the art of mending the heavens had allowed him to parry the spiritual sword. The residual force had inflicted grievous wounds upon him. His hands were riddled with deep gashes from the sword's assault, blood streaming profusely, rendering him nearly incapable of lifting his arms. Faced with the impending mountain bearing down upon him, he possessed no means of retaliation. That it seemed he was destined to perish here. At that moment, a voice rang out with fervor. "By decree, golden armor 10,000, demon-repelling body." Instantly, 8 golden armored divine images appeared around Gu Changsheng, each towering twice the height of the previous divine image, arrayed in a circle, striking at the descending mountain with golden fists. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated. The mountain of earth was reduced to dust in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. Meanwhile, the 8 golden armor divine images remained shimmering with golden light, not a hint of dimness to be found. The golden armored, demon-repelling talisman. The guarding disciple uttered in disbelief. Just then, a voice emerged from behind. "Who dares to commit violence at the entrance of my Qingzhou courtyard? State your name, so I may inform your elder once you have perished." Lin Dong's rage boiled over, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, but upon seeing the newcomer, he immediately recoiled. Bowing deeply, "I pay my respects to Elder Yin." Gu Changsheng turned to see Elder Yin strolling leisurely towards them, hands clasped behind his back, as if taking a casual walk. Elder Yin glanced at Gu Changsheng, nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Lin Dong, saying, "Do you wish to leave now, or shall I assist you in departing?" Lin Dong, startled, mustered his courage and pointed at Gu Changsheng, gritting his teeth as he declared, "My spiritual sword is in his possession." "Oh, it seems you wish for my assistance," Elder Yin remarked, extending his hand and rolling up his wide sleeves. Lin Dong was instantly paralyzed with fear. Hastily bowing, he turned and fled without a backward glance. Elder Yin was known for his capricious temperament and was the only elder among the inner sect who truly dared to take action against students, often with lethal consequences. Gu Changsheng's arms hung limply before him, blood ceaselessly flowing, yet he exerted every ounce of strength to raise his arm. Addressing Elder Yin, "I pay my respects to Elder Yin." "Enough. At this point, what good is your respect?" Elder Yin retorted, lifting his hand to gather spiritual energy, drawing a talisman in the AIR.BY decree. The Star of Gold, bestow nourishment upon all beings. Before him, the talisman shimmered in midair, radiating a brilliant white light. As the tail of the talisman was drawn to a close, a surge of spiritual energy flowed forth, astonishingly manifesting its effect, enveloping Gu Changsheng's arm in a soft, milky glow. The excruciating pain of his wound was instantaneously replaced by a cool sensation, accompanied by a slight itch. When the white light dissipated, he was astounded to discover that his arms, previously marred by injuries, had completely healed. Gu Changsheng gazed in disbelief at his arms, just as Elder Yin uttered, "Come inside with me." With a stoic expression, Elder Yin turned and walked away, prompting Gu Changsheng to hastily follow in his wake. As they passed by the Qingzhou courtyard, he observed hundreds of inner disciples bent over their desks, some engrossed in their books, while others practiced their talismans with fervor. This way, Elder Yin continued without pause, and Gu Changsheng hurriedly kept pace. Like a tea that moment, a girl with a ponytail spotted Gu Changsheng and exclaimed in surprise, "What is he doing here?" Had Gu Changsheng been attentive, he would have recognized her as the girl who had informed him before descending the mountain to attend the grand assembly. Following Elder Yin, they ventured deep into the Qingzhou courtyard, arriving at a wooden cabin surrounded by a small fenced yard. A narrow path meandered through the courtyard, leading to the rear of the cabin, where the distant spirit garden could be faintly glimpsed. "Come in," commanded Elder Yin, his words few and far between. He gestured toward a mat on the ground, instructing, "Sit there." To Gu Changsheng complied silently, and Elder Yin raised his hand to place a piece of yellow talisman paper before him, then handed over a talisman brush, stating solemnly, "Draw a vaping slash in my presence." Chapter 32. The path of talismanry begins. Without hesitation, Gu Changsheng took up the brush and began to draw, having executed the vaping slash numerous times. And bolstered by his proficiency, he completed it flawlessly in one breath. Elder Yin picked up the completed vaping slash and nodded appreciatively. "From your earlier demonstration, I surmised that you had mastered it. Yet I did not anticipate your level of proficiency. Quite remarkable." As Elder Yin spoke, he cast a glance at Gu Changsheng's arm and inquired gravely, "What is the technique you used to cast the talisman? Where did you learn it?" Gu Changsheng hesitated momentarily, pondering that he might be referring to the Bushenshu, but was it permissible to disclose this? After a brief contemplation, he replied, "If I were to say that I frequently use my hands and engage in physical activities, thus enhancing my speed, would you believe me?" Elder Yan's face remained impassive as he replied, "What do you think?" Gu Changsheng sighed, "I suppose not." Noticing Gu Changsheng's demeanor, Elder Yan shook his head slightly and remarked, "Very well. I shall not press further. Every individual has their own opportunities. If you choose not to share, that is your prerogative. That I promise that upon your successful drawing of the vaping slash, I would teach you the path of talismanry. Thus, let us commence now." Gu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, questioning now, "Here? What? Do you expect me to attend class with them?" Elder Yin scoffed, "You are not an inner disciple. Do you not fear attracting trouble by mingling with them?" At that moment, Gu Changsheng comprehended Elder Yan's implication. As an outer disciple, should he venture outside to attend classes alongside them, he might inevitably provoke those petty individuals who looked down upon others. "Furthermore, my teachings will not come without cost," Elder Yin continued. "During this period, you shall remain here with me, tending to the spiritual herbs and beasts in the backyard. At a month hence, during the outer disciple competition, should you excel, I shall leverage my position as an elder to facilitate your early admission into my Qingzhou courtyard." Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng nodded affirmatively. This had indeed been one of his plans. With the outer disciples being numerous, the Hanhai Sect did not prohibit private skirmishes among them, for conflict was yet another means to enhance one's strength, particularly when life and death were at stake, as it could awaken latent potential and aid in breakthroughs. However, inner disciples were subject to strict regulations forbidding private duels. That on one hand, foundation-building disciples represented the sect's standing, and naturally, the more there were, the better. On the other hand, after reaching foundation building, the benefits of conflict became minimal. Cultivation relied more on enlightenment. Once admitted into the inner sect, no matter how much Lin Dong might wish to harm him, as long as Gu Changsheng did not consent, he would be unable to act against him. Seeing Gu Changsheng's agreement, Elder Yin retrieved a book from the shelf and placed it before him, stating, "This is the foundational overview of talismanry. You recall what I mentioned about a complete talisman being composed of the talisman head, talisman script, and talisman tail?" Gu Changsheng nodded affirmatively. Elder Yin continued, "Then let me ask you, do you understand the difference between the command of the talisman head and the decree of the talisman? When should one use a command, and when should one employ a decree? What are the consequences of using them interchangeably?" Gu Changsheng shook his head in confusion. Elder Yin pointed to the book in his hands and remarked, "It is all contained within the Jiyu Changsheng," was at a loss for words. Before he could respond, Elder Yin continued, "Additionally, the talisman tale is divided into Zhenggang and Tiangang. Do you remember?" Gu Changsheng nodded again. "Then allow me to inquire further, what distinguishes Zhenggang from Tiangang? When should one use Zhenggang script? And when should one employ Tiangang script? What would be the outcome of using them incorrectly?" "I do not know. The book contains that information as well. The talisman tale, aside from the distinction between Zhenggang and Tiangang, also encompasses 5 different patterns: thunder, cloud, wind, fire, and water. What distinguishes these, and in what circumstances should one use each type of talisman tale? What would be the consequences of employing the wrong one? You need not elaborate." "The book contains that information as well." Gu Changsheng promptly interjected, "I shall read it now." However, Elder Yin spoke in a low voice. "While the book does contain that information, it lacks detail. Allow me to elucidate directly. The command of the talisman head signifies lower-ranked talismans, such as the golden armor deity represented by the Zai-Jinjia talisman, a deity dedicated to safeguarding cultivators, classified as a lower deity, thus allowing direct use of a command talisman head. Conversely, the decree pertains to mid-tier and upper-tier entities, which we, as practitioners, cannot directly compel. We can only invoke commands. This decree conveys the essence of conveying orders. Jiyu Changsheng immediately grasped the concept. In essence, a command is to command those of lesser standing, while a decree allows one to exert influence over those of higher standing, akin to wielding authority by proxy. Was that the crux of it? Elder Yin was momentarily taken aback, wearing a look of disbelief as he remarked, "Though your explanation is somewhat crude, it is not far from the truth." Gu Changsheng nodded in understanding. "Now that you comprehend this distinction, the consequences of misuse should also be cleared if a command is mistakenly used in place of a decree. The worst outcome would be failure. However, should a decree be misapplied as a command, that would constitute overstepping one's bounds, an affront to authority. The caster may suffer injuries, or worse, face backlash from the spell, leading to death and dissolution." Elder Yin spoke gravely. "Thus, regardless of the talisman one draws, it is imperative to remember the talisman head. One must never Gu Changsheng nodded again, suddenly recalling a matter mentioned by Yujing at the auction house. He promptly inquired, "By the way, Elder Yin, is there a connection between ancient immortal script and the path of talismanry?" Elder Yin's expression faltered momentarily, astonished as he asked, "How do you know about ancient immortal script?" Gu Changsheng pondered for a moment before producing the Ancient Immortal Calligraphy Manual. Having thoroughly grasped the characters within, he found that further practice merely required him to write them out. It would be more beneficial to present it to Elder Yin to garner some favor. Moreover, now that he had achieved mastery of ancient immortal script, even unfamiliar characters could be deciphered with reasonable accuracy through context in his previous life. Being proficient in 3,000 commonly used characters a language was already regarded as mastery. I heard others mention it during the grand assembly down the mountain, and I managed to acquire this manual. Elder Yin, upon seeing the manual, was instantly elated, taking it with great care and flipping through its pages with glee. Indeed, this is ancient immortal script, and it even includes comparative translations. This is truly a treasure. Where did you obtain it? Gu Changsheng shrugged nonchalantly. "I found it." Elder Yan's forehead twitched in agitation. "Could you please find another one for me to examine?" "All right, I actually bought it. The seller did not recognize its value," Gu Changsheng replied. "But does ancient immortal script truly relate to the path of talismanry?" Elder Yin cast a glance at him, and, after a moment of silence, he rose and entered the inner chamber. After a brief interval, he emerged holding an exquisite wooden box. With utmost care, he placed the box down and said solemnly, "Young man, in light of your offering of the ancient, I shall allow you to behold something remarkable, a true talisman." Chapter 33. The ancient talisman. Elder Yin, with a serious demeanor, carefully opened the box that Yu Changsheng leaned in to take a look and beheld the talisman within. Its golden parchment shimmering with an unknown material, radiating a powerful aura that was both comforting and slightly alarming. What astonished him further was that the inscriptions on the talisman were entirely composed in ancient. "Do you see?" This is a genuine talisman, an ancient talisman, Elder Yin declared, his face brimming with pride. The art of talismans, to put it plainly, is a technique that harnesses the powers of immortals. The lineage of this art traces back to ancient times, when the ancient employed these talismans. Thus, the pinnacle of talismanic art is embodied in these talismans inscribed with ancient. Their potency is incomparable to that of ordinary talismans. Do you recall the 5 types of talismanic tales I mentioned? Gu Changsheng nodded in affirmation. Elder Yin continued, those talismanic tales are essentially the strokes of ancient broken down that we, the descendants, merely categorize them into lightning, cloud, wind, water, and fire based on their shapes and functions. When I first delved into talisman crafting, I heard that if one masters ancient and comprehends the principles involved in crafting ancient talismans, one can create true ancient talismans, even freely composing their content, commanding the ancient of the heavens, and transforming the cosmic imagery for personal use. As Elder Yin spoke, a glimmer of yearning appeared on his face. Observing his expression, Gu Changsheng felt a ripple of emotion within him. The ancient talisman exuded an awe-inspiring aura. Though its might remained unknown, Elder Yan's careful preservation suggested it was far from ordinary. With his current mastery of 3,000 ancient characters, though not vast, he had them all committed to memory. If he could acquire several more styles of ancient talismans in the future, would he not soar to the heavens, becoming invincible? With this thought, Gu Changsheng could not help but smile foolishly. Elder Yin shot him a glance, snorted coldly, and raised his hand to tap Gu Changsheng's forehead, causing him to wince in pain. You are still several lifetimes away from reaching that realm, Elder Yin stated gravely as he stowed the box away. With your foundation in the flying pung slash, you only need to familiarize yourself with the talisman heads, inscriptions, and tales for the first-level talismans. The latter half of that Talisman Basic Concepts book consists of the patterns for first-level talismans. Take it in practice. Furthermore, the spiritual fields and spiritual beasts in the backyard provide materials for crafting talisman paper and ink. Take good care of them, and there is a small room there where you can stay temporarily. If you perform well, I will speak to the Affairs Hall and request 20 contribution points for you this month. Now then, I have matters to attend to, so I will step out for a while. Remember to care for the backyard. With that, Elder Yin turned to leave. Gu Changsheng exhaled in relief. Residing in the Zhu Mo Pavilion, Mint Lin Dong would no longer trouble him. He opened the Talisman Basic Concepts book and began to study earnestly. The contents were detailed, covering everything from the format of talisman heads to the function of each tale in meticulous detail. The latter half included various methods for crafting first-level talismans, including the Little Golden Armor Talisman and the Flying Pung Slash. Notably, the section on the Little Golden Armor Talisman mentioned its superior form, which was the Golden Armor Demon-Repelling Talisman that Elder Yin had used to thwart Lin Dong's attack. The talisman Elder Yin employed to heal his injuries was the superior form of the Little Kong Golden Talisman, known as the Kong Gene Transformation Talisman. Additionally, the first-level talismans encompassed not just offensive and defensive capabilities, but also tracking, concealment, summoning, and more, amounting to dozens of diverse types. Deemed quite intricate, Gu Changsheng meticulously sketched each talisman before setting the book aside. As for familiarizing himself with the drawing techniques, it was unnecessary. Once he reached a certain proficiency in the talisman art, drawing a first-level talisman just once would imprint it in his mind. In the future, upon attaining a sufficient level of cultivation, he could, like Elder Yin, create talismans mid-air without being constrained by materials. However, in such instances, the power of the talismans would derive from the strength of the caster's spiritual energy. With Elder Yan's nascent soul strength, first-level talismans would naturally be at his fingertips. After putting the book away, Gu Changsheng made his way directly to the backyard, where an array of rare and exotic plants flourished, primarily used to produce talisman materials. The spiritual beasts were similarly utilized as an outer sect disciple. Gu Changsheng was well-versed in these tasks, and after fertilizing and watering the spiritual herbs and feeding the spiritual beasts, he returned to his small dwelling. Sitting cross-legged, he practiced the water element technique that, in a month's time, the sect examination would occur alongside the grand sect competition. The sect examination was crucial for determining whether he could remain in the Hanhai Sect, while the grand competition aimed to select outstanding outer sect disciples. If an intersect elder took notice, even without reaching foundation establishment, one could still enter the intersect as a special disciple. Currently, the top 10 on the outer sect leaderboard were such examples. Therefore, during this period, it was imperative to swiftly enhance his cultivation. Changsheng focused his mind and resumed his practice of the water element technique. Water element technique experience 1. Water element technique experience 1. In the Qingzhou courtyard, the disciples of the inner sect practiced their skills. Tang Jingjing finished putting away her books and talisman paper when a female cultivator beside her inquired, "Jingjing, are you going to the outer affairs hall today?" "Not for the next few days," she replied. "Then shall we go for a meal?" "No. Elder Yin just asked me to prepare a meal and deliver it to the Zhu and Mo pavilion." "You can go by yourself." The female cultivator nodded in understanding. Elder Yin often immersed himself in talisman studies and frequently lacked the time to cook, so he would sometimes ask disciples to assist with meal preparation. This was a splendid opportunity to curry favor with Elder Yin. Every disciple in the Qingzhou courtyard would seize such chances, making culinary practice one of their most frequent activities aside from talisman art and their intersect tasks. Tang Jingjing stood up, returned to her quarters, and carefully prepared a meal, carrying the food box to the Zhu and Mo pavilion. She circumvented the wooden house and headed straight to the small cabin in the backyard. Gently knocking on the door, "Elder Yin, I have brought the meal you requested." Gu Changsheng, lost in meditation, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the call. He rose and opened the door, only to freeze in place. It's you, the farmer who can draw the little golden armor talisman, the girl with the braids." Gu Changsheng was astonished. This girl had the audacity to wear the intersect disciples' robes adorned with the jade bamboo patterns of the Qingzhou courtyard. This signified that she was, in fact, a foundation establishment intersect disciple. Tang Jingjing exclaimed in surprise, "Why are you here in the Zhuamo pavilion? And in this room, what gave you the right? Is it because you look rather unappealing?" Gu Changsheng was instantly enraged, pointing at Tang Jingjing's hair and retorting, "You are a foundation establishment disciple. What gives you the right? Is it because your hairstyle is rather plain?" Chapter 34. Kindred Spirits. Tang Jingjing was infuriated. Not only was she angered by Gu Changsheng's insult, but also by her jealousy. Elder Yan's talisman art was among the best in all of Linen Prefecture. Growing up in the Hanhai Sect, being the granddaughter of the elder of the Lingbao Pavilion, she had been allowed to cultivate in the inner sect even without reaching foundation establishment. Yet, she possessed little talent. After years, her strength remained at the 6th level of qi refinement. Elder Tang, wishing to shield his granddaughter from ridicule, had enrolled her in the Qingzhou courtyard to become a talisman maker. However, Tang Jingjing finally showed promise. Upon entering the Qingzhou courtyard, she demonstrated exceptional talent in talisman crafting. Now, she had mastered 60% of the methods for drawing first-level talismans, with a success rate exceeding 80%. Yet, despite her progress, she could not capture Elder Yan's attention. In fact, Elder Yan had never regarded her with importance. Meanwhile, the Gu Changsheng before her. What right did he have to reside in the Zhu Mo pavilion's backyard? Why was he favored by Elder Yan? Why did she have to deliver him meals? Why? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Tang Jingjing's anger peaked. She hurled the food box to the ground and kicked the contents, scattering the meal everywhere. "Eat! I dare you to eat! You think you deserve to eat my cooking? I would rather throw it away than let you have it." Gu Changsheng stared in astonishment at Tang Jingjing. Little did he know the turmoil within her mind. To him, she appeared as merely a girl who had brought food to Elder Yan, only to find herself inexplicably in a fit of madness upon her arrival. Gu Changsheng hastily took several steps back, distancing himself from her, regarding her with a gaze that mingled 3 parts sympathy, 3 parts pity, and a dash of fear and disdain. After venting her frustrations, Tang Jingjing noticed Gu Changsheng watching her from afar, his brows furrowed. She inquired, "Why are you hiding so far away?" "My mother warned me to keep my distance from lunatics. They have a penchant for indiscriminate violence." As she spoke, Gu Changsheng gestured with his hand as if to mimic a chopping motion. This action provoked Tang Jingjing once more. Infuriated, she shot him a glare before turning to leave. Gu Changsheng could only gaze helplessly at the scattered food on the ground. What a waste! Just when his water-based technique was on the verge of advancing, was this not inviting trouble upon himself? What could possibly be wrong with such a fine young lady? He raised his hand, channeling spiritual energy to lift the mess from the ground and dispose of it in a trash bin. He then retrieved some spiritual rice, cooking a pot of congee. After consuming the porridge that night and swallowing a harmony pill, Gu Changsheng felt the surge of spiritual energy as he began his sprint towards the 5th level of qi training. Meanwhile, Tang Jingjing, in a fit of exasperation, returned to Qingzhou courtyard, feeling increasingly aggrieved. As she sat down, tears began to flow like tea that moment. The vast academy was deserted, save for her solitary figure. Suddenly, a sneaky silhouette approached, none other than Lin Dong. After being frightened off by Elder Yin earlier that morning, he had brooded over the encounter and decided to wait outside Qingzhou courtyard to owe him. It was inconceivable that Gu Changsheng, a mere disciple in the qi training phase, could remain in the inner sect indefinitely. However, when he found that the entire morning had passed without Gu Changsheng emerging, he resorted to bribing the gatekeeper with a few spirit stones to slip inside. Upon seeing someone, Lin Dong was initially startled, but was immediately caught off guard by Tang Jingjing's tearful outburst. Damn Gu Changsheng! Who does he think he is? Does he even deserve for me to cook for him? I will surely drive him out of Qingzhou courtyard. Lin Dong's face lit up with delight at her words. So, this Gu Changsheng was truly despised by all. Even Tang Jingjing, the most privileged individual of the inner sect, was offended. Everyone knew her grandfather was an elder of the Lingbao Pavilion. With this thought, Lin Dong stepped closer, clearing his throat. Tang Jingjing, startled by the sound, hastily wiped her tears and turned to see Lin Dong. Instantly on guard, she asked, "What are you doing here? This is Qingzhou courtyard. Not just anyone can enter. Leave at once." Lin Dong, a disciple of the Inner Sect's Pharmacy Institute, had a notorious reputation akin to that of his brother Lin Jia. Even Tang Jingjing had heard rumors of their misdeeds and harbored no fondness for Lin Dong. He then produced a handkerchief from his storage bag and offered it with a smile, saying, "Why trouble yourself, Sister Tang? Gu Changsheng is a detestable character. It is not worth your sorrow." Tang Jingjing paused. Taken aback, he knows Gu Changsheng too. Reflexively, she did not accept the handkerchief, instead wiping her tears and retorting, "Who is mourning for him? I'm just angry with him. And what is it to you? Hurry and leave. I would rather pretend you never came. You know how Elder Yin can be." Seeing her hostility, Lin Dong chuckled, "Fear not. I merely wish to ascertain Gu Changsheng's whereabouts in Qingzhou courtyard and when he intends to leave." A sinister smile spread across his face as he continued, "To be frank, I harbor even more hatred towards him than you do. I would relish his demise." Tang Jingjing's heart sank at the mention of death, and she gasped, "What has he done to you?" Lin Dong's lips curled into a sly grin. Hooked, with feigned indignation, he spun a tale of grievances between Lin Jia and Gu Changsheng, embellishing the narrative and twisting the facts. "Alas, my brother has fallen victim to the envy of a scoundrel like Gu Changsheng. His spiritual roots have been destroyed, rendering him a worthless being. What fault does he bear? The harmony pill from the affairs hall costs 10 spirit stones each. He only wished to give the outer sect disciples a chance to advance to foundation establishment. What wrong has he committed?" Lin Dong lamented dramatically, occasionally shooting furtive glances at Tang Jingjing. After hearing his exaggerated account, her disdain for Gu Changsheng intensified, and she comforted Lin Dong. "Do not be too disheartened. A wasted life cannot be revived. Being an ordinary person is not such a bad fate. Alas, with Elder Yan's protection over Gu Changsheng, I find myself powerless." Lin Dong sighed. "However, I am aware that he has just opened several acres of spiritual field that require care. I only hope that when he departs from Qingzhou courtyard, someone will inform me that I will stop at nothing to ensure he pays for his actions." Tang Jingjing exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Then you are sacrificing too much for the sect." Lin Dong sighed again. "If I do not descend into hell, who will? For the sake of the sect and the aspiring disciples of the outer sect, I must take action." Tang Jingjing nodded. "Rest assured, as soon as he leaves Qingzhou courtyard, I will notify you immediately." Lin Dong's spirits lifted upon hearing this, and he clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Tang. I shall take my leave now. Take care." In that moment of farewell, both revealed expressions of distaste. No wonder he is merely at the qi training phase. He is truly foolish. With a little trickery, I have led him around in circles. Tish, birds of a feather. None of them are good. With your help, I shall rid myself of Gu Changsheng, and you will owe me your thanks. Thus, each harbored their ulterior motives, plotting against Gu Changsheng. Meanwhile, Gu Changsheng had finally achieved another breakthrough. Chapter 35. The Three Thunderclaps of Elder Yin Shui Yuan Gong. 5th level, 1500 Shui Yuan Gong advances. Accompanied by a wave of refreshing energy, a faint glow enveloped Gu Changsheng Qi training at the 5th level. From the moment he acquired the proficiency panel until now, his advancement to the 5th level had only taken 4 or 5 days. 3 advancements in 5 days. One could not simply call this rapid progress. It was an explosive surge in cultivation. As night fell, Gu Changsheng returned to his wooden cabin, only to discover it was empty. Elder Yin had yet to return. The memory of the ancient celestial talisman Elder Yin had presented that morning resurfaced in his mind. He recognized most of the characters on it, but a small portion remained unfamiliar, absent from any script he knew. Fortunately, he recalled the design. A bold idea took root in Gu Changsheng's mind. What if I attempt to draw the ancient celestial talisman? Will the proficiency panel respond? With that thought, he promptly retrieved ink, paper, and brushes, envisioning the appearance of the talisman in his mind. The talisman's head bore a command, its script resonating with the thunderous might of heaven, invoking the sun and stars. Shocking all within 100 miles, with the curse of 10,000 evils laid to rest at its tail, adorned with 51 thunder runes, as the final thunder rune fell into place, a line of information appeared before Gu Changsheng's eyes. Talisman crafting proficiency 1. A surge of joy welled within Gu Changsheng. It truly worked. He hurriedly opened the panel to inspect it. Talisman crafting 276-1000 Gu Changsheng then picked up his brush once more. Immersing himself in his work, after several attempts, he furrowed his brow again. Previously, when drawing the small golden armor talisman and the flying wind slash, each increase in proficiency had given him a palpable sense of progress. Yet, with this talisman, although he could still gain proficiency, he felt distinctly that even if he painted it 100 times, he would make no advancement in its creation. Could it be that my technique is flawed? Or is it the unfamiliar character causing the issue? No, Gu Changsheng shook his head. Even the unknown character he had managed to replicate. Could it be that my proficiency is insufficient? Perhaps only after achieving mastery could success be attained? That seemed plausible. No matter. I shall keep drawing. After all, as long as I can enhance my proficiency, does it matter what I draw? With that in mind, Gu Changsheng buried himself in his work once more. Time slipped away unnoticed. Elder Yin returned quietly, hands clasped behind his back, just in time to see Gu Changsheng diligently engrossed in drawing talismans. The sight prompted Elder Yin to stroke his beard, nodding slightly. This child is indeed teachable. He is a diligent and hard-working individual, as he approached to observe the extent of Gu Changsheng's progress. However, just one glance nearly sent his soul fleeing. This impudent boy, he is actually drawing ancient celestial talismans. Cease at once. Elder Yin hastily stepped forward and snatched the pen from his hand. Gu Changsheng was taken aback, and, upon realizing it was Elder Yin, immediately inquired, "Elder, you have returned." However, Elder Yan's face was etched with fury as he exclaimed, "Who permitted you to draw this talisman? Who gave you the audacity to create this talisman?" Gu Changsheng could only respond in a small voice. "I was merely experimenting. I didn't succeed." "Fortunately, you did not succeed," Elder Yin retorted, his anger palpable. "Do you understand the consequences of drawing a talisman beyond your level? The creation of talismans draws upon your own spiritual power. If the talisman requires more energy than you possess, the moment you finish, you will be drained of all your spiritual energy. At your current level, even a second-tier talisman for foundation building could reduce you to a mere husk, let alone this ancient, immortal talisman." Gu Changsheng was startled by these words. Was there truly such a danger? Noticing his fear, Elder Yin solemnly continued, "Spellcraft, talismans, magical artifacts, and even elixirs are all the same. If one's cultivation is insufficient, forcibly wielding them will invite severe backlash. For cultivators, the greatest taboo is to reach for the unattainable point. One must remain grounded, advancing step by step to solidify their foundation. Remember, a towering building rises from the ground, and countless rivers flow into the sea. Feeling the weight of Elder Yan's concern, Gu Changsheng was unexpectedly moved. Although Elder Yan's reputation among the outer disciples was not particularly favorable due to his unpredictable temper and harsh methods, it was evident that his earlier outbursts stemmed from genuine care for Gu Changsheng. This sentiment warmed the heart of Gu Changsheng. A traveler from another world, he respectfully bowed to Elder Yan and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Elder. I recognize my mistake." Elder Yan nodded and replied, "I merely noticed your potential in the path of talismans and offered some advice." Gu Changsheng couldn't help but chuckle at Elder Yan's somewhat proud demeanor. Elder Yan then inquired, "How has your practice of the first-tier talismans been since I instructed you during the day?" "Oh, I've mastered them all," Gu Changsheng replied, nonchalantly. "It's not difficult." Elder Yan's demeanor shifted as he widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "What did you say?" Gu Changsheng produced the talismans he had drawn earlier that day, stating, "I've mastered them." There was nothing challenging about it. Elder Yan's eyes bulged in astonishment. He snatched the stack of talisman papers and examined each one closely. Tracking talisman, concealment talisman, sound transmission talisman, invisibility talisman, giant rock breaker, and the Kong Gene talisman. Each was complete and flawless. "Is this truly the result of your first attempt?" Elder Yan gazed at Gu Changsheng in shock, scrutinizing him for a moment before asking, "You haven't been possessed by some talisman master, have you?" Gu Changsheng was speechless. Possession was one thing, but he hadn't been influenced by any talisman master. He simply observed once and was able to replicate them. "Is that really so difficult?" Elder Yan was at a loss for words. How could he claim it was not challenging? He had spent 3 long years mastering the first-tier talismans, a year memorizing them, another year practicing, and only in the final year did he achieve proficiency, all through his own effort. If he were to admit it was easy, he would surely lose face. Indeed, it was not all that difficult. After pondering for a moment, Elder Yan finally noticed Gu Changsheng's cultivation level and exclaimed in surprise, "You've advanced again. I recall you were at the 4th layer of Qi cultivation this morning. Just a few days ago, you were at the 3rd layer, were you not?" Gu Changsheng nodded. "Yes, I've been in good spirits lately and put in a little effort. After learning those talismans in the afternoon, I took some time to meditate, and I advanced." "Is there a problem?" Elder Yan felt a slight unease creeping over him. How could he maintain his composure when Gu Changsheng had advanced 2 levels in just a few days? It was as if he had been feigning modesty, a little effort, and within days he had mastered the small golden armor talisman, learned the first-tier upper-grade flying wind slash in just a few days, and simultaneously learned all first-tier talismans while advancing a level. To call him a genius would make other geniuses feel ashamed. Had he truly stumbled upon a treasure? Elder Yan scrutinized Gu Changsheng for a moment, and then asked, "What cultivation method are you practicing?" "Shui Yuan Gong," he replied. "It's a first-tier foundational technique." Elder Yan's unease returned as he stood up and said, "Wait a moment." He turned and entered the inner chamber. After a brief wait, Gu Changsheng heard Elder Yan's voice emanating from within. "What element is your spiritual root?" Chapter 36. The Genius of the Worthless. Gu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. He had forgotten. Or rather, he had no idea. Every disciple undergoes a spiritual root test before entering the sect. Spiritual roots are generally categorized into 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, corresponding to the 5 phases. Some individuals may experience mutations in their roots, such as a fire root transforming into a lightning root, or a water root becoming a cloud root. However, these mutations are exceedingly rare and are typically reserved for the most exceptional talents, leading to enhanced cultivation support from the sect. Traditionally, practitioners cultivate methods that correspond to their elemental roots. However, not everyone can find a suitable technique that aligns with their spiritual root. This is because not all individuals possess a single root. On the contrary, most cultivators have mixed elemental roots. Those with a single root thrive when practicing the corresponding techniques. Dual root practitioners may find their roots influencing each other if the elements are harmonious. Like a cultivator with both wood and fire roots, the wood will enhance the fire cultivation, but practicing with techniques may be hindered by the fire influence, resulting in diminished progress. Once one possesses 3 or more roots, the situation becomes dire. The burden of multiple roots, regardless of their interaction, leads to slow progress in cultivation. Those with over 4 roots experience an almost insurmountable struggle, as for those with 5 or more. The person responsible for testing the roots would likely express their condolences, for aside from having roots, they would be no different from an ordinary person. According to his memories, Gu Changsheng's previous incarnation had not been informed of his elemental roots during the testing and was simply assigned to practice Shui Yuangao. This situation likely indicated a mixed root. Perhaps it was 3 or even 4 roots. There was no need to be picky. He could simply focus on practicing Shui Yuangong for support. Are you listening? Elder Yan's voice interrupted Gu Changsheng's thoughts once more. After hesitating, he replied, I don't know. It should be a mixed root. A mixed root? Elder Yan's voice trembled slightly. How mixed? It could be 3 or 4. In any case, it's quite mixed. Gu Changsheng heard a moment of silence from the inner chamber. Soon after, Elder Yan emerged with a crystal orb-like device, his expression one of disbelief. Place your hand on this, he instructed, exasperation evident in his voice. Gu Changsheng shrugged and placed his hand on the crystal orb. Elder Yan raised his hand, forming a gesture, and intoned, invoke the 5 elements. Assess the spiritual root. As he spoke, the crystal orb began to shimmer with 7 colors. The vibrant hues swirled and shifted, capturing the attention of both Gu Changsheng and Elder Yan, the elder observing intently. That I've never seen a mixed root advance like yours. If you truly have a mixed root, then I'll drink vermilion ink like water. As soon as he finished speaking, the colors of the orb gradually shifted to black. Black represents the water element. Elder Yan mused, stroking his beard. This confirms the accuracy of the technique assigned to you. However, as soon as he finished, the orb's mist transformed into a bright crimson hue. Fire root, water, and fire dual roots. Elder Yan's eyes widened in shock. Among the 5 elemental roots, only the combination of water and fire offers no enhancement. They mutually restrain one another, causing the practitioner to be hindered in their cultivation of either element. Not only dual roots, but any mixed roots that feature both water and fire will experience significantly slower advancement. How could he possibly advance twice in just a few days? Before Elder Yan could fully process his astonishment, the orb shimmered again, the crimson fading into a vibrant green. Wood root. It truly is a mixed root. Elder Yan felt like slapping himself. Yet just as he raised his hand, the orb's colors shifted once more. Pure white, a metal root. Elder Yan took a deep breath and glanced at Gu Changsheng, as if silently questioning. Are you really sure you want to drink? Gu Changsheng smiled and said, if you choose not to drink, then so be. It was merely a jest. There is no need for you to slap your own face. I shall simply pretend I did not hear it. Upon hearing these words, Elder Yan's forehead bulged with veins, and he picked up the inkstone on the table, frowning deeply. Drinking would be embarrassing. Not drinking would be even more so. Just as he resolved to pour the vermilion ink into his mouth, the crystal ball unexpectedly shifted once more. Yellow, earth spirit root. Elder Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. This lad is astonishingly a waste with 5 spirit roots. How could such a feeble spirit root even cultivate, and yet he's reached the 5th level of chi refinement? If it weren't for Gu Changsheng's ability to draw talismans, Elder Yan would have seriously considered dissecting him to uncover the nature of this anomaly. However, the situation was far from over. The crystal ball flickered again. Purple, thunder spirit root. Gray, cloud spirit root. Light blue, wind spirit root. When the light blue faded, the crystal ball transformed back to white, now marred by cracks resembling spider webs. Ice spirit root. You must be kidding. Elder Yan leaped up, slamming the inkstone onto the ground, pointing at Gu Changsheng, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence. 0.9 spirit roots. In my 8 decades of cultivation, now at the age of 121, I have never encountered such a chaotic array of spirit roots. Possessing 5 elemental spirit roots, alongside an additional 4 mutated roots. Such a bizarre combination is not merely unheard of. Throughout the annals of the cultivation world, it has never even been rumored. Did the person testing the spirit roots eat something foul? How could such a spirit root go unreported? And yet he was granted the water elemental technique? and allowed to cultivate to the 5th level of qi refinement. Gu Changsheng was equally dumbfounded. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a paradox. Normally, having 5 elemental spirit roots is considered a waste, while possessing mutated roots is deemed genius. How then should one classify someone with both 5 elemental and mutated roots? A wasteful genius? Or perhaps a genius waste? Just then, the crystal ball surged again. It transformed into a sinister red-black hue, and before either of them could react, the crystal ball suddenly exploded into a dozen fragments. Gu Changsheng hastily withdrew his hand. In that instant, he felt a chilling sense of dread. The next moment, Elder Yin surged forward, grasping Gu Changsheng's hand, forming a sword gesture, and pointed a finger at Gu Changsheng's forehead, his expression darkening as he asked, "Have you encountered any demonic beings recently?" Gu Changsheng's heart jolted, and he nodded, saying, "The day before yesterday, when I descended the mountain, I inadvertently entered a grove where a Taoist was practicing dark arts. He summoned a demonic mist, which claimed to be a corpse demon general." Elder Yan's brow furrowed, and a surge of spiritual energy flowed into Gu Changsheng through his forehead. Subsequently, a black-red hollow crescent moon pattern appeared on Gu Changsheng's forehead. "Did you kill it?" Gu Changsheng nodded. Upon hearing this, Elder Yin retracted his hand, sighed heavily, and said, "Do you realize the trouble you've stirred up?" Gu Changsheng nodded again, stating, "The corpse demon general warned me that I would be hunted by the demon clan." Elder Yin scrutinized Gu Changsheng and, seeing his calm demeanor, asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Gu Changsheng shrugged. "Afraid, but not frightened." "What do you mean?" Elder Yin was left speechless. Gu Changsheng replied earnestly, "I am not frightened because righteousness and evil cannot coexist. Exterminating demons and safeguarding the path is the duty of us cultivators. If I encounter a demon clan, even if they do not strike first, I shall take the initiative to eliminate them." Hearing this, Elder Yin nodded in agreement. "Then why are you afraid?" Gu Changsheng revealed a sly smile, saying, "I fear that I may not be able to defeat them." Chapter 37. The 3,000 Profound Eyes Technique. Elder Yin was left with a face full of exasperation. Gu Changsheng, with a smile in his eyes, remarked, "Elder Yin, you understand my meaning, do you not?" Elder Yin rolled his eyes and glared at him, saying, "You might as well stretch out your hand and ask me for a technique. How could I not understand? Wait here." With that, Elder Yin stood up, turned, and returned to the inner chamber, rummaging through boxes and cabinets for quite some time before finally locating a brocade box. The layer of dust had settled upon it. At that moment, a hint of melancholy crossed Elder Yan's face as he wiped away the dust with his hand and sighed softly. Gu Changsheng waited outside for a moment until Elder Yin emerged, hands clasped behind his back, tossing a tome before him, then plopping down onto a chair, saying a high-grade profound technique, the 3,000 Profound Ice Technique, perfectly suited for your ice spirit root. Gu Changsheng's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this. A high-grade profound technique. His water elemental technique was merely a yellow-grade technique, which could only elevate him to the 9th level of qi refinement at best. It was not impossible to ascend to the foundation establishment stage using the water elemental technique, but it could only be described as highly improbable. The upgraded version of the water elemental technique, known as the water control technique, was a low-grade profound technique suitable for the foundation establishment stage. Conversely, a high-grade profound technique could allow him to cultivate all the way to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. It is worth noting that even Elder Yin was merely at the nascent soul stage. Originally, I planned to give you a technique to expedite your cultivation, enabling you to practice second-tier talismans and ascertain just how extraordinary you are, which is why I inquired about your spirit roots. Elder Yin lamented, his eyelids drooping and his expression tinged with sorrow. "I never anticipated your spirit roots would be so bizarre. This 3,000 Profound Ice Technique was entrusted to me by a late friend, who wished for me to find a successor for her technique. Consider yourself fortunate." At this point, Elder Yin straightened his posture, a fierce glint in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Gu Changsheng. "Should you dare to be negligent and tarnish your technique, I assure you, you will meet a most miserable end." Gu Changsheng, without hesitation, clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Rest assured, Elder Yin, I will diligently cultivate and will not disappoint you." or that esteemed predecessor? Hearing this, Elder Yin finally nodded, the earlier fierceness dissipating as he slumped back into the chair, a look of dejection and worry on his face. Gu Changsheng, noticing his expression, suddenly brightened. There was gossip? He approached Elder Yin from behind, gently massaging his shoulders while smiling. Elder Yin, now that I have received a technique from someone, this person is essentially my half-master, so I must know whether this esteemed predecessor is male or female. Elder Yin, relishing the comfort of the shoulder massage, squinted and replied, Female, a beauty? Very beautiful. Was she your old flame? The moment this question escaped, it instantly provoked Elder Yan's ire. What business is it of yours? Go cultivate. Gu Changsheng chuckled, darting out of the wooden hut. Wait, Elder Yin called after him. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to meet a few other elders to see if they have any means to remove the demon clan's crescent moon mark from you. Remember to sleep early. Understood. Gu Changsheng nodded, smiling at Elder Yin. You should also retire early. Since she's an old acquaintance, do not dwell too much, lest you suffer from insomnia. Get lost, watching Gu Changsheng scamper away. A bitter smile unexpectedly crept onto Elder Yan's face, which was still tinged with anger. He rose and walked through the inner chamber, entering a small room at the back. Inside, a perpetual lamp flickered, beside which stood a spirit tablet inscribed, Spirit Tablet of my deceased wife, Shui Yunqing. Elder Yin took a stick of incense from the offering table. Placing it in the incense burner, his gaze fixated on the spirit tablet as he spoke softly after a lengthy silence. Yunqing, this technique has been here for so long, yet I have failed to find a suitable successor. At last, there is someone with an ice spirit root, though his spirit roots are quite mixed. His character is commendable, and he exhibits diligence. Even the water elemental technique has enabled him to progress to the 5th level of chi refinement, so you should not let your technique go to waste. Your spirit in the afterlife may rest in peace. By the way, you must be quite lonely down there. Once this lad ascends to foundation establishment, and after I impart my talisman techniques to him, I shall seek vengeance for you. After that, I will finally be able to reunite with you. With this lad's talent, that day will not be far off. Not far at all. Meanwhile, Gu Changsheng returned to the wooden hut, eagerly opening the 3,000 profound ice technique to begin his practice. Cultivating the technique requires circulating spiritual energy through specific acupoints for a complete cycle, after which it returns to the purple palace dantian, activating the spirit roots, and then using the spirit energy imbued with the attributes of the spirit roots to retrace the acupoints before returning to the purple palace dantian, which counts as a minor cycle. Following this, circulating the spirit energy with the spirit root attributes through the acupoints again constitutes a major cycle. Upon completing a major cycle, a notification appeared before Gu Changsheng. 3,000 profound ice technique experience 1. 3,000 profound ice technique. Beginner 1100. It was this single major cycle that expanded the spiritual pool in his purple palace dantian by nearly 1/5. The efficacy of a high-grade profound technique is truly remarkable. Amazing. My interface. If this continues in just one night, I could advance again. Is it too fast? What if Elder Yin really takes me to dissect? But who cares? I refuse to believe he would have the heart to dissect the disciple of his old lover. With this thought lingering, Gu Changsheng resumed his cultivation. 3,000 profound ice are experience 1. 3,000 profound ice are experience 1. As night passed, the morning breeze caressed the DEW. Gu Changsheng stretched languidly and stepped out of the wooden cabin. His cultivation had already surpassed the threshold of the 5th layer of chi refinement and ascended to the 6th layer during the previous night. At this moment, the spiritual energy in his dantian had expanded nearly tenfold compared to before. Even without the need for a spiritual storage jar, he could effortlessly draw out 20 or 30 flying wind slashes. Just then, Elder Yan's voice echoed from the cabin. Tend to the spiritual fields and spiritual beasts, then come find me. Gu Changsheng nodded, watered, and fed them. After swiftly completing his tasks, he cheerfully approached the cabin and leaned against the door, saying, Elder Yin, I'm done. And no sooner had the words left his mouth than Elder Yin emerged, his eyes resembling 2 ripe tomatoes. Gu Changsheng chuckled. I told you to sleep early last night. Look at your eyes. They're almost swollen like potatoes. Mind your own business. Elder Yin shot him a glare, then suddenly widened his eyes, exclaiming, "You advanced again?" Gu Changsheng instinctively glanced at himself and replied with a grin, "With my master's top-tier profound technique. Advancing a stage is as easy as drinking water." Elder Yin retorted, "Had I known you would be so pretentious, I shouldn't have given you the technique. Let us go. First, we're heading to the Apothecary Institute." Chapter 38. Apothecary Institute. Elder Yin. The Apothecary Institute is one of the several colleges within the inner sect. Gu Changsheng could smell a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs wafting from afar. The Apothecary Institute specializes in alchemy and is the college with the most disciples in the inner sect, second only to the Magic Arts Academy. The reason is simple. Alchemy is lucrative. A single harmonizing qi pill made from the most common herbs in the cultivation world like spiritual grass and four-leaf fern can be sold for 5 spirit stones. Moreover, there are virtually no barriers to entry. As long as one spiritual power is sufficient to fuel the furnace, nearly all inner sect disciples can concoct them. This is also the primary means for inner sect disciples to maintain their cultivation and earn some extra income. However, Gu Changsheng held no fondness for this place. The elder of the Apothecary Institute, surnamed Lian, was a befuddled old man. Unlike Elder Yin, who detested evil with a passion, he cared for nothing but alchemy and had no understanding of how to regulate the behavior of his disciples. This was also the main reason for the inflated prices of harmonizing qi pills by people like Lin Dong. Lost in thought, Elder Yin had already brought Gu Changsheng to the door of Elder Lian's chamber. "Knock, knock." After rapping on the door, Elder Yin turned to Gu Changsheng and said, "When you greet someone, you must understand etiquette. Knock twice when knocking, bow once when greeting, always speak respectfully, and bring a gift when asking for favors. There's a lot of wisdom in this, understand?" Gu Changsheng looked at him, speechless. "I haven't seen you be so polite." The two waited for a moment, yet no one responded. Elder Yin was about to knock again when he sensed Gu Changsheng's intense gaze beside him. He might not have woken up yet, so he didn't hear that "I'll knock again." This isn't breaking etiquette. Saying this, Elder Yin knocked once more, but this time with noticeably greater force. Gu Changsheng felt the dust on the doorframe shaking loose. However, still, no answer came. Elder Yin's patience was wearing thin. This damned herb seller. Could he be sleeping so soundly? Elder Yin glanced awkwardly at Gu Changsheng and cleared his throat, saying, "Well, etiquette is a means to maintain goodwill with those unfamiliar to you. I've known Elder Yin for many years. It's quite normal for us to do things that may not adhere strictly to etiquette. Do you understand?" Gu Changsheng nodded, stepped back 2 paces, and gestured with his hand, saying, "Please, commence your performance." Elder Yin felt a vein throb on his forehead, grinding his teeth in frustration, and decided to vent his irritation on the door. Knock, 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 knock. After a series of more than 10 knocks, the wooden door splintered at the frame. With a loud crash, the door fell completely. In the next moment, Elder Yin, facing the alchemy furnace, turned his head, looking at Elder Yin with an expression of disbelief. Their eyes met, and Gu Changsheng could clearly see the veins bulging on Elder Yin's forehead. "What on earth are you doing?" "I'm brewing medicine. Is it not obvious?" "My door. Why didn't you respond when I knocked?" "I didn't hear my door. Are your ears stuffed with furnace ash?" "No, my ears are perfectly fine at my door. Your door is no longer necessary. After all, you couldn't hear me knocking. Next time, I'll draw a sound transmission talisman and stick it to your ear." "Why are you here so early to cause a ruckus? Did you take the wrong medicine?" "Yes, I took the wrong one." "And what of it?" Gu Changsheng watched as these 2 elderly men, whose ages combined approached 300, bickered, feeling utterly speechless. After venting their frustrations, Elder Yin finally sat before Elder Yin and retrieved a sprig of spiritual herb from his storage ring, saying, "This is for you." Elder Yin glanced at it, his eyes widening in surprise as he exclaimed, "9-segment cloud spirit grass. Usually when I ask you for one, I have to beg for half a day. What has gotten into you, old man, to be so generous all of a sudden?" "Because of him," Elder Yin said, pointing at Gu Changsheng. The Gu Changsheng stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Disciple Gu Changsheng, greetings to Elder Yin." Upon seeing Gu Changsheng still wearing the outer sect disciple's garb, Elder Yin raised an eyebrow in confusion. "An outer sect disciple?" "Indeed," Elder Yin replied solemnly. Though he's an outer sect disciple, this lad possesses extraordinary talent. Upon hearing this, Elder Lian's face broke into a smile. If you, old man, are praising him as extraordinary, then this lad must indeed have something special. Speak, what brings you to me? Do you seek pills? Elder Yin shook his head, gesturing for Gu Changsheng to sit down. What you are about to see, do not be surprised. And in the next moment, Elder Yin made a hand sign and pointed at Gu Changsheng's forehead. Spiritual power surged in, and the crescent moon pattern immediately reappeared. Elder Lian's smile instantly froze. Rising in astonishment, he pointed at Gu Changsheng, exclaiming, "The crescent moon pattern! He has killed a demon general." Elder Yin shot him an incredulous glance and replied solemnly, "I told you not to be surprised. Yes, he did kill one, but it was merely a demon general who was sealed and nearly devoid of power." Elder Lian, still shaken, resumed his seat, casting a glance at Gu Changsheng, and murmured, "But it's still a demon general. Do you know what it means to bear the crescent moon pattern?" Elder Yin dismissively replied, "I know it. Aren't you afraid?" "Afraid? I'd rather they come." Elder Lian fell silent. He understood Elder Yan's past and his lifelong pursuits. However, the significance of the crescent moon pattern was profound. After pondering for a moment, he finally spoke. "Have you reported this to the sect master?" Elder Yin shook his head. "Yes, in seclusion. Even if I wanted to inform him, I cannot. That is why I came to find you. What do you need from me? See if you have any methods to remove the crescent moon pattern." Elder Lian was taken aback, asking, "Aren't you unafraid?" "I'm not afraid, but this young lad is still so young, I don't want to see him fall victim to the demon race so soon." "How noble of you," Elder Lian quipped, sighing before continuing. "The crescent moon pattern is neither an illness nor an injury. It is an imprint. Indeed, a curse that it cannot be erased with pills that you'll have to seek Elder Shing for this." Upon hearing this, Elder Yin's brows furrowed tightly. But if Elder Shing learns of this, he will likely fly into a rage. You know his temper. You still need to see him. Otherwise, by the time the demon race tracks down this crescent moon pattern here, it will be too late. Elder Yin contemplated briefly before saying, "Let this lad stay here for now. I'll go probe the situation." With that, he picked up the 9-segment cloud spirit grass and prepared to leave. Elder Lian, seeing this, grew anxious and grasped the herb tightly, exclaiming, "What are you doing? You can't take back a gift once given. You haven't even accomplished anything, yet you dare to accept a gift. What nonsense is this? This is merely a courtesy visit, not a formal engagement. Must I bring a gift when visiting your home? Release me." "I refuse." Gu Changsheng was rendered speechless, yet waves of emotion surged within him. What does this crescent moon pattern signify? Why are they all so astonished? Surely it cannot solely be due to the threat of being hunted by the demon clan. Chapter 39. The Elixir of Alchemy. After Elder Yin departed, Gu Changsheng sat silently beside the alchemical furnace. Elder Lian, interrupted by Elder Yin, halted his alchemical process. Gu Changsheng had little to say to Elder Yin, and Elder Yin was not particularly inclined to converse with outer sect disciples. Thus, they sat in silence, the atmosphere palpably awkward. After an indeterminate duration, Elder Lian appeared to reach his limit and spoke up. "Would you care for some tea?" "Very well." Elder Lian rose, busied himself in the inner chamber for a while, and emerged with a teapot and 2 cups, wordlessly pouring tea into both before handing 1 cup to Gu Changsheng. After consuming the tea, silence enveloped them once more. Elder Lian was not known for his loquacity. Even when teaching outer sect disciples, he adhered strictly to his pre-prepared script. After another spell of silence, Elder Lian pointed at the alchemical furnace and inquired, "Do you mind if I attend to my own matters?" Gu Changsheng promptly replied, "Please, do not mind me." Elder Lian nodded, rising to dispose of the failed alchemical residue from the furnace, before returning with a set of medicinal ingredients and settling down cross-legged. Gu Changsheng glanced at the materials, all of which had been processed beyond recognition. Elder Lian pinched his fingers in a sore gesture, and a ball of azure flame ignited at his fingertips. He then circled the flame around the furnace until the copper vessel began to glow faintly red. Only then did he extinguish the flame at his fingertips and channel his spiritual energy. In a short while, the copper alchemical furnace radiated a warm red. Gu Changsheng, intrigued, asked, "What are you doing?" Heating the furnace, Elder Lien replied. Preheating the furnace allows it to reach an optimal state swiftly. It's a minor technique. Gu Changsheng nodded. Elder Lien then picked up one of the medicinal ingredients and tossed it into the furnace. Elder Lien infused his spiritual energy into the furnace. A wave of scorching heat emanated, and a slightly sour and bitter medicinal aroma began to waft from within. Unperturbed, Elder Lien continued to add the remaining ingredients into the furnace, while Gu Changsheng watched intently. Before long, the sour bitterness transformed into an aromatic scent infused with spiritual energy. Only then did Elder Lien cease, channeling his energy, and opened the furnace. Gu Changsheng peered inside to find a mound of grayish powder. Elder Lien poured the powder into a bowl, added some unknown medicinal liquid, and mixed it until it formed a dough-like substance, for which a rich medicinal fragrance immediately arose. Then, with a wave of his hand, the dough promptly morphed into pill-sized spheres under his spiritual power. This the entire process of alchemy. Gu Changsheng was slightly astonished. His previous impression of alchemy was limited to the image of stuffing herbs into a furnace, igniting them with some exotic flame, and witnessing the transformation into pills amidst swirling clouds and mists. He had not anticipated such simplicity. Noticing Gu Changsheng's rapt attention, Elder Lien suddenly inquired, "Do you have any insights?" Gu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback and shook his head. "Alchemy seems quite intricate." "Well, it is manageable," Elder Lien chuckled. "In essence, alchemy is merely a series of steps: preparation, heating the furnace, grinding the powder, and forming the pills. Your perception of its complexity arises from lack of exposure. For an experienced alchemist, the art of crafting symbols is no trivial matter. How about it? Would you care to give a try?" Gu Changsheng, taken aback, exclaimed. "Me?" Elder Lien nodded. "Let us begin with the preparation. Wait a moment while I fetch some herbs." As he spoke, Elder Lien stood and brought forth a pile of spirit-infusing grass. Placing it before Gu Changsheng, the preparation of medicinal pills is quite simple. It involves using spiritual energy to dry the herbs, locking in their medicinal properties. Give it Gu Changsheng grasped a sprig of spirit-infusing grass and channeled his spiritual energy into it. Alchemy skill. Experience 1. This how the experience begins to accumulate. Before Gu Changsheng could fully comprehend, a stream of notifications flooded in. Alchemy skill. Experience 1. Alchemy skill. Experience 1. What is happening? As long as I am in the preparation process, experience continuously increases. It doesn't even require completion. Finally, the preparation of a sprig of spirit-infusing grass was complete. The previously vibrant green grass transformed into a grayish hue through the infusion of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Gu Changsheng's alchemy skill had leveled up. Alchemy skill, Novice 11,000. With the level up, the alchemical process demonstrated by Elder Lien was indelibly imprinted in Gu Changsheng's mind. Elder Lien was unaware of Gu Changsheng's transformation. He merely observed the successful preparation of the spirit-infusing grass and remarked with mild delight, "Not bad. Achieving success on your first attempt at preparation. You possess considerable talent. Next, we will heat the furnace." The harmonizing pill does not require preheating. You can start heating it by channeling spiritual energy into the furnace. Just remember to maintain a slightly glowing red temperature, neither too high nor too low, and do not cease until it becomes powder. Gu Changsheng nodded and directed his spiritual energy into the alchemical furnace. Alchemy skill. Experience 1. Once the furnace transitioned from copper to red, Elder Lien instructed, "Good. Add the herbs." One hand continued to heat the furnace, while the other placed the spirit-infusing grass into the flames. Alchemy skill. Experience 1. Alchemy skill. Experience 1. A wave of spiritual energy emanated. Elder Lien expressed his delight. "All right. Extinguish the flames." Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng promptly withdrew his spiritual energy. Elder Lien opened the furnace and poured out the blue powder. Astonished as he remarked, "Remarkable, truly remarkable. Have you previously refined any pills?" "No, never." Elder Lien stared incredulously at the powder, pausing for a moment before retrieving a 4-leaf fern from the room. It was similar to before. "But this time, we will use a fierce flame. The furnace should be a bright red. The moment the medicinal aroma wafts, you must extinguish it immediately." Gu Changsheng nodded and proceeded methodically. Elder Lien observed. Marveling, this young man possesses a certain flair. Whether in preparing herbs or heating the furnace, his control over spiritual energy is nearly flawless. Even among inner sect disciples, few achieve such perfection on their first attempt. Especially in heating the furnace, the adeptness with which he controls the temperature is not at all indicative of a novice. Once the four-leaf fern was successfully refined, Changsheng preemptively ceased heating the furnace before Elder Lien could speak. Gazing at the two flawless powders, Elder Lien exclaimed, "A genius! Simply a genius! The final step is pill formation. This is not a complex process, but your current control over force is insufficient. Simply mold the pills." As he spoke, he mixed the two powders with the medicinal liquid and added. The method is, before he could finish, Changsheng concentrated his spiritual energy, grasping the medicinal paste, with a gentle knead of his spiritual energy. He promptly formed a harmonizing pill the size of a fingernail. Elder Lien was left speechless. It's done. Chapter 40. The Arts Court. Elder Lien was somewhat bewildered. The art of alchemy is not difficult. However, this presupposes a systematic learning process. The herbs are delicate, and each step demands precise control of spiritual energy. A slight misstep could damage the internal structure of the herbs, resulting in toxic pills. The toxicity of the harmonizing pill arises from such errors. Yet the harmonizing pill crafted by Changsheng was nearly perfect in quality, devoid of any toxicity. Even Elder Lien's own concoctions rarely achieve such results. This young man is truly a prodigy in the field of alchemy. Have you truly never engaged with alchemy before? Elder Lien incredulously inquired once more. Changsheng shook his head. Is alchemy that difficult? Elder Lien pondered for a moment before asking. Have you considered entering the inner sect and attending that academy? Changsheng shook his head. Elder Lien immediately rejoiced, since you haven't considered it. Come to my alchemist academy. Next month is the sect assessment. As long as you perform excellently, I can arrange for you to join my academy early. Would that not be inappropriate? What could be inappropriate? Just wait a moment. Elder Lien spoke as if struck by a sudden thought. Rising to enter the inner hall in a short while, he returned, holding a storage bag in his hand. He proceeded to extract several books from the bag and handed them to Changsheng, saying, "This is the compendium of herbs, which records common medicinal plants. This one contains basic alchemical formulas, all pertaining to first-tier elixirs, and in this box are the Hanhai pills I personally concocted. Approximately 10 in number. There's also a small alchemical furnace and 30 portions of herbs for Yuanling pills, all prepared for you. You can begin familiarizing yourself with alchemy right away, and once you enter the Apothecary Academy, I shall ensure you become a renowned alchemist whose fame resonates throughout the world." Elder Lien spoke fervently, as if he wished to impart everything he had to say in this lifetime. Changsheng could only manage a wry smile as he looked at the white-bearded elder, unable to interject even a single word. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. "I disagree." Changsheng turned to see Elder Lien striding in, his face contorted with anger, glaring at Elder Lien. "You old rascal! I asked you to keep an eye on my disciple, and you dare to try to poach him? Who is trying to poach him? He is still an outer disciple, and there is no guarantee he will come to your Kingswiwan. That is not acceptable. This lad possesses an extraordinary talent for talismans. He is naturally destined to belong to my Kingswiwan. How fortuitous! His talent for alchemy is also remarkable. He is destined to become a famous alchemist. Humph. Then ask him what benefits I have provided. I have already taught him all the first-tier talismans. I have also given him first-tier elixirs. I even provided him with top-tier Xian-level cultivation techniques." Upon hearing this, Elder Lien's face flushed with anger. Seeing this, Elder Lien immediately broke into a grin, pulling Changsheng close to, "Oh, you have top-tier Xian-level techniques. Are you willing to part with them?" Elder Lien gritted his teeth and retorted, "What is so precious about a cultivation technique? It's nothing to be stingy about." As he spoke, he raised his hand and tossed a cultivation technique from his storage ring. Xian-level top-tier martial skill. Poison cloud palm. Both wood and water attribute spirit roots, can cultivate it. Elder Yan's expression darkened as he remarked, "Once given, it cannot be retracted. Retracted, and I will consider you my grandson." Elder Lien shot back. "That was indeed your claim," just as the words left his mouth. Elder Yin burst into hearty laughter. Old Xing, come in. As his voice faded, another figure strode in, clad in a blue robe, with a long sword slung across his back and a composed demeanor. Gu Changsheng's heart jolted. Elder Xing of the Technique Court. Apart from the sect master, Elder Xing held the highest cultivation level in the entire Hanhai Sect, 7th level of the nascent soul. Furthermore, Elder Xing's mastery of spells was on par with that of the sect master. Elder Lien appeared puzzled, looking at Elder Yin with a furrowed brow. What do you mean by this, old fellow? Elder Yin chuckled lightly. It means nothing. If I have freely given away a manual, you cannot just counter with some scraps. Just then, Elder Xing spoke in a deep voice. Allow me to address this matter. The crescent moon mark on Gu Changsheng is of grave significance. I cannot remove the mark from him, according to my previous methods. The only solution would be to eliminate him to prevent future troubles. Elder Xing glanced at Gu Changsheng as he spoke. The glimmer of killing intent in his gaze sent a chill down Gu Changsheng's spine. However, Elder Xing then shifted his tone, stating solemnly, "But since Elder Yin has interceded, I shall defer his execution for the time being. The only solution is for this individual to remain under my supervision until the sect master emerges from seclusion, at which point he will decide his fate." Gu Changsheng broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Did it mean he would have to stay beside Elder Xing? What if one day he changed his mind and decided to kill him? Elder Yin, noticing Gu Changsheng's ashen complexion, chuckled. "Kid, are you scared?" "Of course I'm scared. I'm not your grandson." Gu Changsheng retorted, "But what exactly is this crescent moon mark? Wasn't it said that only the demon clan would pursue me? Why do you look as if facing a formidable enemy?" The elders shook their heads in unison. Elder Xing then stated gravely, "They remain silent because they fear you cannot keep a secret, which might incite chaos. The crescent moon mark is a blood oath of the demon clan. Once this mark appears on a person, no matter where they hide, the demon clan will mobilize their entire lineage to hunt them down and eradicate them completely. Moreover, as your cultivation increases, the demonic power emitted by the crescent moon mark will also intensify, attracting stronger demons. Once they discover you are a disciple of Hanhai Sect, it is likely to incite a significant invasion from the demon clan. At that point, blood will flow like rivers within Hanhai Sect." Elder Yin snorted coldly. "If you ask me, let those demons come. We shall annihilate them completely. When has Hanhai Sect ever feared the demon clan?" Elder Xing cast a sidelong glance at him. "Fear is one thing. Avoiding battle is another. With the sect master in seclusion, if the demon clan sends another demon general, who among us in Hanhai Sect can stand against them?" At this, Elder Yin fell silent. Elder Xing then turned to Gu Changsheng, saying, "Thus, before the sect master emerges from seclusion, you must remain by my side, and during this period, you cannot allow your cultivation to exceed the foundation establishment stage." Gu Changsheng was left speechless. There truly no other way. There is, "Let me kill you. Isn't it simply a matter of not exceeding foundation establishment?" Gu Changsheng quickly countered, "In that case, I can just refrain from cultivating." Elder Xing shook his head. "No, I must place a seal on your spirit root, keeping you at foundation establishment." Gu Changsheng, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? Does that mean I won't be able to establish my foundation?" "Not necessarily. You can do so once the sect master emerges." "When will the sect master emerge?" "As soon as 10 days to half a month at the shortest." "Oh, that's manageable. Or it could take a decade or two." "What?" Gu Changsheng felt overwhelmed. Chapter 41. Who are you? At the mountainside of Hanhai Sect, surrounded by lush greenery, lay fields of spiritual crops. Old Chun, carrying a hoe, walked towards a verdant patch of land. Passing by Gu Changsheng's home, he noticed 3 individuals squatting by the side, their faces haggard, bearing an air of numbed ferocity. That it was Lin Dong. The 2 accompanying him were Lin Ji's former lackeys. Upon seeing Old Chun, Lin Dong also caught sight of him. He waved his hand at Old Chun, his face contorted in a snarl. "You old fool, come here." Old Chun turned to leave. Lin Dong was furious. Did this old man not hear me calling him? Has he always been so audacious? Bring him back. The 2 lackeys hurriedly approached, one on each side, dragging Old Chun back to Lin Dong's side. Lin Dong, with a sullen expression, demanded, "Did you not hear me calling for you? Are your ears stuffed with donkey hair?" Old Chun feigned realization, saying, "Oh, you were calling me. I thought you were talking to the plants in the spiritual field. I was just thinking, these are spiritual rice. Not vegetables, you bastard." Before Lin Dong could retort, one of the lackeys quickly interjected, "Donggo, it's important to ask questions." Lin Dong gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "I ask you, has that foul brat Gu Changsheng returned in the past few days?" Old Chen shook his head. "I wouldn't know. You live so close to him, don't you? You've been squatting here all night. And you don't know? Where should I find out?" "You bastard," the two lackeys, seeing Lin Dong about to strike, hurriedly restrained him, saying, "Donggo, please, don't get agitated. I'll ask." The lackey pulled Old Chen aside, sneering. "Old Chen, I advise you to behave. If Donggo loses his temper, we won't be able to hold him back." Old Chen glanced at him and silently nodded. Seeing him acquiesce, the lackey then asked, "So tell me, did Gu Changsheng mention when he would return before he left?" Old Chen shook his head. "Well, he didn't specify, but what? However, he stated that he was prepared to entrust the management of the spirit fields to me and mentioned that a certain Lin Dong from the inner sect owed him 20 spirit stones. If I came across him, I was to demand the debt." Upon hearing this, Lin Dong was immediately filled with rage and exclaimed, "When did I ever owe him 20 spirit stones? I do not owe him anything." Uncle Chun, incensed, retorted, "That little brat, all he does is spout nonsense. If you don't owe him, then I can take my leave, right?" Lin Dong, still fuming, waved his hand and shouted, "Get lost." "All right then." Uncle Chin took a few steps away but turned back to say, "By the way, you lot are here to confront that little scoundrel, right? That rascal spends his days idling about, handing over a few spirit fields to an old man like me, while he roams around with 2 wild dogs, biting anyone he sees. That if you catch him, do me a favor and give him a couple of punches." Lin Dong, in his fury, waved his hands and shouted, "Scram!" "Oh!" Uncle Chin scoffed, hoisting his hoe and turning to leave. Meanwhile, a sycophant nearby gazed at Uncle Chin's retreating figure, increasingly uneasy, muttering, "Why do I feel like that old coot is talking about us?" Before he could finish, a voice called out from behind, "Lin Dong." Lin Dong turned to see Tang Jingjing rushing towards him, exclaiming, "I've been looking for you everywhere. Gu Changsheng has left Qingzhou courtyard." Lin Dong's face instantly lit up with joy. "Where did he go?" "He has been taken to your Pharmacist Institute by Elder Yin." "The Pharmacist Institute?" Lin Dong paused for a moment. "What could he possibly want there? How should I know? Are you going to look for him or not?" "Let us go." With that, the group rose and headed straight for the Pharmacist Institute. To the entrance of the Pharmacist Institute, Elder Yin looked at the helpless Gu Changsheng with a light-hearted chuckle. "All right, you rascal. Is it just because your cultivation is stunted that you're frowning like that? It's not as if you'll never be allowed to advance." Gu Changsheng rolled his eyes and replied, "It's easy for you to say, but you're not the one whose spiritual roots have been sealed. I finally obtained the techniques you provided, and now this, the fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged girl has stripped bare before me. And I'm rendered useless. This is worse than death." Elder Yin smacked him on the head, glaring, "What nonsense are you spouting? Elder Xing is an elder of the technique court, well-versed in the arts of magic. There's no technique you could name that he doesn't know. Even if you're merely influenced by his presence, you should be able to learn something when the sect leader returns. And your cultivation is unsealed. You'll be soaring through the skies." Gu Changsheng sighed. "If what you say is true, then he must be quite the remarkable figure. You paint such a beautiful picture. Should I be thanking you for it?" Elder Yin shot him a frustrated glare. "You're impossible." "Here." He produced a book from his robes and handed it to him. "This is the diagram for the 2nd-tier talisman. It includes the necessary materials. You can practice it when you have the time. With the foundation of the 3,000 mysterious ice technique, your spiritual power should suffice." Gu Changsheng's face lit up with joy as he accepted it. Grinning, "I knew you wouldn't abandon me." Elder Yin waved his hand. "Enough with the pleasantries. I won't keep you any longer. Elder Xing and Elder Lien need to discuss some matters. Just wait here. I'll be out shortly. I'm off." As Gu Changsheng flipped through the talisman book, he called out, "Goodbye." "What was that?" "Let me thank you. Because of you, the seasons feel warm." After Elder Yin departed, Gu Changsheng couldn't help but smile. Sealed spiritual roots? What good is that? I have a proficiency panel. Even if you cripple my cultivation, I can regain it in no time. The complaints I voiced in front of Elder Yin were merely to garner more benefits. Today, we common folk are truly joyous. Oh, we common folk are indeed happy tonight. Just as Gu Changsheng reveled in his thoughts, a sudden flurry of footsteps approached from behind. Then, a voice filled with anger rang out behind him. Gu Changsheng, you've made me wait long enough. Gu Changsheng turned to see Lin Dong, along with that girl with the horn braids, Tang Jingjing. Damn it, blocked at the entrance. Lin Dong's expression was twisted with rage as he clenched his fists. Glaring at Gu Changsheng and demanding, "Do you remember what I said?" Gu Changsheng's eyes darted slightly, and he replied earnestly, "Who are you?" Lin Dong growled, "I am Lin Dong, Lin Jie's brother. Have you lost your mind?" Oh. Gu Changsheng feigned sudden understanding. "It's you. How is Lin Dong doing? What do you want with me? Are you trying to play dumb?" Lin Dong shouted furiously, "The other day, I let you escape at the Qingzhou courtyard. Let us see who can save you this time. With force." Qingfeng / Chapter 42. In life, one must rely on acting. Before Lin Dong could finish his words, he made his move. However, Gu Changsheng was already prepared, raising his hand to unleash the golden armor talisman. Just as the blue spiritual energy of the Qingfeng / was about to collide with the golden armored deity's phantom, a roaring voice interrupted them. "Stop!" The sound was palpable, transforming into a wave of sonic force. Lin Dong's blue spiritual energy was instantly dispersed by the sound wave. Enraged, Lin Dong shouted, "Which bastard dares to disrupt my affairs?" As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Xing appeared beside the entrance of the Pharmacist Institute, coldly regarding Lin Dong. "What did you say?" "Elder Xing." Lin Dong felt a shiver run down his spine. Elder Xing, an elder of the Technique Court, was also the law enforcer of Hanhai Sect. He upheld the law with an iron fist and never showed favoritism based on a disciple's status. Why had he suddenly come to the Pharmacist Institute? The moment Gu Changsheng laid eyes on Elder Xing, he quickly clutched his chest, feigning immense pain, and said, "Lin Dong, how ruthless you are! I merely sought justice for the outer sect disciples, stopping your brother from engaging in usury that harms fellow disciples. Your brother was stripped of his cultivation by the guards of Linen Prefecture because he used magic at the Linen City gathering, violating the law of the city. This was his own doing and has nothing to do with me. Yet you, without discerning right from wrong, have not only schemed against me multiple times, but even poisoned me. I want to let you off even in death." As he spoke, Gu Changsheng deliberately bit his tongue, causing blood to seep from his gums. Lin Dong stood frozen in shock. "I didn't even lay a finger on you. Your golden armor talisman is still glowing. What are you pretending for?" Elder Xing cast a glance at Gu Changsheng before turning his cold gaze back to Lin Dong. While the sect does not prohibit private disputes among outer disciples, it does not condone inner disciples using force to bully outer disciples. As a disciple of the Pharmacist Institute, you should embody the benevolence of a healer. I hereby punish you with a month of confinement. Go to the Justice Hall before noon to receive your punishment. Otherwise, your cultivation will be stripped and you will be expelled from the sect." Upon hearing this, Lin Dong gritted his teeth, and looking at Gu Changsheng's smirking face made him wish he could crush his teeth to dust. "I refuse," Lin Dong bellowed defiantly. "The sect has not issued a clear decree prohibiting inner disciples from attacking outer disciples. Why should I be confined? This outer sect waste has repeatedly provoked me. Why can't I retaliate?" Tang Jingjing, upon hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat. This Lin Dong was utterly reckless. He dared to confront Elder Xing. She quickly tugged at Lin Dong's sleeve, urging, "Shut up! Don't say any more." Yet Lin Dong remained unmoved, gritting his teeth. Why shouldn't I speak? He has a waste who hasn't even reached the foundation establishment stage. Why should he be coddled at every turn? You don't want me to settle the score with him privately, right? Very well. Gu Changsheng, I hereby issue a death order against you. The death order is not a rule of Hanhai Sect, but the sole method for practitioners to resolve life and death grievances. Once the death order is issued, it determines both the victor and the fate of the participants. Tang Jingjing's face turned pale. If the elders insisted on protecting Gu Changsheng, then regardless of the outcome of the death order, Lin Dong would inevitably be expelled from the sect. She herself would likely be affected. How could this Lin Dong be so reckless? Elder Xing coldly regarded Lin Dong and snorted. You truly wish to issue a death order against him? Have you considered the consequences? Do you not regret it? Lin Dong gazed intently at Gu Changsheng and declared, I have no regrets. You ought to inquire of this worthless fool if he dares to accept the challenge. Elder Xing turned his attention to Gu Changsheng, stating, You may choose not to engage. Gu Changsheng cast a cold glance at Lin Dong, retracting his playful demeanor, and solemnly remarked, The world is fraught with challenges. Mountains loom high and seas stretch wide. These are but a few of the myriad trials we, as cultivators, must surmount. In the face of adversity, I may retreat once or even twice. Yet, how many times can one retreat in a lifetime? I accept your challenge. Let us meet in the duel arena 3 days hence. His tone was unembellished, yet resonated with the force of a thunderous gong, reverberating in the ears of all present. Even Tang Jingjing could not help but fix her gaze upon him. How many times can one retreat in a lifetime? With the backing of the elder the treasure hall, she had been able to study within the inner sect as a chi refining stage practitioner. Yet, she had long endured disdain. Despite her diligent efforts, her progress was slow due to her innate talent. Who could she blame for that? Hearing Gu Changsheng's words struck her like a sudden revelation, imparting a profound truth. Cultivation should indeed transcend all tribulations. Elder Xing regarded Gu Changsheng as though he were witnessing the young version of himself resolutely embarking on the path of cultivation. It was no wonder that even Elder Yin, known for his irascible temperament, held him in such high esteem. This young man truly possessed extraordinary qualities. However, Lin Dong was not preoccupied with such thoughts. With a sinister smile, he turned to Gu Changsheng and warned, You said it yourself. 3 days from now will mark your demise. With that, he pivoted to leave. Yet, Elder Xing interjected, Your matter is not concluded. Regardless of the outcome, the Hanhai Sect shall no longer harbor you after 3 days. Lin Dong scoffed. Do as you please. After Lin Dong departed, Elder Xing turned to Tang Jingjing, advising Jingjing henceforth avoid mingling with such dubious characters. Ascend to the foundation establishment stage soon. It will bring honor to your grandfather. Tang Jingjing nodded in silence and departed. The two sycophants, having been thoroughly intimidated by Lin Dong's retort to Elder Xing, dared not linger any longer and quickly bowed before fleeing. Gu Changsheng glanced at Elder Xing and feigned sorrow, saying, Elder Xing, regarding my acceptance of the death decree, please do not inform Elder Yin. He is advanced in years and has a fiery temperament. I do not wish to cause him distress. If I should perish, you may simply say that I did not wish to burden the sect and have gone down the mountain alone to confront the demon clans. As he spoke, Gu Changsheng summoned his water elemental energy, conjuring 2 teardrops that cascaded down his cheeks. Elder Xing shook his head slightly and spoke in a deep voice, Since you have consented to the death decree, why must you belittle yourself? In my eyes, you surpass that young man. At the very least, you possess courage, though it may be challenging to defeat a foundation establishment stage practitioner with your chi refining stage cultivation. It is not beyond the realm of possibility. Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng feigned astonishment and inquired Elder Xing, Do you mean to say? Elder Xing waved his hand, saying, Follow me. I shall teach you a few things. Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng was filled with delight. By heavens! In this life, one must rely on their performance. I, after all, grew up watching Stephen Chow films, meticulously studying Stanislavski's magnum opus. An actor prepares, at last finding a practical application. Little Lin Dong dares to challenge me. Little does he know I possess a proficiency panel. 3 days hence, I shall ensure he kneels and calls me father. Chapter 43. The Gold Manipulation Technique. Blade light condensation. The scripture hall was situated atop the highest peak of the Hanhai Sect. Here, the elevation was sufficiently lofty, with clouds and mist enveloping the entire academy, as if one were adrift in a sea of clouds. Gu Changsheng followed Elder Xing, observing the inner sect disciples practicing various techniques along the way. Elder Xing spoke as they walked. The path of techniques is the fundamental criterion for assessing a cultivator's strength. Based on the attributes of their foundational spiritual roots, the Hanhai Sect possesses corresponding techniques. Elder Yin has already informed me of your spiritual root attributes. The convergence of 9 types of spiritual roots is an unprecedented phenomenon in the cultivation world, and it is one of the reasons I wish to spare your life. Gu Changsheng shrugged, realizing he was being treated as a mere guinea pig. Elder Xing glanced at Gu Changsheng before continuing. Do not think me unfeeling. The stakes are high, and I must consider the sect's interests. Let's not dwell on that. How much do you know about the path of techniques? Gu Changsheng pondered for a moment and replied, aside from what I know, I'm unaware of anything else. Elder Xing shot him a disapproving look. Are you jesting with me? Seeing the elder's unfriendly gaze, Gu Changsheng quickly scratched his head and chuckled. Elder Xing, I am an outer sect disciple. As you are aware. Whether it be you or other instructors of the path of techniques, classes are held only once a month, and perhaps an additional one if the mood strikes that I in such a teaching model. How much do you think I can learn? Elder Xing sighed upon hearing this. The educational resources available to outer sect disciples are woefully inadequate, but it is an unavoidable circumstance. After all, there are numerous outer sect disciples, and it would be impossible to cater to each student, even with additional instructors in other words, those who can thrive under such a system are truly exceptional talents. Very well, I shall start with the basics. With a wave of his hand, Elder Xing condensed a sphere of spiritual energy, stating, the foundation of the path of techniques lies in spiritual root attributes and the reservoir of spiritual energy within the dantian. The techniques correspond to stages 1 through 9. Behold, this is a first-tier technique. Water spiritual root, water arrow technique. As the words left his mouth, the spiritual energy in Elder Xing's hand transformed into a deep blue hue, coalescing into a water arrow thicker than an arm, which shot forth and struck a distant stone wall, piercing it instantly. However, in the next moment, the stone wall shimmered with ripples and restored itself to its original state. Gu Changxing's eyes lit up in realization that a third-tier magical item, the Yuan Sheng stone wall. This item is used to test the strength of techniques and can connect to the mountains, automatically repairing itself through the mountain's spiritual energy. He had long heard tales of such wondrous items in the scripture hall, but this was the first time he had witnessed one. Next, fire spiritual root, fire control technique. Elder Xing's palm glowed a brilliant crimson, transforming into a nearly white-hot fireball, which he hurled at the Yuan Sheng stone wall. Upon impact, the stone wall was immediately charred black. Jiu Changsheng was astonished to witness Elder Xing wielding both water and fire techniques simultaneously. Yet in the next moment, Elder Xing continued, with spiritual root, thorn technique, earth spiritual root, stone manipulation technique, metal spiritual root, metal blade slash. Techniques were unleashed in rapid succession, colliding against the stone wall. Jiu Changsheng stared, dumbfounded, as he watched the wall gradually restore itself. His astonishment evident. Noticing Gu Changxing's expression, Elder Xing chuckled, "Are you surprised?" Gu Changxing nodded, exclaiming, "I never expected that Elder Xing would also possess mixed spiritual roots, and 5 of them at that." However, Elder Xing shook his head and replied, "Not quite. I possess dual fire and earth spiritual roots." Upon hearing this, Gu Changxing exclaimed, "Then how can you utilize techniques of 5 different attributes?" Elder Xing regarded him with a knowing smile and softly said, "What do you think? Is this a test?" Gu Changsheng furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding. "Is it because of the interaction of the 5 elements?" "Correct." A hint of approval graced Elder Xing's face as he continued. "The attributes of your spiritual roots influence your cultivation direction, but the path of techniques transcends the limitations imposed by spiritual roots. The 5 elements interact, with metal overcoming wood, wood overcoming earth, earth overcoming water, water overcoming fire, and fire overcoming metal. When you cultivate your spiritual roots to a certain extent, you can use your primary spiritual root to nurture a different attribute of spiritual energy. However, the skill of elemental interaction is exceedingly advanced, far beyond your current grasp. For now, it suffices for you to understand the concept of the 5 elements overcoming one another. The principle of the 5 elements antagonism forms the foundation of the path of techniques." Gu Changsheng had learned this in his first lesson on techniques. The so-called antagonism of the 5 elements dictates that metal overcomes wood, wood overcomes earth, earth overcomes water, water overcomes fire, and fire overcomes metal. Elder Xing continued, "The disciple you are pitted against possesses both wood and earth's spiritual roots. Since wood overcomes earth, his practice of earth techniques will yield diminished results. Therefore, I can assert that his primary cultivation will be in wood techniques. Now tell me, if you were to battle him, which type of technique would be most advantageous?" Gu Changsheng answered without hesitation, "Metal techniques, precisely." Elder Xing raised his hand and formed a sword gesture, intoning gold manipulation, blade light condensation. As soon as the words fell, a flash of brilliance emanated from his hand, transforming spiritual energy into over 100 shimmering white blades. The blades reflected light off one another, and in an instant, it seemed as though the very rays of light had been solidified. Go! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Countless blades soared forth like lightning, dancing back and forth against the stone wall. Elder Xing, with a sword gesture, directed the blades to change their course instantly. In no time at all, the stone wall was reduced to crumbling remnants. Gu Changsheng's heart surged with excitement. Countless phrases surged forth in his mind. Sword control technique, 10,000 blade technique, 10,000 blades return to origin. Scenes from his past life, where he commanded millions of flying swords, erupted uncontrollably. Even now, with his celestial repairing hand and divine foot technique, he could not resist the allure of such a dazzling spell. In the realm of cultivation, who could ever refuse the mastery of a myriad of swords, effortlessly slaying foes with a mere flick of the finger? Elder Xing, observing Gu Changsheng's hopeful countenance, chuckled and raised his hand to retract the blades, solemnly stating, "The Blade of Light is a second-tier metal attribute spell that if you were to release it, there would undoubtedly be fewer blades, yet would suffice. However, you need the second-tier metal attribute technique. The metal control technique as a foundation. With your current energy reservoir and comprehension ability, 2 days will be ample time to grasp the metal control technique, and the remaining day will be sufficient for practicing the Blade of Light to handle any situation." As Elder Xing spoke, he produced 2 books of techniques and handed them to Gu Changsheng. "I've taught you how to defeat him. Whether you succeed or not depends on your own efforts." Gu Changsheng accepted the 2 technique books, a joyful expression gracing his face. 2 days? Who does he think he is? With my current energy reservoir, exceeding 1 night would mean I'm not striving for progress. The remaining time can also be dedicated to practicing the celestial repairing hand and divine foot technique, along with the 3,000 mystic eyes technique. Lindong, just wait for your demise. Chapter 44, Cultivation. Cultivation, metal control, blade of light. The night was tranquil, with a myriad of stars dotting the sky. The training grounds of the technique court pierced through the clouds. When one looked up, the celestial bodies seemed almost within reach. Yet Gu Changsheng had no mind to admire the scenery. Metal control, blade of light, proficiency 1. Metal control, blade of light, proficiency 1. Metal control technique, proficiency 1. Water element technique, proficiency 1. 3,000 mystic ice technique, proficiency 1. Observing the growing list of skills on the proficiency panel, Gu Changsheng fell into contemplation. At present, he possessed a modest array of techniques and spells in terms of techniques. He had the 1st-tier water element technique, the 2nd-tier metal control technique, and the 4th-tier 3,000 mystic ice technique. As for spells, his offensive spells included water arrow technique, thunder summoning technique, and blade of light. Additionally, there were the unknown level formidable spells, celestial repairing hand and divine foot technique. His auxiliary spells included spring rain technique and vitality technique. Other paths, such as the way of talismans and the way of medicine, had also been mastered to a certain degree. As the number of skills increased, so too did the need to enhance proficiency, which correspondingly reduced the time available for each skill's cultivation. It was a hodgepodge lacking refinement. Gu Changsheng murmured to himself, lifting his hand once more to unleash a blade of light. This moment, the number of blades had reached over 20, the refined white blades gleaming brilliantly under the night sky. Swirling around Gu Changsheng in a mesmerizing dance to go. The blades soared, like butterflies fluttering gracefully beneath the moonlight, yet each glimmering wing held the potential for lethality. The primal stone wall bore numerous indentations from the assault of the blades. Once these trivial matters were settled, I must carefully plan my cultivation path. How is it that I, a harmless and beloved rarity, attract the attention of those lacking foresight? I sweep the ground for fear of harming the lives of ants, cherishing the moths drawn to the flame. Anyone who seeks my life is surely committing an act of great treachery. After muttering a few words, Gu Changsheng resumed his arduous task of enhancing proficiency. As dawn broke, Elder Xing emerged from his quarters, sword slung over his back. After a night had passed, he pondered what level the young man had reached in his cultivation. He strode towards the training grounds. And just as he stepped inside, a radiant light assaulted his eyes. The next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. Just a short distance away in the training ground, Gu Changsheng reclined on a stone bench beside the training area, one hand supporting his head while the other directed over 50 white blades in flight. The primal stone wall had been shattered into fragments beneath the onslaught of the blade of light, only to be reformed moments later, only to be obliterated once more. Elder Xing stood there, dumbfounded. This boy, he actually learned the second-tier spell, Blade of Light, overnight, and even advanced further. Even Elder Xing himself could only conjure around 100 blades. Wait a moment. Elder Xing's pupils constricted again, and in an instant he appeared before Gu Changsheng. Astonished as he scrutinized him from head to toe, Gu Changsheng was startled, and the blades of Blade of Light dissipated into a flurry of milky white motes. Elder Xing, what brings you here? Elder Xing stared wide-eyed, as if witnessing a ghost, examining Gu Changsheng thoroughly. After a moment, he inquired, "Have you advanced again?" Gu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback during the process of cultivating Blade of Light last night. Due to the depletion of spiritual energy, he had to practice the 3,000 Mystic Ice technique to replenish the vacated energy in his Dantian, which was when his cultivation had ascended once more. He was now at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Gu Changsheng nodded and replied, "Is there a problem? Is there a problem?" Elder Xing exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. "Did I not instruct you not to advance during this period?" Gu Changsheng shrugged, exclaiming helplessly, "But Elder, I need to cultivate the metal control technique and the Blade of Light. Did I end the process I advanced? It's not something I can control. Can one really suppress such progress?" Elder Xing was at a loss for words. That he felt that something was amiss, yet he could not pinpoint what it was. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly realized, "No, this is indeed unusual." Elder Yin had mentioned that this lad had just advanced to the 6th level of Qi refinement yesterday. Even with the metal control technique, it would be impossible to rise a level overnight. If advancement were truly so effortless, the numerous disciples in the outer sect would not be begging and scraping to exchange spirit stones for harmonization pills. "You little rascal, have you employed some form of dark sorcery?" Elder Xing said with a grave demeanor. "A normal person cannot advance so rapidly." Gu Changsheng chuckled. "Elder Xing, if I had truly practiced some dark sorcery, wouldn't you be able to see through it?" Elder Xing shook his head. He had merely asked out of curiosity, but he simply could not fathom why, despite everyone practicing the same techniques, this one individual could progress so rapidly. At this rate, he would reach foundation establishment in just a few days. What was the point of sealing his spiritual roots? He might as well wait for the demonic tribe to discover the crescent moon pattern and invade the Hanhai Sect. For the next few days, you are not to cultivate. Once the competition concludes, I will have to seal your spiritual roots. Gu Changsheng waved his hand, saying, "Oh, understood. So what should I do for the next few days?" "Anything is fine, just do not cultivate." Elder Xing pondered for a moment, then raised his hand, retrieving an identity token from his storage ring and handing it to Gu Changsheng. "How about this? Since you are also skilled in the way of talismans, you can go to the affairs hall to exchange for any materials you need. The contribution points will be recorded under my name as compensation for you." Gu Changsheng's eyes lit up at this. Accepting the identity token, he noticed that the token bore the powerful and vigorous characters spelling out 3 words. Xing Buyu. So Elder Xing's name is Xing Buyu. Quite an imposing name. Gu Changsheng smiled at Elder Xing. "Elder, does that mean any materials will do? I can now draw 2nd-tier talismans." "Indeed." Elder Xing nodded. The materials for 2nd-tier talismans were not particularly valuable to him. "All right, I won't say much more." Elder Xing waved his hand. "I still need to prepare the materials for sealing your spiritual roots. Do not wander around. Once you acquire the materials, return to the technique court and wait for me." "All right, take care." Watching Elder Xing depart, Gu Changsheng was overjoyed. The second-tier talismans required a substantial amount of materials for practice, and he had been quite troubled about it. Now, he could engage in a zero-cost acquisition. Gu Changsheng's steps were light as he swiftly made his way to the affairs hall. Heading straight for the window he was most familiar with, the receptionist, upon seeing Gu Changsheng, was taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh, you're still alive?" Gu Changsheng rolled his eyes and replied, "Sister, is my survival that shocking to you?" "Not at all." The receptionist quickly smiled. "I'm just a bit curious that you managed to remain unscathed after crossing Lin Dong." Before the echoes of his words faded, startled gasps erupted from his side. "What? Gu Changsheng is going to the life and death stage with Lin Dong from the intersect." Chapter 45. He has scared to death. Is that true? Gu Changsheng, isn't he dead yet? Didn't T Lin Dong just hunt him down a few days ago? Not only is he alive, but he also had a confrontation with Lin Dong at the entrance of the Qingzhou courtyard. And it is said that they fought to a standstill. I heard Lin Dong was at a disadvantage. If it weren't for Elder Yan's arrival, Lin Dong would have been beaten to death by Gu Changsheng. Come on, you're exaggerating. However, it is indeed true that they're going to the life and death stage, and it will be in 2 days. Now that is something to watch. I'm placing my bets. Betting on Gu Changsheng to win gives 10 to 1. Betting on Lin Dong to win gives 0.5 to 1. Listening to the discussions around him, Gu Changsheng smiled and turned to the astonished waitress. Saying, "Please wait a moment," he stepped forward and declared, "I bet on Gu Changsheng, 100 spirit stones." The bettors turned their heads in astonishment upon realizing it was Gu Changsheng, exclaiming, "You, what do you mean?" Gu Changsheng replied with a grin, "I am betting on myself with 100 spirit stones. Will you accept or not?" These were Outer Sect disciples, and even 10 spirit stones were a rare sight. They shook their heads furiously, saying, "Don't joke around. Gu Changsheng, are you really going to the life and death stage with Lin Dong? Aren't you afraid of dying?" Gu Changsheng put away the spirit stones, chuckling, "Who has to say who will die? Don't you forget I also dealt with Lin Jie. I am a once-in-a-lifetime genius in the cultivation world." The crowd fell silent. Is there anyone who boasts about themselves like that? Your face must be so thick that even the 5 elements wouldn't leave a mark. At that moment, one person asked, "What is your current cultivation level?" "Yes, what is your current cultivation level? I remember you haven't advanced in over a year, right? Are you still at the 2nd level of Qi refinement?" Gu Changxing shrugged and said, "Of course not, but it's not particularly high, just the 7th level of Qi refinement." The crowd was dumbfounded. "How on earth did you cultivate so quickly?" "Because I'm a genius. Elder Yin, Elder Lien, and Elder Xing have all personally guided me. It was quite simple." Damn, the crowd was speechless once more. Even if you had consumed the 3 elders like medicine, it wouldn't explain such rapid progress. Wait, all 3 elders have personally guided you. Someone pointed out a flaw. Who are these 3 elders? Elders from the Technique Court, Qingzhou Courtyard, and the Apothecary Court, the elite of the Hanhai Sect, even when facing inter-sect disciples. They teach in unison. No disciple has ever had the privilege of one-on-one guidance from them. Could it be that Gu Changsheng is the illegitimate child of the 3 elders? That doesn't seem right. At most, he could be the illegitimate child of 2 elders, but that still seems off. Gu Changsheng smiled, concluding his display of bravado, and waved at the crowd, saying, "All right, continue your discussions. I have matters to attend to. By the way, let me inform you, in 2 days, Lin Dong will surely die. This is a statement from me, Gu Changsheng." The crowd gazed at Gu Changsheng, who wore a beaming smile, and began to murmur once more. He must know what Lin Dong's cultivation level is, right? Previously, Lin Jie practically broadcasted every day that his brother Lin Dong is at the 4th level of Foundation establishment. Anyone who's been bullied by Lin Jie in the Outer Sect would know. So where does Gu Changsheng get the courage to proclaim that Lin Dong is doomed? Could it be that the elders provided him with some magical artifacts? Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly realized. Magical artifacts aside, Elder Yin excels in talismans, Elder Lien in alchemy, and Elder Xing in techniques that, if they were to assist Gu Changsheng in defeating a 4th level Foundation establishment cultivator with a 7th level Qi refinement, it wouldn't be an impossible task. The crowd's imaginations began to run wild. On the day of the duel at the life and death stage, Gu Changsheng would undoubtedly wield a plethora of high-level talismans. carry a multitude of fully stocked pills, and utilize techniques beyond his level to pummel Lin Dong thoroughly. Such a scene is not out of the realm of possibility. Wait, what were Gu Changsheng's odds again? 10 to 1. No. 5 to 1. No. 0.1 to 1. Damn, your expression changes too quickly. I'm a person from Changsheng Mountain. What does it matter to you? Gu Changsheng looked at the crowd with a grin and snorted coldly. Once the rumor spread, Lin Dong would be terrified. Making him fearful would only enhance Gu Changsheng's chances of victory. After receiving the prepared materials from the astonished waitress, Gu Changsheng turned and returned to the technique court. Among the second-tier talismans, the most useful for Gu Changsheng at the moment were 4 talismans. The Fire Departure Talisman, a second-tier attack talisman. The Eye Spike Talisman, a second-tier attack talisman. The Metal Essence Nourishing Talisman, a second-tier recovery talisman. And the Golden Armor Demon Repelling Talisman, a second-tier defensive talisman. Gu Changsheng wasted no time, picking up the materials and starting to draw. Talisman Path. Experience 1 Talisman Path. Experience 1 Chuanyu Pavilion. The residence of the Inner Sect disciples. Lin Dong's expression was cold as he sat cross-legged in meditation when he suddenly heard a rapid knocking at the door. With a grim face, he stood up and opened the door, only to see 2 of the Inner Sect lackeys looking utterly panicked. What is going on? The lackey gasped for breath, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and said, Brother Dong, it's bad. You'd better not participate in the upcoming duel. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong immediately flew into a rage. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I can't defeat Gu Changsheng? The lackey hurriedly replied, It's not just us. Everyone in the outer sect thinks that. They said Gu Changsheng has received guidance from Elder Yin, Elder Xing, and Elder Lien, and his progress has been astonishing. He is now at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Lin Dong was taken aback. Damn it, wasn't he that bastard at the 4th level of Qi refinement? How could he have advanced to the 7th level in just a few days? No, I am at the 4th level of foundation establishment. Why should I fear a Qi refinement's 7th level? Lin Dong snorted. Even if he were at the 9th level of Qi refinement, I wouldn't fear him. The lackey continued. That may be so, but if he relies on external help, even if you are at foundation establishment, Brother Dong, you wouldn't stand a chance. Who knows if the elders might secretly provide him with some benefits. For instance, Elder Yin's second-tier talismans, Elder Lien's second-tier pills, or perhaps Elder Xing's techniques, that if he uses all of those, even if you are at the 4th level of foundation establishment, you might still fall victim to Gu Changsheng's relentless assault. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong became even angrier. What nonsense! He's just an inner sect waste. Why would the elders treat him so well? Halfway through his sentence, Lin Dong felt a twinge of insecurity. Not to mention anything else, he had seen how Elder Yin and Elder Xing protected him. The lackey quickly added, That's hard to say. There are all kinds of rumors. Some say Gu Changsheng is the illegitimate child of the 3 elders. Others say he is the illegitimate child of the sect master. Anyway, we've conveyed the message. If you insist on seeking death, there's nothing we can do. After the 2 lackeys finished speaking, they hurriedly ran off without a trace. Lin Dong swallowed hard, sitting dejectedly on his bed. There's no way Gu Changsheng could actually acquire so many good things. Right? Chapter 46. The duel begins. In the following days, Lin Dong felt like a student about to take a crucial exam, anxious and restless. He took the opportunity to visit the affairs hall, hoping to wager all his remaining points for some magical artifacts that could help him win this battle. However, he was not a genius. The points he previously accumulated were mostly spent on various cultivation resources to stabilize his cultivation, that he hadn't saved much. Instead, this visit only solidified the outer sect disciples' belief that Lin Dong lacked the confidence to defeat Gu Changsheng. Look, that's Lin Dong. He's exchanging for magical artifacts. No way, no way. An inner sect disciple facing an outer sect disciple, a foundation establishment against a Qi refinement disciple. Is he really feeling this pressured? He has hit a wall and knows he's in over his head. He is finally having second thoughts. The crowd's discussions grew louder, and Lin Dong was infuriated. He randomly grabbed an outer sect disciple and gritted his teeth, asking, What did you just say? The outer disciple spoke with a defiant tone. What are you doing? I'm not afraid of you now. Elder Xing has just issued new regulations that strictly prohibit inner disciples from using any means or excuses to take action against outer disciples. A throng of outer disciples surged forward, mocking Lin Dong with scornful jests. Lin Dong clenched his teeth in frustration, yet could only leave the affairs hall in disgrace. Simultaneously, his resentment towards Gu Changsheng intensified. Thus, 3 days swiftly passed. With the morning bells of the Hanhai Sect ringing, the martial arena was already teeming with spectators. It had been many years since a life-and-death duel had been witnessed at the Hanhai Sect. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, several figures approached, surrounded by a throng of disciples. Look, it's Qin Yu, ranked 7th among the outer disciples. And there is Feng Taiping, ranked 4th, as well as Feng Tang, ranked 3rd, and Ji Baixue, ranked 2nd. They have all arrived. Tang Jingjing sat below the stage, her gaze sweeping across the top-tier disciples of the outer sect, igniting a flame of aspiration within her. When would she, too, be the center of attention like them? Just then, the crowd stirred once more. Look, Lin Dong has arrived. The crowd quickly turned their eyes in that direction. Lin Dong approached the martial stage, his countenance one of dejection. He appeared haggard, his breath disordered, eyes devoid of spirit, and his gaze tinged with bloodshot hues. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd. Could it be that Lin Dong has been driven to madness in his pursuit of breaking through? Tang Jingjing turned to see that a few individuals from the outer rankings had taken seats beside her. The speaker was none other than Ji Baixue, ranked 2nd. It does seem that way. How could a foundational practitioner like him recklessly advance due to fear of losing to someone in the qi refining stage? It is quite unreasonable, isn't it? The 3rd-ranked Feng Tang remarked, though he is at the 4th level of foundation establishment. Should I manage to break through, I would have no doubt in defeating him. Ji Baixue added softly. However, Gu Changsheng is merely at the qi refining stage. Thus, he is indeed overestimating himself. The disparity between qi refining and foundation establishment is as vast as the mountains and seas. In my view, Gu Changsheng is bound to lose. At that moment, Qin Yu, ranked 7th, interjected, "Do not underestimate Gu Changsheng. It is said that he was the one who killed Feng Zhang." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others turned grave. Feng Zhang was a well-known disciple on the rankings, and during the last sect competition, he had placed prominently as a dark horse. After such a long time, if even he was defeated by Gu Changsheng, it indicated that Gu Changsheng had indeed qualified to contend for a position on the outer disciple rankings. Just then, a loud voice rang out. Gu Changsheng has arrived. As the words fell, the martial arena erupted with excitement. Tang Jingjing quickly rose on her toes. She saw Gu Changsheng, radiant with vitality, smiling broadly as he waved. "Dear friends of the outer sect, how are you?" "Good," Ji Baixue remarked, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. "This Gu Changsheng certainly appears vibrant. Is he not afraid at all?" Feng Tang, frowning, commented, "Gu Changsheng is indeed extraordinary, though he is only at the 7th level of qi refining. His spiritual roots are robust, and his energy sea is refined, providing him with a solid foundation. His strength cannot be underestimated." Feng Taiping, slightly surprised, said, "Brother Feng, your family's secret technique, the qi observation art, allows you to see through a person's cultivation. If even you are saying this, it seems Gu Changsheng truly possesses remarkable abilities. Who do you think will win this match?" Feng Tang shook his head. As I mentioned earlier, the gap between qi refining and foundation establishment is immense. Although Gu Changsheng has a solid foundation, defeating someone at the 4th level of foundation establishment remains quite unlikely. Ji Baixue suddenly chimed in with a laugh. "I actually believe this young man, Gu, stands a considerable chance." "Oh, what makes you say so, Miss Ji?" Ji Baixue raised her hand to produce a turtle shell, cheerfully stating, "The divination results indicate that Gu Changsheng is favored by fortune, while Lin Dong is beset by misfortune." The others nodded in agreement. Ji Baixue hailed from a renowned family of diviners in Linen Prefecture, having excelled in the art of divination since childhood, and her predictions had always proven remarkably accurate. Tang Jingjing, listening to their conversation, regarded the two on stage with a complex expression, especially towards Gu Changsheng. After the events at the Apothecary Institute's entrance a few days prior, her admiration for Gu Changsheng had significantly increased. In that moment, she found herself genuinely hoping for Gu Changsheng's victory. Just then, Lin Dong on stage suddenly called out, "Gu Changsheng, do you have any idea how miserable you've made my life lately?" Gu Changsheng, while waving to the onlookers, chuckled upon hearing this. "I can tell. You didn't brush your teeth this morning, did you?" He pointed at the gap in his own front teeth, adding, "Right here, you got a piece of green vegetable stuck in your teeth." Lin Dong froze momentarily at his words. Instinctively licking his tongue, Gu Changsheng continued, "Do you really believe what I say? If I told you you were my son, wouldn't you call me father? You bastard." Lin Dong gritted his teeth and waved his hand, his gestures morphing as he chanted incantations. "Earth control, 8 directions, earth gathering." As the words left his lips, countless clods of earth erupted from the stony martial arena, swiftly filling the entire space. Before Gu Changsheng could express his surprise, he found his feet sinking into the soft earth that was incredibly pliable, causing him to sink further with each step. Conversely, Lin Dong appeared unaffected, floating above the soil, a sinister grin spreading across his face, a mere chi-refining waste. "Did you really think that just because you spoke a few words, I would be unable to defeat you?" With that, he altered his incantation once more. Wood element. Bone attachment. As the words resonated, several greenish light points fell from his hands, quickly burrowing into the soil. In the blink of an eye, several tendrils of condensed spiritual energy emerged from beneath Gu Changsheng's feet, rapidly entangling his calves. This all you've got?" Lin Dong laughed maniacally. "I thought you had some real skills. Yet this is what you present. Behold my greenwood technique. Dragonhorn dual kill." Chapter 47. Overwhelming. First, using earth-based techniques for control, followed by deadly wood-based techniques. Lin Dong's approach bore similarities to your own style. "Brother Feng," Qin Yu remarked with a slight smile. Feng Taiping shook his head with a chuckle. He too impatient. Right from the start, he unleashed the ultimate move of the greenwood technique without considering that Gu Changsheng might possess instant movement or substitution techniques. As the conversation ended, the situation on stage had already shifted. Lin Dong's hands shimmered with green light, transforming into a jade-like dragon's head, its horns sharp as blades, charging towards Gu Changsheng, piercing through his chest in an instant. However, in the next moment, Gu Changsheng's form flickered and dissipated like mist, leaving behind a tattered talisman that drifted to the ground, that first-level instant movement talisman. Qin Yu suddenly leapt to his feet, exclaiming in excitement, "What astonishing speed! Did anyone see when he ignited the talisman?" The crowd frowned, shaking their heads slightly. Lin Dong's technique had been unleashed in an instant. To evade it in such a short time frame typically required a second-level instant movement or substitution technique. While an instant movement talisman could also achieve this, it necessitated an exceptionally quick hand to ignite the talisman. Yet Gu Changsheng managed to accomplish it, and not one person present had witnessed him ignite the talisman. Feng Taiping scanned the martial stage with a furrowed brow, expressing, "Now I am more curious about Gu Changsheng's whereabouts." Qin Yu, still elated, remarked, "It seems he has also ignited a concealment talisman." Gu Changsheng's mastery of talismans is simply astounding. At this moment, on the martial stage, Lin Dong appeared flustered. His gaze darted around, unable to locate Gu Changsheng. Has he used a concealment talisman? Do not think that hiding will render me powerless. With that thought, Lin Dong raised his hand once more, his fingers weaving intricate gestures as he chanted, "Greenwood technique. Ethereal wood miasma." As the spell took effect, a wave of green mist enveloped him, quickly shrouding the martial stage in a thick haze. Within the miasma, a spark flickered momentarily. Lin Dong's expression turned grave as he waved his hand, directing his spiritual energy towards the source of the light. At the moment when the sparks flickered, Gu Changsheng's figure suddenly materialized. Accompanying this was a gust of wind that swiftly swept through, dispersing the mist in an instant. However, at this juncture, fresh blood gushed from Gu Changsheng's left abdomen, evidently a result of a direct hit from that surge of spiritual energy. Below the stage, Fong Tang witnessed this scene and couldn't help but shake his head, remarking, "Ultimately, the disparity is too great." Although Gu Changsheng's talismans were unleashed with remarkable speed, they could still be discerned amidst Lin Dong's mist. Though the mist was scattered by a first-tier wind-calling talisman, It had nonetheless taken AHIT. IT seemed there was no longer any need to continue watching this duel. That AS he spoke. He prepared to rise and leave. Just then, Qin Yu pressed his hand firmly on Fong Tang's shoulder, smiling as he gestured towards Gu Changsheng on the stage, saying, "Brother Fong, do not be hasty. I believe Gu Changsheng still has a trick up his sleeve." Fong Tang looked up and indeed saw Gu Changsheng producing another talisman. Imperative command. The star of the metal god. Grant life-sustaining moisture. In an instant, the talisman ignited with flames, accompanied by a milky white halo. And Gu Changsheng's abdominal wound was restored to its original state. The metal god moisture talisman. Fong Tang, Qin Yu, Feng Taiping, and Ji Bai Shui all stood up in unison, astonished as they gazed at Gu Changsheng on stage. A second-tier talisman. Gu Changsheng can actually utilize second-tier talismans. No, it should be said that Gu Changsheng possesses second-tier talismans. The four of them, being outstanding figures from the outer sect, possessed a certain understanding of the art of talismans. Second-tier talismans, whether in terms of materials or the required spiritual energy, were beyond the grasp of someone like Gu Changsheng. It was rumored that Gu Changsheng was the illegitimate son of Elder Yin. Could it truly be the case? At that moment, the situation on stage shifted once more. Lin Dong gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "A second-tier metal god moisture talisman? Elder Yin is willing to part with even this." Gu Changsheng smiled faintly and said in a low voice, "Do not misunderstand. This talisman was drawn by myself." "What a pretense. Do you take me for a fool?" Lin Dong sneered coldly. "You think you can create a second-tier talisman? The elders truly invest heavily in your favor." Gu Changsheng knew that his prior strategy had borne fruit. Lin Dong was now wary, but his fear was still insufficient. With a cold smirk, Gu Changsheng looked at Lin Dong and declared, "You know too much." "Of course, I know plenty." Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Changsheng waved his hand, conjuring another talisman between his fingers. Imperative command. 10,000 golden-armored deities protect me. The talisman ignited, and 8 golden-armored divine figures materialized around Gu Changsheng, forming a protective circle. Another second-tier talisman. The golden-armored demon-repelling talisman. The audience erupted in excitement. It seemed the nature of this duel had quietly shifted. "See? I told you he is Elder Yan's illegitimate son." With so many second-tier talismans, forget being an illegitimate child. I believe he was a legitimate son. An illegitimate son is still a legitimate son, right? The outstanding figures from the outer sect, including Ji Bai Shui, wore expressions of shock. The cost of second-tier talismans had already approached 100 spiritual stones. For the sake of a duel, Gu Changsheng had already deployed 2 second-tier talismans. Qin Yu's lips twitched as he said, "Brother Fong, do you wish to share your thoughts now?" Fong Tang's smile froze on his face, and he muttered in disbelief, "I was truly foolish. I should have realized that this Gu Shidi has a powerful backing." Feng Taiping now bore a hint of curiosity on his face. 1 healing talisman, 1 defensive talisman. You think Gu Changsheng might still possess a few second-tier offensive talismans? No sooner had he spoken than Gu Changsheng on the martial stage produced yet another talisman. Imperative command. Southern fire, serve my purpose. Wherever it goes, scorched earth shall arise. Imperative command. 3 feet of ice, freeze all things. Second-tier offensive talismans. The fire talisman. Second-tier offensive talismans. The ice talisman. Lin Dong's eyes widened as he watched the talisman burn away. A blazing scarlet flame instantly engulfing the entire martial arena. Following this, a dark cloud gathered in the sky, and hailstones the size of fists plummeted down. Fire beneath his feet, ice above his head. Lin Dong found himself trapped between the two, his eyes reddening with rage. Gu Changsheng. What the hell? What? Still cursing, Gu Changsheng leisurely ignited another fire talisman. Lin Dong was surrounded by flames, burning his skin and flesh. He struggled, his hand movements becoming frantic and erratic. Damn it, Qingmu technique. The ethereal wood descends. Earth manipulation. Shatter Stone, Chapter 48. The annihilation of Lin Dong. Ji Bai Shui, witnessing Lin Dong hastily casting 2 spells in panic. Immediately felt alarmed. The wood would assist the fire spread, and combined with the Shatterstone spell, the flames would likely reach the audience below. Just as she spoke, the situation on the martial stage took a drastic turn. Vines erupted from the ground, spreading across the entire martial arena, ignited instantly by the flames of the fire talisman. The flames surged, growing even more intense. The martial stage was originally constructed for sect competitions and typically lacked any restraints. Furthermore, with the two engaged in a private duel, there were no instructors nearby. Thus, the martial stage was merely an ordinary stone platform. As the Shatterstone spell was cast, the stone shattered instantly. The 3-foot-high platform reduced to dust, and the vines seized the opportunity to spread, encroaching upon the surrounding audience, followed closely by the flames of the fire talisman. Damn it, that bastard Lindong has gone mad. Run. Don't run. Help me. Save me. My leg is trapped by the vines. Gu Changsheng was immediately taken aback. Although the fire talisman was one he had released, under normal circumstances, the flames would not harm him. However, with Lin Dong's would spell amplifying the flames. It had spiraled out of Gu Changsheng's control. The raging fire surged like a runaway horse, singeing a lock of Gu Changsheng's hair and causing him to yell in distress. Realizing that Gu Changsheng was also being burned, Lin Dong instantly connected the dots, and, recognizing that his wood spell had exacerbated the flames, he laughed maniacally. Gu Changsheng, you are doomed. Qingmu technique. Wood forest emergence. Another wood spell was cast, and countless slender vines sprouted around the martial arena, tightly ensnaring the surrounding audience. To Ji Bai Shui, seeing this, shouted, "Everyone, retreat!" No sooner had she spoken than she conjured a sharp sword in her hand. Sword technique. Galaxy, with a graceful sweep of her sword, a beam of sword light, resembling a long white ribbon, swiftly severed the vines that were surging towards the audience. The other three, witnessing this, hastily unleashed their spells to clear the surrounding vines. Golden blade slash, air-cleaving slash, golden light spell. Gold overcomes wood. These top practitioners from the outer sect each possess some mastery of golden element spells. Seeing Lin Dong become increasingly reckless, Gu Changsheng snorted coldly. So when you can't win, you resort to overturning the table? You truly can't play fair. Then I shan't play with you any longer. Gold manipulation technique. Blade of Radiance. With a flick of his finger, over 50 golden blades rapidly coalesced at that moment. The surrounding flames soared, and the golden blades reflected the fiery glow, resembling a multitude of vibrant butterflies flitting about. Wherever they passed, the vines were instantly shredded to pieces. Ji Bai Shui and the others, who were still clearing the nearby vines, were left utterly stunned at this spectacle. That second-tier metal element spell, Blade of Radiance, and it's an advanced version of the Blade of Radiance, but he is only at the Qi refining stage. ISNT. The four of them watched in awe as Gu Changsheng's fingers swept through the air, dozens of blades flashing past, completely obliterating the surrounding vines and simultaneously clearing the martial stage of its encumbrances. In that instant, a sense of desolation washed over them all. Feng Taiping's lips twitched as he muttered, "Why do I feel a sense of defeat?" Qin Yu swallowed hard, turning to Feng Tang and asking, "Brother Feng, who did you say would win?" Feng Tang fiddled with the corner of his garment, remaining silent for a moment before replying, "Is there a possibility that he is merely feigning weakness to catch the tiger by surprise?" Ji Bai Shui's expression was complex as she murmured, "With second-tier talismans and second-tier spells, it also indicates his proficiency in second-tier metal element techniques. Although Gu Shidi is only at the 7th layer of Qi refining, his strength has already surpassed that of the Qi refining stage, and even ordinary foundation establishment practitioners would not stand a chance against him. Within the outer sect, the only one who might rival Gu Shidi is probably the top genius, Jian Shi Xiao." Disappointment flickered across the faces of the four. Indeed, the only one capable of contending with him was likely the first-ranked genius of the outer sect, Jian Shi Xiao. Regrettably, Brother Jian did not attend this competition. Otherwise, he would have been able to discern in advance who among him and junior Brother Gu was truly superior. However, it won't be long before the sect examination and the grand competition take place in a month's time, when junior Brother Gu and Brother Jian will inevitably clash. This ongoing contest should be nearing its conclusion. As they spoke, several individuals simultaneously turned their gaze towards the stage. At that moment, the flames had extinguished, leaving the martial arts platform in disarray. Gu Changsheng had dozens of golden blades suspended around him, with only 3 pointed at Lin Dong, but he stepped forward, coldly observing the battered Lin Dong, and spoke in a deep voice. "Do you yield?" Lin Dong, with a face full of mockery, defiantly sneered. "I yield to your mother." Before he could finish his words, one of the golden blades swiftly pierced through Lin Dong's lower abdomen, leaving a streak of blood in its wake. "Your spiritual roots have been severed by half. I shall ask you once more. Do you yield?" Gu Changsheng snorted coldly and continued his inquiry. Lin Dong, clutching his abdomen, gritted his teeth and replied, "I do not yield." "Then perish!" The golden blades surged forth, and another blade pierced through the wound in Lin Dong's abdomen. Another blood arrow shot out, signifying the complete destruction of Lin Dong's spiritual roots. Just then, a figure leaped down and softly uttered, "Enough!" Gu Changsheng looked up to see Elder Xing. Elder Xing glanced at Lin Dong, who had fainted, and turned to Gu Changsheng, saying, "It suffices to have crippled his cultivation. Excessive bloodshed may adversely affect your temperament." Gu Changsheng's expression instantly shifted, and with a feigned grin, he replied, "Elder Xing, your admonitions are well taken. I sincerely apologize for the devastation to the martial arts arena." Elder Xing waved his hand, forming a sword gesture, and with a flick of his wrist declared, "Earth control, stone wall formation." With the incantation initiated, the previously dilapidated martial arts platform rose 3 feet in height, instantly transforming into a new stage. "4 of you, take Lin Dong down the mountain. Each shall receive 10 contribution points." Elder Xing then turned to Gu Changsheng and instructed, "You, follow me. The materials for the spiritual root sealing technique have been prepared." Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng sighed and silently followed Elder Xing. A few individuals carried the unconscious Lin Dong down the mountain, while the remaining spectators, still captivated, discussed the battle as they departed. Ji Bai Shui and her companions let out soft sighs. This contest had profoundly impacted them, and it would likely take several days for them to process it. Qin Yu self-deprecatingly chuckled. "I initially intended to observe the prowess of the inner disciples to broaden my horizons in preparation for foundation establishment. But," Feng Taiping, with a grim expression, remarked, "What a blow to the psyche." Feng Tang scoffed and shook his head. "Indeed, my ranking in the outer sect has inexplicably dropped by 1 place. Is that not a severe blow? I fear I may struggle to progress in my cultivation for the next week." Ji Bai Shui tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, a hint of battle spirit emerging on her face as she softly declared, "I perceive it as a source of encouragement. What junior brother Gu can achieve, I too might accomplish. My friends, I shall retreat into seclusion. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall see you all in a month. I hope to witness each of you stepping into the foundation establishment realm by then." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall also enter seclusion. We shall meet in a month." Gu Changsheng, unbeknownst to himself, had unwittingly set the stage for several disciples of the Hanhai Sect to reach the foundation establishment stage in a month's time. At this moment, within Elder Xing's personal training chamber, an expansive space of approximately 200 square meters, Gu Changsheng gazed at the colossal alchemical furnace, standing a staggering 3 meters tall, observing its size. He was taken aback, glancing at Elder Xing with a horrified expression and stammering, "Elder Xing, are you planning to refine me?" Elder Xing shot him a sidelong glance and replied leisurely, "I shall refine your spiritual roots. Not you." The spiritual root sealing technique, in essence, employs the principle of the 5 elements mutual restraint to suppress the attributes of your spiritual roots with stronger spiritual energy. If you possessed a single or mixed spiritual root, it would be simple enough, requiring merely the corresponding attribute for suppression. As Elder Xing spoke, he cast another glance at Gu Changsheng. "But you are a 9 spiritual root," he continued. "I can only utilize this spiritual treasure, the 8 trigrams furnace, to reverse the attributes of spiritual energy and achieve the desired suppression. IT took considerable effort to borrow it from Elder Tang of the Artifact Institute." Enough talking, step inside quickly. Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng suddenly understood that this massive furnace is capable of altering the attributes of spiritual energy. It is also a spiritual treasure. My, how remarkable! I never imagined that in my lifetime I would have the opportunity to utilize a spiritual treasure. Gu Changsheng was filled with astonishment as he circled the furnace a few times before leaping into it through its lid. Inside the furnace, a fiery red glow illuminated the surroundings, emanating an unfamiliar metallic scent. As he explored, Elder Xing's voice came from outside. By the way, remember to hold your breath and concentrate. There may be some pain during the process, so brace yourself. If it becomes unbearable, just shout. Pain, an ominous premonition, surged within Gu Changsheng, causing his heart to skip a beat as he anxiously inquired. How much pain? Moderate pain. Let us begin. As soon as the words left Elder Xing's lips, he solemnly incanted, Yin wood, Ding fire, Gung and Xan metal, Su, Cho, Wei earth, Ren, and Gu water. The 5 elements shall be set adrift at will. Commence! No sooner had he finished speaking than Gu Changsheng felt an overwhelming force assail him, as if a colossal boulder had fallen from the sky, causing him to emit a muffled groan and topple into the furnace. Subsequently, the red light within the furnace shifted and morphed, cycling through the colors red, blue, black, white, and yellow. Accompanying this were sensations of heat and cold, suffocation and immense pressure, while the spiritual roots within him felt a sharp sting. The pain was akin to thousands of silver needles repeatedly piercing and withdrawing from his spiritual roots. Oh my, is this what you call moderate pain? Gu Changsheng lamented. I want to go home. The agony prompted him to scream, and his words grew increasingly audacious. You ancient, immortal relic, a decayed remnant of millennia. The primordial substance that even scientists dare not study. The raw material of cosmic annihilation. A half-beast that even half-beasts disdain. Impurities with tenfold the concentration of gutter oil. The disfigured McDonald's mascot, Elder Xing. Fingers weaving intricate gestures, felt the veins on his forehead bulge. The urge to terminate the technique and expel Gu Changsheng surged within him. You, who would only be cast as dog waste in a drama, are not even worth the comparison to gum splattered by a dog on the roadside. Unworthy of being tossed into the sun for environmental concerns. It is a wonder I have never done a good deed in my life that led me to meet you. Elder Xing felt a jolt to his moral resolve. This was the first time in his life that he harbored thoughts of harming a disciple. This brat truly possesses a sharp tongue. Damn it, were it not for my promise to Elder Yan to spare your life, I would have surely ended you. At that moment, Gu Changsheng inside the 8 trigrams furnace suddenly fell silent. Elder Xing furrowed his brow and, while continuing his incantations, queried, You little rascal, why have you ceased your insults? Silence reigned. Elder Xing's heart sank. Could it be that he has perished? Although this was not his first time employing the spiritual root sealing technique. It was indeed his first attempt in conjunction with the 8 trigrams furnace, and he could not ascertain the extent of the ensuing pain. Could he have truly died? Gu Changsheng, do not frighten me. Speak. Still, no response came. Elder Xing's heart plummeted to an abyss. However, he could not halt the process. If Gu Changsheng had indeed perished, it would be unfortunate, but should he still be alive, stopping now could irreparably damage his spiritual roots. Elder Xing, in a state of acute anxiety, swiftly freed a hand, risking the possibility of going mad, and inscribed a tracking talisman in the A.I.R.by decree. May the land of the 8 directions seek him out. The spell, imbued with spiritual energy, shimmered, giving rise to a wisp of green smoke that gently drifted toward the 8 trigrams furnace. Seeing this, Elder Xing finally exhaled in relief. The tracking talisman could locate him, indicating that this rascal was still alive. Yet, why has he fallen silent? Meanwhile, within the alchemical furnace, Gu Changsheng sat cross-legged, veins bulging on his forehead, drenched in sweat, as a flurry of messages flashed before his eyes. Body Refinement Technique Proficiency 1. Intent Refinement Technique Proficiency 1. 3000 Profound Ice Technique Proficiency 1. It turned out that just moments ago, during the most intense phase of pain, Gu Changsheng suddenly realized that the agony inflicted during the sealing of his spiritual roots had inadvertently unlocked a skill for him in body and intent refinement. The body refinement technique hones the physique, while the intent refinement technique sharpens the will. Moreover, with the pressure from the 8 trigrams furnace, the proficiency of these 2 skills surged at a frantic pace. Nearly once per second, in less than a moment, both techniques reached a significant level of mastery. With the accompanying relief from his suffering, Gu Changsheng chose to sit in meditation, seizing the opportunity to cultivate the 3,000 profound eyes technique. Elder Xing, unaware of Gu Changsheng's true condition, assumed he was enduring his pain heroically, and thus felt a newfound admiration for him. This young man, though a bit foul-mouthed, is indeed a rare talent. Not only Elder Yin, but even I am tempted to take him as my disciple. I only hope the sect master can emerge from seclusion soon. I am eager to see just how swiftly this young man can cultivate once his spiritual roots are unsealed. At the same time, at the foot of the Hanhai Sect, a group of individuals approached slowly. The leader, clad in a resplendent golden robe and wielding a paper fan, gazed at the towering peaks of the Hanhai Sect and scoffed. Is this the Hanhai Sect? A sect occupying the most spiritually vibrant mountains of Linzhou, and it appears to be nothing remarkable. Just then, a nearby guard noticed someone lying in the weeds and exclaimed, "Young master Bai Yuliang, there is a person there." To their surprise, it was none other than Bai Yuliang, the son of the city lord of Linen. Bai Yuliang also spotted the man and waved his hand, saying, "Bring him over." The guard swiftly approached and carried the individual before Bai Yuliang. The man appeared to be wearing the garb of an inner disciple of the Hanhai Sect. Bai Yuliang furrowed his brow upon seeing the wounds on the man and mused. His dantian has been penetrated by some sort of sorcery. His spiritual roots are ruined. Is it possible for a disciple of the Hanhai Sect to be treated this way? Feed him a healing pill and inquire as to his identity. One guard promptly produced a recovery pill and administered it to the man. As the individual began to regain consciousness, the guard immediately asked, "Who are you? What is your name?" The man looked up in confusion and weakly replied, "I am Lin Dong, an inner disciple of the Hanhai Sect." Upon hearing this, Bai Yuliang's expression turned stern. Lin Dong, Chapter 50, Telepathic Conversation. There is a popular saying, mountains and rivers have their encounters. Enemies meet with a deep-seated grudge. Bai Yuliang's heart surged with joy upon seeing Lin Dong. This Lin Dong had previously snatched an ancient celestial text copy that belonged to him at the auction house and had boasted arrogantly. Now he had fallen into Bai Yuliang's hands. Bai Yuliang coldly uttered, "Open your eyes. Do you not recognize this young master?" Lin Dong struggled to open his eyes, momentarily stunned upon seeing Bai Yuliang, and shook his head slightly, saying, "I do not know you." Before he could finish, Bai Yuliang swiftly raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. Smack! Lin Dong, struck by the blow, saw stars and gazed blankly at Bai Yuliang, saying, "I truly do not know you." Smack! Are you out of your mind? Smack! If you have the capability, then kill me. After several slaps, half of Lin Dong's face had swollen considerably. He hurriedly pleaded, "Stop hitting me. I was mistaken. I genuinely forgot who you are. Could you give me a hint?" Bai Yuliang regarded Lin Dong coldly, adjusting his sleeves, and replied softly, "It seems you are a forgetful noble." "Very well. I shall remind you. A few days ago, at the auction house in Linen City, you stole the ancient text copy I had my eyes on. Do you recall now?" Lin Dong was utterly bewildered. A few days ago, the only time he had been to Linen City was to rescue his brother. Yet he had never even set foot in the auction house. Realizing this, Lin Dong quickly exclaimed, "Esteemed young master, are you certain that person was me? I only visited the prison in Linen City. I never went to the auction house." Bai Yuliang let out a cold snort and retorted, still in denial, "I ask you, are you not Lin Dong, an inner disciple of the Hanhai Sect?" "I am, but there are no buts." "That is you." Bai Yuliang interrupted Lin Dong, sneering, "You yourself said to ensure I remember your name. So from now on, when we meet, keep your distance. I have a vivid impression of your words and will not forget." Lin Dong found himself at a loss for words. His spiritual roots had already been severed, leaving him devoid of any cultivation, and he had encountered such an insufferable bully. If it were not for Gu Changsheng, wait. Gu Changsheng, Lin Dong's heart jolted. Could it be that the scoundrel Gu Changsheng had impersonated him in Linen City and provoked this character? It must be. With this thought, Lin Dong gritted his teeth and declared, "Esteemed young master, I know who you are seeking. That individual is Gu Changsheng, an outer disciple of the Hanhai Sect. He bears a grudge against me and must have used my name to offend you." Upon hearing this, Bai Yuliang paused for a moment, his brow furrowing. Are you truly not him? Lindong nodded. I possess a storage bag. If you search it, you will discover whether I possess what you seek. Bai Yuliang glanced at the storage bag at Lindong's waist, retrieved it, and opened it, only to find his brow furrowed in confusion. Not only was there no ancient text copy, but there wasn't even a single talisman to be found. One of the guards then remarked, "Young master, that person indeed seemed to be wearing the attire of an outer disciple of the Hanhai Sect." Bai Yuliang's expression darkened as he threw the storage bag back at Lindong and raised his hand for another slap. "Humph! Who told you to have a grudge against him, causing this young master to mistake the identity?" Lindong clenched his jaw but remained silent. Bai Yuliang wiped his hands with a handkerchief and said gravely, "Leave him by the roadside to fend for himself. We shall ascend the mountain." "Yes." The guard discarded Lindong and followed Bai Yuliang up the long steps to the Hanhai Sect. Lindong gritted his teeth, watching Bai Yuliang depart, hatred surging within him. "Scoundrels, Gu Changsheng and the Hanhai Sect. One day, I shall make you pay in blood for your debts. Damn, they hit hard on the other side." Bai Yuliang arrived at the entrance of the Hanhai Sect's outer gate of the mountainside. The outer disciples guarding the gate, sensing his imposing presence, quickly stopped him, saying, "This is the Hanhai Sect. May I ask what business you have?" Bai Yuliang cast a cold glance at the disciples, snorted, and waved his hand, instantly producing a talisman from his storage ring. Edict, great sound, and subtle voice, as the talisman ignited. Bai Yuliang cleared his throat and declared in a deep voice, "Bai Yuliang, son of the city lord of Linen, comes here on my father's orders to pay respects to the sect master of Hanhai Sect." Though his voice was not loud, under the enhancement of the talisman, it resonated like a mighty bell. Elder Xing, who was in the midst of casting a spell, furrowed his brow upon hearing the sound. "Bai Yuliang, what business does he have of the Hanhai Sect? Moreover, he comes with the command of the city lord of Linen. Has the city lord emerged from seclusion? And how audacious, not even waiting for the disciples to report and using a transmission talisman to speak. Does he intend to provoke trouble?" After a moment of contemplation, Elder Xing freed one hand and drew a similar transmission talisman in midair. "The sect master is in seclusion and unwilling to see visitors. Young Master Bai, please return." Upon receiving the transmission, Bai Yuliang let out a cold snort and conjured another transmission talisman. "I come by my father's command to pay a visit, yet I cannot even meet a single person who can converse with me." The Hanhai Sect is rather presumptuous. As soon as he finished speaking, another voice responded, "Not seeing means not seeing. Being presumptuous means being presumptuous, if you wish to act petulantly at the Hanhai Sect. Your father by Qianshan is far from enough. Return whence you came." Elder Xing heard the transmission and could not help but shake his head with a wry smile, murmuring, "Elder Yin speaks too bluntly. I fear this young master may not heed his words." Indeed, Bai Yuliang continued, "Humph, others may fear your Hanhai Sect, but I do not. Offending the Linen Prefecture, regardless of your sect, I can easily wipe you out." Hearing this, both Elder Xing and Elder Yin felt a weight in their hearts. What audacity! As the two individuals were about to draw their symbols once more, a voice resonated through the air. "To extinguish my Hanhai Sect. How audacious! Sect Master!" Elder Xing's heart leaped with joy. Meanwhile, Bai Yujing, stationed at the mountain gate, felt his countenance shift drastically upon hearing those words. The statement bore an intangible pressure, causing his blood to surge violently. It was evidently not a mere sound transmission talisman, but rather a transmission technique imbued with the power of the nascent soul. Could it be that the sect master of Hanhai had emerged from seclusion? Bai Yujing furrowed his brow tightly and produced another transmission talisman, stating, "I come at my father's behest to pay my respects. I kindly request an audience with the sect master, as my father has pressing matters to discuss." As soon as he finished speaking, the voice replied, "Not seeing. If Bai Qianshan has matters to discuss with me, let him come himself. Get lost." Bai Yujing felt another rush of blood, nearly suppressing the urge to spit blood, and coldly scoffed, "Daring to insult my dignity. One day, I shall reduce your Hanhai Sect to ruins. We depart." With that, he turned and led his companions down the mountain. On another front, Elder Xing, sensing the cessation of the voice, was about to inquire about the sect master's progress in seclusion when he heard a voice whisper in his ear, "Elder Xing, that old rascal by Qianshan sent his son to probe." merely to ascertain whether I have advanced to the transformation stage. That I have yet to emerge from my seclusion, and I suspect he is not far off either. For the time being, do not allow the disciples of the sect to descend the mountain without authorization, lest we face repercussions. Upon hearing this, Elder Xing's brow furrowed slightly. The Hanhai Sect was a cultivation sect, while Linen City was a hub for practitioners. They had traditionally kept their affairs separate. Yet from the sect master's words, it appeared as though there was animosity brewing between the two. Chapter 51. Have I transformed into a golden being? Despite his myriad doubts, Elder Xing replied through the transmission. Understood. Following this, silence reigned. Inside the alchemical furnace, Gu Changsheng remained engrossed in his cultivation, oblivious to the outside world and the content of the transmissions. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the Hanhai Sect. Aside from the final transmission from the sect master to Elder Xing, the remaining transmissions were overheard by the disciples. From the perspective of momentum, it seemed that the Hanhai Sect held the upper hand, while Bai Yujing left in disgrace. Yet the underlying implication was that the sect master had offended the Lord of Linen City. Both were at the 9th level of the nascent soul, teetering on the brink of transformation, one in the court and the other in the wild. The Hanhai Sect had stood for a millennium, whereas Linen was merely one of the 10 prefectures of Yunzhou. Above the Lord of Linen City stood the provincial governor of Yunzhou, a being that transcended transformation and had even reached the combined body realm of a super deity. Moreover, Yunzhou was but one of the 9 provinces of the Great Qian dynasty. Rumor had it that the Great Qian dynasty even had beings on the cusp of transcending to the 9th level of tribulation. How could the Hanhai Sect hope to contend with such formidable power? Even if, hypothetically, the provincial governor of Yunzhou disregarded the Hanhai Sect, what if the Lord of Linen City were to advance to transformation first? What would become of the sect's disciples? In an instant, a pall of gloom descended upon nearly all disciples, their hearts heavy with trepidation. Many had already begun to entertain thoughts of retreating from the sect. It was precisely at this moment that Elder Xing transmitted another message. By order of the sect master, all disciples, whether inner or outer sect, are strictly prohibited from descending the mountain. Violators will be dealt with according to sect law, not allowing descent. This transmission further solidified the conflict between the sect and Linen, instilling even greater fear and unrest among those disciples already contemplating departure. You think the sect is afraid? It seems quite precarious. Regardless of the circumstances, the Lord of Linen City is still a figure of the Great Qian dynasty. The sect master's rebuff feels somewhat inappropriate. When the city gates are set ablaze, the fish in the moats suffer. When gods clash, it is the mortals who bear the brunt. That I fear this place is no longer tenable. With such a casual tongue, do you aspire to be the top scholar? If you do not remain in the sect, where else will you go? Descending the mountain without permission will lead to punishment under sect law. Whether we die here or die undertaking great endeavors, is there any point in waiting for death? Shall we not strive for survival? To run away from the mountain? If you wish to flee, do not forget, without the protection of the sect, we would have already found ourselves on the battlefield against other races, becoming nothing more than cannon fodder. Even if we descend now, should we be caught by the Great Qian dynasty's search parties for failing to serve in the military, we would inevitably be dragged to the battlefield, where death is almost certain. As the crowd listened, a cloud of gloom once again enveloped their faces. The battlefield against other races was where the Great Qian dynasty waged war to seize resources from other races. According to the conscription orders of the Great Qian dynasty, all men over 20 who had not yet established families were required to serve for a year in the military on the battlefield. Although it was only for a year, the battlefield was fraught with peril, and one could easily lose their life in an instant. Joining the sect was the only means for them to escape conscription. So, shall we merely wait for death? What other options do we have besides waiting? Let us hope the sect master can advance to transformation before the Lord of Linen City. Meanwhile, as the thoughts of the disciples shifted multiple times, Gu Changsheng's spiritual root sealing technique finally came to an end. Elder Xing wiped the sweat from his brow, gradually retracting his technique, and turned to Gu Changsheng in the furnace, saying, "All right. The technique is concluded. You may emerge now." There was no response. Elder Xing's brow furrowed as he leaped atop the furnace, lifting the lid and asking, "Are you unharmed?" The sealing technique has ended. Why are you still? Before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock. There sat Gu Changsheng cross-legged within the furnace, radiant golden light enveloping him, manifesting the appearance of one who had achieved mastery in body forging. This lad, could he also wield body forging techniques? No, wait. How has his cultivation increased to the 9th level of chi refinement? He was but a step away from foundation establishment. Could it be that the spiritual root sealing technique had failed? Elder Xing was dumbfounded, leaping into the furnace and placing his hand on Gu Changsheng's abdomen. The spiritual root blockage indeed resembled a sealed spiritual root. Could it be that this lad had seized the moment before his spiritual root was sealed to elevate his cultivation to the 9th level of chi refinement? But it has only been a little over an hour. In a mere hour, he advanced from the 7th to the 9th level of chi refinement. What kind of monster is this? Just then, Gu Changsheng slightly opened his eyes, saw Elder Xing enter the furnace with a hand on his abdomen, and instinctively recoiled in shock, exclaiming, "Damn! Elder Xing, isn't this a bit too inappropriate?" Elder Xing shot him a glance and smacked him on the head, stating sternly, "I was merely verifying whether your spiritual root is truly sealed. Your cultivation has increased." Gu Changsheng was momentarily stunned, only then realizing he had indeed reached the 9th level of chi refinement. Simultaneously, he noticed his body was enveloped in a dazzling golden sheen, as if coated in gold dust. What the hell? What has happened to me? Am I one of the Shaolin Temple's 18 bronze men? Elder Xing rolled his eyes at him, perplexed. "I was about to ask you the same thing. When did you begin practicing body forging techniques?" Gu Changsheng hesitated for a moment before recalling to check his status panel. To his astonishment, 2 new skills had appeared. Path of Body Forging. Mastery 2754, 10,000 Path of Intent in Body Forging. Mastery 2754, 10,000. Wow. To think I've already reached mastery. Gu Changsheng was somewhat astounded. In just a span of 2 hours, these 2 new skills had advanced to a state of mastery. Was his body now impervious to blades and spears? Yet this golden dust appearance seemed a tad too ostentatious. Those unaware might mistake him for cosplaying as an Oscar statuette. Elder Xing, seeing Gu Changsheng's astonished face, inquired, "You truly do not know where your body forging techniques originated?" "I have no idea." Gu Changsheng lied. Elder Xing shook his head and said, "Come out now." "Oh." The 2 leaped out of the furnace, and Elder Xing regarded Gu Changsheng with a mix of astonishment and contemplation before finally speaking. "Your condition is indeed remarkable. Is there any way to retract this golden form?" Gu Changsheng shrugged. "If I could retract it, I would have done so already. This path of body forging is not a skill I learned. Rather, it resembles a passive skill like the path of talismans. Would he now have to maintain this Oscar statuette appearance while courting girls?" Elder Xing pondered for a moment, then solemnly remarked, "Your situation is somewhat unique. I have never heard of anyone transforming themselves into a golden being through body forging techniques. That I need to visit the treasure hall to return the furnace to Elder Tang. Come with me, and we shall see if there are any treasures that can assist." Chapter 52. Does he play with fire without wetting the bed? The Fabawan is situated at the back of the Hanhai Sect. As one traverses a winding stone staircase, a vast, frigid pond comes into view. The water is chilling to the bone. Merely the cold air emanating from the pond induces a shivering sensation in Gu Changsheng. It is this very chill that stirs the icy essence within his spiritual roots. Would it be beneficial to cultivate the 3,000 Xianbing technique within this cold pond? Gu Changsheng murmured. Elder Xing cast a glance at him and replied with a faint smile. This cold pond is utilized by Elder Tang for cooling the treasures during their forging. Should a person leap into it, they would be frozen into an ice sculpture in less than a breath. Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng immediately broke into a sweat, relieved that he was only contemplating it. "Let us proceed. Elder Tang is just ahead." Upon crossing the cold pond, they beheld an elderly man with hair and beard ashen, standing beside a tall furnace. Red spiritual energy surged from his hands as flames erupted from the furnace, even taking on a bluish hue. This temperature must be several thousand degrees, right? Moments later, Elder Tang gradually enveloped his hands in a yellow-white aura, and with bare hands, he reached into the furnace to retrieve a lump of crimson metal. already rendered soft and malleable by the flames. It seemed as though Elder Tang was entirely oblivious to the intense heat as he flattened and shaped the molten metal in his grasp. As the temperature gradually subsided, the lump transformed into the form of a short sword under Elder Tang's skilled hands. He then placed the sword blank upon an anvil, his fists clenched, and with a sudden strike. The spiritual energy enveloping his fists turned bright white, sending sparks flying in all directions. Changsheng stood in stunned silence, nearly speechless at the sight before him. This old man was forging metal with his bare hands. The already molten metal must be at least several thousand degrees, yet he handled it as if he were kneading dough, using his fists as a hammer. Was he even human? Such prowess was extraordinary. Noticing Gu Changsheng's expression, Elder Xing took on the role of narrator, softly explaining. Elder Tang possesses a single-element fire spiritual root, and his ancestral technique is the earth-level fire attribute skill, Dance of Fire. The technique he employs for bare-handed forging is known as Raging Gold and Forging Jade, a remarkably formidable body-tempering technique. Gu Changsheng nodded, then suddenly whispered to Elder Xing. Do you think he ever has accidents while playing with fire? Elder Xing's lips twitched, and he caught a glimpse of Elder Tang's hand, trembling slightly while forging. He quickly replied, "The child is ignorant of etiquette. Please do not take offense, Elder Tang." Elder Tang cast a sidelong glance at Gu Changsheng, and with a flick of his wrist, tossed the completed sword blank into the cold pond. With a hiss, a cloud of white mist enveloped the area, steam rising as the forging process seemed to conclude. Elder Tang casually walked over to a basin of water to wash his hands, turning to Elder Xing and saying, "Bring it here." Elder Xing understood and waved his hand, causing the 8 trigrams furnace to appear on the ground. Elder Tang silently stored the furnace and re-entered the building, emerging shortly with a piece of unremarkable dark metal. Noticing Elder Xing still standing there, he inquired, "Is there something else?" Elder Xing awkwardly nodded, pointing to the small golden figure of Gu Changsheng, and explained, "This lad has somehow learned a body-tempering technique, and after sealing his spiritual roots, he is transformed into this state. I wanted to ask Elder Tang if there is any way to restore his normal appearance." Hearing this, Elder Tang finally looked at Gu Changsheng and approached, commanding, "Hand." This was a request for him to extend his hand. Gu Changsheng, somewhat perplexed, complied and turned to Elder Xing, whispering in confusion, "What zodiac sign is Elder Tang? Is he really this reclusive?" Elder Xing shot him a glare, then respectfully asked Elder Tang, "Have you discerned anything?" Elder Tang scrutinized Gu Changsheng's palm, his brow gradually furrowing. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. Wordlessly, he turned and returned to the building, taking a considerable time to re-emerge with a pill, which he handed to Gu Changsheng, saying, "Consume this." Gu Changsheng accepted the pill, feeling its substantial weight. The marble-sized pill seemed to weigh over a pound, and when squeezed, it was incredibly hard. "Are you certain this is meant to be ingested?" "To me, it appears to be nothing more than a lump of iron." Elder Xing interjected quickly. "Just eat it when instructed. No need for further discussion." Gu Changsheng, exasperated, handed the pill back to Elder Xing, saying, "You try it. This thing is as hard as a rock, and however it goes down, that's how it will come back up." Elder Xing glanced at it, his brow furrowing in concern, and turned to Elder Tang, asking, "Elder Tang, is this a gold embryo?" Elder Tang remained impassive, stating, "I have never seen his body tempering technique, but the process of body tempering typically involves both exterior and interior refinement, that he has mastered the external aspect. This gold bead can assist him in refining his insides. Once the internal and external harmonize, he should be able to return to normal." Elder Tang's expression slightly faltered as he added, "It should be possible." "Should be?" Gu Changsheng exclaimed in astonishment. "This is not something to be taken lightly. I've heard that swallowing gold can be fatal." Elder Tang shot him a glare. "It will definitely work." "More or less. Enough of this." Gu Changsheng turned to leave. Elder Xing sighed softly, seizing Gu Changsheng by the collar, prying his mouth open, and forcefully inserting the gold bead inside. Gu Changsheng rolled his eyes and swallowed the bead, immediately widening his eyes and clutching his throat. "Elder Xing, are you trying to kill me?" Elder Xing turned to Elder Tang and asked, "What should we do next?" Elder Tang replied expressionlessly, "Run." You must move to have the gold bead pound against your internal organs. Running is essential. Elder Xing nodded and turned to Gu Changsheng. Kid, Elder Tang will not lead you astray. Do as he says. I will check on you in a couple of days. With that, he turned and departed. That Jiyu Changsheng, bewildered, was about to chase after him when he found Elder Tang suddenly blocking his path. His face darkened as he asked, "Do you wish to know if I ever have accidents while playing with fire? Do you wish to know why I am so reclusive? Can you guess what happens to those who provoke me?" Gu Changsheng felt a chill run down his spine. Wordlessly, he turned and fled. From behind, he heard Elder Tang's ominous voice. "Run, run faster, circle the cold pond. If you dare to stop, I will use your ashes to forge. I have heard that human flesh and bones can be refined into relics. I wonder how many relics we could forge from your bones." Gu Changsheng felt like crying without tears. Just then, he saw lines of information appearing before his eyes. Divine Foot Technique Proficiency 1, Body Tempering Path Proficiency 1. It was indeed effective. Not only could he increase his proficiency in body tempering, but he could also enhance his Divine Foot Technique. Gu Changsheng's mind raced, and he decided to draw talismans while running. Repairing Heaven's Hand Proficiency 1, Talisman's Path Proficiency 1. It truly worked. It turned out that multitasking could also increase proficiency. Gu Changsheng's face lit up with joy, and he began to run while waving his hands, simultaneously boosting the proficiency of 4 skills. Elder Tang observed this from beside the furnace. Nodding slightly, his gaze following Gu Changsheng as he circled the cold pond repeatedly, it was remarkable how quickly he could discern the efficacy of the gold embryo. This little brat, who had garnered Elder Yan's attention and even Elder Xing's admiration, indeed possessed some talent. At that moment, a voice rang out. "Grandfather, I have come to see you." Tang Jingjing had just arrived at the cold pond when she spotted a familiar figure shimmering with golden light, rapidly circling the pond. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Jiyu Changsheng. Chapter 53. Thank you all for your hard work. Why is Gu Changsheng here? And why does he look like this? Could it be that grandfather is teaching him body tempering techniques? Tang Jingjing's brow furrowed as she approached Elder Tang, presenting him with a flask of wine. "Grandfather, the wine you requested." Elder Tang glanced at her, accepting the wine and stating, "You still have not made any progress in your cultivation. Have you been practicing diligently?" At his words, Tang Jingjing's eyes reddened, and her nose grew sore. Each time she saw her grandfather, he would say the same thing. It wasn't that she hadn't tried, no matter how hard she worked. She simply could not break through her cultivation level. The 7th layer of qi refinement felt like an insurmountable chasm to her. If anyone was anxious, it was her, more so than him. But why couldn't he understand her? Elder Tang observed her for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. "Enough, enough, I see it now. You are just like your father, a mediocre talent. Go home." Tears streamed down Tang Jingjing's face in an instant as she turned and ran away. Sobbing, Elder Tang remained unmoved, coldly observing her departure, murmuring, "Humph, were it not for your connection to Yunru, I would have little interest in your affairs." Gu Changsheng witnessed the entire scene and, while running, called out with a smile, "Are you not afraid that one day, when you are old, she will pull out your oxygen tube for treating her like this?" Although Elder Tang did not comprehend the meaning of pulling out an oxygen tube, he conferred the intent behind Gu Changsheng's words. He disdainfully uncorked his wine jug, tilting it back for a gulp, and remarked, "I am not yet so old as to require her care. Moreover, at her current pace of cultivation, my lifespan will far exceed hers. She might well precede me in departure." Gu Changsheng curled his lip, replying solemnly, "Indeed, good men do not live long. Just by looking at you, one could tell you are destined to live for 1,000 years." Elder Tang shot him a glare and sternly commanded, "Enough of your chatter. Hurry and run faster." Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng ceased his words and quickened his pace. Within him, the golden embryo surged and churned in his stomach with each stride, infused with a metallic spiritual energy, refining his internal organs. Jiyu Changsheng even felt that, despite the absence of a proficiency panel, this golden embryo could still refine his innards. Perhaps it truly was a treasure to assist in cultivating body tempering techniques. Elder Tang gazed at Gu Changsheng in a daze before taking another swig of wine, then rose to toss a piece of metal into the high furnace. As the sun sank lower in the sky, the evening glow spilled forth, and the cold pool's water shimmered like molten iron. Tinged with a rosy HUT this moment, Gu Changsheng's complexion had transformed from golden to a rich bronze, with his muscular lines appearing as sturdy as cast iron. Elder Tang drained the last of his wine and said to Gu Changsheng, "Eat something. After you've finished, you may resume running." Gu Changsheng halted, panting slightly, and replied, "Can I still run after eating? Will the golden embryo be expelled along with the food?" Elder Tang rolled his eyes and retorted, "If it does, just wash it clean and swallow it back down." "How disgusting, especially at your age," Gu Changsheng exclaimed. "What nonsense! You are the one who is repulsing me." Elder Tang glared at Gu Changsheng and added, "Once you have fully digested the golden embryo, your complexion should return to normal. Find a place to sleep tonight, and do not disturb me unnecessarily." With that, he turned and returned to the room. Gu Changsheng shrugged. This old man was even more difficult to deal with than the other elders. Elder Yin had a fiery temper, but a kind heart. Elder Lien had a soft disposition, yet was amiable. As for Elder Xing, he was strict in his enforcement of the law, but treated others with kindness. But Elder Tang, his foul temper was matched only by his wicked heart. No wonder Tang Jingjing had such a nasty disposition. After eating something, Gu Changsheng continued to run under the moonlight in Linen City. At the city lord's mansion, Bai Yuliang arrived directly at the secret chamber where the city lord practiced, standing outside the door and calling out, "Father, I'm back." After a moment, a voice came from within. "Have you encountered that old man, Wan Qingquan?" Bai Yuliang quickly responded, "No, the Hanhai Sect regards itself as superior and wouldn't even let me through the door. They dare to boast that our linen mansion is merely a dog under the command of the Yunzhou shepherd, warning you to be careful not to perish on the path of transforming the spirit." As he spoke, a trace of malice flickered across his face. Anyone who dared to disrespect him would certainly face his father's wrath. Just then, a wave of pressure surged forth, sending Bai Yuliang crashing against the chamber wall, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. "You dare to flaunt such trivial gossip in front of me?" Bai Yuliang struggled to rise, hastily kneeling and saying, "I was wrong." The voice continued, "You are not entirely wrong. Employing some cunning is essential for achieving great things. However, you must not let others catch on, nor allow them to grasp any leverage." Upon hearing this, Bai Yuliang promptly replied, "I understand." The voice continued, "The letter from the Yunzhou shepherd indicates that there are significant movements from the demon clan, so this time we must recruit more personnel from various sects. Within a month, I shall reach the point of transforming the spirit. That old man, Wan Qingquan, will undoubtedly seal off the Hanhai Sect during this period. However, next month marks the day of the Hanhai Sect's examination. You must find a way to make things more challenging for them. This way, even if the Hanhai Sect's recruitment becomes more difficult, Wan Qingquan will have nothing to say. But be discreet. Do not let anyone see through your actions. Do you understand?" Bai Yuliang nodded vigorously. "I understand." The voice ceased its discourse. Bai Yuliang finally breathed a sigh of relief, turned to leave, his expression darkening. The old geezers of the Hanhai Sect dared to look down on him. He would ensure they understood that he was not to be trifled with. As the sun rose, Gu Changsheng exhaled deeply. After a night of running, the sensation of the golden embryo colliding within him had lessened significantly. Just moments ago, that sensation had completely vanished, and his complexion had returned to its original state, even appearing slightly fairer than before. His proficiency in the arts of divine abilities, sky repairing techniques, and body tempering had also reached new heights. He glanced at the tightly closed door, sensing that Elder Tang was still asleep. Gu Changsheng, with a glint of mischief in his eye, cleared his throat, focused his energy, and called out loudly, "Elder Tang, my golden body has retracted. I bid you farewell." No sooner had he spoken than a wine jar flew out, nearly striking Gu Changsheng on the head. "Get lost." Gu Changsheng grinned and, shaking his head, made his way off the back mountain. However, after a few steps, he paused, pondering where he should go next. Should he visit Elder Yan's Qingzhou courtyard or seek out Elder Xing in the technique court? Was he still considered an outer disciple? Speaking of which, he had yet to complete the task of opening a spirit field. Perhaps he should head back to the outer sect first. As he contemplated, his feet had already carried him to the outer sect. Passing by the affairs hall, they tea that moment. A commotion erupted. Look, it's Gu Changsheng. Senior Brother Gu, you're back. Senior Brother Gu, could I trouble you for an autograph? Senior Brother Gu, I want to have her child. Gu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback as he saw a throng of outer disciples outside the affairs hall, eagerly looking at him. Instinctively raising his hand, he declared, I am here for 3 matters. Fairness, and, damn it, fairness. Chapter 54. A whiff of demon chi. Senior Brother Gu has cleared away Lin Jie and his brother for us, outer disciples. He is truly our pride. Indeed, Senior Brother Gu, as an outer disciple, easily defeating inner disciples is something unheard of. Of course, Senior Brother Gu is a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Hearing this, Gu Changsheng chuckled lightly, responding with indifference. Where is there any genius? I merely spent the time others use for their bathroom breaks on cultivation. The crowd suddenly realized, and oh wonder Senior Brother Gu's cultivation progressed so swiftly. It turned out he was practicing even while in the restroom. What nonsense! Senior Brother Gu means he would rather hold it in than not cultivate. What? I think Senior Brother Gu implies that at his level, he doesn't even need to go to the bathroom. Gu Changsheng's expression darkened. What kind of comprehension was this? Why were there so many hidden talents among the outer disciples? All right, disperse now. Evading the crowd, Gu Changsheng headed straight back to his small abode. After several days away, he felt a wave of nostalgia, but he had been so preoccupied with cultivation that it had been ages since he had enjoyed a comfortable sleep. Gu Changsheng stretched languidly. Lying back on his little wooden bed, nothing beats the comfort of one's own bed. Gu Changsheng closed his eyes and casually opened his personal panel. Name. Gu Changsheng lifespan, 2063 realm. Chi refining 9th layer techniques. Water origin skill, 7th layer 437900. 3000 profound ice technique. 3rd layer 346500. Blade control technique. 2nd layer 1200. Spells. Spring rain technique. Initial stage 121000. Life spirit technique. Initial stage 71000. Thunder summoning technique. Initial stage 121000. Water arrow technique. Initial stage 1321000. Sky repairing hand. Great accomplishment 7561000. Divine power foot. Great accomplishment 756410000. Blade control white blade condensed light. Initial stage 14910000. Skills. Fishing. Initial stage 141000. Talisman path. Initial stage 344100. Sword technique. Initial stage 11,000. Alchemy path. Initial stage 161000. Ancient immortal script. Mastery 1027110000. Body refinement path. Mastery 745410000. Will refinement path. Mastery 275410000. TSK. Gu Changsheng exclaimed, with these attributes, I can barely claim to have reached a level of invincibility in the world. Can I? My proficiency in the body refinement path is nearly maxed out. Even if I am not made of steel and bones, I can certainly say I am impervious to blades and bullets. I just wonder if I could strike iron barehanded like Elder Tang. Should I give it a try? Upon this thought, Gu Changsheng shook his head. Why use my hands when I have a hammer? What kind of thinking is that? Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Changsheng, you've returned, haven't you? It's me, Uncle Chen. Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng hurriedly opened the door. Uncle Chen, with a beaming smile, remarked, You rascal, you become quite the figure now. The entire outer sect is buzzing about you. Gu Changsheng shrugged and chuckled. What do you think of my character? It's merely luck. Uncle Chen rolled his eyes and said softly, All right then, you have your secrets. I won't pry. But since you're back, you must tend to your spirit field. There have been frequent issues with the spirit field lately. Hundreds of red twilight worms have been discovered. Even the Affairs Hall has issued a notice for all disciples in the field to assist each other in clearing the pestilence. It must be that those 2 red twilight moths that escaped earlier have laid eggs. Hearing this, Gu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. Others might be unaware, but he knew all too well. He had personally dealt with those 2 red twilight moths. Where could they have laid eggs? Gu Changsheng inquired. Are you certain they're newly laid eggs? Could they have been in the soil for a long time? Uncle Chen shot him a glance and retorted. Have you gone daft from your training? The previous eggs hatch with just one life spirit technique, don't they? How could they wait until now? Gu Changsheng frowned at this. Uncle Chin was right. But if they were newly laid eggs, it meant that this generation still had red twilight moths causing trouble. All right, I won't bother you further. I'm off to the fields. You take care of your own spirit field. Uncle Chan said before turning to leave. Gu Changsheng exhaled softly. By all accounts, he was now half a foot into the inner sect and could rest easy awaiting the sect's assessments and the grand competition. He needn't toil away for those few dozen pounds of spirit rice, facing the earth and turning his back to the sky. Yet, deep down, he was indeed the kind of penny-pinching person who would taste a spoonful of broth from a cart passing by. Letting go of those nearly free few dozen pounds of spirit rice was simply too difficult for him. Forget it, I will postpone the task of opening up the spirit field for another day. For now, I will tend to those few acres of spirit field for a month, and once I enter the inner sect, I can exchange contribution points. With this thought, Gu Changsheng turned, closed the door, and headed towards his few acres of spirit field. Upon arriving, as per usual, Gu Changsheng first performed the life spirit technique. Watching the milky white spiritual energy transform into luminous specks as they fell. He was about to head to another plot when he noticed dozens of glowing clusters appearing on the flourishing spirit rice. Gu Changsheng's eyes widened in astonishment. There were indeed red twilight worms. Given that Uncle Chun had performed the life spirit technique just yesterday, there should be no newly hatched red twilight worms, right? Could it be that there were indeed other red twilight moths? And in significant numbers? Furrowing his brow, Gu Changsheng raised his hand and began to form the incantation. Using a cannon to kill a mosquito, it's now or never. Blade control white blade condensed light. A flurry of blade light erupted, and dozens of blades of spiritual energy manifested around Gu Changsheng, dancing at his command, swiftly dispatching the red twilight worms. As he cast the technique across each plot of spirit field, Gu Changsheng's expression grew increasingly grim. Almost every plot yielded dozens of red twilight worms. This pestilence was unprecedented, if so many red twilight moths had laid eggs under the cover of night. How could not a single one be sighted? Gu Changsheng even began to suspect that the two red twilight moths he had encountered earlier were deliberately placed in the fields by someone. Was someone intentionally targeting the spirit fields of the Hanhai Sect? But what could their motive be? Did they wish to starve the disciples of the Hanhai Sect? That was absurd, though the Hanhai Sect had many disciples. Not all would turn spirit rice into a staple. Common rice could suffice, and it was much cheaper. Destroying the spirit fields would not undermine the foundation of the Hanhai Sect. Forget it. It's none of my business. This is the last time. I can ignore it after today. With that, Gu Changsheng once again invoked the life spirit technique to tend to the remaining spirit fields as he prepared to turn and leave. A sudden jolt surged through him. Something was amiss. There was an aura of a demon. A thread-like, ethereal demonic energy lingered near the spirit fields. Gu Changsheng's brows knitted in concentration. Could it be that it was not the red twilight moths, but another demon altogether? With this thought, Gu Changsheng resolutely made his way toward the source of the demonic energy. Chapter 55. The plunge. The spirit fields of the Hanhai Sect were situated on a vast ridge halfway up the mountain. Where the once protruding ridge had been leveled by the predecessors of the Hanhai Sect using their techniques thousands of years ago, they had also delineated equal-sized spirit fields with sword energy. Leaving behind ditches that formed drainage channels and small raised paths, Gu Changsheng continued onward, traversing the intersecting paths of the fields. The demonic energy was faint, as delicate as a wisp, yet it persisted. As he approached the ridge's edge, where a cliff loomed as if hewn by axe and sword, he found nothing amiss. Yet at this moment, the demonic energy seemed to intensify slightly. The source lay just below that cliff. Gu Changsheng leaned over the edge to glance down. Below the sheer drop of several hundred meters lay a dark, profound forest. Ancient trees, aged a millennium, flourished with dense foliage, blocking the intrusion of light and rendering the forest as deep as an unfathomable abyss. Could the demonic energy be emanating from down there? Gu Changsheng murmured, then shook his head. What the source of the demonic energy was and what its purpose entailed was of no concern to him. He was on the brink of entering the inner sect, Why meddle in such trivial matters? At most, he would notify the overseer of the affairs hall. Sco once said, "If I do not enter hell, who will?" With this thought, Gu Changsheng turned to leave. Just then, a faint sigh drifted up from below the cliff, reminiscent of a woman's soft moan during intimacy, yet also akin to a low groan of someone straining against constipation. Gu Changsheng halted abruptly, instinctively glancing back. It was that single glance that made him forget he was standing at the cliff's edge, and as he turned, his foot seemed to slide back, as if bewitched. Oh no, this is bad. The last sight that filled Gu Changsheng's eyes was the level expanse of the fields, coupled with the receding cliff. The final thought in his mind was that perhaps another name, Gu Changsheng, would be added to the list of those who met an untimely demise as a traveler. Bang! Crack! A cacophony of chaotic falling sounds mingled with the raucous cries of birds in the forest. As Gu Changsheng tumbled, cushioned by the dense branches of the ancient trees, when he finally opened his eyes again, he found that he had created a human-shaped void in the thick branches, through which he could still see the light above. Is this truly happening? Such a neat shape could not possibly be achieved even with scissors. Gu Changsheng let out a sigh, only to look down and discover that beneath him lay a deep mud pit, measuring over 10 centimeters. It was then that he experienced a moment of clarity. Having perfected his body-forging technique, a fall from several hundred meters would not merely break branches. Even stones would shatter upon impact. If a drop of several hundred meters could not claim my life, I must indeed be invincible in this world. Gu Changsheng placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily twice, only to turn and find a woman staring at him in astonishment. The atmosphere instantly shifted into an awkward silence. Maintaining his stance, he remained silent for a while before finally speaking. "I was merely reciting lines from a play. Do you believe me?" The woman eyed him skeptically, scanning his figure before turning her gaze elsewhere. It was evident that she did not believe him. Gu Changsheng felt even more embarrassed at that moment. He noticed something peculiar about her. She wore a robe as delicate as a cicada's wing, light and airy, yet resplendent in vibrant hues, shimmering under the sunlight like a tapestry of stars. Furthermore, the sheer fabric left little to the imagination. As the saying goes, a mountain need not be high. It is the presence of beauty that makes it divine. Water need not be abundant. It suffices to be refreshing. Before him stood a figure that epitomized allure, reaching the pinnacle of enchantment. Not only was the mountain high, but it was also adorned with beauty. Not only was the water scarce, but it also sparkled with vitality. However, Gu Changsheng, having endured 9 years of compulsory education, followed by 3 years of college entrance examinations and 2 years of mock tests, had navigated through the sea of academia with fervor, culminating in 4 years of university, where he diligently studied the intricacies of Tokyo not so hot and mosquito coil with a hint of color. He had long since bid farewell to his virginity, becoming a cultured youth well-versed in the ways of the world. Thus, he was no stranger to certain matters, and to say he was aware of the allure of beauty would not be an exaggeration. A mere glance was enough to ensnare his gaze, and he found himself fixated on her captivating figure, exclaiming, "Miss, might I inquire if there is a path to depart from here?" The woman's face flushed as she shielded her modesty, retorting, "There is a way, but could you refrain from staring at my body? It is quite terrifying." Gu Changsheng, undeterred, maintained his gaze, replying, "Your words are misguided, for I must confess that I have a visual impairment. While it may appear that I am observing your form, in truth, I am gazing at your face." The woman furrowed her brow, and a fleeting smirk of cold amusement crossed her lips as she said, "Is that so? Then look me in the eyes and tell me you are not lying." Gu Changsheng nodded slightly, asserting, "I speak the truth." The woman's lips twitched slightly as she remarked, "I asked you to gaze into my eyes, not at my bosom. Your words are erroneous. It is said that after the great deity Xing Tian lost his head, he used his breasts as eyes and his navel as a mouth. That I am indeed looking into your eyes." Upon hearing this, the woman was filled with rage, and in an instant, she closed the distance between them, staring intently into Gu Changsheng's eyes. As their gazes locked, her pupils suddenly turned crimson, and she murmured, "Enchantment of the heart. Heed my command never Before she could finish her incantation, Gu Changsheng's pupils unhesitatingly shifted downward, evading her gaze and resolutely climbing higher. Forging intent path experience 1 pure heart of Tao experience 1 upon seeing the sudden notifications. Gu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. He was aware of the forging intent path, but what was this pure heart of Tao? Wait, why was my forging heart path triggered? He withdrew his gaze, only to be astonished to find the woman now less than a fist distance away from him, almost pressed against him. What are you doing so close all of a sudden? I must inform you, I am not someone to be trifled with. Gu Changsheng took a step back, covering himself as he began to remove his clothing while saying, However, I am quite generous. If you truly have a need, I can assist you, and I shan't charge you a fee. The woman's eyes had long since returned to normal, staring at Gu Changsheng in astonishment. Unable to utter a word, that he actually managed to resist the influence of my heart enchantment. Could it be that he has reached the legendary state of emotional detachment sought by practitioners? No. While such a state may exist, this person before me is merely a lecherous wretch. The woman's eyes flickered as a plan formed in her mind. Suddenly, she laughed sweetly and said, This esteemed friend is truly amusing. As fellow practitioners, how could we indulge in such debauchery under the bright sun? Gu Changsheng nodded at her words, continuing to dress as he replied. You mean, wait until nightfall? Ah, no, I mean, it is indecent and immoral. I see. So if I am without morals, that should suffice? The woman rolled her eyes and exclaimed, Enough. I meant at the very least, we ought to introduce ourselves. Gu Changsheng, male, 20 years old, a disciple of the Hanhai Sect. As he spoke, he stepped forward once more, saying, Now that you know me, shall we proceed? Chapter 56. The butterfly demon. The woman widened her eyes, gazing at Gu Changsheng, butterfly demon of the... Her specialty lay in beguiling hearts, feasting upon human essence, and transforming the living into a viscous paste to nurture her beloved crimson worms. The number of lustful souls who had perished at her hands numbered in the thousands. Yet, faced with this shamelessly brazen man, she found herself at a loss for words. She had encountered the lustful, she had encountered the earnest, but never had she met someone who combined the two so brazenly. Were it anyone else, she would have long utilized her hard enchantment to drain his essence and turn him into refuse for her precious children. Yet, this man stood before her, seemingly immune to her enchantment. Was he truly just a disciple of the Hanhai Sect? Could he be a true immortal who had perfected his heart? Seeing Gu Changsheng approach, she quickly interjected, Wait, do you not wish to know who I am? Gu Changsheng shook his head dismissively, replying, We are both lost souls in this vast world. Why must we be acquainted? I have no intention of taking responsibility, so why should I care about your name? The butterfly demon's expression darkened. What do you mean by not intending to take responsibility? This man was already beyond redemption. He was a scoundrel through and through. Since temptation had failed, she resolved to confront him head-on. With this thought, the butterfly demon smiled slightly, her lips curling into an arc as she swayed closer, speaking softly. Since you desire me so much, I cannot disappoint you today. Are we about to begin? Gu Changsheng's face lit up with excitement. Observing this, the butterfly demon reached out to grasp the nape of his neck, leaning in closer, her breath fragrant as she whispered, Young man, this is my first time. You must be gentle. Gu Changsheng nodded, assuring her. Fear not, today is also my first time. Their faces drew closer, nearly touching. The butterfly demon's expression twisted grotesquely, and the fingers that held Gu Changsheng's nape transformed into 5 sharp, venomous stingers, lunging towards the back of his neck. In that instant, Gu Changsheng suddenly declared, By decree, the golden armored guardian of 10,000 demon banishment, manifest. The golden armored guardian appeared suddenly, and as 8 golden light phantoms emerged. The butterfly demon was instantly flung back several feet, landing in a heap. Her face drained of color, she stared at Gu Changsheng in shock, exclaiming, What are you doing? Did you truly think I was interested in you? Have you no sense of your own overwhelming stench? Gu Changsheng still held a pinch of ash in his hand, a look of disdain on his face. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he pinched his fingers in a flower gesture. Mimicking the tone of a certain bald monk, bold demon, I saw through your true nature at a glance. The butterfly demon clenched her jaws in frustration. You saw through me long ago. Why did you continue to take advantage of me? Changsheng shrugged and replied, one must seize opportunities when they arise. Recognizing you as a demon does not diminish your appearance, to be honest. Your figure is quite commendable. The butterfly demon was left speechless once more. A cold smile crept across Changsheng's face. The reason he had previously feigned the role of a lustful wretch was merely to gauge the woman's cultivation. Should her power have far surpassed his own, at least he would have a chance to escape. However, after several tests, he discovered that aside from her eyes turning red, she posed no real threat, prompting him to reveal his true intentions. Noticing her silence, Changsheng snorted derisively, glancing around as he declared, speak plainly. What is your purpose here? Why have you come to the Hanhai Sect? Reveal everything. Or else, the butterfly demon gritted her teeth. What nonsense are you spouting? I cannot comprehend. Ah, is that not the language of your kind? No one would use that tone to speak? Oh, is that so? Changsheng shrugged and said, what brings you here? What business do you have with the Hanhai Sect? If I'm not mistaken, those crimson worms recently appearing in the spirit fields of Hanhai Sect are your doing, aren't they? The butterfly demon furrowed her brow and replied in a low voice, have you heard of the 24 demon commanders of our kin? Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. The 24 demon commanders? Are you referring to the corpse demon commander? I've heard of him. What's the matter? The butterfly demon continued. One of our 24 demon commanders, the corpse demon commander, was sealed away with a spiritual treasure during the last battle between immortals and demons, disappearing for over a century. Recently, it was discovered that he had perished near Linen Prefecture. Upon investigation, traces of Hanhai Sect's lightning techniques were found at the site of his demise. The one who killed the demon commander will bear the crescent moon curse of our race. And the investigating demons have traced the curse back to your Hanhai Sect. They have now returned to the demon gate to gather forces, preparing to avenge the corpse demon commander and obliterate your Hanhai Sect. Changsheng's heart sank at this revelation. This was indeed a grave matter. He quickly inquired, how many of them are there? I mean, how many demons? The butterfly demon let out a scoff, raising her chin defiantly as she said, now you're scared? Let me tell you, there are at least 3 demon commanders, and the corpse demon commander was as close to them as blood brothers. The strength of the demon commanders is comparable to that of your cultivators in the transformation stage. Moreover, there are hundreds of demon generals, all at the nascent soul level. It is certain that your Hanhai Sect will be annihilated. Changsheng frowned deeply and stated solemnly, you are making such a significant move just to avenge one demon commander? The butterfly demon sneered, curling her lips in disdain, and replied, what do you know? Our demon kin are far more united than your duplicitous humankind. We demons keep our promises to avenge our brethren. We will annihilate entire families. Changsheng rolled his eyes and remarked, you do have a sense of loyalty, but the mountain-protecting formation of Hanhai Sect is no trifling matter. It will hold until reinforcements arrive. By then, those 3 demon commanders will find themselves trapped. The butterfly demon burst into laughter, saying, are you afraid you won't be able to wait for them? Wait, how do you know that the spiritual treasure sealing the corpse demon commander is a bottle? Changsheng snorted coldly, channeling his spiritual root power, and said, can't you sense it? The butterfly demon hesitated for a moment, then infused her eyes with demonic power. A flash of red light passed through her gaze, and she immediately spotted the crescent moon pattern on Changsheng's forehead. That it is you. The one who killed the corpse demon commander is you? Changsheng coldly retorted, you know too much. The butterfly demoness expression changed dramatically as she suddenly sprang to her feet. Her sheer garments fell away, revealing 2 enormous butterfly wings sprouting from her back. She flapped her wings. A cascade of multicolored dust filled the air. Umph. Even if your will is steadfast and unaffected by my mesmerizing techniques, you cannot escape the poison of my butterfly wings. Just a whiff, and you will rot away and die. Once I kill you, I will inherit the position of the corpse demon commander. Before her laughter could fade, Changsheng pinched his nose and emerged from the toxic mist, delivering a powerful blow to her face. You think a poison that can be avoided by pinching one's nose is something to boast about? Chapter 57. flew away but did not get far. The butterfly demon was momentarily dazed by the blow. She could not comprehend the cultivation level of this seemingly ordinary cultivator. If he were truly powerful, why did she not sense the oppressive aura of a high-ranking practitioner? Yet if he were weak, how could he resist her mesmerizing techniques and the poisonous dust? Who are you really? The butterfly demon asked in terror. Me, Changsheng grinned, surveying his surroundings as he replied, I am merely a cultivator with 2.5 years of practice. He then picked up a twig of moderate size from the ground and waved it a couple of times. Listening to the whistling sound of the wind it created, he nodded in satisfaction, approached the butterfly demon, and pointed the twig at her, saying, transform back into your previous form. You look 3 parts human and 7 parts demon now, which is quite unappealing. The butterfly demon, in her current state, could not be deemed ugly. Rather, she was simply unattractive. Her skin was a deep green, 2 antennae protruded from her forehead, and her eyes had transformed into insect-like compound eyes. 6 slender arms hung limply by her swollen abdomen, and her large wings occasionally fluttered, releasing puffs of dust. Changsheng insisted on her reverting to her human form mainly to prevent her from escaping. After all, she was a butterfly demon, and if she took flight, he might not be able to pursue her. The butterfly demon looked at Changsheng with a face full of fear. His wielding of the twig exuded a formidable presence. Couldn't he possibly have some bizarre fetish? Could he? Please, don't hit me, that I'll change back. Her face turned a deep shade of mahogany as she used her demonic powers to transform once more into the enchanting woman she had been. Changsheng nodded and continued pointing at her. Use that technique that turned your eyes red on me just now. The butterfly demon was taken aback. What was this person trying to do? Did he want me to use my mesmerizing technique on him? Was he addicted to it? No, don't make me, she protested, but Changsheng insisted. She reluctantly cast the spell again, her eyes turning red once more. Changsheng fixed his gaze upon her, and in the next moment, 2 pieces of information indeed appeared before him. Refining intent path experience, 1 pure heart experience, 1 how intriguing. Changsheng exclaimed with excitement. Yes, just like that again. The butterfly demon was stunned. She had realized that Changsheng was using her mesmerizing technique to cultivate a rather unique heart-forging spell. But who cultivates techniques in such a manner? She was on the verge of collapse, yet faced with the incessantly waving twig, she could only continue to cast her secret technique. Mesmerizing secret technique, heed my command. Again, the afternoon sunlight filtered through the gaps in the dense forest canopy, casting a humanoid shadow upon the ground. Beneath the shadow, a man and a woman were engaged in a rather embarrassing exchange. Keep going, Kemi-on, darling. I can't take it anymore. I'm about to collapse. You've drained me dry. That was barely a few hundred times. You're already done. Do you hear what you're saying? At this moment, the butterfly demon's eyes brimmed with tears, though she was not casting her mesmerizing technique. Her eyes were still red. She slumped helplessly to the ground, crying out, I've been staring all morning. My eyes are sore and painful, and my demonic power is almost depleted that I only killed a few dozen lecherous men. If I have sinned, let the law punish me, that I beg you. Spare me. At most, I can bring other sisters to serve you. Please let me go. If not, then just kill me. Don't torment me any longer. Changsheng shrugged and glanced at his panel. Pure heart. Entry level 4321. After grinding for over 500 times, it's barely acceptable AS for the butterfly demon before him. He thought, I'm not the type to abandon a debt after a brief encounter. After all, you've helped me train for so long. How could I bear to kill you with my own hands? Saying this, he turned away and discreetly took out a dozen or so talismans for flying wind slash. You may leave. The butterfly demon, her face filled with astonishment, asked, You truly mean to let me go? Changsheng nodded, yet his fingertips had already ignited with flames. One should not harm even the smallest of creatures. Cherish the moths drawn to the flame, that a practitioner does not speak falsehoods. You may go. The butterfly demon, overjoyed, transformed back into her demonic form and prepared to take flight. WY decree. The celestial generals shall not show mercy. A dozen flying wind slashes transformed into a flurry of wind blades spiraling forth. Yet, I'm not a practitioner. With a resounding boom, The butterfly demon erupted into a cloud of green mist, followed by a foul stench that permeated the air. The odor was akin to a concoction of rotting eggs mixed with decaying ashen vinegar, producing a nauseating blend. Changsheng pinched his nose and retched a couple of times, only to be astonished to find that where the talismans had struck, only half of a butterfly abdomen remained. The upper half of the butterfly demon had vanished without a trace. Damn it, she still managed to escape. Changsheng bent over and retched a couple of times before straightening up, the gravity of his expression becoming increasingly pronounced. Although the words of the butterfly demon could not be entirely trusted, it was undeniably true that the demon clan was aware of the fact that someone had slain the corpse demon commander within the Hanhai Sect. Whether they would launch a full-scale assault on the sect remained uncertain, yet staying at the Hanhai Sect would inevitably bring disaster upon himself. What if he were to descend the mountain only to be ambushed by demons? What a dire predicament that would be. Perhaps it was time to make a hasty retreat. After a moment of contemplation, Changsheng resolved to return and inform several elders of the situation. He raised his gaze to the precipice towering hundreds of meters above, remaining silent for a lengthy period. The unbounded steps had indeed reached a significant level of mastery. Surely, traversing a distance of 100 meters in an instant was not beyond his capabilities. In any case, escaping the grip of gravity and scaling the wall for a few hundred meters should be feasible, should it not? Why not give it a try? With this thought in mind, Changsheng performed several stretching exercises followed by a few jumps, then assumed his starting position. In that moment, he felt as though he was no longer merely Changsheng. Within his very soul resided the spirits of Lu Xiang, Bolt, the Flying Jordan, alongside Yang and his motorcycle pressing down on Newton's coffin. Lift off. Half an hour later, a disheveled Changsheng arrived at the entrance of the Hanhai Sect. The unbounded steps had indeed propelled him into the air, but he had not quite made it over. Just a step away from the edge of the cliff, he found himself lacking the necessary momentum. The two outer sect disciples stationed at the mountain gate gaped at Changsheng, their mouths agape as if they could fit a light bulb inside and still remove it intact. Don't ask. Even if you do, I won't tell you. The two immediately fell silent, as for the elder's prohibition against descending the mountain. Well, he was now a prominent figure within the sect. However, when exactly had Xiang ventured down? This question became an unsolved mystery in their minds. Changsheng returned home to change into a clean set of robes and hurried to Elder Xing's sorcery hall. The moment he pushed open the door, he exclaimed, "Elder Xing, there's trouble. The demon clan is about to invade." No sooner had he spoken than a fist the size of a sandbag came crashing toward him. I dodge. Changsheng sidestepped just in time that he then heard Elder Yin, in a fit of rage, scold, "You little rascal, do you not realize the gravity of the situation? You're still wandering about aimlessly. I searched for you all day, fearing you had snuck down the mountain and been captured by the inspection team in Linen City. I was almost ready to join Elder Xing in a confrontation with Linen Prefecture. You are driving me mad, and you still dare to hide?" With that, Elder Yin waved his hand, drawing a foot-binding talisman with a speed so swift it was like a thief snatching a bell. Bang! The talisman struck Changsheng squarely on the forehead. Changsheng winced in pain, but discerned the underlying concern in Elder Yan's words, grinning as he replied, "I merely slipped and fell off the cliff." There's no need for such excessive worry. Seeing that he was unharmed, Elder Yin grumbled and returned to his seat. That moment, a voice interjected. "So this is the Changsheng that Elder Yin has been speaking of. The outer sect genius?" Changsheng froze momentarily, then lifted his gaze to discover that the room was not solely occupied by Elder Yin and Elder Xing. There was also a graceful middle-aged woman present. She wore a warm smile and carried herself with poise. Although her face bore the marks of time, she appeared far younger than the other elders. In the realm of cultivation, one's appearance could not always be judged by age. Factors such as cultivation level and age upon reaching the nascent soul stage greatly influenced one's outward appearance. Once at the nascent soul stage, one's visage would not undergo significant change. And with the enhancement of cultivation, a degree of rejuvenation could occur. Among the elders, although Elder Xing possessed the highest cultivation, he appeared the youngest. She, like the other elders, donned the Hanhai Sect's elder robes. Yet Gu Changsheng had never encountered her within the sect before. Elder Xing smiled slightly and pointed at Gu Changsheng, saying, "Indeed, he is Gu Changsheng. Changsheng, come forth and greet Elder Wn." Gu Changsheng was taken aback. So this was Elder Wen. Elder Wen served as the formation elder of the Hanhai Sect, and was also responsible for liaising between the sect and the battlefield against other races. Typically, she dedicated herself to the foreign battlefield, only returning to lead disciples who had repeatedly failed the assessments. Gu Changsheng stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Disciple Gu Changsheng pays his respects to Elder Wen." Elder Wen nodded with a smile, retrieving a jade pendant from her storage ring and handing it to him, saying, "No need for excessive formalities. The Hanhai Sect thrives because of pillars like you. This jade pendant, when worn close to the body, will help maintain clarity of mind and benefit your cultivation." Gu Changsheng accepted the pendant, then moved to Elder Yen's side and whispered, "Look at her. She even brought a gift for our first meeting. You little brat, Haven Tea, I given you anything of value? I sent Tea, the cultivation method you practice, from me, that was given to me by my master whom I have never met. You insolent boy, you're just asking for a beating." Elder Xing watched the two banter and coughed lightly, saying, "Ahem, Gu Changsheng, if you have no pressing matters, you may take your leave. The elders have important discussions to attend to." Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng suddenly recalled the urgency of the situation and hurriedly added, "I do have something to report. I just fell off a cliff." "The fall can wait," Elder Yin interjected, pulling Gu Changsheng toward the exit. "Come with me first, let them discuss important matters." Watching Gu Changsheng being dragged out with a bewildered expression, Elder Xing shook his head in bemusement and turned to Elder Wen, asking, "Are you implying that there are significant movements against the demon clan from Yuzhou?" Elder Wen nodded gravely, stating, "Not only Yuzhou, but as far as I know, other prefectures under the Deqian royal family are also preparing for war against the demon clan. Even forces outside of both the human and demon races are showing signs of restlessness. Thus, this recruitment drive will be particularly stringent for the Hanhai Sect, and the threshold for sect assessments will likely increase." Elder Xing furrowed his brow, questioning, "How high?" Elder Wen's expression turned serious as she replied, "It is highly probable that it will be below the foundation establishment level." "What?" Gu Changsheng exclaimed in shock upon hearing Elder Yan's explanation. "Below foundation establishment? Does that mean not a single outer sect disciple will remain?" "Calm yourself." Elder Yan shot him a glare, sighing softly. "This is merely my conjecture, but it is not far from the truth. The animosity between the human and demon races runs deep. The last war between the two factions affected countless sects across the 3 domains and 9 prefectures, not to mention the Qi refinement stage. Even those at foundation establishment, core formation, and even nascent soul levels would struggle to protect themselves. Your master." At this point, Elder Yan's expression fell into despondence, and after a moment of silence, he continued, "In any case, once war breaks out, the situation will be beyond the control of a mid-tier sect like the Hanhai Sect. The tens of thousands of outer sect disciples would merely be cannon fodder." Gu Changsheng's face instantly contorted into a frown, muttering, "Should we consider fleeing?" Elder Yin shot him a glare, saying, "When the world is engulfed in chaos, where do you intend to run?" Gu Changsheng retorted, "Can't we all just sit down, have some tea, and talk things over? Why must it come to blows? Talk." Elder Yin erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Do you think this is merely a child's game? The enmity and entanglements between the two races have lasted for millennia. Since the time of your forefathers, it has been an irreconcilable conflict. How can one simply negotiate if you manage to broker peace? What of those cultivators who harbor grievances against the demon clan? Your master." As Elder Yin spoke, his tone once again turned somber, and with a sigh, he concluded, "In any case, I do not concern myself with others. But since you have learned the 3,000 Eye Sutras, from now on, when you encounter demons, there can only be one outcome. You shall stand firm." Seeing Elder Yan's face flush with anger, Gu Changsheng finally stood up, grasping his shoulders with a smile. "I was just joking. Why get so worked up? Is Elder Wen returned solely for the purpose of preparing for battle?" Elder Yin, feeling the lingering soreness in his shoulders, narrowed his eyes in satisfaction as he replied, "Elder Wen has returned to alert Elder Xing. This time, the sect assessments will undoubtedly involve forces from Yuzhou and Linen City. and they will likely be unprecedentedly challenging. At this point, Elder Yin suddenly turned to Gu Changsheng and inquired, "By the way, how has your crescent moon pattern progressed?" Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng shrugged and remarked, "Indeed, my spiritual roots are sealed." Elder Xing stated that as long as I refrain from tapping into the power of my roots, the demon race will be unable to detect the crescent moon pattern on my body. Today, I encountered a butterfly demon who, at first, was oblivious to the crescent moon mark on me. Elder Yan's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "A butterfly demon? When did you come across one?" Reluctantly, Gu Changxing recounted his unfortunate tale once more. "I accidentally fell off a cliff and happened upon the butterfly demon, who has been nurturing red-winged insects at the foot of the mountain she also mentioned that the demon race is preparing to gather their forces to avenge the demon general at the Hanhai Sect. It seems there are 3 demon generals stationed there." Elder Yin was immediately jolted upright, exclaiming, "What? Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Chapter 59. The assessment is advanced. Gu Changsheng wore a perplexed expression. "Wasn't it me who didn't say anything? If you hadn't interrupted, I would have revealed it much earlier." Elder Yin appeared agitated and urgently inquired, "And the butterfly demon, after giving her a sound thrashing, she managed to escape. You know her origins? Is she affiliated with the demon sect or another faction?" Gu Changsheng paused, pondering, "Is there a difference?" Elder Yin nodded, stating, "Indeed, the demon sect is merely one of the factions within the demon race. If it were solely them, it wouldn't be too difficult to deal with. What we fear is if this butterfly demon is connected to a different faction, as they might join forces with the demon sect, rendering the Hanhai Sect utterly helpless." Gu Changsheng recalled his exchange with the butterfly demon and shook his head slightly, saying, "That seems unlikely." From her tone, she appeared to hold those demon generals in high regard. "Likely an infatuated follower." "Infatuated follower?" Elder Yin raised an eyebrow. It refers to someone with a less than adequate intellect who is enamored." Upon hearing this, Elder Yin nodded and settled back into his chair, saying, "Then we need not worry. A mere few demon generals are not something the Hanhai Sect would take lightly." Gu Changsheng felt puzzled. "Even if they are demon generals, they possess the strength of the transformation stage. Can the Yuaning elders of the Hanhai Sect truly contend with them?" Elder Yin, noticing Gu Changsheng's skepticism, chuckled. "Do you know why our Hanhai Sect has become the most formidable sect in Linen Prefecture? It is due to our sect leader's thunderous techniques. Our leader possesses a fire spiritual root, which has also mutated into a lightning spiritual root. His thunder techniques are renowned throughout the entire Yunzhou cultivation world. With the ability to counter the demon race, even a handful of transformation stage demon generals would be no match for him, regardless of how many come." Gu Changxing's eyes lit up at this revelation. He had long been aware of the efficacy of thunder techniques against demons, but had not anticipated that the sect leader possessed both fire and lightning spiritual roots. Continuing to massage Elder Yan's shoulders, he cheerfully asked, "Elder Yan, do you think our esteemed leader accepts disciples?" Elder Yin, being a sage of over a century, could discern Gu Changxing's intentions and snorted, "Are you still harboring designs on him?" Gu Changxing grinned. "Well, if one lives without dreams, what distinguishes them from salted fish? I merely wish to enhance my skills, preparing to fight for the liberation of humanity in the future. Surely, even if my master found out, she would not hold it against me, right?" Elder Yin shot him a glance, scoffing, "You certainly have a penchant for rambling. I could guess your little schemes with my pinky tea." Gu Changxing shrugged, muttering, "Well, your toes must be quite clever." Elder Yin, not catching his remark, continued, "As for the sect leader accepting disciples, there are several prerequisites. First, both fire and lightning spiritual roots are essential, which you happen to meet. Second, you must be under 30 years of age, with cultivation at the foundation establishment stage or higher. This, it seems, you can also achieve. The third condition is to possess upright character with a deep-seated aversion to evil." Gu Changsheng, upon hearing this, confidently declared, "I stand against evil with unwavering resolve." Elder Yin shot him a glance, shaking his head slightly. "And most importantly, you must not have any entanglements with demon women." Gu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. While this condition seemed innocuous at first, within the current context, it clearly hinted at a deeper story. Instantly, his curiosity was piqued, and he eagerly asked, "Why is that? Was our sect leader once harmed by a demon woman?" It was not him, but rather his senior disciple. Elder Yin sighed. "Over 20 years ago, our sect leader took on a disciple who, like you, was a genius." Hearing the latter part of the sentence, Gu Changsheng beamed. "I love hearing that. What happened next?" "Later, the sect leader took him as a disciple, imparting his unique skills. That young man reached the late foundation establishment stage and was on the brink of forming his core by the age of 40. If nothing went awry, he would have stepped into the Yuaning stage before turning 80, becoming a prominent figure in the cultivation world. And then, Gu Changsheng pressed eagerly. And then, Elder Yin disdainfully chuckled, his tone growing colder. Then that young man ventured out for training and became entangled with a demon woman. Upon the discovery of this affair, the provincial governor of Yunzhou exerted pressure, but the sect leader, valuing his prodigy, bore the brunt of the pressure, hoping to resolve the situation and protect him. However, that young man was obstinate, infatuated, and ultimately abandoned the sect to elope with the demon woman. As Elder Yin recounted this, his voice grew even more frigid, tinged with resentment. Elope, he thought it quite romantic. Yet, love between humans and demons is the greatest taboo. Not only is it intolerable within the cultivation world, but the demon realm also disapproves. In the end, under pressure from her kin, that demon woman killed him, hollowed out his organs, and sent his severed feet to the Hanhai Sect. From that day forth, our sect leader has never taken on another disciple. And that disciple became a forbidden topic within the sect, never to be mentioned again. Gu Changsheng felt a pang of regret and nearly dismissed any thoughts of gaining favors from the sect leader. The reason was simple. Such a monumental blow would likely have left the sect leader on edge. Elder Yin observed Gu Changsheng's despondent expression and smiled. "One cannot be greedy. I can assist you in gaining an audience with the sect leader, but we will have to wait until he emerges from seclusion." Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng's face lit up with joy. "I knew you were a good person, Elder Yin. I'll tend to the spiritual herbs in the backyard. I'll care for the spiritual beasts. My shoulders are a bit sore, and my back aches. I can massage and pound them. I haven't swept the floors, cooked meals, washed clothes, or aired the bedding. Don't be too excessive, old man." As the two exchanged banter, a voice echoed through the air. "All outer disciples heed this message. Gather in the square after the incense burns. Important matters will be conveyed." It was Elder Shing. Gu Changsheng glanced outside. Dusk had settled, and the sky was dimmed. He promptly wondered, what urgent matters could there be? Elder Yan's expression turned serious as he replied, "If I am not mistaken, it likely pertains to the sex assessment. You should go. Gu Changsheng nodded and made his way to the square. Upon arrival, he found the area already bustling with people. Tens of thousands had gathered, transforming the once spacious square into a sea of bodies. Elder Shing and Elder Wen stood before the crowd, solemnly announcing, "The sect assessment, originally scheduled for a month from now, will be advanced and held in 3 days. The difficulty of this assessment will also be heightened. Therefore, these 3 days will be your final period for cultivation. Following the conclusion of the assessment, all who fail will accompany Elder One to the battlefield of the other races." These words. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, and even Gu Changsheng felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Could it be that Elder Shing intends to proceed without allowing the troops from Yunzhou to interfere with the assessment? Chapter 60. The name alone evokes the essence of a protagonist from a thrilling narrative. Why sacrificing a portion of individuals, he seeks to secure the survival of many more. Yet, the magnitude of this sacrifice is rather overwhelming. Among the outer sect, with over 100,000 disciples, how many are like Gu Changsheng, perpetually teetering on the brink of failure in sect examinations? Even his neighbor, Old Chun, find himself in a similar predicament. However, from Elder Shing's perspective, this is a decision born of desperation. Should the conscription from Yunzhou truly interfere with the sect assessments, it would effectively condemn all outer sect disciples to their demise. Though such actions may appear unjust to the majority, they serve to preserve the essential strength of the outer sect, preventing a ruthless culling from foundation, establishment, and below. While Gu Changsheng comprehends this rationale, others may not share his insight. In an instant, the entire square erupted into lamentations and grievances, a chorus of discontent echoing through the air. I was planning to make a final push in this last month. Now, it seems I've lost all opportunity. Why the suddenness? They show no regard for whether we are prepared. Indeed, the sect has never regarded us outer disciples as equals. I oppose this. So do I, Elder One. Listening to the rising tide of dissent from below, found her expression darkening. She had long been aware that the outer disciples were like mud that would not stick to the wall. Yet she had not anticipated their degree of failure. She immediately turned her gaze to Elder Shing, only to find his countenance as grim as a stormy sea. After a moment of silence, he gathered his spiritual energy and unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the realm. Silence, his voice, infused with spiritual force, cascaded over the crowd like a tidal wave that, in an instant, all present clapped their hands to their ears, falling into an abrupt silence. Noticing this, Elder Shing continued with a stern expression, "You neglect your duties and seek to cram at the last moment. You truly believe that an extra month will enable those incapable of passing the assessment in 3 days to succeed? Each sect examination has seen disciples compelled to face the battlefield against foreign races due to their failures. How many of you have reflected on the bitter expressions of those departing? How many have taken heed and diligently improved their cultivation? Or do you merely indulge in a false sense of security, reveling in your narrow escape, only to continue your aimless drifting, waiting to gamble once more in the next assessment? We refrain from pressing you because the sect possesses the means to protect you. But let me be clear, this protection is not intended to foster laziness and complacency among you. Those who survive on the battlefield do so by investing every moment in their cultivation. Why? Because they understand one fundamental truth: never harbor a sense of luck, for you never know when death may come knocking at your door. His words left the outer disciples present with their heads bowed in silence. Observing this, Elder Shing declared, "This matter is settled. It is not up for discussion, but rather a notification for the next 3 days. The chi replenishing pills and harmony pills will be offered at half price, serving as the sect's final opportunity for you." With that, he and Elder One turned to leave. Witnessing the gravity of the situation, the crowd surged towards the affairs hall, eager to seize every moment for cultivation. In the blink of an eye, only a few remained in the square. Changsheng glanced around and recognized familiar faces. Almost all of them were among the top-ranked disciples of the outer sect. They too noticed Changsheng and approached him. One of them, Qin Yu, clasping his hands and smiling. "Brother Gu, it seems your cultivation has advanced once again in just a few days." Changsheng recognized him as Qin Yu, ranked 7th among the outer sect. Before he could respond, Fong Tang, standing beside Qin Yu, exclaimed in astonishment, "Not just seemingly so, you've actually reached the 9th level of Qi training." The others turned pale at this revelation. Qin Yu gasped, "In just a few days, Brother Gu has managed to increase his cultivation by 2 levels. Fong Tang inhaled sharply. Moreover, Brother Gu's energy sea is solid, and his foundation remains steady. He shows no signs of having hastily elevated his cultivation. Such a rate of advancement is simply unheard of." Baixia, her mouth slightly agape, candidly expressed her feelings of inadequacy. "I once believed myself a genius. Yet standing beside Brother Gu, I feel utterly dwarfed." Changsheng observed their unabashed admiration and shrugged, saying, "It seems you all know quite a bit about me." Qin Yu chuckled. "Brother Gu, we witnessed your effortless display against Lin Dong on the stage. Your extraordinary talent left us profoundly impressed." Changsheng smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "With your eloquence, you could easily earn 500 a day as a wedding MC." Just then, a frigid voice interjected, "Humph. What is there to boast about? Merely defeating an unstable and impetuous waste." The crowd turned to see a stern-faced young man regarding Changsheng with cold disdain. Changsheng recognized him instantly. Yichun, the first-ranked disciple of the outer sect, a name that certainly carries the air of a quintessential protagonist. Indeed, his journey mirrors that of a classic hero, according to the memories of his previous life. Yichun had drawn considerable attention upon joining the outer sect. With a single spiritual root, he possessed the formidable golden root known for its balance of offense and defense. In just his second year at Hanhai Sect, he had already secured a place among the top 50 outer sect disciples, and by the 3rd year, he had triumphed over Ji Baishue, firmly establishing himself as the foremost disciple of the Outer Sect. At just 18 years of age, he was 2 years younger than Gu Changsheng, and it was rumored that the Yi family was a modestly renowned cultivation clan in Yunzhou, though the reason for his arrival at Hanhai Sect remained unclear. Sensing the tension in the air, Qin Yu stepped closer to Gu Changsheng and whispered, "Brother Gu, pay him no mind. He is a solitary figure, dismissive of everyone." Ji Yu Changsheng merely shrugged and chuckled. "No worries. He speaks the truth. I merely defeated an inter-sect waste, not worth mentioning." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen snorted derisively and stepped forward, locking eyes with Gu Changsheng. "After the sect assessment comes the grand competition. I will await your presence, hoping you can present something that astonishes me." Gu Changsheng glanced at him, feigning ignorance as he turned to Ji Baishue. "Sister Ji, your outfit is quite lovely. Where did you purchase it?" Ji Baishue, caught off guard by his abrupt shift in conversation, instinctively replied, "I brought this from home." Ji Yu Changsheng continued with a casual smile. "I thought so. Our sect doesn't typically offer such ethereal long skirts. However, there is one drawback. They are too lengthy. Skirts should ideally not exceed knee length. 3 inches above the thigh is the perfect length. Isn't that more akin to a miniskirt? It's quite trendy these days." Yi Chen, witnessing Gu Changsheng's blatant disregard for him, clenched his teeth in frustration and barked, "Enough! Did you even hear what I said? Chapter 61, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river." Yi Chen's thunderous reprimand startled Ji Baishue and the others. Although Yi Chen shared the same cultivation level as them, all at the 9th level of Qi training in terms of actual strength, even the second-ranked Ji Baishue fell short of him. His temperament was notoriously volatile, and the only reason he had not clashed with others was his self-imposed seclusion. Otherwise, with his fiery disposition, he would have instigated a fight well before the grand competition. However, there are those who will not tolerate his arrogance. Gu Changsheng continued to feign ignorance, holding Ji Baishue's delicate hand with a playful air, smiling as he said, "I know of a style that makes legs appear both slender and long, and it's particularly fashionable lately. Have you heard of black silk high-waisted skirts?" Yi Chen was on the verge of an apoplectic fit. Was there not a shred of decorum in this person? Shouldn't those of great skill admire one another? Was he truly so arrogant as to disregard him entirely? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Gathering his spiritual energy, a blade of condensed spiritual force materialized in his hand, aimed directly at Gu Changsheng. "This is bad." The expressions of the others shifted dramatically. They had assumed Gu Changsheng would be in serious trouble. Yet the next moment, they were left utterly astounded in a flash. Gu Changsheng extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the incoming blade. The force of a strike was so casually neutralized. Even more astonishingly, Gu Changsheng remained unfazed, not even glancing at the blade, continuing to address Ji Baishue. "If you dislike black silk, white silk will do, or perhaps a puff skirt. That would suit you perfectly." Ji Baishue and the others were left speechless, astonished that he had blocked the attack. Moreover, it was accomplished with such astonishing ease. Yi Chen's eyes gleamed with intensity, a fleeting expression of surprise flashing across his face, which was quickly replaced by a veneer of calmness. The earlier thrust was something that only a few present could have withstood. However, Gu Changsheng effortlessly neutralized it, a testament to his prowess, which proved to be on par with mine, if not superior. "This individual is indeed worthy of being my rival." He waved his hand dismissively, and the golden blade transformed into specks of golden light, vanishing in a thin air. With a cold huff, he declared, "I shall remember you. The humiliation of today will be repaid in kind on another day." With that, he turned and strode away. Ji Yu Changsheng imitated his tone with a scoff, saying, "Halt." Yi Chen abruptly stopped, turning to inquire, "What now?" Gu Changsheng shrugged and replied, "You omitted a crucial phrase. 30 years in the East. 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty." Suddenly, Qin Yu could no longer contain his laughter and burst out, quickly inhaling deeply to suppress his mirth. "Forgive me. I just recalled something amusing." At this utterance, the others around him also struggled to maintain their composure, their faces turning crimson. Yi Chen clenched his jaw, gritting his teeth as he spat. Laugh all you want. In a few days, you shall pay a heavy price for this." With that, he flicked his sleeve and departed, only for a chorus of hearty laughter to erupt behind him. Chinyu laughed so hard he clutched his stomach, wiping tears from his eyes as he exclaimed, "This is the first time I've witnessed Yi-chan suffer such a setback. He must be furious." Fong Tang chuckled merrily. To make Yi-chan endure such a loss and remain unable to vent his frustration. Gu Shixiang is indeed the first, truly a remarkable individual. Gu Changsheng quickly waved his hands, saying, "Do not speak so highly of me." The last person who was praised in such a manner fled in disgrace. Jeeves Baishu joined in the laughter for a moment before sighing softly. In truth, Yi-chun is somewhat pitiful. He has never been well regarded in the Yi family, and even his engagement to the daughter of the Yunzhou governor was called off. It was in despair that he sought refuge in the Hanhai Sect. Yu Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. Given such a background, this fellow might as well be searching for a ring belonging to an elderly gentleman. After the laughter subsided, Chinyu looked at Gu Changsheng with hopeful eyes and asked, "Gu Shixiang, could you perhaps share some insights on your cultivation? Honestly, ever since I witnessed you defeat Lindong, I've realized my own mindset has faltered. It feels as though no matter how hard I train, I cannot make any progress." Upon hearing this, the others turned their gazes toward Gu Changsheng, each of them resonating with this sentiment. Following that day, they had all entered seclusion, yet Gu Changsheng's figure lingered in their minds. Whenever they closed their eyes, a singular thought emerged. Could they, with their current cultivation, defeat Lindong? However, upon careful reflection, they found it nearly impossible. Even if victory were achievable, it would likely come at a harrowing cost, devoid of the ease that Gu Changsheng had displayed. This notion had become a mental block for them. Gu Changsheng's brows furrowed upon hearing their plea. It was not that he was unwilling to share, but rather that he struggled to articulate his experience. Should he really confess that his proficiency had simply increased through repetitive practice? After a moment of contemplation, he mysteriously inquired, "Do you truly wish to know?" "Yes, yes, yes." They all nodded eagerly. Yu Changsheng sighed deeply and turned to them. "Very well, it matters little to me to divulge this secret. In truth, I have been receiving specialized training from an old man known as Master Turtle Hermit, and subsequently ascended the Korin Tower, where I met the cat sage. After drinking the ultra-divine water, I unlocked my potential, followed by a daily regimen of 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. Ultimately, I fortuitously consumed a devil fruit known as the rubber fruit, only to discover later that it was, in fact, the Nika fruit. Baishue and the others exchanged glances. Though they could not comprehend the absurdity of Gu Changsheng's ramblings, they could sense his reluctance to share. This was entirely understandable. Methods of cultivation are inherently personal secrets. And who would readily divulge their unique techniques? Chinyu chuckled awkwardly. It seems Gu Shixiang's methods may not be applicable to everyone. We shall not press the issue. Everyone, he continued, I plan to seize these final 3 days for an intensive push. So, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again in 3 days. Fong Tang clasped his fists and declared, I too shall retreat into seclusion. Farewell. Ji Baishu blushed slightly as she gazed at Gu Changsheng, hesitating for a moment before saying, Gu Shixiang, regarding the black silk high-heeled skirt you mentioned, I wonder if you might have a pattern. I plan to attempt making one myself. This. Gu Changsheng's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, Leave that to me. I shall draw one for you another day. Ji Baishu nodded appreciatively, smiling. Thank you. Then I shall take my leave as well. Yi-chun is not truly a bad person. He merely possesses a solitary nature and a certain pride that I hope Gu Shixiang does not hold it against him. After their departure, Gu Changsheng prepared to leave as well. Just then, Elder Tang, accompanied by Tang Jingjing, approached unexpectedly. Upon seeing Gu Changsheng, Elder Tang's eyes brightened, and he swiftly strode forward, grabbing Gu Changsheng by the neck with a firm hand, exclaiming, Young man, I have finally found you. Gu Changsheng was taken aback by Elder Tang's sudden approach, exclaiming, Release me! Do you have any idea how hot your hand is? My slender neck is hardly sufficient for your grip. Only upon hearing this did Elder Tang relent, pushing Tang Jingjing toward Gu Changsheng, and solemnly instructed, for the next few days, Let her accompany you, and you shall teach her cultivation. Gu Changsheng's face was one of sheer astonishment. Was this old man out of his mind, asking Tang Jingjing to follow him for training? Setting aside whether he was capable of teaching, did he truly trust him to look after a young lady? Gu Changsheng hastily retreated, shaking his head. I cannot teach well, nor do I wish to teach. As an elder, why not instruct her yourself? Elder Tang shot him a glare and proclaimed, Do not forget, you still owe me a golden seed, which is a treasure of spiritual grade. Gu Changsheng's face turned a deep shade of red. There is a saying, when you accept a favor, you become indebted. Although he had boasted before, he now feared the repercussions of his previous bravado. Noticing Gu Changsheng's distress, Elder Tang continued, If you cannot teach her, it matters not. She will simply do what you do. Whether she makes progress depends entirely on her. Seeing that escape was futile, Gu Changsheng decided to adopt a carefree demeanor, rubbing his hands together and adopting a roguish pose, saying, Let me make it clear in advance. I am not a good person. Your granddaughter is quite enchanting. Should I lose control, and something were to happen, you must not blame me. Elder Tang regarded him with a cold smile, replying, That would be just fine. Though you may be somewhat base, you are still a person of worth. Should anything occur, do remember to inform me, so I may prepare a celebratory feast. I shall not let you instruct her without recompense. In 3 days, I will present you with a spiritual grade treasure. With that, he soared to the Gu Changsheng, utterly speechless, turned to Tang Jingjing and inquired, Is this truly your grandfather? What kind of grandfather behaves like this? Tang Jingjing remained silent, but upon hearing Gu Changsheng's remark, a bittersweet smile crept across her face. Even an outsider could discern that, as Elder Tang's granddaughter for over a decade, she was painfully aware of his disdain for her. Seeing her silence, Gu Changsheng resigned himself, stating, As I've said, I cannot teach you anything worthwhile. You can accompany me for 3 days, and then we shall part ways. Does that sound agreeable? Tang Jingjing bit her lower lip and nodded. Do not worry. I will not be a nuisance to you. Let us hope so, Gu Changsheng replied as he made his way back to Qingzhu Fong, having promised Elder Yin to care for the spiritual herbs and beasts. He could not go back on his word. Caring for spiritual herbs is similar to tending to spiritual fields, with the only difference being that it does not require the spring rain technique, but rather the application of the vitality technique. To his dismay, Tang Jingjing began imitating him as he employed the vitality technique on another spiritual field. This infuriated Gu Changsheng. Although the vitality technique was not an advanced skill, each use increased his proficiency, and he could not afford to lose that opportunity. Was she trying to steal his business? The veins on Gu Changsheng's forehead throbbed intensely, prompting him to retreat to the wooden cabin to sit cross-legged in meditation. This marked the first occasion he had begun to cultivate his skills since the sealing of his spiritual roots. Ordinarily, the circulation of spiritual energy through a complete cycle would enhance the total amount of energy in the dantian to some extent. However, after the sealing of his roots, Gu Changsheng found that the total quantity of his spiritual energy remained unchanged, with only the proficiency displayed on his panel continuing to increase unaffected. Puzzled, he wondered whether the unsealing of his spiritual roots would lead to an instantaneous surge in power or a gradual accumulation. Surely there must be some change? Just then, a sudden low groan interrupted his thoughts. Sounding tinged with pain, Gu Changsheng opened his eyes to find Tang Jingjing seated cross-legged in a corner of the wooden cabin on a mat, also meditating. Yet, her brow was furrowed, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, and a wisp of steam even rising from her head. The groan had emanated from her. Practicing to the point of steaming? What kind of martial art is so intense? Gu Changsheng chuckled. However, as he continued to smile, he noticed something amiss. Tang Jingjing's complexion grew increasingly flushed, and the moisture on her forehead transformed from steam to what resembled smoke emanating from a chimney, with sweat pouring down and soaking her clothes. Those who knew she was cultivating would understand, but those unaware might think she was in a sauna. Could it be that this girl has fallen into a trance during her practice? Gu Changsheng was alarmed. Although he had not intended to teach her, he could not simply stand by and watch her perish in his abode. But what should one do upon witnessing someone succumb to their practice? In urgent need of guidance, he thought, as he scolded himself for letting his mind wander. Was this truly the time for distractions? Slapping himself, he turned and hurried towards Elder Yan's dwelling. Elder Yan, something terrible has happened. Elder Tang's granddaughter, Tang Jingjing, is in my room. Elder Yan looked at Gu Changsheng in astonishment, replying, "You seem to have a welcoming nature. What were you thinking? She's in my room meditating and has fallen into a trance." Elder Yan's expression shifted to one of disappointment at the mention of Tang Jingjing's predicament. "Yes, that all. How unremarkable." Gu Changsheng wore a look of confusion, questioning weight, despite her low cultivation, poor temperament, and lack of intelligence. She is still Elder Tang's granddaughter, isn't she? Has she committed murder or violated some heavenly law? Why the disdain? Elder Yan shot him a glare, retorting, "What nonsense! I treat all my disciples equally. You simply do not understand her situation." As he spoke, Elder Yan's gaze subtly shifted towards the small wooden cabin, murmuring, "This girl has always been like this. Her slow progress isn't due to a lack of effort, but rather a natural flaw." Her mother is Elder Tang's own daughter, whom he cherished dearly. However, after raising her for decades, she fell for an ordinary man from who knows where. A sudden thought struck Gu Changsheng, and he blurted out, "Did she fall for an ordinary man or fall in love with an ordinary man?" Elder Yan paused for a moment, then reacted to Gu Changsheng's unexpected comment, raising his hand in exasperation. Gu Changsheng quickly stepped back, chuckling, "Please continue. Where was I? Yes, she fell for an ordinary man who happened to have a mixed spiritual root, rendering him incapable of cultivation." Elder Yan sighed, continuing, "In a fit of anger, Elder Tang forcibly brought his daughter back to the sect. Little did they know, a bond had already formed between them. That Yu Changsheng rolled his eyes, thinking how melodramatic this was. He had no desire to hear the rest of the story and simply asked, "What does this have to do with Tang Jingjing?" Elder Yan replied nonchalantly, "When she was born, she inherited her father's flawed constitution, making her a mixed spiritual root incapable of cultivation. Yet, Elder Tang's daughter, in a bid to provide her daughter with a chance at cultivation, sacrificed her own dantian to reconstruct Tang Jingjing's spiritual roots, thus granting her a sliver of opportunity. However, defying the natural order. Such a path is not sustainable. From the onset of her cultivation, she could only endure for an hour at most. Otherwise, her meridians would be unable to withstand the strain. She is aware of her limitations and meticulously manages her time during meditation. So you need not worry about her." Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "So she won't perish in my abode. That's good. That's good." Elder Yan widened his eyes, admonishing, "With your temperament, do you realize how difficult it will be for you to find a partner?" Chapter 63. A saint like me is rarely seen. Gu Changsheng chuckled lightly. Whether or not he had a partner did not hinder his pursuit of the unconventional. Moreover, Tang Jingjing was open-hearted and approachable. With a mind as untroubled as a vast plain, gazing at the scenery of Dongting Lake, silver plates adorned with green snails. In simpler terms, she was plain. How could Gu Changsheng, whose eyes beheld towering peaks and whose heart embraced rolling hills, linger on a mere flatland? Gu Changsheng remarked, "Look at what you're saying. I wouldn't want to harm even the tiniest of creatures while sweeping the path, nor would I wish to extinguish a moth drawn to the flame. I merely cannot bear to see her perish before my eyes. I shall find her a different place to meditate." Elder Yan was left speechless, contemplating how merely avoiding death was sufficient for Gu Changsheng. Upon returning to his room, he found Tang Jingjing had ceased her meditation and was vigorously drinking from a cup. Seeing Gu Changsheng return, she hastily set the cup down, somewhat flustered, saying, I couldn't find my cup. So I use yours. I'll wash it and return it to you shortly. Gu Changsheng gave her a sidelong glance and shrugged, replying, "No need. Consider it a gift." Tang Jingjing nodded silently, pausing for a moment before asking, "What should we practice next?" At this, Gu Changsheng fell silent, remembering Elder Tang's intention for her to cultivate alongside him, likely due to the upcoming sect assessment. Under normal circumstances, Tang Jingjing would not need to participate in the assessment. However, Elder Tang must have learned from Elder Xing about the underlying issues. If Yunzhou truly intended to intervene in the sect assessment, Elder Tang, despite his reputation, would likely be unable to shield her. In other words, having Tang Jingjing succeed in this assessment might reduce the likelihood of her being conscripted. Yet, This girl had nearly reached her limit in cultivation, with just 2 hours of meditation a day. She could complete a dozen or so full cycles. For an ordinary cultivator, that was hardly distinguishable from no cultivation at all. Thus, a different approach was necessary. After pondering for a moment, Gu Changsheng asked, I recall you are also a disciple of the Qingzhou Academy. How proficient are you in the art of talismans? At this, Tang Jingjing seemed to finally find a glimmer of confidence, her expression brightening slightly as she replied, I can basically draw first-tier talismans. Gu Changsheng shook his head, saying, knowing how to draw isn't enough. You must be able to draw quickly. Show me your speed with a faping slash. Tang Jingjing nodded. Retrieving her brush, ink, and yellow talisman paper from her storage bag, she placed a weight on the small table, ground the ink, and focused intently as she began to draw. After several minutes, she finally put down her brush. Satisfied, and handed the completed faping slash to Gu Changsheng, saying, I've finished. Gu Changsheng shook his head, declaring, too slow. With that, he swiftly grabbed the brush, dipped it in cinnabar, and within a breath had drawn a faping slash. Tang Jingjing stared in astonishment at the talisman in Gu Changsheng's hand, which shimmered with wind blades. Not only must you draw quickly, but you must also be swift in releasing the talismans. As he spoke, Gu Changsheng produced a small golden armor talisman, waving it before Tang Jingjing's eyes, igniting it in an instant. The moment the ethereal figure of the golden armor deity emerged, Tang Jingjing could hardly process it. Even if your attacks are powerful and can break through my defenses each time, what if I possess 1,000 golden armor talismans, capable of releasing talismans in less than a breath? How would you respond? Tang Jingjing gaped in awe. Though she had witnessed Gu Changsheng defeat Lin Dong in battle, she could not discern how he had achieved victory as Ji Baixue had. It was not until this moment that she realized Gu Changsheng's understanding of the art of talismans was on par with, if not superior to, that of the other instructors at Qingzhou Academy. Apart from Elder Yin T the very least, none of those instructors could match his speed in drawing and casting talismans that a flicker of hope ignited in Tang Jingjing's heart as she murmured, But I can't do that, can I? Have confidence in yourself, Gu Changsheng said earnestly as he gazed into Tang Jingjing's eyes. You may doubt your abilities now, but once you become proficient, you will find that you can perform at least 3 to 5 times faster than you can at present with ease. He continued, drawing and casting talismans are merely actions, as the saying goes. After being single for 30 years, if one's hand speed is not swift, then what can be said? Mastery comes with practice. Do you understand the essence of that? Although Tang Jingjing did not fully grasp his words, she was profoundly moved. She sensed that Gu Changsheng genuinely wished to assist her. After a prolonged silence, she nodded vigorously and stated, Thank you, Brother Gu. I can do it. Observing her resolve, Gu Changsheng stroked his non-existent beard and adopted the tone of Elder Xing, declaring, A promising disciple indeed. If you devote yourself to practice, in due time, you may not be unable to reach even 1/10 of my level. With that, he added, Enough of this. You practice while I attend to my own matters. Stepping out of the wooden cabin, Gu Changsheng finally exhaled, a triumphant smile gracing his features as he remarked, I have once again saved a wandering young girl in her adolescence. Truly remarkable. A sage like me is a rarity these days. Yet before his words could settle, a flurry of soiled garments flew towards him, burying him beneath their weight. Moments later, Elder Yan's robust voice echoed, Sage, attend to the laundry. Emerging from the heap of clothes, Gu Changsheng, exasperated, retorted, Come on, I still need to practice for the upcoming assessment. Practice? You should be more concerned that you might accidentally harm the instructor in charge of the assessment. Go wash the clothes. All right. So this is how you choose to play it. You wield your seniority like a sword. Gu Changsheng, rolling his eyes, hoisted the garments and turned to leave. In the city of linen. Within the Lord's mansion, Bai Yuliang gently waved a folding fan as he sat across from a dignified young woman. In her hands, she wielded a brush, effortlessly bringing a landscape to life upon the canvas. Observing her work, Bai Yuliang promptly closed his fan and applauded, Excellent. Miss Wen Ruoqing, your artistic talent is truly commendable. With just a few strokes, you have vividly rendered this scene. I am in awe. Wen Ruoqing glanced at him. Her tone indifferent as she replied, Mountains have form, but lack substance, while water possesses substance, yet lacks form. Only you would sing its praises. Shouldn't the young lord be preoccupied with state affairs instead of idly watching me? Rubbing his nose in embarrassment, Bai Yuliang stammered, "There hasn't been much to attend to as of late." And no sooner had he spoken than a guard entered, bowing respectfully. "Young lord, we have received a confidential report from the Hanhai Sect." Bai Yuliang's brow furrowed immediately, and he coldly retorted, "Can't you see I'm busy?" When Ruoqing let out a soft huff, flicking her wrist, causing the painting to disintegrate into countless fragments, which she magically compressed into a ball. "You should really manage your duties properly. Lest the Lord finds out, he might accuse you of neglecting your responsibilities," she stated before turning to leave. Bai Yuliang watched her retreating figure, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Before casting a sidelong glance at the guard and instructing, "Speak up," the guard lowered his voice. "The Hanhai Sect has sent a secret message. It seems they are preparing to commence the assessment ahead of schedule." Upon hearing this, Bai Yuliang's expression brightened. "Yes, that's so. The Hanhai Sect plans to act before informing us. Although sect assessments are primarily the concern of each sect, their results are tied to the conscription for the foreign battlefield. In times of peace, one could afford to be lenient. But now that the conscription order for Yunzhou has been issued, this blatant disregard is unacceptable. Dispatch a messenger with a sound transmission talisman to notify the provincial governor." Bai Yuliang sneered. "Also, prepare our forces. When the people from Yunzhou arrive, we shall confront the Hanhai Sect. 3 days can be deemed neither short nor long." During this period, Changsheng made remarkable progress. That Jiyu Changsheng instructed her to practice her talisman casting speed on blank talisman paper. Over the course of these 3 days, Changsheng burned through at least several thousand sheets of talisman paper, doubling her casting speed. While she still lagged far behind Gu Changsheng, she had become one of the top practitioners in the Qingzhou courtyard. Gu Changsheng, on the other hand, had the rare opportunity to dedicate 3 consecutive days solely to honing his skills. Thus, the day of the sect assessment finally arrived. According to the regulations of the Hanhai Sect, the assessment is divided into outer sect and inner sect evaluations. Those who pass the inner sect assessment are considered graduated, free to choose whether to remain as instructors within the sect or venture out into the world. The outer sect assessment, as one might expect, allows successful candidates to remain for an additional year until they can advance to the inner sect. However, failure results in only one outcome. Accompanying elder went to the foreign battlefield as cannon fodder. In the plaza, all outer sect disciples gathered, including Gu Changsheng and Tang Jingjing. Simultaneously, Qin Yu, Ji Baishui, Fong Tang, and Feng Taiping crowded around Gu Changsheng, introducing him to the other notable figures in the outer sect rankings who had been in seclusion. There is no need to mention Yi Chun, the top-ranked disciple. Qin Yu pointed to another swordsman beside him, saying, "Pay attention to that one, Jian Shi-san. Last time during the sect competition, he was merely 5th, ranking behind Miss Ji. Yet within a year, his strength has skyrocketed to it is even rumored that he and Yi Chun had a private duel, resulting in no clear victor. Jiyu Changsheng turned to look in the direction he indicated. There stood Jian Shi-san, bearing a hefty 2-handed sword, its blade wide enough to span a palm. Yet he was notably shorter than Yi Chun by at least a head, standing at no more than 1.70 meters. Gu Changsheng nodded slightly, commenting, "Carrying such a large sword, it is no wonder he hasn't grown taller." Fong Tang chuckled, adding, "That's not quite it. He came to the sect alongside his father, whom I have seen. His father is even shorter than he is." "Oh," Gu Changsheng replied, "so it's hereditary then? Nothing amusing about that." Qin Yu chuckled and pointed to 2 nearly identical individuals, saying, "Those 2 are the Guo brothers, Guo Lieheng and Guo Liyang, ranked 6th and 8th, respectively." Gu Changsheng glanced at them before turning back to Qin Yu, saying, "Aren't you caught in the middle? One manages the docks while the other pushes carts. You must be having a blast." Qin Yu nearly doubled over in surprise at the unexpected comment and chuckled awkwardly. "Brother Gu, please don't joke. While their current rankings are merely 6th and 8th, if they were to join forces, even Yi Chun would find it challenging to contend with them." Ji Yu Changsheng nodded in agreement, recognizing the synergy inherent in twins, where they often achieve greater effectiveness together. Qin Yu continued, "The others do not possess strength comparable to mine, let alone Brother Gu's. Knowing them is inconsequential. This assessment primarily depends on its content." Ji Baishui and the others nodded in agreement. That moment. a colorful ribbon shot into the sky above the plaza. Soon, several elders soared down, gracefully landing before the assembly. The display of flying, a third-tier technique, is reserved for cultivators at the core formation stage and above. It was indeed an impressive sight, prompting an uproar among the outer sect disciples. Gu Changsheng smirked, muttering, "Truly remarkable, being able to fly." Elder Xing scanned the crowd, gravely stating, "This assessment is extraordinary. After it concludes, fewer than one-third may remain, but I hope each of you will approach it with utmost seriousness." Just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out, "The Yunzhou governor's envoy has arrived." Elder Wen's countenance shifted to a deep shade of red, his brow furrowed as he leaned toward Elder Xing. Whispering, "It is the envoy of the Yunzhou governor, a ninth-layer nascent soul cultivator, responsible for recruiting troops for the Yunzhou battlefield. Why has he come here unexpectedly? Does he know we are preparing to commence the assessment ahead of schedule?" Elder Xing's expression turned grave as he replied solemnly, "Taoist Zhua has traveled a great distance. I apologize for the lack of proper welcome." As soon as the sound faded, a crane's cry echoed from beneath the mountain gate. Gu Changsheng turned to look and beheld a white crane enveloped in mist, descending gracefully, upon which sat a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe. The crane landed softly beside several elders before transforming into a sheet of white paper, which the middle-aged man deftly folded and tucked into his sleeve. Fong Tang, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "That is a fourth-tier technique, capable of bringing painted entities to life, indistinguishable from reality." Gu Changsheng's eyes brightened at this revelation, and he hurriedly inquired, "Does that mean anything can be transformed into reality? Even a person?" Fong Tang nodded and replied, "Not only can it be done, but the creation can speak and move just like a real person. Moreover, if the skill level is high enough, the conjured individual could possess strength equal to that of a foundational cultivator." Jiu Changsheng, rubbing his hands together in exhilaration, murmured, "What an incredible technique! With this, I could create as many paper wives as I desire." However, his expression shifted, and he shook his head. "No, wait, I seem to lack painting skills. What if I end up drawing an unsightly creature? That would be utterly repulsive." But then he reconsidered. "Yet, I could always learn." Just as he pondered the feasibility of conjuring a paper wife, the elders on the platform wore expressions of grave concern. Elder Xing turned his Washoji, clasped his fists, and said, "Frienzwa, due to the external examination of the Hanhai Sect today, I regret that I cannot accommodate esteemed guests at this time. Allow Elder Wen to escort you to the inner pavilion for a brief respite." Before he could finish Zwashoji, with his hands tucked into his ample sleeves and a faint smile gracing his features, stepped forward and said, "There's no need for that. I have come solely for the external examination of the Hanhai Sect." His expression darkened as he produced a yellow silk scroll, casting it into the air. The scroll instantly transformed into a cascade of golden light, coalescing into large golden characters in midair. "Governor Gongyeichio of Yunzhou has issued a decree. Due to the frequent activities of the demon clans within the Dacian realm, war is imminent. All sect examinations within Yunzhou are hereby suspended. Any disciples below the foundational stage shall be dispatched to the battlefield against the foreign tribes." Chapter 65. Who the hell threw that brick? The crowd gazed up at the radiant characters suspended in the air, their faces reflecting sheer terror. The cacophony of lamentations erupted. "Did I just misread that? It states below the foundational stage, doesn't it? No wonder I fell off today. It must have been a dream. What a terrifying dream. I did not misread it. It is indeed below the foundational stage. Surely, this means the war against the foreign tribes is about to commence again. We are surely destined to become cannon fodder. I don't want to go. I don't want to die. I'm still a virgin. Brother, since we're all going to die anyway, why not become Tao partners and face death together? Damn, if you don't have a mirror at home, I can give you one. To become your Tao partner? I'd rather die right now." Qin Yu's complexion turned a shade of deep red, his anxiety palpable as he exclaimed, "Does that mean not a single disciple below the foundational stage will be left in the external sect?" Fong Tang muttered, "The Hanhai Sect is merely a mid-tier sect compared to the Dacian dynasty. There is an insurmountable gap." Even Feng Taiping, who typically wore a stoic expression, managed a bitter smile, stating, "Though we call it cultivation, We remain trapped within our confines. Ji Baishua surveyed the group, snorting disdainfully. What are you all afraid of? It's just a matter of going to the battlefield against foreign tribes. With our abilities, we might carve out our own path. Gu Changsheng, listening to their conversation, couldn't help but chuckle. The others, noticing his levity amidst the dire circumstances, turned their gazes towards him. Brother Gu, how can you still find amusement at a time like this? Gu Changsheng pointed to the platform and remarked, You all seem so worried. Do the elders not have their own thoughts on the matter? Ultimately, it's merely an order from Yunzhou. Whether it will be executed, how it will be executed, and if there can be any flexibility are all uncertain. I ess it not premature to wear such forlorn expressions. The group, upon hearing his words, suddenly brightened, eagerly looking back to the platform. The elders appeared to be in discussion with Zhuoshoji. However, the distance rendered their words inaudible. That moment, Fong Tang spoke up. Elder Xing has stated that this matter is of great importance and requires discussion with the sect leader before a decision is made. Gu Changsheng, taken aback, asked, You can read lips? Just a bit. Fong Tang replied, Continue reading. On stage, Zhuoshoji tucked his hands back into his sleeves, standing tall and straight. Although a slight smile graced his face, he held his head high, his eyelids lowered in a manner that exuded arrogance. Discussion is indeed warranted. However, this order comes from the governor, and I am merely acting on command. If there is to be discussion, it should not be with me. If sect leader one has any concerns, he may travel to Yunzhou to speak with the governor. After all, there are still over 20 days until departure, and I can wait. Elder Xing's brow furrowed as he quietly replied, The sect leader is currently in seclusion and may be unable to meet with the governor. Then I am powerless to assist. Zhuoshoji waved his hand, causing the golden characters in the sky to revert to the scroll, which he collected. Just then, a voice rang out, Preventing the chaos of the demon clans is indeed within our capabilities as cultivators. However, with over 100,000 disciples in the Hanhai Sect, many of whom are capable of reaching the foundational stage, if we indiscriminately send them to the battlefield against the foreign tribes, allowing potential geniuses destined to achieve great feats in the cultivation world to perish, would that not be a grave loss for a trivial gain? Elder Xing's expression brightened at this remark. Sect leader, Zhuoshoji raised an eyebrow, his smile vanishing as he solemnly replied, Sect leader, one certainly has great confidence in his disciples. Fortunately, prior to my arrival here, the governor had instructed me to act with discretion. Therefore, let this examination be determined by me. How does that sound? The voice of the sect leader resonated once more. Then I shall leave it to you, friends. Elder Xing, upon hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief and bowed deeply to Zhuoshoji, saying, Friends, please rest at my abode and discuss the examination details. Zhuoshoji waved his hand dismissively, stating, There's no need. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward, raising his hand with a flourish, and a massive brush materialized in his grasp, 1 meter long and as thick as a cup. With a swift stroke, a surge of spiritual energy transformed into ink that shot skyward, instantly forming dark clouds overhead. In an instant, the square was engulfed in thick black clouds, fierce winds howled, and thunder rumbled ominously. An invisible pressure descended upon the gathering. Within a heartbeat, several thousand disciples below the 5th layer of qi refinement were knocked unconscious by the overwhelming force. Ji Baishue's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this, prompting her to urgently call out, Focus your minds. The crowd immediately began to channel their techniques. The other disciples also activated their skills, striving to resist the pressure emanating from the dark clouds. Yet, as the thunder grew louder and the winds intensified, the pressure escalated as well. Disciples around them continued to collapse. Even Tang Jingjing, who stood beside Gu Changsheng, turned pale. Her cultivation had only recently reached the 7th layer of qi refinement, and she found herself increasingly overwhelmed by the mounting pressure, nearly reaching her limit. Just then, a flash of golden light appeared around her, and the pressure suddenly lessened. Looking up, she saw the remnants of a burnt talisman dissipating, while a golden-armored figure stood valiantly, shouldering most of the burden. It was Gu Changsheng. He offered Tang Jingjing a reassuring smile before turning his gaze towards Zhuoshoji on the platform. Time slowly passed. and the number of standing disciples dwindled. Changsheng himself felt little discomfort. With his body refinement skills, he could endure for at least another hour. However, the same could not be said for others. He scanned the area. Besides a few individuals near him, fewer than 1,000 remained standing. These were the elite of the external sect, yet they were nearly expending all their strength. Changsheng, too, was continuously burning her golden armor talismans and clearly could not last much longer. Though it was said that the examination content would be determined, the situation remained unchanged. Meanwhile, that old coot Shoji maintained his composure, gazing unflinchingly at the tumultuous clouds above. This old fool is still putting on airs. Changsheng muttered under his breath, retrieving an object from his storage pouch and channeling his full strength in the technique of mending the heavens, hurling it towards Shoji. The object shot through the air like a meteor, hurtling towards him. Under normal circumstances, with Shoji's strength, he should have easily evaded it. However, after Changsheng had thrown this object with his formidable mastery of the sky-replenishing technique, an inexplicable force suddenly surged from an unknown source, dramatically increasing its speed. Additionally, in an attempt to prevent the elders from intervening, Shoji maintained an outwardly calm demeanor while focusing intently on the situation behind him. In summary, this object struck Shoji squarely in the face. Bam! The impact left Shoji startled and his mind in disarray, causing the spell he was casting to dissipate. The crowd felt an immediate release of tension and collectively exhaled in relief. However, the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted into the sky. Who the hell threw that brick? Chapter 66. The main hall of the sect. A brick? Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. He looked up and couldn't help but chuckle. There stood Shoji, one side of his face bearing an angular imprint, his expression furious, clutching a square, dark blue, shiny object resembling a brick. But it was no ordinary brick. It was evidently a tea brick meant for feeding spirit beasts, likely carelessly stuffed into his storage pouch during the past few days of feeding. Shoji was seething with anger. It didn't hurt, but the humiliation was unbearable. How utterly disgraceful. Just who were these people in front of him? None of them had even reached the foundation establishment stage. They were worthless trash. Yet, he had been struck in the face by something thrown by one of them, and in front of so many witnesses. They clearly held him in contempt. Gritting his teeth, Shoji bellowed, "Not going to speak, are you? Then may you all perish." With that, he retrieved a massive brush once more. Just then, Elder Xing stepped forward and grasped Shoji's arm firmly, stating in a deep voice, "My friend, why stoop to the level of a child?" As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of the sect master resounded again. Has your assessment concluded?" Shoji's expression darkened. Losing the nonchalance he'd initially exhibited, he shook off Elder Xing's grip and replied coldly, "Who said my assessment is over? This is merely the first round. Only after passing the next 2 rounds can one claim to have succeeded in the assessment." With a wave of his hand, he conjured a transmission talisman. "By Xiaocheng, is the assessment ready? By Yuliang?" Elder Xing's brow furrowed. Indeed, there were participants from Linen City. No wonders Shoji had rushed to Hanhai Sect. The question was, who had leaked the news of the assessment to Bai Yuliang? Moments later, Bai Yuliang's voice echoed through the talisman. "Uncle Zhua, everything is prepared. The location is at Ghost Moon Peak in the Kangmang mountain range." Ghost Moon Peak. Changsheng was momentarily puzzled, inquiring, "Where exactly is Ghost Moon Peak?" Qinyu, now ready, responded in a low voice, "It's 400 miles south of Hanhai Sect. That used to be the stronghold of the Inuit sect, which was later destroyed by the demon race. It is said that a group of mountain spirits and ghosts later occupied the summit, and thus it became known as Ghost Moon Peak. A chill ran down Changsheng's spine as he swallowed nervously and asked, "Are the ghosts you speak of the kind that suddenly leap out from the shadows, blood oozing from 7 orifices and faces pale as death, or the kind that claw and maim in grotesque forms?" Qinyu paused for a moment, visualizing what Changsheng described before shaking his head. "Neither. The ghosts are merely souls. They're mostly similar to how they were in life, but have lost much of their intelligence and only know how to attack. However, the mountain spirits and ghosts at Ghost Moon Peak possess considerable strength. Generally, Those without foundation establishment cultivation would be risking their lives. Gu Changsheng shrugged. Then there's nothing to worry about. I can treat it as a vacation. On the stage, Elder Xing glanced at Zuoshoji, shaking his head slightly before stepping forward and addressing the remaining disciples below. Return and prepare yourselves. We will head to Ghost Moon Peak for the assessment this afternoon. With that, he respectfully gestured to Zuoshoji. Zua, please. Humph. Zuoshoji flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Just as Gu Changsheng was about to depart, Elder Yin soared over and slapped him on the head. Aggrieved, Gu Changsheng grimaced. What did I do to deserve that? Elder Yin, with a stern expression, remarked, You foolhardy lad, daring to throw something at a person of the Yuanying stage. Do you not fear him ending your life? The others, including Ji Bai Shui, instantly turned their gazes toward Gu Changsheng. He exclaimed in shock, You have no evidence. I'll accuse you of defamation. He defamed me. Enough, enough. Stop the charade. Elder Yin waved his hand. I personally crafted that tea brick. How could I not recognize it? Nevertheless, you handled this matter well, though your audacity is rather excessive. Follow me. Gu Changsheng inquired. Where to? Quit the nonsense. You'll find out once we arrive. Gu Changsheng shrugged, offering a slight bow to Ji Bai Shui and the others before following Elder Yin. Fong Tang observed Gu Changsheng's departure and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Brother Gu truly leaves me at a loss for words. He actually dared to act against a formidable elder of the Yuanying stage that I doubt I could ever muster such courage. Feng Taiping's nostrils flared slightly as he spoke solemnly. To be honest, I wish to acknowledge him as my elder brother. Qin Yu added, Forget about being an elder brother. If he doesn't mind, I'd even like to recognize him as my adoptive father. Meanwhile, Gu Changsheng followed Elder Yin up the stone steps, passing through the technique court and the inner sect, continuously ascending. Elder Yin showed no signs of stopping. Before long, they arrived at the main hall of Hanhai Sect. This was the place where the sect honored the spiritual tablets of past masters, as well as where the current master engaged in solitary cultivation. Could it be that the master sought me out? Surely, it wouldn't be to reprimand me for throwing a tea brick at that fellow, would it? Upon reaching the front of the hall, Elder Yin gestured toward the interior. Go on, Ienda Ji. Yu Changsheng hesitated for a moment, asking, What about you? I will wait for you outside. Glancing inside, Gu Changsheng remained silent for a moment before stating, If you don't enter, then neither will I. Elder Yin, infuriated, kicked him from behind and shouted, Quit your nonsense and hurry inside. Stumbling, Gu Changsheng entered the hall. Inside, the hall was brightly lit, with a golden ceiling adorned with a magnificent painting of flying immortals, exuding grandeur. Beneath the dome stood 8 golden pillars carved in the likeness of dragons. Supporting the entire hall, in the center was an offering table displaying the spiritual tablets of the sect's past masters, with flickering candle flames and curling incense smoke. After taking a few steps, Gu Changsheng heard a series of loud thuds. Turning back, he saw the grand doors of the hall closing. This closing the door on me. A chill ran down Gu Changsheng's spine as he quickly clasped his hands together and called out to the surroundings. Great master of the sect, please spare me. I recognize my mistakes. I should not have thrown a tea brick at that fellow. Before he could finish, a hearty laugh echoed. Weren't you quite bold just now? You dared to throw at Zuoshoji. Why the sudden timidity? Realizing there was no reprimand in the voice, Gu Changsheng sighed in relief and replied, Oh, I'm not always this courageous. One must maintain appearances. Right? It matters little to outsiders, but to you, esteemed master, I must show humility as long as you do not blame me. I am content. The master chuckled softly, then spoke in a serious tone. You foolish child. If I were to blame you, I would have intercepted you with a tea brick, not lend you my support. Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng suddenly grasped the situation that's why I felt so powerful earlier. It was the master assisting me. Truly impressive. The master can strike down that old fellow without even showing his face. Enough with the flattery, the master said with a smile, before abruptly changing his tone to one of gravity. Outer Sect Disciple Gu Changsheng, do you wish to become my disciple? Chapter 67. A thunderous law of lowly caliber. This sudden proposition startled Gu Changsheng. He instinctively blurted out, Are you serious, master? You can't be joking with me. Can you? The master scoffed. What use would it be for me to joke with you? Am I courting you? Enough of that. You are no young maiden, and I have no proclivities toward men. Gu Changsheng's eyes lit up at the master's words. Aha, the master is indeed a kindred spirit. Previously, upon hearing Elder Yan's account, I thought him a mere antiquarian, not realizing he was also a bit of a lecher. Since you have said so, what reason do I have to refuse? Gu Changsheng chuckled heartily and knelt upon the ground, proclaiming, Master, please allow your disciple to pay his respects. As he spoke, he bowed towards the ancestral tablets of the past sect masters that you've bowed in the wrong direction. I'm in the secret chamber to your left. Why didn't you mention that sooner? Gu Changsheng, rendered speechless, turned his head and knelt again. One bow is insufficient. Should anyone witness this, they might think I cannot endure it. Let us make it 3 bows and 9 prostrations. You must also recite the Master's oath. I shall teach you, and you will repeat it after me. Clearing his throat, he continued, Oh, how unworthy I am. Gu Changsheng, to be accepted as your disciple by the esteemed sect master, to be imparted with the supreme path, aiding me in my quest for immortality. Henceforth, I shall honor you as my own parents, revere you as a benefactor reborn, willingly serving you tirelessly, obediently following your commands, and facing any peril without hesitation. Should I violate this oath, may my liver and brain be scattered, my heart's resolve obliterated. And may I suffer the 3 calamities and 10 tribulations, perishing in the flames of my own misdeeds. I beseech your mercy. I implore your compassion. The sect master, growing ever more exhilarated, urged Gu Changsheng. Hurry, recite it just as I taught you. With a face full of exasperation, Gu Changsheng remained silent for a long moment, then stood up and turned to leave. I shan't bow any more. Halt, the sect master, at a loss for words, remarked, Young man, I am the master of a sect, a formidable figure at the 9th level of nascent soul, on the brink of transformation. Do you not grant me even this much respect? Is the sect master truly that impressive? Gu Changsheng retorted without a hint of mercy, I am merely paying my respects. Yet you expect me to pledge my life in servitude. I might agree to that. But to beg for my life in servitude is excessive. In short, one may be humble, but not demeaning that I shall only recite the first part, up to the point of aiding me in my quest for immortality. After a moment of silence, the sect master suggested, How about adding a phrase, to the point of facing any peril without hesitation? Not a word more. Gu Changsheng declared. You refuse to yield at all, do you? Very well, proceed with your bow. Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng finally smiled broadly and knelt once more, reciting the master's oath. The sect master observed Gu Changsheng with growing amusement, akin to a mother-in-law eyeing her son-in-law, and could not resist saying, Young man, do you know why I eagerly sought to have you as my disciple? Gu Changsheng stood, patted his thigh, and without lifting his gaze asked, Why? Because you remind me of myself in my youth. Oh, Gu Changsheng's eyes brightened. Are you saying I'm a genius like you were? No, I mean you're just as shameless as I was in my younger days. Gu Changsheng was momentarily speechless. But the sect master continued. After Xing Biyu informed me of the crescent moon pattern on your body, I have been observing you with my divine sense. Gu Changsheng exclaimed in astonishment. You were spying on me? How can a dignified sect master engage in such undignified behavior? The sect master scoffed. With my high cultivation, what business is it of yours? If you have the ability, you may spy on me as well. Gu Changsheng finally understood. In Oh Wonder the sect master claimed he resembled his younger self. It seemed that even after a century and 80 years, the sect master remained as shameless as ever. Noticing Gu Changsheng's silence, the sect master continued. You, young man, may be lacking in decorum in your cultivation and your actions, but your character is upright. You understand honor and disgrace, and you know when to advance and retreat. Compared to others, your slight shamelessness makes you appear unorthodox. Though the Hanhai Sect is merely a middle-tier sect, it has endured for a millennium, built through the diligent efforts of countless predecessors. However, now the foreign races are stirring, and a great war may erupt at any moment. Once war breaks out, even a master like me could face death. Yet, you young people with potential are the sparks that will sustain the Hanhai Sect's legacy. As long as you are present, Even if the sect endures trials and tribulations, should the day come when the sect is destroyed, it shall one day rise again. Gu Changsheng felt increasingly uneasy. Was the old man subtly setting a flag? Was he implying a desire for him to become the next sect master? You are overthinking. The sect master laughed heartily. I simply felt the moment called for some seriousness. Do not read too much into it. For you to aspire to be sect master, it would require the Hanhai Sect to be left with only you. Unable to contain his frustration, Gu Changsheng gritted his teeth. How shameless can one be? I have never seen anyone more shameless than myself. Just as he pondered how to retort, a rumbling sound echoed as the door to the secret chamber swung open, and a shimmering silver storage ring flew out. Regard this as your initiation gift. It contains several bottles of elixirs, some talisman-making materials I have no use for, a few miscellaneous disposable magical items, and the lightning technique you have long coveted. Yu Changsheng's eyes gleamed as he hurriedly caught the storage ring. It was a simple silver ring, devoid of any embellishments, save for an inscription on the inner band. As he inspected it closely, he was rendered speechless. Wang Qian-kun has visited here. What kind of madness would lead one to inscribe such a phrase on their storage ring? Delving his divine sense into the ring, Gu Changsheng soon found that the inscribed words paled in significance to the myriad items contained within, a veritable trove of various beast blood, bone materials, and an assortment of magical artifacts filled the ring. Yet he could not locate the lightning technique. Where is the lightning technique? He pondered. The jade tablet within the ring must be it. The jade tablet? Gu Changsheng paused, and indeed found a flawless white jade tablet inside. As he lifted it, he noticed it bore an inscription. Super Ultra Invincible 9 Heavens Thunderclap Technique. Only those who are utterly incompetent cannot learn it. Whose technique bore such a ludicrous name? It even had onomatopoeia. This name alone was enough to dissuade anyone from learning it. Clenching the jade tablet, Gu Changsheng marched straight to the door of the secret chamber. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, "Who do you intend to offend with such a name?" Chapter 68. Truly shameless. Gu Changsheng pounded on the stone wall of the chamber, shouting, "Come out! I have questions about what thunderclap means. If you're so capable, why not come in?" But you can't. That's infuriating. He fumed. At over 180 years old. Can't you grow up a bit? You know nothing. This is called maintaining a youthful heart. If you can't stand it, just close your eyes. Just as the two were embroiled in their quarrel, a voice called from outside. Master Wan, I have matters to discuss. Zhuoji, before Gu Changsheng could react. The sect master urgently transmitted his voice. Quickly hide. Do not let him see you. Prompted by the urgency in his tone, Gu Changsheng began to search frantically for a place to conceal himself. However, the chamber was small, and the only option was beneath the offering table. Just as he prepared to crawl under, the sect master laughed heartily. Why would you hide? You fool. It's not as if someone has cornered you on the bed. You can simply walk out. A vein throbbed on Gu Changsheng's forehead. Is he truly over 180 years old? I would believe it if you told me he was 8. I wish you a swift ascension to the western paradise. Gu Changsheng cursed under his breath, turning to exit the sect hall. That moment, the sect master's voice rang in his ears once more. My good disciple, the disciples heading to Ghost Moon Peak will be in your care. Bring them all back safely. Though the sect master's tone retained a hint of amusement, for some reason, it now carried a semblance of self-deprecating humor tinged with resignation. Gu Changsheng curled his lip dismissively. I'll manage to keep myself alive first. Their fate is uncertain. After a moment of silence, he sighed slightly. I will do my best. Having spoken, he turned and left. Zhuo Xiao's hissing stood with his hands tucked into his sleeves, maintaining an upright posture. When he noticed a disciple emerging, he paused for a moment, gazing at Gu Changsheng as he departed, before finally pushing the door open to enter. Gu Changsheng felt a twinge of guilt, not daring to glance back, and headed straight to the Qingzhou courtyard. Upon entering the small courtyard of Elder Yin, he was met with the sound of the elder's furious tirade. Waste of heaven's treasures! Waste of heaven's treasures! Oh, I am utterly enraged. My blood boils. Your grandfather is undoubtedly the biggest fool in history. Such a magnificent artifact. I have pleaded for it for over a decade. Yet he refuses to give it to me and instead bestows it upon that wretched boy. It drives me to madness. Oh, the frustration. Gu Changsheng pushed the door open and cheerfully inquired, who possesses the audacity to infuriate Elder Yin to such an extent? No sooner had he spoken than a shadow lunged at him, pinning Gu Changsheng to the floor, his face scraping against the wooden surface as a voice filled with barely suppressed fury hissed. You little brat, you've angered me. Although Gu Changsheng was not in pain, being pressed against the floor and rubbed was far from pleasant. It was exceedingly unpleasant. What on earth are you doing here? Old fool, do you think you are worthy? A spirit treasure of such caliber, do you truly believe you deserve it? How many do you think you're worthy of? I have known blacksmiths for decades, if not a century. Obtaining a treasure from them is more difficult than slaying them. What is your justification? Because you are handsome. Gu Changsheng, initially fuming, found an unexpected surge of strength upon hearing the last remark. He pushed Elder Yin away and, smoothing his disheveled bangs, remarked, While I cannot deny that I am indeed strikingly handsome, if Elder Tang judges others solely by appearance, I must firmly condemn him on behalf of the many who are less fortunate in looks. Elder Yin regarded him silently for a moment before responding, That should not be the reason to, old rascal. What do you mean by that? You may look down upon me, but do not belittle my appearance. Ignoring him, Elder Yin turned to Tang Jingjing and asked, Did your grandfather mention why he decided to give that artifact to him? Tang Jingjing nodded, recalling her earlier encounter with her grandfather. I could see that moment. Elder Tang was melting iron and, upon seeing her, handed her the artifact. This is for that little brat, Gu Changsheng. After that, he fell silent as Tang Jingjing accepted the artifact and was about to leave. She heard her grandfather utter one more sentence. He can assist you when you are at your wit's end, which is enough to prove he is someone you can rely on. Elder Tang had not so much as glanced at her while saying this. Yet, Tang Jingjing sensed that her grandfather, who had previously disregarded her, seemed to genuinely care for her. Contemplating this, she looked at Gu Changsheng and said with a slight smile, Because senior brother Gu is a good person. Well, that was a rather inexplicable declaration of his goodness. Gu Changsheng replied, perplexed, What kind of artifact is it that has enraged Elder Yin to such an extent? Elder Yin suddenly interjected, You insolent fool. Truly insufferable. Who are you calling insolent? Who insulted you? Elder Yin flung an object at him, seething with indignation. The sword pen, the oath sword pen. Sword as in blade, pen as in writing instrument, a sword pen. You say? Gu Changsheng was at a loss for words. Who came up with such a ridiculous name? Upon receiving it, he examined the item, which was the length of a forearm and as thick as a thumb. It resembled a sword, but beneath the hilt, it sported a tuft of soft yet resilient bristles, akin to the tip of a brush that, truly is a sword pen. Is this truly a spirit treasure? It hardly appears so. Elder Yin, exasperated, pointed at Gu Changsheng and lamented to Tang Jingjing. Look at this. This is precisely what it means to insult the tortoise while pointing at the black turtle. Even if you give him a celestial artifact, he wouldn't know how to use it. This sword pen is the pinnacle of spirit treasures. Infuse it with spiritual energy, and it will transform into an extraordinary spirit sword. Is it truly that remarkable? Gu Changsheng instinctively channeled his spiritual energy into it, and the sword pen flashed with azure light, instantly morphing into a 4-foot-long sword. The blade glimmered with a chilling radiance. And as the inscriptions flowed across its surface, it exuded an astonishingly magnificent aura. Impressive. Gu Changsheng's heart swelled with joy. Just then, Elder Yin scoffed, I haven't finished yet. The bristles at the tip of the sword are made from the hair of a true dragon's neck. Using it to draw symbols will double the potency of protective talismans. After transforming the sword into a pen, it can store 3 4th-tier talismans without the need for materials, no need to draw symbols, and no need to ignite talisman paper. Just infuse it with spiritual energy again, and it can be unleashed instantaneously. Moreover, if there is sufficient spiritual energy, it can be used an unlimited number of times. It is the ultimate treasure for talisman masters. Gu Changsheng's excitement grew with each word, his blood boiling. Good heavens, such a remarkable treasure, and Elder Tang truly had the heart to part with it. Realizing this, Gu Changsheng turned his gaze toward Tang Jingjing. It seemed that Elder Tang was indeed the type to appear tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. That be why the way. What talismans does it currently store? Elder Yan's expression brightened with pride as he stroked his beard and replied, None at all. Completely empty. Gu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. He then looked at Elder Yan with a smile, gently squeezing the elder's shoulder and said, Elder Yan, Elder, Ancestor Yan, Chapter 69. Hold on. Elder Yan squinted and said, When there's nothing to ask, you call me old rascal, old fool. But now that you need something, you address me as elder, grandfather, ancestor. You are indeed shameless. Gu Changsheng grinned and replied, Yes, yes, I am shameless. You, esteemed elder, are the greatest person in the world. 9/10 of the good person cards in the world are in your hands. And the remaining 10th, you don't even want. As for the talismans on my sword pen, what 4th-tier talismans do you plan to inscribe? Elder Yin shot him a glance and sneered, Don't get your hopes up. Even if you call me grandfather, I wouldn't inscribe 4th-tier talismans for you well, you remember what I said. With your current spiritual energy, you wouldn't even manage to use a 3rd-tier talisman twice. If it were a 4th-tier talisman, it would surely drain all your energy. Gu Changsheng was instantly left speechless. So, does that mean this thing is essentially useless to me? Useless? Elder Yin exploded with indignation. That is your own inadequacy. It has nothing to do with the sword pen. Besides, you may not be able to use 4th-tier talismans, but you should be able to manage a couple of 3rd-tier ones. Right? Hearing this, Gu Changsheng quickly returned to Elder Yan's side, grinning as he said, Once it's inscribed, it can be changed, right? I could just ask Elder Tang to erase it later. Elder, grandfather, ancestor. All right, Elder Yan waved his hand, shaking his head in resignation. I must have accumulated an extraordinary amount of bad karma to have met you. Handing the sword pen over, Gu Changsheng beamed. Typically, if it were me, I would store 1 attack talisman, 1 defense talisman, and 1 support talisman. As for the support talisman, it should be 1 that enhances agility. Elder Yan, prepare to act. Gu Changsheng hurriedly interjected, Wait a moment, let me think. An attack talisman is indeed necessary, but a defense and agility talisman may not be essential. With the support of body tempering techniques, a 3rd-tier talisman may not be sturdier than my own physique. At most, it could be used on someone else. The same goes for the agility talisman. With my limitless footwork skill, it could only be a bonus. What I truly lack now is the ability to heal. Thus, Gu Changsheng concluded, Let us inscribe 2 attack talismans. 1 area of effect attack talisman, 1 single target burst damage talisman, and for the last one, let us inscribe a healing talisman. Elder Yin raised an eyebrow. A healing talisman? Are you certain? You surely have enough of the 2nd-tier Ing Jin who are in talisman. Dawn to you? Gu Changsheng nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. Absolutely, very certain. If worst comes to worst, I can just ask Elder Tang to erase it later. Elder Yin nodded, contemplating for a moment before raising his hand to begin inscribing spells onto the sword surface. Single target attack talisman. Fire elemental cave in talisman. By decree. The great Dan flame light. The bright sun of the south. The cave in candle s glow. Area of effect attack talisman. Myriad thunder. Severing calamity talisman. By decree. The marvelous virtue of the 3 realms. The power that reigns over all. The true marshal of the mysterious extreme, severing calamities and ending suffering. Healing talisman, Eastern Sovereign's Chi talisman. By decree. I invoke the ethereal path of the clear and subtle. The supreme deity of the infinite, the true Chi of the Eastern Sovereign, and the radiant spirit of the Great One. Once the 3 talismans were inscribed, they briefly flickered on the sword's body before vanishing into the engravings. Elder Yin returned the sword pen to Gu Changsheng and then remarked, Remember, the usage of the 3-tiered talismans on this sword pen must be limited within a short time, lest it drain you completely. Gu Changsheng, lost in thought, nodded with an excited expression and replied, Of course, I understand. Elder Yin nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Tang Jingjing, who wore a smile on her face. He sighed softly and said, Jingjing, there are some words that may not sit well with you coming from this old man, but I must speak them, for your grandfather, with his temperament, would never voice such sentiments. You should be able to see that he cares for you. Yet, there lies a knot in his heart concerning your mother. In his earlier years, he was solely focused on forging treasures, and it was only after your grandmother bore your mother that he gradually turned his affections towards family. It was during those decades that he became considerably more talkative. However, following the events regarding your mother, Elder Yin paused, shaking his head slightly. He has harbored great prejudice against your father, making it difficult for him to truly acknowledge you. Nevertheless, we, the elders, are aware that he holds you dear. When you reconstructed your spiritual roots, your aura was exceedingly weak, and your life hung by a thread. For several years, he refrained from forging, remaining by your side day and night. Fearful of any misstep that if you truly despise him. Before Elder Yin could finish, Tang Jingjing shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes as she said, I have never hated him. I now understand his intentions. Though it may be impossible at present, one day, I will change his perception of my parents. That is good. That is good. Elder Yin nodded, casting a glance at Gu Changsheng, who was still enamored with the sword pen. Suddenly, his temper flared again, and he kicked out, scolding, Aren't you going to prepare the provisions for the Ghost Moon Peak? Otherwise, you little rascal will starve. Gu Changsheng yelped as he felt a kick to his backside, exclaiming, Damn, you were just acting like a kind father, and now you're suddenly so cruel. What kind of star sign are you? Why the drastic change in temperament? Go on, get lost. I find you irritating. Before long, afternoon arrived. The bell signaling the gathering resounded, its echoes reverberating through every corner of the outer sect of the Hanhai Zone. Jiyu Changsheng and Tang Jingjing arrived at the plaza, where they beheld an enormous ship anchored at its center. Indeed, it was a ship, measuring over 50 meters in length, 20 meters in width, and several meters high. The vessel shimmered with golden light, clearly imbued with spiritual energy. The nearly 1,000 outer sect disciples, who had clung to life after Gu Changsheng struck the face of Zhuo, had already gathered beneath the ship. Zhuo, with heavy eyelids, glanced over and addressed Elder Xing. Are all the people here? Can we depart? Elder Xing nodded and announced to the crowd. Board the ship. With that, he waved his hand, and the ship's gangway slowly descended. Jiyu Changsheng cast a glance at Zhuo, noticing his upright posture. Gazing upward at a 45-degree angle, hands tucked in his sleeves, a lewd smile on his face that he whispered to Tang Jingjing. This old rascal's Zhuo is definitely scheming something. There's bound to be a plot. That scoundrel by Yujing is also a schemer. These two are in cahoots, and this assessment will likely be far from simple. Remember, once we arrive, do not draw too much attention. We must be cautious and simply aim to pass the assessment. Tang Jingjing shot him a glance, paused for a moment, then said, Aren't you the one who should be cautious? With your personality, can you really stay low-key? Gu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on his previous actions. His face contorting into a grimace. It seemed he had indeed failed to lay low. Damn it, I'll be cautious. And if I can't, then I won't. Worst case, I'll change my name. ILL become a celestial being. Chapter 70. Falling for a trick? As a gentle sway commenced, the grand vessel began to ascend slowly, rising higher and higher until it broke through the clouds and gradually accelerated. Gaining speed, the surrounding mists rushed past like smoke, striking his face before disappearing behind him. This is quite splendid. Gu Changsheng leaned against the ship's railing, laughing as he watched the rapidly retreating clouds. Just then, Qin Yu and others approached with smiles. Qin Yu remarked, This is a fourth-tier spiritual treasure, the Lingshu flying boat, which the Hanhai Sect has long used for the large-scale transport of disciples. Naturally, quite excellent. Fong Tang nodded in agreement. Controlling the Lingshu flying boat requires a significant amount of spiritual energy. Only a few elders in the Hanhai Sect are capable of wielding it. Gu Changxing nodded, his mind racing with thoughts of acquiring one that ideally, something smaller. With such a massive vessel flying in the sky, it could easily be targeted. For personal use, ID just need a main seat and a co-pilot. Plus 2 rows of business-class seats. I wonder if it comes with navigation. The flying boat navigated through the clouds until a towering peak, piercing the heavens, came into view, prompting it to gradually slow down. The mountain was steep and imposing, resembling a colossal tree reaching for the sky, abruptly severed at its midpoint, where a magnificent and grand sect building could be discerned. Even from a distance, one could distinguish the flying eaves and flowing tiles, the blue stone ground, and the deep crimson palace walls. Gu Changsheng gazed at the sect building from afar. An inexplicable sense of trepidation washed over him, as if an instinct were warning him that this place was fraught with peril. Gu Changsheng dismissed his jovial demeanor, turning to Qin with a serious expression, and inquired, "You mentioned earlier that the Ghost Moon Peak was destroyed by the demon clan. Did they not take further action against it? Are they allowing mountain spirits and ghosts to occupy such a grand sect?" Qin shook his head. "I'm not entirely sure, but I can speculate on the reasons. The demon clan typically attacks cultivation sects to feast on the flesh and spiritual energy of cultivators. They have little desire for the sect's architecture." Yu Changsheng slightly shook his head. Could it be that this sense of foreboding does not stem from the demon clan? While pondering this, he noticed that the flying boat was gradually halting, beginning to descend slowly. Peering over the rail, Gu Changsheng saw that the vessel had landed at the foot of Ghost Moon Peak. A winding stone staircase spiraled up the mountainside, with a vine-like plant covering one side of the mountain, enveloping it entirely. Only a few places remained uncovered, revealing hard rock beneath. How those vines emerged from the stone remained a mystery. At the foot of the mountain stood a group of individuals, including that spoiled scion by Yujing, along with his entourage from Linen Prefecture. As the flying boat touched down, Zuosho leaped off eagerly. Bai Yujing, upon seeing this, approached with a beaming smile and clasped his hands in greeting. "Left Master Uncle. We've been waiting for you." Zuosho responded with a faint smile and softly inquired, "Is everything prepared for the Hanhai Sect's assessment?" "All is ready." "That is good," Zuosho said, turning to the elders standing at the ship's bow. Elder Xing, and added, "Elder Xing, let them disembark." Elder Xing glanced at Bai Yujing, his brow slightly furrowed, but could only solemnly declare, "Everyone disembark." Gu Changsheng followed the crowd down the ship. Bai Yujing stepped forward, addressing everyone. "Listen well, this young master, at the invitation of Left Master Uncle, has arranged the content of this assessment for you at the Hanhai Sect. The task is quite simple. Within the ruins of the Hanhai Sect on Ghost Moon Peak, I have placed 300 of these jade tokens. As he spoke, Bai Yujing held up a jade token, no larger than the palm of his hand, engraved with the emblem of Linen Prefecture. In 3 days, the assessment results will be determined by these jade tokens. Those who acquire a token will be deemed successful in the assessment. That clear? Gu Changsheng observed Bai Yujing's demeanor and immediately scoffed, muttering, "A toddler with a beard. Look at that little old man. Not worth anything." The others also seemed to share a disdain for Bai Yujing's pretentiousness, remaining silent. Elder Xing sighed at the sight and said, "Enough. The assessment officially begins. Everyone, make your way up the mountain." No sooner had he finished speaking than Bai Yujing suddenly interjected, "Wait a moment." As he spoke, he took a step forward, scanning the gathered crowd with a solemn gaze, and inquired, "Is there among you one named Gu Changsheng?" Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately turned their attention to Gu Changsheng. A sudden tension gripped Gu Changsheng's heart. "What does he want with me? Has he recognized me? No. If he had truly recognized me, he wouldn't need to ask. But if he hasn't recognized me, why is he seeking me out?" Bai Yujing, following the gazes of the crowd, focused on Gu Changsheng, noting his plain attire, and immediately frowned slightly before approaching him, asking, "Are you Gu Changsheng? Do you know me?" Gu Changsheng's mind raced as he heard the question. He quickly clasped his hands together and smiled. "Are you not the renowned young master Bai Yujing, the illustrious lord of Linen City? Who in this world does not know your name? Even while purchasing a bottle of vinegar in Linen City, one cannot miss hearing about you." Bai Yujing, flattered by the praise, appeared somewhat pleased, producing a folding fan and fanning himself with an air of nonchalance. He continued, "You seem to possess a modicum of discernment. Tell me, during the grand event in Linen City, did you visit the auction house and acquire a volume of ancient immortal script?" Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng instantly understood a crucial fact. The incident where he had impersonated Lin Dong to insult this young man had undoubtedly been unraveled. However, though the truth was exposed, it was not fully elucidated. He only knew there was a Gu Changsheng, yet he remained unaware whether the person who had boldly confronted him was indeed Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng's mind worked swiftly as he replied with a serious expression, "Auction house? Which auction house? As an outer sect disciple, I barely possess a few spirit stones, and I can hardly afford a meal." let alone visit an auction house. Would you not agree? Bai Yujing appraised Gu Changsheng from head to toe before shaking his head. Indeed, outer sect disciples of the Hanhai Sect would do anything to stretch their meager spirit stones. Who would venture to an auction house? Clearly, Lin Dong had lied to save his own skin. With this thought, Bai Yujing waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Very well, you may leave." Gu Changsheng smiled, cupping his hands in respect, and exchanged a knowing glance with Tang Jingjing, feigning a departure towards the mountain. Just then, Bai Yujing suddenly spoke. "What is 120 spirit stones plus 150 spirit stones? 270 spirit stones." Gu Changsheng instinctively replied. However, the moment the words escaped his lips, an alarming realization struck him. Damn it, I've fallen into this scoundrel's trap. The sum of 270 spirit stones was precisely the price at which he had purchased the ancient immortal script at the auction house. The bidding voice from that day echoed in his mind, identical to the present moment. Looking up, he saw Bai Yujing's expression darken as he coldly remarked, "So it is indeed you." Realizing he had been exposed, Gu Changsheng decided to drop the pretense, chuckling as he waved his hand at Bai Yujing, saying, "Look at you, seething with rage over a mere script. What a trivial matter. Do you desire it? If you wish, I shall gladly give it to you." With that, he retrieved the ancient immortal script from his storage ring and tossed it to Bai Yujing. This time, it was Bai Yujing who was taken aback. He had contemplated various ways to deal with Gu Changsheng, be it breaking his legs or silencing him. Forgiving Gu Changsheng's previous disdain towards him, an apology was out of the question. Yet who would have anticipated that he would so readily return the script? Should I still punish him? No. Bai Yujing's expression suddenly shifted. This is not merely about a script. It is about the fact that he once dared to confront me. You think returning it absolves you of this matter? Upon hearing Bai Yujing's words, Gu Changsheng maintained his composure, grinning as he replied, "Is that truly the extent of our grievances? Surely, you wouldn't be so petty as to be angered over my mere words. Would you? Surely, as the illustrious young master, the most powerful figure in Linen apart from the governor, you wouldn't be so small-minded. If all else fails, go ahead and strike me a couple of times." Bai Yujing, about to raise his hand, paused as Gu Changsheng added, "You cannot bring yourself to do it. Why not hurl a few insults at me instead?" Bai Yujing found himself at a loss, unable to strike or scold, and with the onlookers watching, he merely shrugged his shoulders and stated coldly, "Very well, this young master is not devoid of generosity. Since you acknowledge your mistake, I shall forgive you." A smile crept onto Gu Changsheng's lips. Dealing with such privileged young masters requires a deft touch of flattery. As the farce concluded, Zhou Shouji, growing impatient, waved his hand, saying, "Enough, if there is nothing more, let us commence the assessment." The crowd, upon hearing this, began to ascend the mountain. The Gu Changsheng and his companions mingled among them as they embarked upon the winding stone steps leading upwards. As they climbed, Gu Changsheng surveyed his surroundings, intrigued by the peculiar formation of the mountain. Typically, mountains are formed through tectonic movements, resulting in predominantly gentle slopes. The few steep cliffs arise from earthquakes and erosion, creating sheer drops. However, the ghost moon peak before him appeared as if it had sprung from the ground. A cylindrical peak towering over 1,000 meters. As the group ascended the stone steps, the distant horizon became increasingly visible. Many had begun to tire, resting on the steps to catch their breath. Gu Changsheng gazed upward, noting that the inclined mountain face continued to rise, its height still unknown. A peak soaring 1,000 meters high with a diameter of several thousand meters would mean a winding path of dozens of miles. With nightfall approaching, would traversing the mountain become even more arduous? In that moment, a cold sneer echoed beside him. There are only 300 jade tokens available, with only 300 spots for successful candidates. How can one afford to rest here? 13th young master, let us move. It would be best if they all remained here lamenting, saving us from competition. Gu Changsheng turned to see Yi Chun and Jian Shisan advancing rapidly. To them, the stone steps, towering at nearly 40 centimeters, seemed like level ground as they leaped effortlessly up several steps at once. Beside them, Fong Tang's expression shifted dramatically. How foolish I am, only now realizing Zhou Shouji and Bai Yujing's intentions. They are pitting us against the mountain spirits and ghosts while also warning us to be wary of fellow disciples who may stab us in the back. Qin Yu's expression darkened in response. That scoundrel by Yujing is truly despicable. Gu Changsheng, upon hearing this, felt a pang of anxiety. He had already grasped this point, preferring to remain discreet and uncover the truth himself. Now that Fong Tang and Qin Yu had voiced it, the other disciples around them quickly grasped the situation. Exchanging glances, they all rose from the stone steps and raced towards the peak. Yu Changsheng shot a glare at Fong Tang. "Look at your loose lips." Baishua glanced at the crowd, hastily pushing forward, shaking her head with a wry smile. They would eventually come to realize the truth when they witnessed others acquiring jade tokens while remaining clueless themselves. Panic would surely set in that time. The number of those who resorted to underhanded tactics would likely escalate. It was better to forewarn them than for them to perish without understanding how. Gu Changsheng sighed softly. "Let us proceed. I have no desire to dawdle and have to wrestle items from others." With that, he resumed his ascent. His companions quickly followed suit. The winding stone steps seemed endless as they climbed from afternoon until dusk. The setting sun lingered just above the horizon, and nightfall finally descended. Yu Changsheng and his companions conjured spheres of light with their spiritual energy to illuminate their path. This was merely the simplest application of spiritual energy. Hardly even considered a technique. The cold night wind stung Gu Changsheng's face. The environmental factors rendered him humorless. After an unknown duration of walking, an eerie sound suddenly permeated the air. The sound resembled both cries and laughter. Swirling around the stone walls, sometimes faint, other times close, the chill ran down Gu Changsheng's spine. Just as he was about to speak, a terrified scream erupted above them. "What is happening?" As the words left his mouth, several dark figures plummeted from the stone steps above, accompanied by screams of terror. The shadows crashed against the edges of the steps with a dull thud, followed by the sickening sound of bones shattering. The screams abruptly ceased, and the figures tumbled off the edge. Exchanging concerned glances, the group illuminated the area with their glowing orbs, revealing a pool of crimson blood at the edge of the steps. "Something terrible has occurred. Those who fell were likely disciples from above." A group of individuals hurriedly sprinted forward. After just a few steps, they were suddenly greeted by a cacophony of wailing and howling, followed by the sight of dozens of outer disciples crying and rushing back in panic. "Run! There are demons!" Upon witnessing this, Baishua swiftly drew her longsword. The others also readied themselves for battle. Advancing against the tide of fleeing individuals, Yu Changsheng had already produced a stack of small golden armor talismans. The group remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on the mountain path ahead, poised to unleash their attacks at any moment. At that moment, a sudden sound, akin to the scraping of stone against stone, echoed from above. "Look up!" Gu Changsheng exclaimed, hastily raising his gaze. In an instant, his pupils constricted. There, clinging to the vine-covered cliff, hung nearly 100 eerie shadows, their eyes glowing with a sickly green luminescence under the light of the orb, drawing closer to the group with alarming speed. Upon seeing this, Feng Taiping's usually stoic expression betrayed a flicker of fear. "It's a mountain demon!" Before the words had fully left his lips, the dark figures lunged forward. A dozen of them pounced upon Feng Taiping, enveloping him entirely, leaving only one hand exposed. Observing this, Gu Changsheng wasted no time. He waved his hand, and the small golden armor talisman ignited into flames. With the apparition of the golden armored deity manifesting, the surrounding darkness was significantly dispelled. The mountain demons, each about 4 feet tall, were covered in sleek black fur, resembling monkeys as they clung to the vines. However, to Gu Changsheng's bewilderment, these mountain demons did not attack. Rather, they emitted a series of horrific sounds, akin to nails scraping against iron plates, directed at Gu Changsheng and his companions. Meanwhile, Feng Taiping remained ensnared by the dozen mountain demons, emitting anguished cries. Yu Changsheng's brow furrowed in concern as he prepared to assist, only to find that the mountain demons had suddenly turned their gaze towards him. "Don't move," Feng Tang declared, half of his foot poised on a step, the other half delicately balancing on the lower step, remaining immobile as he spoke. Mountain demons feed on human fear. As long as we remain still, they will not attack. Try not to move, and do not be afraid. Brother Feng understands this as well. If he can remain calm, the mountain demons cannot feed on his fear, and they shall eventually disperse. Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng ceased his movements. The cold night wind continued to blow, and Gu Changsheng felt a growing agitation. He remained uncertain about the strength of these mountain demons and could not afford to test their capabilities. What vexed him further was encountering such a predicament right at the foot of the mountain, leaving him apprehensive about what other strange occurrences lay ahead. This mounting frustration only deepened. Just then, Feng Taiping's cries began to subside, and the mountain demons gradually descended from him, leaping onto the cliff while fixating their gaze intently on the remaining members of the group. Yu Changsheng's brow knitted in confusion. Why were they not leaving? Fong Tang glanced at the mountain demons with a sidelong look and remarked, I have no idea. This is my first time encountering live mountain demons. Qin Yu, still maintaining his upward gaze, chimed in, Brother Feng. Are you all right? Feng Taiping gasped slightly, managing to utter, I won't die just yet, but I feel quite nauseous. When the mountain demons extended its tongue towards me, he trailed off, unable to continue. Gu Changsheng remained oblivious to what the mountain demons had done to him. Realizing that waiting idly was not a viable solution at that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Why aren't they leaving? The realization struck him like a thunderclap that it was his own voice. These mountain demons were mimicking him. Before Gu Changsheng could voice his inquiry, another voice piped up, I don't know either. This is my first encounter with live mountain demons. At this, even Fong Tang could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, They're imitating our speech. Ji Baishue, sword raised high, gritted her teeth and snapped. You know they're imitating you, yet you still speak? Keep quiet. Gu Changsheng said nothing. But his mind raced with thoughts. Why did these mountain demons wish to mimic human speech? What could their purpose be? Surely it could not simply be for amusement. As he pondered, he noticed several mountain demons sliding down the vines, bounding toward Fong Tang, circling him incessantly. Fong Tang's previously composed demeanor shifted to one of complexity. He silently recited his family's breathing techniques, terrified of conjuring even the slightest hint of fear. Suddenly, his mouth fell agape. He watched in shock as the mountain demons huddled together, resembling a mass of black mud, twisting and elongating, ultimately transforming into human shapes. Gradually, the shadowy figures acquired color, limbs, and facial features, until they bore an uncanny resemblance to Fong Tang. Identical replicas of Gu Changsheng and the others materialized before them. The group stood, astonished by this transformation, gasping in disbelief. These mountain demons could actually shape-shift. Wait, Gu Changsheng finally comprehended, being able to change forms and speak human language. These mountain demons intended to assume their appearances to wreak havoc upon others. The realization struck the others as well. Fong Tang, consumed by rage, bellowed, You filthy beasts! Do you truly think I am afraid of you? Water manipulation. Earth-flowing star waterfall. As the incantation took form, a surge of spiritual energy coalesced into a torrent of gushing water, erupting upward like a fountain towards the false Fong Tang, the doppelgangers. Now resembling Gu Changsheng and his companions, nimbly dodged the onslaught, leaping toward the cliff, scrambling up the vines in a frantic escape. The remaining mountain demons roared once more and lunged at Fong Tang. Ji Baishue shouted, Stop standing there. Fight back. With that, she swung her long sword, unleashing a streak of white sword energy that soared swiftly along the cliff. However, the mountain demons exhibited remarkably elusive agility, evading her attack even while airborne, leaving her strike to merely sever some vines, which tumbled down alongside shattered stones. Several mountain demons lunged at Gu Changsheng, gnawing at the golden-armored deity apparition, watching the manifestation disintegrate under their vicious bites. Gu Changsheng swiftly ignited another talisman, glancing over to see Tang, Jingjing attempting to burn her own golden armor talisman, though her movements were noticeably frantic and less efficient than his. Merely defending was not a sustainable strategy. He needed to eliminate these threats. With this thought, Gu Changsheng continued to burn talismans with one hand while forming incantations with the other, chanting gold manipulation, white blade condensation, in a flash of brilliance. Dozens of golden blades materialized, hurtling toward the mountain demons under Gu Changsheng's command. The blades zipped through the air, yet the mountain demons evaded them with uncanny precision, as if every inch of their bodies were attuned to their surroundings. Not a single blade found its mark. Gu Changsheng felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Were these mountain demons truly that agile? If this continued, they would either be worn down or devoured by these creatures. With the situation becoming increasingly dire, Gu Changsheng gritted his teeth. You think you're fast? I refuse to believe you can outpace my perfected techniques. With determination, Gu Changsheng stowed away the remaining golden armor talismans. His gaze fixed intently on the mountain demons gnawing at the golden armored apparition, and could see the moment the apparition shattered. Gu Changsheng seized the opportunity, flailing his arms wildly as if to grasp at random. When he finally halted, he discovered he had captured several mountain demons by their legs. Without hesitation, he raced to the edge of the stone steps, gathering his strength before heaving the captured demons over the precipice. The mountain demons shrieked in distress as they twisted and turned mid-air, attempting to return to the cliff, but Gu Changsheng's strength was extraordinary. He hurled them at least several hundred meters away. No matter how they contorted themselves, they plummeted down, shrieking in despair. Upon witnessing this, Gu Changsheng's spirits soared. He bellowed at the mountain demons still battling with his companions. Free tickets to the Western Paradise. 1 demon per ticket. I'm giving them away. Chapter 73. The Hanhai Sect with the wind at his feet, Gu Changsheng moved like lightning, tossing the remaining mountain demons off the cliff. The others, witnessing this, suddenly grasped the situation. Though they were all prodigies within the outer sect, there remained a distinction between cultivation and combat experience. That it was only after observing Gu Changsheng's method of dealing with the mountain demons that they began to realize the potential of utilizing binding techniques. In an instant, the hesitation among the subordinates vanished. Imperial gold. Forbidden path. Imperial wood. Restricted steps. Imperial water. Marsh trap. Imperial fire. Blazing trail. The 4 hues of spiritual energy were unleashed, enveloping the surroundings in a myriad of spells, swiftly decimating the majority of the mountain demons. Their combat prowess had never been formidable. It was merely their peculiar agility that had elevated their threat level. Now that the group had discovered a countermeasure, the fight became considerably easier. That moment, a piercing scream shattered the AI. Gu Changsheng turned to see Tang Jingjing's hand, clutching a talisman, firmly grasped by several mountain demons, while others were pulling her up towards the vines. Observing this, Gu Changsheng sprang forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent a few mountain demons flying, and with a swift motion, he tore down the remaining demons clinging to the vines, smashing them to the ground. Tang Jingjing, finally regaining her composure, collapsed onto the ground and, after a moment of silence, began to wail uncontrollably. Gu Changsheng glanced at her and shook his head. That moment, he noticed a faint glimmer emanating from the mountain demons he had just dispatched. Approaching, he picked up a jade tablet, essential for passing the assessment. Sighing softly, he handed it to Tang Jingjing, saying, "Stop crying. Take this down the mountain." Her sobs ceased abruptly as she stared at the jade tablet, then looked at Gu Changsheng, her hand reaching halfway, before retracting. Gu Xixiang, I cannot accept this. That I want to rely on myself. Relying on what? On your own folly, Gu Changsheng retorted, tossing the jade tablet towards her. Your grandfather entrusted me with this sword brush, not merely to watch over you, but to assist you in completing the assessment. But as you can see, even the ascent has begun to claim lives. This assessment is not a mere game of drawing talismans or brawling. It demands serious commitment. If I am to be distracted by your safety, it will be far better for you to descend now, while I fulfill your grandfather's wishes. Everyone wins. If you insist on proceeding, then so be it. I shall not return the sword brush, and your fate is no longer my concern. Tang Jingjing, clutching the jade tablet, bit her lip in silence before slowly rising and making her way down the mountain. With her departure, the remaining individuals stepped forward. Fong Tang offered a faint smile, saying, "It's for the best that Gu Xixiang let her leave. These mountain demons are unlike what I read in books." Intrigued, Gu Changsheng inquired, "What do you mean?" In the texts, mountain demons are depicted as spirits adept at mimicking human voices to lure victims, feeding on their fear. Those consumed by them suffer damage to their soul, with consequences ranging from severe illness to death. Yet, I've never heard of anyone being killed outright by a mountain demon, nor of them transforming into human-like forms. Fong Tang gestured towards Feng Taiping, who was approaching. But look at Feng Shidi's condition. Ji Changsheng glanced over, his heart sinking. Feng Taiping's exposed skin was riddled with peculiar bite marks, not of the ordinary kind. The bites formed concentric rings. 4 layers in total. Instantly, Gu Changsheng envisioned a maw akin to that of deep-sea worms. Feng Shidi, do you feel unwell? Feng Taiping, initially unaffected, turned pale upon hearing Ji Baishue's inquiry, shaking his head yet nodding simultaneously. Nothing much, just a bit nauseous, especially since one of them reached out its tongue to where? Qin Yu interjected, intrigued. Feng Taiping shook his head disdainfully, refusing to elaborate further. Forget it. No matter how bizarre they are, we must continue our ascent. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, everyone nodded in agreement, though Fong Tang appeared contemplative, murmuring, yes, we must climb higher. I hope my worries are unfounded. The night wind grew increasingly fierce, accompanied by sporadic, chilling cries from above. As they continued along the mountain path, they encountered numerous Outer Sect disciples slumped on the stone steps, dazed and bearing various mountain demon bite marks. Clearly, they had been attacked. Fortunately, they were still alive, but in their current state, passing the assessment seemed nearly impossible. At this point, they had covered less than a fifth of the path to the summit, yet hours had slipped away, and it was now past midnight. Fong Tang remained cautious until they reached the end of the mountain path, where the gate of the Hanhai Sect loomed before them, adorned with the 3 prominent characters. What's wrong? Fong Tang shook his head, puzzled. Don't you find it strange? If these mountain demons can mimic our appearances, why have they yet to reveal themselves? Are they merely toying with us? Once inside the Hanhai Sect, the terrain is level. With their agility, they could have ambushed us before we ascended the mountain. Upon hearing this, the others frowned in concern. Ji Changsheng sighed. Listen, if we were to remain together and suddenly encounter another version of myself, what would you do? The realization dawned upon them. It was obvious. If the mountain demons aimed to deceive, they would not use Gu Changsheng's likeness against him. Shaking his head in disbelief, Gu Changsheng stepped through the gate. However, just a few steps in, several Outer Sect disciples burst forth, wailing and flailing. Snakes! Snakes! I can't do this anymore. I want to go home. Gu Changsheng's complexion turned ashen. Snakes, if there were anything that terrified him above all else, it was snakes. The memory of accidentally catching a snake while fishing in the rice fields haunted him. He could never forget the sight of it slithering up the stick. Almost instinctively, he turned to flee. Yet, Qin Yu, as he walked in, muttered, "What is so scary about snakes? Just a bunch of cowards." In the next moment, he froze, his mouth agape in horror, pointing ahead as if he had encountered a live electrical wire. Snakes! Snakes! Feng Taiping, observing his reaction, chuckled. Aren't you the brave one? Why are you trembling now? As he spoke, he followed Qin Yu's gaze. Goodness! There, cascading down the steps of the mountain gate, was a veritable tide of colorful snakes. Slithering in throngs. Ji Changsheng caught a glimpse and felt his scalp tingle. Gritting his teeth, could you not just say there are a lot of snakes? Must you count them one by one? Chapter 74. Delving deeper. As the vibrant, poisonous snakes surged towards them, Gu Changsheng quickly drew his sword brush, preparing to defend himself. Just then, Fong Tang dashed forward, grasping Gu Changsheng's arm. Don't panic, Gu Shixiang. Leave this to the professionals. I am an expert in snake handling. With that, he retrieved a pouch of yellow powder from his storage ring. Snakes, whether venomous or not, fear sulfur. Part of my family's divination technique involves using snake gallbladders as a medicinal catalyst. As he spoke, he scattered the yellow powder on the ground, forming a protective barrier, and began chanting an incantation. Sky snakes, earth snakes, azure snakes, and black snakes to 36 snakes, 72 snakes. Enter and exit, swiftly as commanded. Upon finishing, he blew gently, and the small pouch of powdered sulfur erupted into a cloud of yellow mist, enveloping the approaching snakes. Watch, they'll scatter in no time. Fong Tang said with a grin. However, to their astonishment, the vibrant snakes seemed completely unfazed, cutting through the yellow fog and continuing their advance towards the group. Fong Tang's face paled. How is this possible? They should be affected. Block them. Ji Baixue gritted her teeth and brandished her sword. Channeling her energy, she unleashed a wave of white force, slicing through the snakes that dared to approach. Seeing this, Gu Changsheng formed a seal with his hands. Imperial gold. Blade of radiance. The white blade emerged. Plunging into the throng of snakes, creating a tumultuous scene, its slaughter no less merciless than that of Ji Baixue. Qin Yu and Feng Taiping each wielded their magical arts, swiftly dispatching the serpentine horde. Fong Tang, who had been in a dazed state, approached upon witnessing the group vanquishing the snakes. Furrowing his brow, he picked up a snake's body and, upon inspection, exclaimed in astonishment, "This is a dead snake." Qin Yu, rendered speechless, retorted, "What do you mean? If it weren't dead, it would have bitten you long ago. That you're quite the expert at snake handling, aren't you?" Ignoring his mockery, Fong Tang shook his head frantically, insisting, "No, I mean, they were already dead before we attacked." Only then did the others grasp his meaning, and they began to examine the snake bodies closely. Jiu Changsheng, suppressing his nausea, prodded one with his sword pin and immediately understood Fong Tang's implication. The serpent had been decapitated by his own blade, yet its corpse was limp, and upon touching it, he discovered that it was devoid of bones, and even flesh. Beneath the skin lay nothing but emptiness. Not just this one. All the snakes were without bones or flesh, merely skins remaining. Had someone drained them like jelly? Gu Changsheng found it incomprehensible. How could a snake devoid of flesh and bones have survived? At that moment, Fong Tang suddenly inquired, "Have you heard of the Lingguan?" Ji Baixue's face turned pale at his words, and she furrowed her brow, replying, "It can't be, can it?" Fong Tang swallowed hard and said, "I hope it is, otherwise this matter could truly become troublesome." Gu Changsheng, perplexed, asked, "What kind of riddle are you two weaving? What is the Lingguan?" Ji Baixue fell silent for a moment before explaining. The Great Qian is divided into 9 provinces, and beyond these provinces lies a realm known as the Mingzhou. It is said that Mingzhou exists within the Great Qian territory, yet it is not under the control of the Great Qian dynasty, as it serves as the passage for souls to the Yellow Springs. Hence it is also known as the Ghost City. The guardians of the Ghost City are the Lingguan, who command corpses to fend off enemies. A common technique of theirs. However, the Lingguan typically do not venture beyond the borders of Mingzhou. Their appearance signifies a great calamity, one that would at least affect millions. Gu Changsheng's brows knitted together upon hearing this. He kicked the snake's skin at his feet, questioning, but can this even be considered a snake corpse? It is at most just skin. Can the Lingguan control skin as well? Ji Baixue pondered for a moment and shook her head slightly. She indeed had never heard of a Lingguan that could control skin. Fong Tang's face turned a deep shade, as he remarked, "If it isn't the Lingguan, then there is only one possibility. I think we should abandon this. It is beyond our capability to handle." Qin Yu shot him a glare and demanded, "Fong Shixiang, what exactly are you afraid of? What could possibly terrify you so?" Fong Tang opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. Ultimately shaking his head, "I cannot say, truly cannot. That entity is most sensitive to its name. It cannot be spoken of, nor written down, and there are some exceedingly strange individuals that cannot even be thought of. Lest they immediately discover us at that point, we wouldn't even be able to escape. I am already using my gaze technique to suppress my thoughts in that direction. We must leave at once." Seeing him so frightened, the others began to feel a sense of unease. Qin Yu scanned the group and, after a moment of silence, whispered, "So, do we still go in?" Gu Changsheng shrugged and replied, "I have no objections. After all, they keep saying I lack caution. Perhaps I should be a bit more cautious." "Who?" "I can't say either. Fong Tang's secrets might only lead to our demise. But if I provoke my own, who knows, the entire world might cease to exist." Ji Baixue clenched her teeth, her brow furrowed, retorting, "This cannot be said. That cannot be said. Am I here just to play riddles with you?" Determined, she declared, "I must pass the assessment. Or else." Her voice trailed off as she seemed to recall something, abruptly ceasing her words. Silently, she wiped the dust from her sword, stating with gravity, If you won't go in, I will go alone. With that, she sheathed her sword and strode toward the city that Jiyu Changsheng. Witnessing this, cheerfully addressed Fong Tang. With a sister paving the way ahead, they can only say I'm sycophantic, but no one can accuse me of lacking caution anymore. I shall take my leave first. Farewell. Qin Yu glanced at Feng Taiping and Fong Tang, sighed softly, clasped his hands in farewell, and hurried after her. Feng Taiping gritted his teeth and stated solemnly, Feng Shixiang. Those mountain demons have insulted me too much. I, Feng Taiping, may perish, but I shall not cower. Farewell. Fong Tang's face darkened, muttering to himself, You do not understand. You truly do not understand that entity. He clenched his jaw and turned to leave when a figure gradually emerged. Fong Tang's eyes widened in shock as he stammered, You. On the mountainside, Tang Jingjing clutched a jade tablet, hesitating as she looked back every few steps. The unique jade tablet had been bestowed upon her by Gu Shixiang. With no objections from the others that, Am I truly so useless? Indeed, I am far too weak to contend with the mountain demons. Even if I possess the jade tablet, what can I accomplish? I can retreat once, twice, but how many times can one retreat in a lifetime? I cannot retreat any longer. With that thought, she halted, prepared to turn back, when a dozen outer disciples came racing down the mountain, wailing in terror. Upon spotting Tang Jingjing, they froze in place, collapsing onto the steps as if they had seen a ghost. That weren't you just up there? How did you come down so quickly? Tang Jingjing was momentarily stunned, her mind flashing back to the mountain demons that could transform into human forms. This is bad. Gu Shixiang and the others are in danger. Chapter 75. The eerie manifestation. Gu Changsheng followed closely behind Ji Baixue. The fireball of spiritual energy he conjured illuminating merely a single stone step. The Hanhai Sect was vast, spanning 10 miles. Even the Hanhai Sect paled in comparison to T.O. Conceal 300 palm-sized jade tablets within such a sprawling sect would be a trivial task. Yet, to locate the hidden jade tablets in such a vast domain was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. In such an enormous place, how could one possibly find anything? Upon hearing Gu Changsheng's lament, Ji Baixue produced a tortoise shell from her storage ring, stating, Let us use this. Ji Changsheng glanced at it curiously, asking, You can read fortunes? Ji Baixue nodded, explaining, I am a member of the Ji family. All Ji family members can read fortunes. Those who cannot do not count as Ji family members. She then tossed 6 copper coins tinged with red into the tortoise shell, shaking it while reciting incantations. Go. Before long, the tortoise shell exhaled a faint mist, which transformed into a wisp of smoke, drifting gracefully in a specific direction. Ji Baixue's face brightened as she exclaimed, I found it. She hastily set off in pursuit. Gu Changsheng, eyes gleaming, thought that with such a technique, the Ji family likely had never lost anything in their lives. The two followed the smoke for several hundred meters, soon witnessing it darting this way and that. Slipping through a courtyard wall, just as they were about to leap over, they heard Qin Yu's voice calling from behind. Gu Shixiang, Ji Shiji, there you are. Turning back, they saw Qin Yu catching up that Ji Baixue said nothing as she leaped over the wall. Gu Changsheng was about to follow when he noticed Qin Yu's face wearing a smile, silently staring at him. His grin appeared exceedingly eerie under the glow of the concentrated spiritual energy, as if his face were merely a mask of dead skin. This made Gu Changsheng's skin crawl. That moment, Ji Baixue called from beyond the wall, Gu Shixiang, why are you still not coming? Gu Changsheng glanced at Qin Yu once more, only to find him maintaining that peculiar grin, saying, Gu Shixiang, will you go first, or shall I? Why not both go together? The wall is wide enough for us to jump over at the same time. Qin Yu chuckled at this, leaping over the courtyard wall. Ji Changsheng shook his head slightly and followed suit. Feng Taiping tread cautiously along the bluestone path of Hanhai Sect. Each step was taken with great care, yet filled with indignation. That horde of mountain demons had audaciously extended their tongues. Every time he thought of it, he felt a wave of revulsion, as he was unable to suppress the urge to vomit once more. A sudden intensity washed over him, and he raised a luminous orb coalesced from his spiritual energy. He found himself in an expansive area reminiscent of a plaza, surrounded by dozens of towering stone statues, each standing 2 zhang high, their expressions ranging from wrathful to jovial. and from compassionate to melancholic. Under the illumination of the orb, these diverse visages appeared to come alive, causing Feng Taiping's heart to race uncontrollably. "Where am I?" Just as this thought escaped his lips, a voice beside him chimed in. "This is the altar of the Hanhai Sect, a place where offerings are made to the predecessors of the sect." Feng Taiping turned to see Qin Yu bowing respectfully towards the statues. "What are you doing?" Feng Taiping could not comprehend Qin Yu's actions. He was not a member of the Hanhai Sect. Why pay homage to its predecessors? Qin Yu seemed to have anticipated Feng Taiping's confusion and replied with a grin. "The more predecessors one honors, the more blessings one receives. Now, let us continue our journey." With that, he took a step forward. Feng Taiping gazed at his retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Though he could not pinpoint its source at that moment, he suddenly noticed the orb's light casting a long, dark shadow of Qin Yu, and he was struck by a chilling realization. Since earlier, Qin Yu had not been utilizing any spiritual energy to conjure the orb. How, then, was he able to see the way? The conclusion was inescapable. This Qin Yu was merely a guise of a mountain demon. With this thought, Feng Taiping's anger ignited. He raised his hand, and a fierce flame instantly materialized in his grasp. Fire control, burning path, water control, tsunami. As the surging wave engulfed Tang Jingjing, swirling her form into a torrent of blood tinged with black fur, Feng Tang let out a slight exhale of turbid air. The Feng family's Qi observation technique allows one to see through a person's cultivation and discern their true nature. From the moment Tang Jingjing appeared, Feng Tang recognized her as nothing more than a mountain demon in disguise. After the wave receded, a glimmer of light flickered on the ground, revealing a jade ring before him. Feng Tang's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly picked it up. Hadn't he come to this Ghost Moon Peak precisely for this? Now that he had obtained the item, could he finally leave? Just then, a flickering light appeared, and Feng Tang quickly stowed the jade ring away. He looked up to see another Tang Jingjing standing before him, breathless and flustered. Upon seeing Feng Tang, a glimmer of surprise crossed her face. "Senior brother Feng, are you unharmed?" Feng Tang glanced at her, confirming that this was indeed Tang Jingjing and not the mountain demon. He then asked, "Why have you returned?" Tang Jingjing glanced around, noticing Gu Changsheng's absence, and inquired urgently, "Where are senior brother Gu and the others?" "They have gone inside." Feng Tang stood up and replied that I warned them that it was perilous within, but they would not listen, and I was powerless to stop them. Upon hearing this, Tang Jingjing's expression darkened. Her teeth gritted as she prepared to venture inside. Feng Tang, alarmed, exclaimed, "Are you mad? You wish to enter as well? Do you have any idea what lies within the Hanhai Sect?" "There is," Feng Tang began, but abruptly halted, scanning the surroundings in terror. Seeing nothing, he finally managed to say, "In any case, it is exceedingly dangerous inside." "I know, which is precisely why I must go in." Tang Jingjing nodded resolutely. "Although I am aware that I may not be of much assistance, having an extra pair of hands can only be beneficial. Even if someone fails the trial, it should not be senior brother Gu, but rather me. This time, I shall not retreat." Feng Tang's brows furrowed deeply as he regarded Tang Jingjing's determined expression. His back teeth clenched tightly. He was torn. Ji, Feng, Qin, and Feng. The four had been inseparable since the day they entered the Hanhai Sect. Would leaving now be akin to fleeing in the face of danger? Yet, the horrors within the Hanhai Sect were beyond what they could confront. No, perhaps it was precisely for this reason that they could not be allowed to face danger alone among these individuals. Only I understand what lies within, and only I can help them survive. With this resolve, Feng Tang gritted his teeth and addressed Tang Jingjing. "Do you have a communication talisman?" "Hand me one." Tang Jingjing, puzzled, produced a communication talisman and handed it to Feng Tang. He ignited the talisman and sent a message to Elder Xing down the mountain, then stated, "I've already informed Elder Xing if he can ascertain what lies within. Perhaps we may yet have a chance of survival. Let us go. We must assist them." Chapter 76. Mountain of Flesh, the heart of the Tao extinguished. Elder Xing was meditating with his eyes closed when he suddenly heard these four words. The transmission came from a disciple undergoing assessment, and judging by the voice, it seemed to be the young man from the Feng family. His brow furrowed immediately. The The phrase heart of the Tao, extinguished, seldom appears alone. It is typically followed by 4 unspoken words. Elder Shing raised his head. The ghost moon peak was shrouded in darkness, yet under the starlit sky, a semblance of illumination persisted, making the peak appear even darker, like a pillar piercing the night. Elder Shing turned to glance at the pavilion created by a treasure, where lights blazed and the sounds of clinking cups mingled with laughter and chatter. It was by Yu Jian, along with the left guardian. Elder Shing snorted coldly and directed his gaze to the guards at the entrance, asking sternly, "How did your young city lord manage to place the jade ring atop Ghost Moon Peak?" The guard replied with composure, "The young city lord instructed several attendants to take it up, and the attendants, they have yet to return." Upon hearing this, Elder Shing's brows knitted tighter, the heart of the Tao extinguished. So there exists something on Ghost Moon Peak that follows after the extinguishing of the heart of the Tao. What could it be? Is it the remnants of the Hanhai Sect? How did the Hanhai Sect meet its demise? The Hanhai Sect was obliterated by the demon race. Qin picked up a rusted iron sword from the ground, flicking off the dust with a snap of his fingers, and sighed. The Hanhai Sect's cultivation differs from that of the Hanhai Sect. As they focused on the moon, nurturing their dantian with the essence of the moon, which bears a resemblance to the demon race, most of whom also revere the moon. Yu Changsheng paused, perplexed, and asked, "What about their spiritual roots? Were their spiritual roots also moon-based?" "Certainly not." Qin pondered before responding. The 5-element cultivation method is the most common in the cultivation world, yet there are always sects that stand apart, capable of cultivating through other means, even if their spiritual roots do not stray beyond the 5 elements. Yu Changsheng nodded in understanding. So they did not undergo the 9-year standardized education, yet they can still pass the college entrance examination by reading leisurely at home. Is that right? Qin found this explanation rather perplexing. Just then, a voice filled with delight rang out from Ji Baishu. "I found it." With that, she retrieved a jade pendant from behind a hexagram mirror at the entrance and began to meticulously wipe away the dirt. "Congratulations, congratulations." Qin responded cheerfully. Yu Changsheng glanced around, puzzled, and remarked, "Why is the jade pendant's position so chaotic? If this was hidden by that white-haired lad, then where did the one that fell from the mountain demon come from?" Ji Baishu and Qin exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. However, before the trio could venture far, the answer to their question presented itself. Lying in a pool of blood upon the stone steps was a figure clad in the attire of a guard from Linen City. His body was mangled, hands and feet torn away by some force, and his abdomen was completely hollowed out, leaving only bones supporting a flap of skin. Beside the severed limb, which seemed to long to depart from its body, lay a black cloth bag from which dozens of white jade pendants spilled forth. Upon witnessing this, Ji Baishu's brow furrowed as she clutched her mouth, retching. Even Qin recoiled in disgust, stepping back a pace. Yet Gu Changsheng approached the corpse, carefully picking up the bag and gathering the scattered jade pendants before deftly avoiding the blood and returning to the others. "Now I understand," Gu Changsheng said, handing a piece of jade pendant to Qin. This group hid half of the jade pendants only to be torn apart by those mountain demons. Qin face turned pale as he remarked, "Senior Brother Gu, you possess remarkable courage. This is merely the beginning." Gu Changsheng waved dismissively. "We are those who watch the entire series of Saw from 1 to 9 without even taking a bathroom break. Have you heard of the human centipede? That is far more repulsive than this, I assure you. The human head is connected." Before he could finish, a sudden shriek pierced the air. The expressions of the 3 instantly changed. Feng Taiping. A few individuals exchanged glances before hastily racing towards the source of the sound. They traversed through corridors and halls, only to discover a plaza where Feng Taiping lay sprawled on the ground, drenched in blood. Before him stood a grotesque creature, towering at over 10 meters. Its body was devoid of any intact skin. Muscles writhed beneath a shroud of black effort. It resembled not a singular entity, but rather a grotesque assembly of flayed humans haphazardly stitched together. Upon a mere glance, Ji Baishui and Qin could no longer suppress their nausea. Even Gu Changsheng, who prided himself on his resilience against B-grade horrors, felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. He hoisted Feng Taiping up and exclaimed in disbelief, "What on earth is this monstrosity?" Feng Taiping, his face smeared with blood, uncertain of its origin, revealed a pallid complexion. I killed the fake Qin Yu, but it didn't die. Then a dozen mountain demons began flaying each other before my eyes, piecing together this abomination. Yu Changsheng swallowed hard. Regardless of what this creature was, it was undeniably repulsive. On that basis alone, he wished to avoid any entanglement with it. We have acquired the jade pendant. Let us depart swiftly. I'll use a transmission talisman to summon the others shortly. As he spoke, Gu Changsheng grasped the others and attempted to leave that moment. The grotesque, shifting mass of flesh lunged forward, appearing behind them in an instant. Qin Yu twitched at the corners of his mouth and said, "Brother Gu, it seems it does not wish for us to leave." Yu Changsheng furrowed his brow, gripping his sword pinned tightly as he stepped forward to confront the creature. "What? Do your mountain demons also abide by rules? Do you provide provisions?" What awaited him, however, was not a meal, but a ferocious roar. The mountain demon opened its maw, unleashing a nauseating bellow, before swiftly appearing next to Feng Taiping and delivering a devastating punch. Feng Taiping, already weakened, could not evade in time and was sent sprawling by the blow. The creature's fists splattered blood and flesh across the ground. Yet in the next moment, those remnants surged back onto its arm. "Scatter!" Gu Changsheng commanded. His expression grimmed, he leapt backward, igniting a talisman of the fire deity and casting it upon Feng Taiping. Seeing this, Ji Baishui drew her sword, steadied it with one hand while forming a sword seal with the other, and resolutely declared, "Sword seal, mountain and valley." Her longsword sliced through the air, unleashing a torrent of white sword energy that coalesced before her into a mass resembling a small mountain. Go. The sword energy mountain surged forward, crashing into the mountain demon's flesh. Blood erupted, and the demon's body was torn asunder. Yet in the following moment, the dismembered flesh began to coalesce once more, reforming the creature. Ji Baishui's face paled as she gasped. It cannot be killed." Gu Changsheng's brow furrowed, his teeth clenched as he waved his sword pen, transforming it into a long sword, and declared, "Do not halt. I refuse to believe this creature can perpetually regenerate." Chapter 77. 3 heads and 6 arms as spiritual energy coalesced. A rune ignited upon the sword. Pen. Yu Changsheng felt a significant portion of his spiritual energy deplete, yet the effect was strikingly pronounced. With a sweeping motion, the fire deity's cave talisman was activated, engulfing the mountain demon's flesh in an intense white flame, illuminating the surroundings and releasing a nauseating odor of charred flesh. Witnessing this, Ji Baishui and Qin Yu unleashed their own spells, severing the charred remnants into pieces. Only when the last embers of flame dissipated from the final fragment did they dare to catch their breath. Qin Yu, panting heavily, inquired, "This thing won't rise again, will it?" Gu Changsheng smirked, scoffing, "With a third-tier single-target talisman reducing it to this state, if it still stands, I might as well eat dirt." However, before he could finish, the nearly incinerated mass of flesh twitched. As the movements grew increasingly frantic, the charred material began to inflate, akin to a balloon being pumped, revealing the pink flesh beneath a web-like fissure. Yu Changsheng's face turned ashen. It can indeed resurrect. Such vitality? Is it akin to Majin Bu? Just then, a voice echoed, cutting boats and sharpening paddles. The 5 tones divide the gold. The 9 rainbows create a brocade of sound. 100 eyes fall silent. The group turned to see Feng Tang, his hands constantly shifting through various seals. With each formation, a thread that seemed almost ethereal began to materialize in his grasp. Once the thread was entwined, it began to drift towards the mountain demon's flesh. In the next moment, to Gu Changsheng's astonishment, the creature's flesh fragmented into even smaller pieces upon contact with the thread. Feng Tang's hand signs continued to shift, more threads proliferating and intertwining into a net, thoroughly reducing the mountain demon's flesh to particles invisible to the eye, which then gradually vanished. Feng Tang, however, appeared utterly spent, drenched in sweat, as he exhaled heavily. Nearly collapsing, Tang Jingjing rushed to support him, offering a vitality-restoring pill. Yu Changsheng, witnessing this, was elated and clapped Feng Tang on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Impressive work, my friend. Why keep such talent hidden?" After consuming the vitality pill, Fong Tang's complexion remained unchanged, offering a bitter smile. "Brother Gu, please refrain from jesting. This technique draws upon the power of mountains and rivers at the cost of my lifespan, that I'm only at the 9th layer of chi refinement. How many years of life do you think I have left to wield such magic?" Upon hearing that he had expended his lifespan to vanquish the creature, Gu Changsheng's curiosity was piqued. Why can't it be killed? Must it be subdued with life? After a moment of silence, Fong Tang seemed to organize his thoughts before finally articulating, "It is non-silence. What on earth does that mean?" "I thought you said it was a mountain demon." Gu Changsheng was momentarily taken aback that it was once a mountain demon, but now it is non-silence. Life and death are interdependent. Existence and extinction are termed as Tao, while non-existence signifies silence. Living without death is non-silence. Life and death are inherently intertwined. With life comes death. Cultivators defy the natural order, yet must adhere to it, even upon achieving immortality, transcending to celestial realms. There will eventually come a day of decline and demise. However, there exists a type of being that transcends the cycle of life and death, achieving everlasting existence. Anything touched by it becomes non-silent. As Fong Tang spoke, his gaze drifted deep into the depths of the Hanhai Sect, his eyes betraying a hint of terror. He shook his head to dispel the thought, inhaling deeply as he continued. The mountain demon merely brushed against something within the Hanhai Sect, transforming into non-silence. "Brother Gu, Sister Ji, we truly cannot proceed any further." Gu Changsheng glanced at the ashes scattered on the ground, pausing for a moment before replying. "We had no intention of delving deeper. I've collected 100 or so jade pendants. Our assessment is complete." Ji Bai Shui appeared momentarily taken aback, her gaze shifting deeper into the Hanhai Sect. Suddenly, she spoke. "It seems Brother Yi and the others are still inside." Ji Changsheng shrugged and chuckled. "That Yi fellow has a strong constitution. He could survive a fall from the mountain and might even stumble upon some miraculous treasure. We need not concern ourselves with him. If the sky were to fall, a tall person would shoulder it. What does it matter to us? Just look at Fong Tang. His sincerity is commendable." Ji Bai Shui bit her lip, contemplating for a moment before conceding. "Very well. Let us descend and inform Elder Xing." A few individuals nodded and were about to depart when they suddenly heard a hurried sound of footsteps approaching from behind. Before they could turn their heads, Feng Taiping, who was at the back, let out a muffled grunt, and his body shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. Gu Changsheng was instantly taken aback. He raised his hand and waved it, summoning a small golden armor talisman that rushed ahead and adhered to Feng Taiping's body. At the moment, the ethereal figure of the golden armor guardian materialized. Feng Taiping collided with the courtyard wall and fell unconscious. In the next instant, a chilling aura spread throughout the entire square. The group turned to see a bizarre creature, a grotesque amalgamation of a false Gu Changsheng, Fong Tang, and Ji Bai Shui, scrambling towards them with 6 arms and 3 heads. Witnessing this, Gu Changsheng's heart raced in alarm, and he instinctively drew his sword pen and flicked it, conjuring a fire virtue cave-deep talisman. The blazing white flames ignited instantly upon making contact with the 3-headed, 6-armed imitation of himself, erupting into a towering inferno. However, in the next moment, a dark mist wafted in from the depths of the Hanhai Sect, enveloping the 3-headed, 6-armed Gu Changsheng and extinguishing the flames in an instant. Gu Changsheng's eyes widened in disbelief. This was a 3rd-tier talisman, corresponding to an attack from the core formation stage. The immense spiritual energy he had cultivated through the 3,000 mysterious eyes technique had dwindled to but half. How could it be so easily erased? This was utterly outrageous. Consumed by fury, Gu Changsheng gritted his teeth and shouted, "Run." With that, he turned on his heel and sprinted away. Just then, the 3-headed, 6-armed Gu Changsheng waved its hand, and the dark mist that had wrapped around him instantly chased after Gu Changsheng, ensnaring the others as well, including the severely injured and unconscious Feng Taiping, as if they were wrapped in a shroud. Following this, the 3-headed, 6-armed Gu Changsheng leaped forward, heading deeper into the Hanhai Sect. Down the mountain, Shoji lowered the wine cup in his hand, tucked his hands back in his sleeves, and finally raised his eyes to glance at Elder Shing. Sneering. The heart of the path extinguished. You claim it exists simply because you say so. Even if it were true, it should not be found on this ghost moon peak. If it truly existed, the Linen Prefecture would have already been overrun. Would it be your Hanhai Sect's turn to use it as an examination site? Elder Shing remained unfazed, his voice grave as he replied. The information was relayed to me by a lad from the Fong family. If you do not believe me, do you doubt even the Fong family's Qi watching technique? Chapter 78. The moon's return to the heart. Shoji furrowed his brow, withdrawing his hand from his sleeve to lift his empty wine cup, only to discover it was devoid of wine and nearby, maid was about to refill it. But he stopped her. He stood up, slightly agitated, bowed his head in contemplation for a moment, then shook his head in self-deprecation, resuming his seat to pour himself a drink, softly saying, I am aware of the Fong family's Qi watching technique. But that lad is at most at the 9th level of Qi refining. What can he discern about the heart's path extinguished? Do you not believe? I do not believe. Is it disbelief or fear of disbelief? Upon hearing this, Shoji's brow furrowed tightly, and he raised his head to meet Elder Shing's piercing gaze. Disbelief is disbelief. There is no distinction between fear and courage. Elder Shing questioning me. Or do you wish to use the heart's path extinguished as an excuse for your Hanhai Sect disciples' failure in the examination? Upon hearing this, Elder Shing gave a slight nod, scoffed, and stood up, leaving the room. Bai Yujing, witnessing Elder Shing's departure, chuckled and said, Elders of the Hanhai Sect are all so high-minded, so Shu need not pay any mind to him. Let us continue drinking. However, before he could finish, Shoji's cold gaze fell upon him, followed by a voice as somber as water. By Xiaocheng, I shall ask you but once. Is there or is there not something from the heart's path extinguished atop the ghost moon peak? Bai Yujing halted his cup midair, his lips twitching as he forced a dry laugh. Naturally, there is none. Was that Bai Yujing speaking, or by Xiaocheng? A heavy feeling settled in Bai Yujing's heart. Shoji's inquiry was pressuring him to bear this responsibility. But as someone at the 5th level of Foundation establishment, he had never ascended to the Ghost Moon Peak. He truly knew not whether anything from the heart's path extinguished existed atop the mountain. After a moment of silence, Bai Yujing ultimately forced a couple of dry laughs, lifting his cup with feigned composure, saying, Shu, I am Bai Xiaocheng. What I say holds weight. If I say there is nothing atop the mountain, then there is nothing. Seeing him respond thus, Shoji's expression immediately brightened. Then, by Xianshi, this cup is on me. Cheers, cheers. Gu Changsheng awakened from his unconscious state, feeling a dizzying sensation in his head, when that dark mist enveloped him. Even his 7 orifices were filled with it, and the ensuing tumult of emotions, rage, anger, murderous intent, despair, fear, sorrow, an endless torrent of negativity surged through his mind, causing him to faint instantly. Now, as he opened his eyes, Gu Changsheng found himself in a grand hall, the roof of which was carved into a circular, open dome. Through the dome, starlight filtered down, and to his shock, he saw nearly 1,000 outer disciples of the Hanhai Sect standing straight beneath the dome, their arms raised, gazing up at the vast starry sky. Ji Baishua, Qinyu, Fong Tang, Fong Taiping, Tang Jingjing, and even Gu Changsheng himself were among them. Seeing another version of himself performing that bizarre action, Gu Changsheng's heart jolted with alarm. Were these all mere illusions conjured by the mountain spirits? Just a false Qin, you had left Fong Taiping gravely injured, and he had expended a significant portion of his spiritual energy, while Fong Tang had lost years of his lifespan. With so many fakes, if Fong Tang were to kill them all, he would likely owe a debt of several hundred years of life. Wait, where are Fong Tang and the others? They are behind you, came an ethereal voice from the front of the hall. Yu Changsheng turned to see a nearly perfect woman standing at the front of the hall. In front of her, a wall had also been carved into an open floor-to-ceiling window, and between the window and the dome was a hollow, elongated shape resembling the woman was facing the window. And from the side, Gu Changsheng could see the silver glow of moonlight illuminating her fair and radiant face. It beautiful. Decent, Gu Changsheng replied instinctively, but in the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. This woman could read his thoughts. Mind reading is not a particularly advanced technique. Once you reach my level of cultivation, you will naturally acquire it. Hearing her words, Gu Changsheng forced out a chuckle. The sect leader enjoyed eavesdropping, and this stunning woman seemed to delight in mind reading. It appeared that these powerful figures all shared a penchant for prying into others' privacy. Gu Changsheng was uncertain if his thoughts had been overheard. Glancing at the mountain spirit's illusions, he chuckled, "Miss, where have you taken my friends and fellow disciples?" The woman remained still, her voice calm as she replied, "What you see are indeed them." Gu Changsheng was taken aback and looked at the mountain spirits. His lips twitching as he said, "Do not jest. These are merely the transformed forms of those black monkeys. Are they not?" "Not quite. Among these figures, only you are a fake, while the rest are genuine." The woman turned to look at Gu Changsheng, her eyes filled with endless curiosity as she continued, "By the way, I am quite curious as to why you are unaffected by the 7 emotions rise and fall." 7 emotions rise and fall? Gu Changsheng was momentarily stunned, recalling the torrent of negative emotions that had engulfed him when the dark mist surrounded him. Could that have been the 7 emotions rise and fall? This woman could manipulate the negative emotions within one's body using black mist? But why was he unaffected? Was it due to the panel? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Gu Changsheng shook his head decisively. Forcing it away, he then smiled at the woman, saying, "Miss, your 7 emotions rise and fall is truly remarkable. May I inquire what your intention is in bringing us here?" Panel. The woman displayed a hint of confusion at his question and turned to gaze out the window. The moon is about to rise. Upon hearing her cryptic statement, Gu Changsheng raised his head in perplexity, only to see that the full moon had already ascended to the top, preparing to enter the passage that connected to the dome. In the next moment, an ominous premonition surged within him. The size of the passage matched that of the full moon precisely, and the moon's trajectory was perfectly aligned to traverse through the connecting passage. Reaching the dome, this was clearly a phenomenon that occurred perhaps only once a year. Not once a year, but once every 17 years, the woman corrected Gu Changsheng's thoughts in a timely manner. Every 17 years, the moon's return to the heart occurs, that on this day, the full moon rises from the south at the stroke of midnight, reaches its zenith at the hour of the ox, and sets back to the north at the hour of the tiger. This day is known as the moon's return to the heart. Gu Changsheng's heart sank. Once every 17 years. What would happen when the moon reached the dome? As the woman heard Gu Changsheng's innermost thoughts, she slowly turned around, a peculiar smile gracing her lips as she spoke. "As a disciple of the Hanhai Sect, I shall use your bodies to resurrect." Upon hearing this, a heavy dread settled within Gu Changsheng's heart. Indeed, she was a wretched old hag. He raised his hand, summoning his sword pen in an instant, while his other hand retrieved a chi-replenishing pill from his storage ring, which he hastily placed into his mouth. The talismans inscribed upon the sword pen radiated a luminous brilliance as he infused it with his spiritual energy. That it was a Tier 3 area of effect talisman. The Thunder Severance Talisman. Channeling his spiritual energy through the sword pen, a storm cloud swiftly gathered above the woman's head. Yet she remained unfazed, gazing thoughtfully at the swirling thundercloud. In the next moment, a resounding clap of thunder erupted. And seizing the opportunity, Gu Changsheng hoisted 2 individuals over his shoulders and darted towards the hall's exit. Chapter 79. Have you heard of the devotion of love? Damn it. Just a moment ago, I was told that if the sky were to fall, a tall person would hold it up. Yet, mere minutes later, I've become that tall person. While fleeing, Gu Changsheng glanced at the 2 he was carrying, and fury surged within him. In the chaos, he had unwittingly picked up none other than Yi Chun and Jian Shusan. What an utter nuisance. Even carrying Tang Jingjing, that airport of a figure, would be preferable to lugging these 2 insufferable fools around. Each was more reckless than the last, crumbling to their knees before they could even utter a sound. Only to be conscripted. The top of the outer sect? Pah! Despite his complaints, Gu Changsheng's feet never faltered. Just then, a voice echoed in his ear. "Where do you think you're going?" "Allow me to escort you." Instantly, Gu Changsheng's scalp tingled, and he halted in his tracks, turning to see the woman gliding beside him like a wraith, her face adorned with a mischievous smile. He twitched at the corner of his mouth, setting down Yi Chun and Jian Shusan as he stammered. I'm feeling a bit anxious, and when I get anxious, I need to relieve myself that I was hoping to find a restroom, since it's a matter of nature's call. Why bring them along? Children, you see, they prefer to go to the restroom with friends. Otherwise, they might struggle to go. Are you still going now? And no, I've decided to hold it in. The woman nodded slightly, tilting her head, indicating for Gu Changsheng to follow. Grinding his teeth, Gu Changsheng spat out the remnants of the chi-replenishing pill onto the ground and stepped back into the grand hall. There was no escaping, nor could he hope to fight back. Gu Changsheng felt the same trepidation he had faced when confronting Feng Zhang for the first time. No, it was even worse, all thanks to that old rascal. So what Shizi? What business did he have meddling in other sect assessments, causing harm without benefit, eating off others' plates while failing to contribute? Seething with anger, Gu Changsheng heard the woman murmur, "You are quite peculiar. It is I who captured your fellow disciples, and now it is I you faced. If you do not blame me, why lay blame on others?" Gu Changsheng exhaled a breath of frustration, squeezing out a retort through clenched teeth. "You have mind-reading abilities. Try sustaining your household registration for just a few minutes without them." The woman cast him a sidelong glance, a slight smile curving her lips as she replied, "Do not worry. I shall not kill you to participate in the Wang Yueguixin Great Array. The unity of body, heart, and spirit is required, but I cannot control you, and you are of no use to me. This." Gu Changsheng's eyes brightened. The body must refer to Ji Baixue and the others, while heart likely indicated the loss of consciousness due to the influence of that dark energy. But what of the spirit? No sooner had he pondered this than nearly 1,000 mountain demons emerged from the surrounding darkness of the Grand Hall. Gu Changsheng's heart lurched. Were these the mountain demons? No, they were more accurately described as non-death. The essence of non-death was indeed the spirit. The woman, perceiving Gu Changsheng's thoughts, smiled faintly. "You are aware of non-death. Very well, they are indeed non-death, and they were once disciples of my Hanhai Sect." Gu Changsheng's heart sank as he gazed at the woman, exclaiming in shock, "If they are non-death, then you must be the manifestation of the heart's obliteration." The woman halted mid-air, a gentle breeze sweeping past, causing her flowing skirt to flutter, creating an eerily captivating sight under the moonlight. The heart's obliteration? Indeed, I am the heart's obliteration. You may call me that. At that moment, an incantation resonated through the air. Radiant heavenly fire, vanquish evil. No sooner had the incantation concluded than a brilliant flame surged forth from the ground, racing towards the woman in a lethal arc. "Xing Elder!" Gu Changsheng exclaimed in delight, hastily hoisting Yi Chun and Jian Shan and turning to flee. While running, he glanced back, berating Sister, "Are you out of your mind? What kind of evil cult ritual is this? You wish to resurrect those who have been dead for centuries. Do you think you are Orochimaru? Why toy with the dead? Look at those ghastly black figures you've conjured. Are they rainbows or little white horses? With a mind like yours, even if you manage to rescue your sect members, it will all be in vain. They will eventually perish. Why not find a man and bear a couple of children to gradually revive your sect? Must you insist on engaging in such dark antics? Who are you trying to frighten?" As he continued his tirade, Gu Changsheng sensed something amiss. Although he was running forward, Xing Elder was becoming increasingly distant. Looking down, he saw a tendril of black energy lifting him into the air, pulling him back. In an instant, Gu Changsheng felt as though he had been doused with cold water, extinguishing his fire. Turning once more, he beheld the woman with a grim expression, addressing him. "Your words are rather sharp. Go on then. Keep cursing. Perhaps it would be better to refrain. Cursing is rather uncivilized. How about I sing you a song instead? I am quite adept at singing. Have you ever heard the song Devotion of Love?" Before her words could settle, the sword at Xing Elder's back unsheathed with a resounding clang, and with a flick of his hand, the sword transformed into numerous blades of flame, hurtling towards the woman. However, in the next instant, Gu Changsheng was left utterly astounded. The woman swept her long sleeves, and in an instant, both the sword and flames were enveloped by black energy, dissipating completely. Even the sword clattered onto the stone floor, trembling briefly before lying still. Gu Changsheng's heart sank to despair. Among all those he had encountered, aside from that fellow whose true nature remained mystery, Xing Elder was undoubtedly the most formidable. Yet this woman had effortlessly neutralized Xing Elder's move. Was there any hope left? Xing Elder appeared to sense the gravity of the situation as he descended from the air, retrieving the fallen sword, and gravely addressed her. Might you be the leader of the Hanhai Sect, Lu Xiangming? Upon hearing this, the woman seemed to reminisce for a moment, and after a pause, she replied, Yes. I am Lu Xiangming. It has been long since anyone has called me by that name. Xing Elder, upon hearing her affirmation, immediately bowed in respect, stating, I am Xing Biyu of the Hanhai Sect. It is an honor to meet you, Senior Lu. The Hanhai Sect? Lu Xiangming remained silent for a moment before appearing to recall something, her expression softening into a light chuckle. The small sect near Linen Prefecture? I did not expect the Hanhai Sect to have someone reach the nascent soul stage. How has sect leader Fong been of late? Xing Elder's lips twitched slightly as he bowed again. Replying, Sect leader Fong passed away 6 centuries ago. Lu Xiangming froze at this revelation, murmuring, Dead? 600 years. Yes, it has indeed been 6 centuries, Jiyu Changsheng, seizing the opportunity presented by her dazed expression, chimed in. Indeed, 6 centuries. The Monkey King only subdued the heavens for 500 years, and you have lingered in the past for 6 centuries. What is it that you cannot let go? At that, Lu Xiaoming's expression shifted dramatically, her face twisting with rage as she bellowed. What do you know? A mere 6 centuries, as long as I can bring back the disciples of the sect. I would endure another 6 centuries without a second thought. Xing Elder, sensing the tension, swiftly interjected. Changsheng, do not provoke her. The obliteration of the heart breeds the essence of the demon. She is a demon. A being entirely different from the path. Chapter 80. The Heart of Purity Demon. Gu Changsheng was filled with confusion that what if she was a demon? Henti demons always existed in this world. Why was Xing Elder making such a fuss? Lu Xiangming, hearing Gu Changsheng's inner thoughts, chuckled softly. Do not conflate me with those mere demon cultivators, seeing her shift from a menacing demeanor to one of mirth. Gu Changsheng felt a shiver run down his spine, and he remarked with a hint of disdain, Just a moment ago you were baring your teeth, and now you're grinning like a fool. What is your zodiac sign? Are you experiencing a split personality? Changsheng, do not provoke her. Xing Elder cautioned in a hushed tone. Demons are inherently volatile. Should you awaken her demonic heart, she could unleash a massacre at any moment. Demon cultivators are merely a group of heretical practitioners cloaked in the guise of demons. They're not true demons that a seeker of the path cultivates vitality into qi, transforming qi into spirit. Despite their defiance of the heavens, they do not stray beyond the heavenly laws. The essence of demonic presence lies in the obliteration of the heart's tranquility and the complete ruin of the aspiration for enlightenment. Positioning itself in absolute opposition to the heavenly path, it embodies the entirety of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, along with the 10 sorrows and 8 sufferings. The human nature it manifests is but a facade. One must not harbor any thoughts of intimacy towards it. Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng was immediately taken aback. The amalgamation of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, the 10 sorrows and 8 sufferings. No wonder he sensed a tumultuous wave of negative emotions when that dark aura approached him. Lu Xiaoming cast a glance at Gu Changsheng, a wicked smile playing on her lips. Now you understand fear. Let me tell you, I devour men without a blink. Gu Changsheng furrowed his brow, biting his lower lip, and after a while, managed to retort. I don't blink when I eat. So who are you trying to scare? It was not that he was unafraid. Rather, his temperament rendered him incapable of grasping the terrifying nature of the demon as described by Elder Xing. Even if he did understand, he could not suppress his inclination to make sardonic remarks. In Gu Changsheng's eyes, Lu Xiaoming appeared more approachable than the gruesome mountain demon, although the former had been quite terrifying moments ago. At least she spoke in a more civilized manner. Dear Lady Lu, might we negotiate a matter? Gu Changsheng glanced around, fell silent for a moment, then nudged Yi Chun and Jian Shisan, who were standing dazedly forward, pointing to the others in the Grand Hall. These 2 are the most formidable among our Hanhai Sect's delegation. They will be perfect for resurrecting your disciple. I can trade you a few particularly worthless ones. Just those few. They are utterly useless, a complete disgrace. Reviving your disciple with them would be an insult to your Hanhai Sect. It's a fair exchange. I won't ask for more. 2 for 5. What do you say? Lu Xiangming's eyes sparkled with mischief as she smiled slightly. That sounds quite appealing, but I am not inclined to trade. With a graceful sweep of her sleeves, she floated like a specter, shifting from side to side. Not only do I not wish to trade, but I also do not want you to take those two away if it weren't for your lack of control. I wouldn't even let you go. Elder Xing let out a cold snort at her words, stating solemnly, Senior Lu, these disciples are the foundation of the Hanhai Sect. I, Xing, will not allow you to act recklessly. Lu Xiaoming chuckled lightly to the side. Oh, really? What can you do about it? Offended. As she spoke, Elder Xing drew his sword once more, stepping forward with determination. With nature as my guide, let joy arise among the people free from desires. Without distinctions, without honor or disgrace, I advance unrestrained, in life or death. My heart knows no despair. With each incantation, Elder Xing's sword danced with swift elegance, the blade radiating a torrent of spiritual energy, each strike seemingly pivotal, yet imbued with a heart-stopping murderous intent. Meanwhile, the demonic aura surrounding Lu Xiaoming swirled about her, weaving through the sword energy with fluid grace, her sleeves darting deftly to parry Elder Xing's assault. Jiyu Changsheng stood between the two, caught in the tumult of both the demonic and the sword energy. Swaying helplessly as escape seemed impossible. Elder Xing's swordplay intensified, the demonic energy exuding from Lu Xiaoming grew increasingly abundant. Enveloped in this chaos, Gu Changsheng, in a daze, felt as though he was glimpsing a boundless city of freedom. Each strike of the sword seemed to narrate and sing of the city's beauty. Yet, the dark demonic energy that occasionally seeped and caused his heart to seize, tearing apart the splendid vision of that city. Dreams and awakenings intertwined, laughter and tears mingled, oscillating between earthly bliss and heart-wrenching pain. These two illusions washed over him, leaving him in a state of extreme mental turmoil, even provoking a desire to claw his own eyes out. At that moment, an unexpected message flashed before his eyes. Path of intent. Experience one pure heart. Experience one Gu. Changsheng momentarily lost focus, nearly overwhelmed by the onslaught of demonic energy. He hastily tossed Yi Chun and Jian Shusan out of the swirling conflict and popped a chi-restoring pill into his mouth before settling into a meditative position. Path of intent. Experience one pure heart. Experience one path of intent. Experience one pure heart. Experience one observing the barrage of notifications. Gu Changsheng was engulfed in confusion. The skill pure heart was something he had comprehended when facing the allure of the butterfly demon, having advanced to a considerable level since. Yet, it had not accrued any experience since then. Why was it suddenly gaining experience now? Could it be related to the impact of this demonic energy? If so, what did the heart truly signify? Elder Xing had once stated that cultivating the path was about refining spirit into energy, and energy into the divine, an act that defies the heavens, yet does not stray from their course. If memory serves, the very first lesson upon entering the Hanhai Sect, Minter Meng had echoed similar sentiments. Pure heart. Experience one. What else had been said then? The great Tao is 50. The heavens transform into 49. Humanity eludes one, and that one is the Tao. Pure heart. Experience one. Did the heart imply adhering to the heavenly will, cultivating one's inner heart with righteous intent? Pure heart. Experience one. Pure heart. Major achievement 11000. At the moment the upgrade notification for pure heart appeared, a flash of enlightenment surged within Gu Changsheng. In the next instant, although his body remained still, he began to rise slowly from the ground. So, this is what it feels like to have an epiphany. Why do I feel so much lighter after this realization? Am I about to ascend? Gu Changsheng pondered, opening his eyes, only to be startled into a cold sweat by the sight before him. The earlier sensation of levitating had nothing to do with him. Now, the battle between Elder Xing and Lu Xiaoming had reached a fever pitch. Elder Xing's spiritual power coalesced behind him, forming a phantom reminiscent of a celestial city, while the demonic energy surrounding Lu Xiaoming had become almost tangible, coiling together darker than the darkest abyss. Akin to a black hole at this moment, the two had begun to clash with their full might, the spiritual and demonic energies spiraling into a vortex. Changsheng recognized the urgency and quickly withdrew from the maelstrom. Suddenly, Elder Xing's voice reached him telepathically. Changsheng, Lu Xiangming is currently restrained by me. You must enter and assist your fellow disciples in their escape. Chapter 81. Skewered candied hawthorn want to leave? It's not that simple. Lu Xiangming waved her hand, and hundreds of mountain demons appeared like phantoms, blocking the entrance to the grand hall. Changsheng rolled his eyes and turned to glare at Elder Xing. Elder Xing. She can read minds. What use is your telepathy? Elder Xing furrowed his brow, freeing a hand to toss a handful of yellow beans. Yin and Yang subdued, commanding the three purity, vanquishing demons and devils. Divine might decreed. Falconry soaring in all directions, transform beings into soldiers. The yellow beans hit the ground, instantly transforming into hundreds of tiny figures about 3 feet tall. These figures obstructed the mountain demons, grabbing them at the waist or clinging to their legs, effectively halting their advance. Changsheng, witnessing this, gave Elder Xing a thumbs up before dashing into the grand hall. However, upon entering, he was struck dumb by the sight before him. The disciples of the Hanhai Sect were enveloped in swirling circles of dark demonic energy. He reached out to lift the nearest Qinyu, but the moment he touched the black aura, an overwhelming wave of negative emotions flooded over him. Yet this negative state lasted but a moment before being dispelled by the pure heart skill, observing the tightly packed throng of nearly 1,000 individuals. Changsheng felt a shiver run down his spine. He had no idea how long Elder Xing could hold out. If he had to carry each one out individually, dawn would break before he was finished. Moreover, Lu Xiangming seemed perfectly composed. If she saw him rescuing someone, would she suddenly go on a rampage? Elder Xing might not be able to withstand her wrath. Was there any way to dispel the state of being shrouded by this demonic energy? Would a healing talisman work? With this thought, Changsheng took out his sword brush and gave it a gentle flick, transforming it back into a long sword. He activated the 3rd-tier talisman. The 3rd stage healing talisman, the Eastern Sovereign Energy Transformation Talisman. A pearly white light surged from the sword brush into Qinyu's body, proving somewhat effective. The black aura was pushed out by the white light, as if forming a protective barrier, isolating the dark energy. Although it could not be entirely expelled, it did restore Qinyu's clarity. He looked around in astonishment and said, "What is happening? Cut the nonsense." Changsheng shoved another chi-restoring pill into his mouth, settling into a cross-legged position. "Can't you see I'm trying to save people? Just stay put." Upon hearing the words, Qinyu immediately nodded, standing awkwardly to the side. Changsheng regained some of his spiritual energy and once again activated the sword brush, rousing Fong Tang from his slumber. Startled by the demonic energy enveloping him, Fong Tang was about to speak, but Changsheng's admonition stifled his words. "Haven't you seen me saving people? We can discuss any issues later." Fong Tang paused for a moment before whispering to Qinyu, "What has happened to Senior Brother Gu? Why is he suddenly so irritable?" "I'm not sure. Perhaps it's a stroke of bad luck," Qinyu replied. Realizing Changsheng had restored some spiritual energy and awakened Ji Baixue, they finally understood his intentions. Fong Tang hurriedly asked, "Senior Brother Gu, can we use this treasure of yours?" Changsheng, already vexed, was about to retort when the realization dawned upon him. His own spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and he needed to continuously use replenishing pills to aid his recovery. However, Fong Tang and Qinyu had hardly exhausted their spiritual energy. Allowing them to utilize the sword brush might enable each of them to use it at least once, which would certainly expedite their recovery compared to his meditative practices. Come. Changsheng quickly rose, handing the sword brush to Ji Baixue. "Junior sister Ji, channel your spiritual energy into the 3rd Eastern Emperor Transformation Talisman. Just use it to save someone." Having just awakened and grasped the situation, Ji Baixue stared blankly and asked, "Who should I save?" "Anyone. Save whoever you wish." Momentarily stunned, Ji Baixue's gaze fell upon Yi Chun and Jian Shursan, who were devoid of demonic energy. She waved her hand. channeling her spiritual energy to expel the demonic essence from Yi Chen's body. Yu Changsheng's lips twitched slightly, but he remained silent, continuing to meditate and recover his energy. Qin Yu and Fong Tang explained the situation to Yi Chen, and upon seeing the sword brush being passed to Ji Baixue, they exchanged concerned glances with Gu Changsheng. Noticing their gaze, Gu Changsheng shot back. "What are you staring at? Hurry and save someone." Yi Chen's expression darkened upon hearing this. Gritting his teeth, he took the sword brush and awakened Jian Shursen. Thus, one by one, they managed to rouse all the disciples in the room. Yet, everyone remained shrouded in demonic energy, and the protective shield of the Eastern Emperor transformation had inexplicably dissipated. Gu Changsheng sheathed the sword brush and remarked, "There's a battle raging outside. It's getting chaotic. Therefore, we must all flee together. In a moment, I will count to 3, and everyone should rush out simultaneously. Each to their own abilities. If anyone gets captured, they shall have to bear their misfortune that I've done all I can." Upon hearing this, the group nodded slightly in agreement. Yu Changsheng led them to the entrance of the great hall and whispered, "1, 2, 3, run." No sooner had he spoken than the group shot out like arrows released from a bow. Following behind Qin Yu, Ji Baixue, and Tang Jingjing, Gu Changsheng affixed a lightness talisman to each of them. Seeing their speed suddenly increase, he finally felt at ease to utilize his infinite steps. That moment, he suddenly felt someone grasping at his back. Turning around, he saw a surge of demonic energy emanating from Lu Xiaoming, ensnaring Fong Tang, who in turn reached out and grabbed Gu Changsheng. Panic surged within Gu Changsheng. Observing Lu Xiaoming's expression, he feared that if captured this time, he might be flayed alive. "Let go of me. Wasn't it agreed that each would rely on their own abilities? Why are you dragging me down?" Fong Tang looked at Gu Changsheng with pleading eyes. "Senior brother Gu, save me." "I'd rather not." Fine. Is this how you want to play it?" Gu Changsheng gritted his teeth and seized Yi Chen, who was nearby. With a sullen expression, Yi Chen grasped Jian Shursan, dragging him along as they fled. By the time Gu Changsheng returned to Lu Xiaoming's side, several familiar faces from the outer sect ranking had gathered, along with 100 or so outer sect disciples ensnared by the demonic energy. Yi Chen glared at Gu Changsheng with fury. Gu Changsheng, however, wore a nonchalant expression, pointing at Fong Tang. "What are you looking at me for? Blame him." Just then, Lu Xiaoming glanced up at the sky, seemingly sighing. "Time's up." Alarmed, Gu Changsheng looked up to see that the full moon had reached its zenith, nearly overlapping the center of the great hall's dome. In the next moment, Lu Xiaoming waved her hand, and the black demonic energy erupted, overwhelming the sword chi illusion conjured by Elder Xing and sending him flying. Gu Changsheng's heart sank. This is disastrous. It turns out Lu Xiaoming never exerted her full strength from the very beginning. Chapter 82. The situation feels off. The group clung tightly to one another, unwilling to release their grip. If this continued, their demise was inevitable. "Hey, didn't we just agree that if you run slowly, you shouldn't drag us down?" "Senior brother Gu, that's rather hurtful. Am I running slowly?" "It's not my fault. I was the last one rescued." As they struggled, the elite disciples from various sects were all present. In their desperate bid for survival, they abandoned all pretense. Yu Changsheng's gaze fixed upon Elder Xing currently. She was their only hope for salvation. He contemplated using telepathy, but quickly dismissed the idea, knowing she could read minds, rendering that approach futile. Instead, he raised his voice. "Hey, Elder Xing, please save us. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain." Upon hearing this, Elder Xing's expression turned troubled. She wished to help, but she was already injured from the earlier battle. Intervening now would be futile. "Why must everything depend on me? You lot are just loafing around. Think of a way to sever the connection. Do you think it's as simple as logging off the internet? Just sever the connection like that." Gu Changsheng retorted harshly, but returning to reality, Elder Xing's point held merit. If they didn't sever the connection soon, they would be pulled back by Lu Xiaoming. Yet, no one was willing to let go. Others faced similar dilemmas. They wanted to heroically sacrifice themselves, but upon glancing around, most were from rival sections. Sacrificing oneself to save others felt too unfair. Just as everyone was in a state of turmoil and indecision, Gu Changsheng suddenly sighed deeply. Life, indeed, has its end. Some deaths weigh heavier than mountains, while others are lighter than feathers. What we should value is not the length of life, but its quality, that if I do not enter hell, who will? These words struck the elite disciples from various sects, leaving them astonished. What a profound sentiment. He truly hailed from a prestigious sect. Not only them, but even Elder Xing was taken aback. Goodness, has this kid had a change of heart? No, something feels off. Fong Tang, standing behind Gu Changsheng, was in tears, having resolved to stand alongside him in a noble sacrifice. Dying with such a person was indeed an honor. Senior brother, please don't say anything more. Just say nothing at all. A true man can bear this sacrifice. At Fong Tang's words, Gu Changsheng felt even more moved, nodding vigorously to I understand it all. Understand? Then let go. This remark sent Fong Tang crashing from heaven to hell. Was he being encouraged to release his grip? Fong Tang tightened his hold. I will never let go, even in death. If I must die, let us die together. The elite disciples from various sects cast scornful glances at Gu Changsheng. They had just been deeply moved, only to realize that no wisdom could be expected from him. Elder Xing slapped her forehead, knowing this lad had no good intentions. However, it was not the time for blame. This was undoubtedly the worst group she had ever encountered. There was not a shred of sacrificial spirit among them. Had it been her, she would have released her grip long ago. Yet, no matter how inferior they were still her responsibility, and she needed to think of a way out. Unfortunately, she was severely injured and had no chance of confronting Lu Xiangming. If she rushed in recklessly, it might cost her life as well. Though the brat lacked a conscience, he was crafty. Perhaps he could devise a clever plan. For now, let them fend for themselves for a while. With this thought, Elder Xing sat down cross-legged, beginning to circulate her energy to recover. Gu Changsheng was left dumbfounded. Hey, Elder Xing, why are you sitting down? Time is running out. Hurry and think of a solution. Regardless of Gu Changsheng's furious outbursts, Elder Xing remained unresponsive. Helpless, Gu Changsheng could only devise a plan on his own. With this thought in mind, he turned his gaze towards Lu Xiangming. That moment, a shadowy vortex of energy swirled in front of Lu Xiangming, evidently indicating the operation of a spell. If he could somehow sever or interrupt the casting, would they have a chance to break the connection? Contemplating this, Gu Changsheng closed his eyes and began to channel his own spell internally. Instantly, a stream of water arrows burst forth, hurtling towards Lu Xiangming. Water arrow technique. Experience 1 yet. A mere water arrow was utterly ineffective against Lu Xiangming. The Gu Changsheng quickly unleashed several more. Water arrow technique. Experience 1 water arrow technique. Experience 1. A barrage of water arrows rained down upon Lu Xiangming. Upon witnessing this, Lu Xiangming felt deeply insulted, her expression turning cold. Did he truly believe that such a rudimentary spell could disrupt her? It was rather presumptuous. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than Lu Xiangming unleashed a powerful tremor, causing the water arrows to dissipate instantly, not only failing to yield any beneficial effect, but also inciting her wrath. Lu Xiangming immediately intensified her force, a fierce suction dragging them backward. Due to Fong Tang's position at the back, he felt the brunt of the force that it felt as if his very organs were on the verge of being pulled from his body. For heaven's sake, stop using these petty tricks to provoke her. If this continues, I won't be able to endure much longer. If you can't hold on, then just let go. Gu Changsheng was taken aback by Lu Xiangming's overwhelming strength. How could his numerous water arrows vanish in an instant? He hadn't even left the novice village yet, and had already encountered such a formidable opponent in Lu Xiangming. Was this reasonable? It seemed that relying on anyone else was futile. He had no choice but to place his hopes on Elder Xing. Hey, Elder Xing, are you ready yet? This woman is going all out. If you don't save us soon, we'll have no chance left. Stop struggling. Even if your old sect master were alive, he would stand a chance against me. Submitting as sacrificial offerings to resurrect our Hanhai Sect is your greatest value. As she spoke, Lu Xiangming intensified her grip, causing Gu Changsheng to feel as though his insides were being violently churned. For heaven's sake, sister, have mercy. You won't even need me. Just let me go. At this remark, all eyes turned to Gu Changsheng. each person displaying a look of disdain. This kid was indeed unreliable, attempting to extricate himself from the situation.